a score here and it's over. Josh Giddey over to Vucevic. He's in the paint on DeAndre Jordan. Hook shot up and in, and that's the ball game. Denver's going to fall to 12-3 in the second game of back-to-backs. They're going to lose tonight to Chicago. They're down by 8 with 45 seconds to go. Nuggets run out of gas in the fourth quarter. They get outscored 34-24. Denver loses to Chicago. Game number 1 of a 5-game homestand. Final tonight here from Denver, 129-119.
All right, another tough one for the Nuggets as they play another game without Jokic. I didn't hate it. Defense, tough to come by. But overall in that game, it felt like effort was there. They just had a tough time stopping transition. And it's what Chicago's really good at. It's what Malone warned the team about heading into that game, is that if they get out and they start to run on you, they're really difficult to stop. And that's just part of the problem that you face when Chicago feels like they're better since the Levine trade for whatever reason. Kobe White had a phenomenal game, had a really tough time stopping him. But this team is just... they're better than what they were earlier in the year. They've rattled off a whole bunch of wins as of late. 8-2 now in their last 10 games after the win last night. But you had just, I think, too many lapses defensively to overcome it. But I do think the effort was there. And I don't know how else to put it. It was a game for a guy like Jamal Murray, I think, in particular, where it felt like he was putting forth some insane effort yesterday. And you need that to have shots to win when Jokic is not on the floor. But the offense, you got some. It's another example, though, without Jokic in the fourth quarter in which things got a little bit stale, it felt like. Your worst offensive quarter was the fourth, which is not typically how that goes for this team. So all of that makes it tough. All I'm saying is it's not a game in which I'm looking back in like anger or disgust or anything like that. Like, here's Malone after the game.
Yeah, I mean, I thought our guys, considering the circumstances, 3 games in 4 nights, I thought we played hard, but we needed to play harder. Gave up 31 points in transition, and that was the whole message all day long against arguably the best running team in the league, makes, misses, turnovers. And, 34 assists, only 12 turnovers is not a bad number. But 31 fast break to 11, you got scored by 20 on the break in a game you lose by 10. And they were just examples. I could tell we were dead tired in that third quarter, fourth quarter. Turnover, made basket, and they were just driving the ball down our throat, throwing the ball over our heads, and we just weren't able to get back. I thought our guys competed, but against that team, you got to compete even harder.
And I understand what he's talking about. It's just, I didn't have... Let me put it to you this way. See if this makes more sense. This just felt like a game that you didn't have Jokic. Does that make sense? I don't think that there's a lot more to it. When you don't have your best player on the floor, you're going to lose games like this. Every team in the league would. You take best player on X team, take them off, they will lose games like this. This one I'm not upset about. This wasn't you getting blitzed and then not showing any sort of fight coming back. Now, what matters here, and what I think we do have to monitor, is just kind of where you're at in the standings. The Nuggets still currently in third place in the Western Conference. They're a game and a half back at Houston for the 2, but the Lakers and the Grizzlies, both a game back of them for the 3. if the playoffs started today, the Nuggets would play Golden State in the first round, which I don't think out of a lot of these other options is a terrible matchup. I mean, if there's any good news for the people that are surrounding you, the two teams directly behind you in the standings, the Lakers and the Grizzlies, have both lost 3 games in a row. So you're able to keep pace that way. But it's just, you're opening up the door, and after this long kind of stretch of, 3 games in 4 nights, you got the Bucks tomorrow. I don't know if Jokic is going to be ready to go by then. But it's allowing you an opportunity to try and get healthy. Like, my guess, if I had to throw it out there, and I don't know how bad the ankle is. The trouble with this is I think that if the playoffs started today, I think Jokic is back in the lineup, but they don't. And so you got a game tomorrow against Milwaukee. You got a game on Friday against Utah, and then you have a long break, and the next time you play is going to be Tuesday, April 1st against Minnesota. Maybe you're targeting that kind of day for Jokic to come back, which from now would be, a week. So he gets another week off, he misses a couple of more games, and then there's 7 games left until the playoffs start, and then he can hop back in and get into a rhythm again. Maybe that's the plan. But again, what was really annoying about that game is that the Bulls have like some young pieces that are pretty good. But if I have to watch Josh Giddey take a full sprint and bury his shoulder into somebody's chest and then throw the ball up in the air and fall down and get a foul call, it was driving me nuts. Like, I thought the whole thing with the charge is you can't bury your shoulder into somebody. And that was his entire offense was doing that.
And then he also just decided to start knocking down threes like he was 2015 Steph Curry at the end of the game. That was crazy.
Yeah, he had a couple big
Jeez.
ones late.
I know.
And he's not even like he's better this year, but it's not even like he's some amazing 3-point shooter.
All right, here. No, Brett, I'll take care of this here. Let me see if I get Ice on the phone. We'll get him deported back to Australia. Let's see.
Give it a shot. What's that number? Is it 1-800-ICE? So a texter writes this in. I'm caught in the middle, but I'm going to read this. I'm getting so tired of Nuggets fans slamming MPJ for having a bad month, but Jamal can have 2 to 3 bad months to start the season, and it's crickets. MPJ will be fine in the playoffs. First of all, it was not crickets for Jamal at the beginning of the season. Not even close. Secondly, Porter has to be better. They need him. For the month of March, he's shooting 28.5% from 3. That cannot happen. This is a full month here. Every other month this season, he was shooting in the 40s from 3. In November, it was 44. In December, it was 43. In January, it was 41. In February, it was 42. And this month, it's 28.7. Can't happen. And it especially can't happen in a month in which Jokic has missed the amount of games he's missed. You are paid to be the third best player on this team. When the first best player is out, that means you should be the second best. He hasn't been that. And I think, Nelly, you can attest to people who are maybe new to this show, I'm as much of an MPJ defender as you're going to find. I think he does bring a value that doesn't show up on the stat sheet, which helps the Nuggets space. Because even when he's shooting poorly, people are aware of where he's at, and they do not let him get airspace that allows room to create for other people on the floor. And I just don't think outside of maybe Jamal, other people can do that.
And I keep thinking about, I know this is getting longer and longer ago with every passing week, but I keep thinking about the NBA Finals, that series against Miami. MPJ, his shot just disappeared late in the playoffs. He kind of hit a point where he just couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat.
But he tried to make up for that
Yes.
with rebounding, with some other things.
Yes, rebounding, assists, defending. He found other ways to get himself involved. So we know that he has this capability of impacting the game in non-scoring ways. It just depends on how he can slot that in any given scenario.
And he's done this thing this year. He's added at least a little bit of this, where he's been able to get to the rim a little bit better and finish inside. Bottom line is, though, he's not playing well enough. And I'm saying that as somebody who's a defender of him. He is not good enough defensively to also have a shot missing for a month. And I've always said about him, I don't think it's so much effort on the defensive side as it is, I think his body just physically can't move the way that a good defender needs to move. I think 3 back surgeries took away a lot of lateral movement, and it makes it very hard for him to stay in front of people if they drive. That's why you see, if he does get a lot of blocks, a lot of those are like, not chase down, but sort of like come from behind blocks where he trails. I guess a trail block is an easier way to put it. Guy's looking at the rim. He thinks he's got a free shot, and then a hand comes from behind him, knocks the ball out. He does a lot of those because I think he gets beat because he can't do it physically. But all of that is fine if he's knocking down shots. Now, one thing I'll appreciate, because I've said this about him forever. If he misses a couple early, he needs to keep shooting. He shot 10 threes last night, but he only made 1. I appreciate the continuing to shoot, but if you want to break it down in this kind of way, if Porter hits 3 more threes, maybe you win the game. If he's 4 of 10 instead of 1 of 10 from three-point range, the outcome's totally different. But he needs to be better. Like, this is the difference with Jamal. Jamal has been better since an awful start to the season. You look at Murray's numbers this year. Overall, he's averaging the most points he's ever averaged per game. He's shooting 0.4% less from the field than he did last year. He's still shooting 40% from 3. Jamal, since around like the new year, has been a very good player. But it's the beginning of the season that's kind of permeated your brain and not allowed you to think that way. I mean, the last 2 months, he's averaging 24 points per game. You would take that out of a number 2 option on your team every day of the week. Porter hasn't been. Porter's had a lot of really good moments this year. He's had like a couple of stretches of weeks in which he's been really good, followed by stretches of weeks in which he hasn't been. You know, if you remember in February, he had 3 straight games in which he had 30 points. He's only had 3 games this month in which he's had 20. And again, this is a month that you don't have Joker, and his importance gets even more magnified. He does have to be better. And so, the Nuggets are still in decent shape. They're still in the 3 seed right now. They're a game up on the Lakers and the Grizz. They can get to the destinations they want to go. But it's a very fluid situation. Because all it takes is you lose in Memphis and the Lakers win one night, and you can drop from 3rd to 5th. And then you're talking about, I mean, Malone mentioned it the other day, but you're talking about maybe not in totally worrisome play-in position, but it's close to it. Close to that play-in. So, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. This is another Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. You can secure playoff ticket presale access by signing up for Nuggets Insider newsletter. You can visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. And so what's going to happen is at the 20s of every single hour today, so 6:20, 7:20, 8:20, and 9:20, we're giving away keywords. And those will be open until the 45 mark of each hour. So the more times you enter in these keywords and you listen for the keywords, the better shot you got to win the pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Bucks game tomorrow as Giannis comes to town. So I'll give away that keyword in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
I just wanted to play into like some good habits. We're like I said, we're getting beat by teams that are good at something, and we're not taking that away. And like we do sometimes, yeah. But I just think like if we're gonna play a team, most likely 7 times, over and over, like the habits, the not the I don't want to say effort because we're playing hard, but like just like the mindfulness of like what the other opposing team is trying to do. And they're getting everybody. I'm not talking about, I'm talking me included. Like, I can't just let Giddy just come down and I'm not in stance and he's just running full speed expecting that he's just going to swing it. You know what I'm saying? There's just like little things like that. Just kind of, they're too comfortable. We don't pick the ball up full court like how they pick me up full court. Just like little stuff like that. Like, that makes a difference in the game.
He's not wrong. I mean, when you know that somebody's got something that's lethal, that can kill you, you need to do everything in your power to stop that. The best thing that they're look, it's easier for an individual than it is for a team. I understand this, but if you know that there's some sort of superpower that your opposing team has, and pretty much every team has one that they're really good at, you can't allow that to beat you. And that's what beat you yesterday. I mean, Malone said it. It's transition. They went into the game talking about how good this team was in transition, and you saw it because Josh Giddey is going to get the basketball. He's going to bury his shoulder into you running full speed and hope for a foul call or something. Or Kobe White is going to make some sort of move or pull up from 3 or whatever. Like, they're good at it. And I think Malone's assessment of that game was perfect yesterday. The effort was there. But you didn't have the focus in the key detail. Here's Malone.
We didn't lose tonight because our guys didn't play hard. You know what I mean? Like, I felt the Portland game was one of those games where, like, we didn't bring anywhere close to the effort that we need to. Tonight, it's I think, tie game going into the fourth quarter. And, second half they shot 48 from the field. Obviously, you have to give a lot of credit to Kobe White. That kid's playing at a really high level and did so again tonight. Had 24 at the half, had 37 for the game. Josh Giddey, 26, 9, and 8. Those two players, obviously. And then I thought, Jalen Smith and Terry off the bench were really impactful. So, no, I don't look at this game without watching the film saying, man, we didn't play hard. I thought we competed, but we allowed the same thing to beat us over and over, which was transition.
Yeah. Exactly right. So we'll get back to this in just a second. The key word for 620 this morning and your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Bucks tomorrow as Giannis comes to town. The key word for this hour is, it's going to be CSU themed today, Lake. Text Lake in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, this is the keyword for the 6 o'clock hour. Have another one at 7:20 this morning, but the keyword for this is Lake. So text that in your first name to 303-504-0925 for a chance.
First and last name.
First and last name. For a chance to win a pair of tickets to that game tomorrow against the Bucks. Against Giannis Akakachuchu. Couple of things I want to revisit from yesterday. One thing is very clear. It's when you have a true epiphany and it hits you and you're just, it makes you happy because of the clarity that's in your mind now. And not that I was even searching for this, but it happened. Dan Hurley's my most hated person in sports. I can't stand him. I hope that he loses every game. And I say that while also acknowledging I feel bad for the players that he has and how much I am going to hate them as a byproduct. I can't stand this man. I haven't been able to stand him for 2 years. He has, ever since he won a national title, become somebody that is wholly unpalatable. And I just found more details about the story. If you remember us talking about this yesterday, we played this long clip of him in his post-game press conference that was unstomachable. But it all started when he walked off the floor after UConn lost to Florida 77-75. I watched the game. I did not feel like there was anything that was egregious in the reffing of that game that led to them losing. CSU has a bigger gripe than UConn does. But as he's leaving the floor with his players, he is shouting, "I hope they don't bleep you like they bleeped us." Baylor.
I hope they don't do that to you, man.
So here's a little extra to the story, if you will. Charlotte Sports Live reporter, I'm reading this out of the New York Post. Charlotte Sports Live reporter Joey Ellis recorded Hurley's rant at the end of the game, and the clip went viral. It's the one that Nelly just played right there. Much to the annoyance of UConn's director of men's basketball communications, Bobby Malone, as he reportedly asked Ellis to delete the video before threatening to ruin his life if he did not cooperate. So this ain't just a Dan Hurley thing. This is an everybody at UConn thing. Like, here's what's funny to me. I know there's plenty of coaches out there that have a odd relationship with the media. And I tell you guys this all the time. I am never a simp for the media. You're grown-ups. You're big boys and girls. You can handle yourselves. You can handle being yelled at every once in a while. I don't think it's smart for coaches to go after the people who are covering their team because it could make them very easily. A story could turn into a much less rosier picture if they want to with the stroke of a pen. Or it's 2025, I suppose, a keyboard. It's just not wise. Now, you can do it. And I've covered plenty of coaches that were pretty jerky to the media. I mean, we think that Sean Payton's a little bit prickly, and he is. It gets a lot more easy to take and less frequent when the team is winning, but when they're losing, it's bad.
No.
I mean, Payton's certainly one of them. Malone can get very prickly with the media at times. Stupid-ass questions. I covered Bo Pelini at Nebraska, who is about as prickly as you can get. The thing is, if you're the guy's handler, which this men's basketball communications director, whatever he is essentially his handler. He's probably had to take a whole bunch of guff from media members for some stuff that Dan Hurley has pulled. And he's probably over it. You don't threaten to ruin somebody's life. And by the way, I would love to know how the director of men's basketball communications for UConn could ruin my life. I would love to see how that happens. Now, I don't know what this guy's job is, the Charlotte Sports Live reporter. Charlotte, were they playing in North Carolina? Because to my knowledge, Charlotte Sports Live wouldn't be something that is in Connecticut. But let's just say his job was to cover exclusively the Huskies. Well, then maybe you could make his life more difficult by covering the team, but you can't stop him. I mean, if we know, Nelly, about one major media feud between a coach and a reporter, it happened this spring with Sean Keeler and Dion, right?
And by the way, yes, that game was played in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Oh, so that guy was just a random local dude that was there for the tournament. It would be like me going over to Ball Arena to cover it, and Michigan's sports reporter's like, "Oh, ruin your life." How?
The media guy at Connecticut who put in this threat clearly didn't listen in class when they taught him about the Streisand effect, man. Yeah. This is what happens. When you call attention to something that you want to go away, all you do is magnify the thing that you want to go away.
Exactly.
Because this clip was going around social media and everybody was clowning Dan Hurley. But Twitter turns over like that. If you don't go after this clip and try to get it removed and ruin this random reporter's life, people will forget about this by Thursday. But now the news story continues. UConn needs to take some self-inventory.
and realize they're not that important. Like, I actually wonder, Nelly, if we're going to get in college basketball, is there going to be like a Coach K? Or are we seeing the last of like the super famous, powerful head coaches in college basketball? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure like Duke and Kansas is and schools like that will always have one. You know, Bill Self certainly is. But it's a very simple concept. Sometimes you just got to eat it. And when you hire Dan Hurley, you know you're going to have to eat it sometimes.
The thing that's most confusing about him is if I told you everything that he had done, let's talk about off the court. If I told you about this, I hope they don't bleep you like they bleeped us referring to the refs, or
right.
if all the times he's whined in a post-game press conference about, it's just so tough throwing out first pitches and
so difficult being successful all the time.
Yeah, so if I told you all of that, would you think that coach won back-to-back championships in basketball and that he was the first coach to do it in almost 20 years?
That's the thing.
This is loser behavior from a guy that's accomplished something incredibly rare. I genuinely, dude, you've got 2 rings in consecutive years. Why are you acting like a you-know-what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, to play the victim in this is crazy. Now, look, between that yesterday, and this became a big topic. Texter says Tom Izzo, certainly one of those guys. Yes. And those places, like, they're different because their schools that basketball program is so big in, like, Michigan State or in Kansas, in Lawrence, Kansas, that you have dedicated beat reporters to it, to where if you say, I'm going to ruin your life, you're basically saying you can't cover the team in the way that is your true job. That's what that means. But, homeboy, you aren't doing that to a Charlotte sports reporter live guy, okay?
And heck, Sean Keeler's still out there writing.
That's the thing.
He didn't even have his life ruined.
He was not allowed to ask questions at a press conference. That was his punishment.
Yeah,
but he was still there.
That's my point. Is Dion just sent him a message, but he didn't try to quote end his career.
Now. Little over the top by Dion. Little over the top by Keeler. Some of the things he said about Dion, not my style, I would say. It got very much into the name-calling realm, which I do not participate in unless it's Dan Hurley or Kendrick Perkins. I make 2 exceptions.
I apologize if I got a little foul and said the A word and told him to suck it. But he can't.
But there's another thing from yesterday that I guess we all couldn't come together on. Me and Vic were very much in the same boat, and I think Moser was too. It was probably a travel that Derek Queen had that led to the game winner that sunk the hopes and dreams of CSU. But I don't want a travel like that called unless he takes like 15 steps. I want that game to be decided by players, not by refs. I think if they waved that off and the game ended on a travel call, it would have been a much bigger story than what it was. Now, I guess I haven't heard this yet. Sanford and Raj were talking about this subject. Let's take a listen.
Well, and hold on before you play this clip, just for some context. So yesterday I was sitting in the 9:50 a.m. studio editing. And for those of you who don't know, there's a big window in the 950 studio that lets you see into 92.5. So I was just sitting there editing, and I watched Coach Sanford rip off his headset and walk away. And I went, oh, that's cool. Maybe he just did a mic drop to go to commercial. I checked my watch. They had 8 minutes left till commercial break.
Oh, he did a full Moser.
This was a mid-segment Moser. But unlike Moser, he didn't throw his headset down. He just set it down. So you can't actually hear it clinking on the table in the clip. But I texted KJ immediately, and I said, I don't care what you were talking about. Whatever that was, send me that clip right now.
Okay, let's hear it.
KJ, you got something to say back there?
Yeah, go ahead, KJ.
It's definitely not a travel. It's not a travel. That first step he takes is a gather step. 1, 2, that third step, if he's going up with the shot, it doesn't count as a travel. That's the new basketball rule.
No, that's the new NBA where they don't call travel. You know what they do in college basketball? They call the fouls that are occurred. How many steps did you just talk about? Say it again.
So it's a total of 4 steps.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's it. We're done. We're done here. A total of 4 steps. 4 steps? I grew up playing basketball. That's a travel. 4 freaking steps is a travel. How many are we allowed? 2. Freaking 2.
Yeah. Look, I'm not even going to argue. I don't think KJ is correct either. Like, I sound like I'm in the middle, but I do think it was a travel.
4 steps?
I do think it's a travel. I disagree with KJ. It was a travel. I don't want it called then, though. Again, if that's Nick Clifford driving to the hoop and it's the exact same play and they wave off a game winner, would you be sitting here this morning being like, you know what? Rules are rules. He did take more than 2 steps. So the Rams deserve to lose that game. You wouldn't say that. You would say that's insane to make that call in that moment. Sometimes you tip your hat and you say, you know what? Hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. We made a couple mistakes late, turned the ball over underneath our own hoop, led to a run. That's what happens. But yeah, I can't. I'm somewhere in between screaming Sanford and non-travel KJ. I'm somewhere in the middle.
I grew up playing basketball.
Reminder that keyword, by the way, if you guys would like at least the first keyword in a chance to win tickets to the Bucks game tomorrow, the keyword for the 6 o'clock hour is Lake. So text Lake and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Sham Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. And that is for a chance to win Bucks and Nuggets tickets as Giannis comes to town tomorrow. Back after this.
How many are we allowed? 2. Freaking 2.
Well, I haven't heard this in a minute. Is this Buck Cherry?
This is. Are you allowed to say the song name on air?
Crazy B.
There you go. I'm never sure with that word.
Yeah, that one. No, I think. I don't think that song is one that, or that word, I'm sorry, is one that like gets you kicked off the air, but it's uncouth. And I think that you can. Yeah, let's go ahead and turn that down.
No, it's a clean version.
Okay.
I got a radio edit.
Okay. Well, bottom line is that word in particular is one of those, like, you can say it if it's like a verb sometimes. You can't overdo it. You say, like, Dan Hurley was being in his press conference about the refs. That, I guess, is okay.
Bitching about the officiating?
Correct.
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, look, don't make a habit of it, but you can. I don't know. It's a weird one. That one's like right there on the outskirts. Now,
The quickly though, the weird thing about that song, I keep getting it stuck in my head because musically, just from a production standpoint, the guitars are incredible. It's just such a well-made track, the way it's written, and the way the layers are mixed left and right, and the lyrics are so mind-numbingly terrible.
Yep.
The words are so bad. But
this is my argument I have with like Bruno Mars all the time with people, is like, I'm very much into the musical sound mixed in with an amazing voice. And they're like, have you ever heard the lyrics to That's What I Like? And I'm like, yeah, I don't really pay attention to them. I'm not looking for Bruno to hit me with some sort of deep thought. I'm just looking to move my hips a little bit. That's all I'm trying to do. Now, notice something. I have a question for you. And this is all stemming from this latest mock draft that I saw from Mike Tannenbaum of ESPN. The number 1 overall pick in the draft, he has Cam Ward going to the Tennessee Titans. Number 2, he has the Cleveland Browns taking Travis Hunter. And number 3, he has the New York Giants selecting Shedeur Sanders. That would make 2 of the Buffs players last year, the number 2 and 3 players taken in the draft, which would be pretty incredible. You go down the list, what he has for the Broncos is Omarion Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina, which I would be over the moon about. I think that guy's a outstanding running back who also makes pretty amazing plays out of the backfield catching the football. I think it would be a great pick. Here's a question I have, though.
What's the question?
Sometimes it's not. This is where I lose connectivity with the Michael Jordan people of the world, in that it's the mentality. I've heard a whole bunch of guys who especially were grew up around the same era as Michael Jordan that would say something like this. Dude, I took the Michael Jordan mentality over to my office every single day. I did that. It's like, no, you didn't. Because your life would be in shambles. Do you ever notice the really intensely hyper-competitive athlete that we adored back in the day probably wasn't that great of a human being? You ever notice that? Like, again, this isn't casting stones. This is making observations. Who would you say is the best basketball player of all time? Michael Jordan? Well, he's had some family issues. Okay. Who would you say is the greatest football player of all time? Nelly? Well, Tom Brady's one of those. Seems to have some issues. Now, Jokic, who is competitive, but feels like he has perspective on life. He's got a great family life. He just wants to hang out with his wife and kids and play basketball on the side.
And he wants to be with his horses.
I'm much more in that part where, yes, things are important to me. This job's important. Things are important, but I am not going to kill myself over a job, okay? I'm just not going to. I'll find another way to make money. But here's the thing. It's all about the situations you put yourself in life. And I saw this from Cam Ward the other day. So he has his pro day. And he said he wanted to send a message to the Tennessee Titans at his pro day that he's solidifying the number 1 overall pick. And I just thought to myself, well, good for you. You have a goal. You want to be the first player taken in the draft. Good for you. And then I thought about it like this. If I were Cam Ward, would I want to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft? Nelly? No. You know who I'd love to be? I'd love to be Shedeur. I'm sure Shedeur wants to be the number 1 overall pick too, just to say I was the best player taken or number 1 player taken in the draft. But I've asked this question multiple times to people. Would you rather be the number 1 overall pick who goes to the Tennessee Titans, or would you rather be the 9th overall pick that goes to a little bit better team and better situation? More stable franchise. You give up money immediately. You give up the cachet of being the dude who was the number 1 overall pick. But you go to the place that's got better odds of making you successful. I know the Giants are kind of a mess right now, but the Giants historically have been a very respected franchise that do things the right way.
I know what you mean. Like, okay, off the top of your head, what pick was Joe Montana?
I can't remember. That was that weird draft where everybody was taken.
Right, that's my point. What pick was Drew Brees? Do you know?
No.
Right, so I'm just saying to your point that there are these people who go to organizations and have success and you don't even remember what the pick was. I guess Drew Brees is a bit of a misnomer because he went to the San Diego Superchargers before he found success with New Orleans. But yeah, I see what you're saying where the Titan, especially the Browns, like would you want to go to the Browns so you could put on your resume 2nd overall pick in the NFL draft? Or would you rather fall a bit lower in the standings and go to a more stable organization? It's more stable organization.
No, you're right.
Sibilance.
That's the thing, though, is when you're getting drafted number 1 overall, you know what teams aren't there? Good ones. It's always a bad team. And if I were Cam Ward, I would want the opposite. I'd want Shedeur to go to Tennessee and me to go to New York.
The Titans, though, the Titans are one of those organizations where if we're looking at the top picks, I can get a read on some of them. Like we can look at Cleveland and go, that's where quarterbacks go to die. That's the graveyard. New York Giants, kind of in free fall right now, don't know what they're doing. 4th overall pick. New England, they've been struggling ever since Brady left. I can go down the list. Jacksonville, absolute trash pile. They don't know what they're doing. Vegas, Jets, Carolina, like all these places I know what's going on. But the Titans, I don't really have a feel on them as a franchise. Are they a good place to play? Are they a bad place to play?
No.
You'll get a mayonnaise NIL deal there like Will Levis did, but overall, is that a place you want to be? I genuinely don't know.
I don't think so. The peak of the Titans happened at like really early in their franchise's history. It's when they had, when they went from the Oilers to the Titans. They had those years with like McNair and who else was there? Like Mushin Muhammad, I think, was there. Like they had a couple of different guys, and their team was pretty good. Eddie George, but that was early. Franchise has been nothing. Like a long time. They had a moment with a Tannehill, with Derrick Henry, but it was just, I don't think that's a place you want to be. And I would, like, honestly, if I'm Shedeur doesn't have to worry about money. You know, I've seen some of these mocks that have Shedeur projected to go like 18th or 19th. I'm like, what a great situation to go into. Like, what a great place to be. Part of me, if you're a quarterback, I think you would openly hope for something like that. Like, you know what? If I'm Shedeur and I'm looking at this draft and I go, you know what would be really ideal is if I dropped the 21 to Pittsburgh. That would be ideal. The initial free fall and the cameras being on you the whole time would be, yes, embarrassing for a moment, but long term, You couldn't think of anything better.
I guess the one benefit for Shedeur Sanders going to Tennessee is you're right there in Nashville, baby. He's going to be walking down Broadway with Pops wearing cowboy hats that look like
it would work.
Doug Dimsdale from the Dimsdale Dimmadome, if you get that reference. They're going to be rocking their cowboy hats on Broadway. So from a spotlight standpoint, Nashville's not a bad place to be. And you know nobody loves the spotlight more than the Sanders family.
Sure. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch the show on YouTube, where we're live every weekday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., including that Altitude Daily, the recap of everything you missed from all your favorite shows on Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
a score here, and it's over. Josh Giddey over to Vucevic. He's in the paint on DeAndre Jordan. Hook shot up and in, and that's the ball game. Denver's going to fall to 12-3 in the second game of back-to-backs. They're going to lose tonight to Chicago. They're down by 8 with 45 seconds to go. Nuggets run out of gas in the fourth quarter. They get outscored 34-24. Denver loses to Chicago, game number 1 of a 5-game homestand. Final tonight here from Denver, 129-119.
I'll just say this to start. Maybe I'm off on this. You guys can tell me. By the way, it's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday with all of Kevin Shockey's alliterations. Playoff push ticket Tuesday. So I'll have another key word for you guys to get in and try and win tickets to the game tomorrow against Giannis and the Bucks.
You say that spitefully.
I just,
I know. Listen, I know it ain't your bag, okay? But it helps people remember.
It's double, too. It's playoff push ticket Tuesday.
Right?
Double dipperoo.
But, Moshe, here's the overall sort of feeling I had after the game, and it was odd because I haven't felt this way in a while. I didn't hate it. I thought they played with effort last night. I thought they played with care. They just couldn't stop the Bulls in transition.
Couldn't at all.
So, this feels like a lot more like Jokic is missing and this stuff happens when your best player's missing type of game than it does, oh, the team just looked awful. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. My poor wife, I'm sure that she is...
poor bear. Oh, poor bear.
Well, in more ways than one, yeah.
Yeah.
She's... you got to have some, feel sorry for her a little bit. But the point is that I kept shouting at the television, take a charge!
Yeah.
Listen, Scott and Chris got into it during the game about Giddey lowering his shoulder.
It was ridiculous.
And what are you gonna do when the offensive player initiates the contact, right? And all you can do if they're not gonna give a charging foul, or listen, he lowers his shoulder, but you didn't have your feet planted. He's plowing through you on the way to the bucket,
right?
Okay, so there's not much you can do other than start to go Olay. I get the mental reaction of that.
Yep,
but I would love to see somebody just plant themselves outside that little arc in the paint and just take a charge, man. A good old-fashioned charge.
Or throw his shoulder back into him. Do an old Oklahoma drill if you have to.
And here's the problem. Kobe White last night, and has been for 2 games in a row, now a walking bucket.
Kobe White's pretty good.
And then Giddey, of course, had himself a game last night as well, did he not?
Yes.
The problem with those 2 guys, and I know that, Vic is going to agree with me, but he's probably going to appreciate it. There was far too much hair making buckets. Okay?
The hair to bucket ratio is too large.
Listen, if you had hair, big hair, you're getting buckets. If you didn't, you're not.
Okay, so, Vic, I don't know if you're here at the very beginning of the show. Here's what I kind of said. Let me see if you agree or disagree with
Kevin
this.
Huerter, him and his...
Yeah, he couldn't make a bucket. He didn't have enough hair.
He did. He had that... when I watch Kevin Huerter, unabated to the...
Hardly know her.
All right. When I watch Huerter from the corner, unabated to the bucket for a tomahawk power jam, I get pissed off. That guy should not be jamming on anybody.
Okay, hang on a second.
Okay, but anyway, the point is that you never threw your body in front of anything.
Hang on
or
a
put
second.
anybody on the floor.
Vic, here's what I said to start this. I don't know if you heard it. And it's weird because I haven't had this feeling in a while. Didn't hate the game last night. I thought they played with real effort. I thought they tried. This felt to me like a game in which you didn't have your best player, and this happens sometimes. That's how last night felt as opposed to like a Portland loss.
That loss felt like a scheduled loss.
Yeah,
it felt like a scheduled loss. You're coming off a game last night in Houston, flying back home. It's 4 games in 6 nights. It's a lot of basketball that they've played, and you're down 2 starters. I don't hate it. Now, I didn't like it, but I don't hate it. I could tell you this, all right? I'll give you some insight. The players after the game in the locker room hated it. They were mad. They were angry. Michael Porter Jr. was especially distraught. If you don't think
going
he
through
knows
one right now, yeah.
If you don't think he knows that he went 1 for 10 from 3, He knows. He knows, and he was very distraught after the game, to the point where his teammates had to help him get out of it. They had to help him get out of one last night, so he knows.
Well, he's probably thinking, I went 1 for 10 from 3. If I go 4 for 10 like I usually do, then we're winning the game.
Exactly right. And you know what? I'm going to give the Nuggets a ton of credit because his teammates could not have been more supportive. And, I can't tell you exactly what they were saying, but I could tell you they were lifting each other up. And I love to see that. I love it. Because a guy gets on his own case. If you have a bad show, you might say to yourself, man, that was terrible. I mean, I had no comebacks from Moser.
It's all right, Moj.
Yeah.
We'll get him tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll get him tomorrow, buddy.
But seriously, the verbiage that was used.
Who are you talking to?
The kind of stuff that was going on that I heard last night, the sheer hustle out of Jamal Murray in that game.
He was a monster yesterday. Yeah.
Jamal Murray played harder in that game than I've seen him play all season long. Am I upset they lost? Could they have used that win? Yes. Is this field day? Am I going full field day here? Probably. But I'm not. That loss doesn't bother me nearly as much as the Portland loss.
Exactly.
I totally
right.
agree. And you know what? Last night, I was yelling at the TV, hey, take a charge, da-da-da. But when I'm watching that fourth quarter, I'm sitting on the couch, and I'm just kind of like, you know what? I'm not happy, but I understand it. I felt some sort of contentment in my heart saying, it's okay. It's all right. It's cool.
I think they got the message that effort is required, and they came with effort early. What happened in last night's game is they just ran out of gas. They got a 4-point lead early in the fourth quarter, and you're like, okay, separate yourselves. Let's go. Separate yourselves. And then they just couldn't match up with the intensity the Bulls brought to the court. You guys were talking about it earlier. Those guards would just wind up and go.
Yeah.
And really the only way to stop that, Moj, is to meet them at the point of attack. You can't let them have 3 or 4 steps to get at you. You have to stop them before they get to the perimeter.
You're right.
Well, hang on. On that subject, though, let's do something we don't normally do. 8 minutes into the show, let's go to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Robert disagrees with your assessment, Vic, about the players receiving Malone's message. Go ahead, Robert.
Good morning, guys. After the Portland loss, right, he blew him up, called him out because of their effort.
Mm-hmm.
He's been here, 10 years maybe, give or take?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, been here a while.
Maybe his message is getting stale, man. He's not getting through to the guys anymore. That's what I think, because it's unpredictability. It's win-loss, win-loss, win-win, loss-loss. Things like that. I'd like to get your take, and I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks,
Robert. Well, what did you see in the game directly after the Portland game where you called them out? What did you see? What did everybody see?
A response.
Okay. I'm telling you right now, if you don't see the difference in, Jamal Murray's effort from Portland to the last 2 games, it's like a different player.
That was in a loss, Vic. I think it was the most happy I've been with Jamal Murray's game all year.
He's like a different player.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, and I understand where you're coming from, Robert. I get it. It's easy to question the coach when you do win-loss, win-loss. But I guess my only comeback to those, because I got a lot of tweets last night from people saying, Malone has lost him. And my only comeback is, are you guys not watching the same game I'm watching? You're missing 2 starters, and you just played last night, and this is the same team that put 146 on the Lakers. They were in your town resting in their beds while you're playing in Houston. It's a scheduled loss, guys. Calm down.
You have to take into account that when Joker is out, you are not going to win 80% of your games, okay? You're going to drop a couple, especially in one that's a back-to-back. Now, if you want Malone's response after the game, here's what he said.
Yeah, I thought our guys, considering the circumstances, 3 games and 4 nights, I thought we played hard, but we needed to play harder. Gave up 31 points in transition, and that was the whole message all day long against arguably the best running team in the league, makes, misses, turnovers. And 34 assists, only 12 turnovers, not a bad number. But 31 fast break to 11, you got scored by 20 on the break in a game you lose by 10. And they were just examples. I could tell we were dead tired in that third quarter, fourth quarter, turnover, made basket, and they were just driving the ball down our throat, throwing the ball over our heads, and we just weren't able to get back. I thought our guys competed, but against that team, you got to compete even harder.
The Nuggets were angry last night, the players, because they had it. They matched the intensity. They did, and then they just ran out of gas. They had it right there for 3 quarters. Heck, for more than 3 quarters. They had the lead early in the 4th. And then Chicago goes on that run, and they could never climb back into it. But they were there. They were angry with themselves. I'm okay with a team that understands. I'm telling you, if I had not seen what I saw in the locker room, and I left that arena with the team that's like, I'd be angry myself. But I knew that they know. They know. They realize it. They're self-aware. And I think the study of a good team, Moj, you've been around enough teams, you have to be self-aware after wins and losses.
Absolutely.
And last night they were. Trust me, Nuggets fans. Michael Porter Jr. knows. You don't need to remind him. Nobody needs to tell him, hey, shoot better. He knows. You know what he did immediately after the game last night? Immediately.
He probably went to the gym.
He went
upstairs.
up to the auxiliary gym, and he sat there. I never saw him for an hour after the game. He knows. They're aware. Now they got to fix it.
It's just a lot. It's just a lot of and friggin' Giddy. Does he have one of those accents?
Yeah, he's got the Australian accent. Yeah, Australian.
Oh God, you know what? That really pisses me off. Then he's got this hair that's flying out in the back, and then of course Kobe
How is
White
that allowed? By the way, did you just bury your shoulder into somebody full of speed?
We asked Coach Malone afterwards, how do you defend that? Remember, we brought that up before.
Well, Vic, they tried to defend it, then they had to start going Olay because all they were doing is getting fouls called on them the entire time.
Well, you know, the Nuggets have a player who does the exact same thing. What do you think Russell Westbrook does?
Yeah, you're right.
Russell Westbrook just winds up and goes as fast as he can right into a player. So it's not like the Bulls are the only team, the running of the Bulls. Every team's got a player like that. The only way to stop it, guys, is to stop it at the point of attack before they wind up.
Pick him up on the perimeter so he can't
before
run
they wind
downhill.
up. Force him one way or the other. Don't let him go north-south.
And you know, Vic, I thought too, again, as the game went on, boy, they had some wide open looks too, did the Bulls, didn't they? And I thought that the effort was there, but you get a little bit confused in the rotation.
Yeah.
One guy leaves his guy. It just, that kind of thing on any given possession. And it ends up in the bottom of the bucket. And I don't know.
You know who he looks like? He looks like Sasha Vujacic.
Vujacic?
Vujacic.
Yeah, the former Laker.
Yeah.
Vujovic.
Vucevic?
Vujovic. God.
Hang on.
I almost said it.
Let's let Kendrick Perkins say it's Vucevic was playing last night.
Yeah.
This is how Kendrick Perkins says it.
It's Vucevic. It's Big Vucevic. Vucevic. I always struggle with his name.
You're both wrong. It's Vujacic.
Vujacic.
I said Vujacic. Okay, Vujacic.
No, you did. You said Vucevic.
Sasha Vujacic is what I said. It's
Hey, you a
Vujacic.
snitch?
It's
I got an itch word for you.
You said Vucevic. Somebody said Vucevic. Who was that?
I did.
Okay, well, that's wrong.
Yeah.
It's Vujacic. And by the way, see, here's the thing. He's got that long hair, but then he's got that little band that goes across like his hairline. It's the band that holds everything back, sort of.
Yeah.
That band, boy, when he was in a Lakers uniform, that band made me so mad.
Top 5 bands of all time.
Hey, guys, I want to go back to something I said yesterday where, and I'm not joking when I say this, the longer Joker's out, the greater this experiment is, and I don't mind it one bit because they have to adapt. They have to learn how to adapt. Last night was a great example. They were tired. They came off a game in Houston. Who's going to pick it up? If one guy picks it up, they probably win that game. Listen, Michael Porter Jr., so let me ask Nuggets fans who watched. So he goes 1 for 10. He obviously didn't shoot the ball well. Next game, what do you want to see?
I want him to shoot 10 times again.
Exactly.
I actually appreciate that he took 10 shots, though.
Exactly. It's hard when you know you don't have it, when you're just off, and you just keep jacking it up there because you know you've got to get out of it. He's a great shooter. He will find it. He will find it. He is in one right now.
I know
he is in one. He knows he's in one. The worst thing, because you've been around enough of these professional athletes, Moj, the confidence level borders on arrogance. It borders on demagoguery. It's out there, right? When these guys know that there's something wrong, that's when you start to say, okay, there's something wrong. Because a lot of them, they don't even question it. They just keep, yeah, I'm fine.
But I get caught between the moon and New York City. Like, Russ has the ball in his hand late. And he missed a couple of shots where you needed a bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Russ is not the best shooter in the entire world. I dig that. But I'm like, was there a better option?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want it to get in his hands and
Well,
stop.
I think they forced it.
Okay, well, it got in his hand and it stopped a little bit. There was one time when he was wide open in the corner and he missed the three, and I'm like, You know, you really needed a bucket, and he's hoisting it. You know, I can't say don't hoist it when you're open.
No,
hoist
you have
it.
to.
Yeah.
As soon as you come to terms, I mean, with the full Russell Westbrook experience, when you come to terms is when you'll become more at peace, and the terms are pretty easy. Yeah. You're going to get moments of electricity, followed by moments of what the hell what did he just do?
Yeah,
and that's just part of it.
We're 73 games in. You can't be surprised by Russell Westbrook's play anymore, okay? You know what it is. So we'll get back to this in a little bit. Keyword coming up for you. You want a chance to win tickets to the Nuggets and Bucks tomorrow. We'll give you the keyword for the 7 o'clock hour next.
Hey, did you look at the temperatures this week? Oh, it's golf weather. Temperatures moving on up. Won't be long before it's hot, like every day, and your house is hot. Don't let it get that far. If you have AC issues now and you turn on that AC and it's not working, or you had issues with it at the end of last season, get to work on it now. AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric has a deal going on. $49. $49 AC tune-up special to get your AC working before it gets too hot, before it gets too late. Schedule an appointment today. They will get there within 2 hours guaranteed. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Who's that? Who's that? What about Rat?
Another chance for you guys to get a keyword to win tickets to the Nuggets and Bucks tomorrow as Giannis comes to town. The keyword for the 7 o'clock hours. It's every hour on the 20s for our Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesdays. The keyword for this hour is Clifford in your first and last name. So Clifford in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's a CSU-themed keyword today. So Clifford is this hour's keyword. What's up, Mosh?
I had a dream. It must have been a dream because I looked it up this morning, and it hasn't happened. But I had a dream. I was convinced when I walked through that front door this morning, Vic, I was convinced that Aaron Rodgers had signed a 1-year contract with Pittsburgh.
Somebody put that in your brain last night and you went to sleep with it?
Somehow it was in my brain when I woke up this morning that he'd signed a 1-year contract and he was going to be the Steelers quarterback. So I had to Google it this morning when I got in. Now, I mean, I know he met with them, and they're deciding what to do, but he's not under contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But that's what my sports brain does. I dream sports.
Okay. Don't know what to do with that now.
I don't know what to do with that either, but I'm just saying.
Who told you that?
I'm just saying that I dreamed that Aaron Rodgers was a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Hey, can I back something up here, by the way? Go back to a conversation from yesterday. You guys couldn't take more than 30 seconds of that Dan Hurley press conference after the game.
Oh, God, no. Oh, there's a lot more that came out, right?
Yeah. I don't know if you saw this, Vic. So when Dan Hurley went off the floor after UConn loses 77-75 to Florida, and he says to the people in the tunnel as he's yelling back towards the arena, I hope they don't bleep you like they just bleeped us, Baylor. Blaming it on the refs. So this whole interaction was caught on video. Nelly, if you got the audio, just play it for the people one more time. Just to give some context to what we're talking about here, because there's another layer to this onion. Go ahead.
I hope they don't do that to you, man.
So that video was caught and recorded by a reporter for Charlotte Sports Live. Joey Ellis is his name. Now remember, Charlotte is not in Connecticut. Charlotte is in North Carolina, where that region was being held. And once the director of men's basketball communications, Bobby Mullen of UConn, saw him record that, he asked for this Ellis guy to delete the video, to which Ellis, as most of us would do, basically gave him the bird and says, no, I don't think so. This is going everywhere.
That's my favorite request, by the way, when someone says delete what's on your phone.
No, it's on my phone now.
Yeah.
It's mine. Sorry. But after he asked him to delete the video, and Ellis declined, he threatened to ruin Ellis's life if he did not cooperate. And I'm trying to figure a couple things out. Number one,
how does Bobby Mullen ruin Joey Ellis's life?
How does UConn men's basketball communications director ruin the life of Charlotte, North Carolina sports reporter Joey Ellis's life? Somebody explain that one to me. Because it's not like, remember, if you want to talk about a beef between a coach or a school and a media member, we had one of those in the spring between Sean Keeler and Dion, where they said, well, you're not allowed to ask questions at the press conference anymore, right? That was his punishment. I suppose you weren't doing that to a guy who lives in Charlotte. So what are you threatening him with?
I don't know. I don't know what he would do. I mean, the only thing they could do is not allow press credentials or press access to their games. But other than that...
Well, your season's done, so we'll wait until next year.
What a hollow threat. What a ridiculous thing to say to somebody.
That only makes it worse for them.
Exactly. And I'm glad it came out, because that guy sounds like a fool. Again, the whole concept of, hey, delete what's on your phone. Well, it's sort of my phone. I mean, I got pictures of my kids, and here's me and my wife went on our honeymoon. I got my parents. Want me to delete all of it? No, give me your phone. I'll delete it. I'm not giving you my phone.
Vic, did you guys have cell phones when you and your wife went on your honeymoon?
Yeah. It's funny. I can't tell you how many times my kids have asked me, Dad, what kind of cell phone did you have when you were my age? Yeah, we didn't have those. The point is, this is my property. You ain't touching my property, dude.
You're missing the point here. It's your coach that made a fool of himself.
Exactly.
It's your coach that screamed that for many, many, many people to hear. It's your coach that was obnoxious and more. It's your coach that used the foul language.
A couple through here. Like, Sean Payton's been prickly before. He said some things that he probably didn't.
Sure.
He regretted. The last thing the Broncos PR staff or whatever can do is, imagine Sean Payton. What was his first comment? That it might have been the worst coaching job in NFL history, talking about Hackett when he first took over.
Yeah.
Now, imagine Patrick Smythe going up to, was it Jarrett Bell who had that article?
Yeah.
And he goes, Jarrett, delete that right now from the audio. You aren't allowed to say. You can't do that.
I'm trying to think if I've ever had a representative from a team ask me to delete or
I never
can't
have,
think of
ever,
anything.
not one time.
Can you imagine going up to someone, all right, forget the phone. I want you to delete all the thoughts from your brain.
Exactly. Delete the memory,
The old
like
Men
the
in Black
thing.
neuralizer. Yeah. Now, I think we've all had this. We've all had information that we know if we shared it would not be received well.
100%.
We've all had those, but
And that
we know
happens
the
a lot
difference.
in this business.
Listen, I've been tuned up by coaches. I've been tuned up by players. I think it's part of the gig. If you're in the business for over 30 years, at some point somebody's going to tune you up for something. And you know what? There are times when I probably deserved it. The time. Listen, the whole greasy thing back in the day, Vic. I was young and I was kind of obnoxious, believe it or not. I know.
No.
At the same time, I think I was also right, but it wasn't the message. It was the way it was presented.
Sure.
Right. It wasn't the factual stuff. It was the presentation, which and I probably deserved it. And So I mean, but that's just the way it goes. This guy, but the audacity of this guy, the entitlement of this guy that I can ruin your life because I'm the basketball SID or whatever the hell I am.
Yeah.
Screw you.
And especially to direct that at an independent journalist who has nothing to do with your team and your program is insanity. Now, listen, Moj, I think I'm saying something that everybody would understand. Because of our affiliation with the teams we cover and the teams we cover on a daily basis, there are things, especially you and me, we're privy to that we're not dumb enough to bring up and talk about. We're just not. There are things that cross the line that are not for public consumption, and you just don't bring it up. And that's just the way it is. This is what you get, and this is how it works. And you're not dumb enough to go beyond that line. But this guy has nothing to do with the team, nothing to do with the program. He was in a public space. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to me? I dare you. Take my phone.
I need help here because it's one of two things. Either I'm ignorant or they're delusional, and I don't know which one it is. Because I've been in a media market, Moj, Vic, that you guys would very well understand. It's a one-horse town, okay? So if, like, Nebraska, with the amount of beat reporters that just report on that football team, went up to somebody and said, if you report this, I'll ruin your life, that's probably not an idle threat. Like, they can keep you from doing the one thing that you're allowed to do as a sports reporter, which is cover that team.
And
they could.
If you can't cover the team, and the way it works in towns like that, because I've been there, if you can't cover that team, you can't generate revenue for your station. And if you can't generate revenue, you're done.
You're excommunicated. That's not an idle threat. That could work there.
You're done.
Is UConn that?
Yeah.
Or are these guys just delusional in thinking that they're gods right now?
Well, UConn is that for people that live in that market. It's not for somebody that, where was this? Greensboro?
Charlotte.
Charlotte? What's good? What? That has nothing to do with Charlotte.
Yeah.
If you live in Mansfield, Connecticut, I'm sure that's probably a very big threat.
Yeah.
Hey,
and you work for the, I don't know, Hartford Current, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
DMac went to every game here in Denver.
Right.
He was at every game.
Right.
If he got video of the Michigan coach walking off the court, I don't know, doing something similar and he shared it, what are they going to do to DMac?
Yeah, the Michigan AD walks up and goes, "I'll ruin your life if you." Okay, how would you take me through the steps on how you ruined my life?
DMac would answer by saying, "My life's already ruined."
Yeah, he would say, "You know what? You can't do more than's already been done. Good luck. Go for it." Right?
Yes.
I think he'd probably respond, "Well, you are the subject of my next 15 podcasts over the next 2 days."
But seriously, when I saw that, I'm like, but doesn't that feel par for the course?
Yes.
Knowing what you know about Dan Hurley and about
Yes.
UConn and about all, listen, the egotistical nature of things, the last almost 3 years with that program, it's like, golly, and this is true, right? This is not alleged. This is true that this guy said this to this guy, right?
This is
Okay.
real. Yeah.
Then, that's so over the top. And so it's just obnoxious to think that you have that kind of pull as the SID of UConn.
Well, here's the other thing you need, okay? You can't have two bad cops. And this guy is not even a cop. He's like a mall security guard in comparison to what Dan Hurley is. But you know what the Broncos, I think, have going that's really good? Is that the Paytons are a stark contrast personality-wise of each other. Like, Sean's a little bit more brash, a little bit more prickly and in your face. And George is just very laid back, even keel. If George Payton got upset with a reporter, wouldn't you be shocked? You'd be like, "Whoa, George doesn't do that." But you can't have two people that are both jerks.
The only example I have of something similar that's happened in my career, when I was in Phoenix, Arizona, in the mid-'90s. Do you guys remember that gambling controversy that occurred with the basketball team?
Where?
Do you guys remember Stephen Headache Smith, that whole in Arizona State?
Oh, of course I do. Yeah, absolutely.
So I had some information on that story that was explosive. And the way I got it was very weird. I got it through one of our interns who was a friend of a friend, an intern who went to school at Arizona State. And the way it works is great. He told me all this stuff, but you still got to make sure that it's true, right? Someone could gossip and you have to go get confirmation on everything. And we got confirmation, and it got to the point where I called the AD and the SID, and I said, here's the information we got. And they said, "Hey, listen, here's the deal. It's all going to come out this afternoon. We're having a press conference, so you can go with it right now." And that was before Twitter. That was before any way to get but you can go with it now. But we're going to step out with this anyway. And so I held on to it. I didn't do any. But would I have made the same choice if we had Twitter back then? Who knows?
Right. Well, the worst part now for UConn, from what I understand, and I don't know that anything will come of it, but apparently the NCAA is involved. I mean, they got wind of this. So there's talk of the possibilities are postseason bans and even loss of scholarships if it's found to be true, and this and that, and their threats were made, and I don't know. I mean, that seems probably a bit much.
That also seems a bit much.
I mean, it seems
So here's what you're talking
fairly
about, Moj.
ridiculous. Hey, look.
I'll just read this real quick. This is from Rob Reinhardt. The NCAA and Raleigh police have launched an investigation into UConn's athletic department following the expletive-filled rant that was caught on camera by a member of the media. He threatened to delete the video or I'd ruin your life. I'm told the NCAA is considering a possible postseason ban and loss of scholarship spots. Local law enforcement is also investigating the matter as making threats is illegal in North Carolina.
All right. That's too much. Here's the way it goes down. You lose a tight game. You've got an egotistical coach. He spouts off in the tunnel, right? Makes a fool of himself. Guy catches it. Dude thinks he's big man on campus, right? He thinks he's a badass. Threatens reporter. Hey, get rid of that. Reporter says, "Up yours." And then that's it. I mean, that's all it is. But it makes UConn look really bad. It makes them look petulant. It makes them look offensive. I mean, it's silly. It's really silly.
Would you?
But I'm here for it because Dan Hurley drives me insane.
If you had a piece of video that could ruin a person's life, ruin their career, ruin everything, would you go public with that video?
I mean, it depends. Are they murdering somebody?
No,
I
no.
mean-
I'm talking about something that is said. Something that is said, something that is done that may be, politically incorrect. Misconduct.
I'm trying to find
bad
like
behavior.
what exactly that would constitute. So nothing like illegal.
No,
But
nothing
just-
that would cause pain, but something that would be frowned upon to the point where that person would lose his or her job.
Like if I had a video behind the scenes of you guys playing the dunk hoops game at the old studio, and I had video evidence of the things you used to say to each other.
Because, and this is where the line is drawn, I think, because I've seen that happen before. I've seen lives and careers ruined, and it didn't have to be that way. And I think somebody crossed that line into a space that, come on, man. Come on. Really? I've seen that happen, and I don't agree with that.
Just for the sake of that person getting clicks is what you're talking about? Like, I don't think I would do it.
Well, I guess it always comes back, what's the point? Why release that? Like, and I have a specific example in mind that I'm not going to bring up.
People hate
people.
Can you do it in code in another way?
Who's the person that tried?
It ruined a coach's career.
Well, John Gruden got ruined.
And it didn't harm anyone per se. Words can be harmful, right? It's the old words can be harmful, but it didn't harm anyone in specific, and it ruined this person's life. And I disagreed from the get-go on the release of that. And I was like, man, you got to look in the mirror.
Well, that gets into weird territory where you feel like you're playing the moral arbiter of life when you know that there's probably something about all of us that if it got released would make us look bad and
put it this way,
have consequences.
If we had microphones during our commercial breaks, we'd all be fired.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that.
Moj,
it
would take two commercial breaks to be fired.
We might be on cable television or something.
Moj, we'd be fired.
Somebody at the NFL had John Gruden's emails.
Right away.
And if they just sat on those emails, nothing would have changed, right? At all. But somebody at the NFL specifically wanted to get
here's
him.
the thing.
Nelly,
The
I
guy
want you
who
to
wanted to
record
get him was
Moser.
the guy who's in charge of the league because he went after him.
Roger Goodell.
Yeah.
Nelly, I want you to record Moser up and not tell him. And we're going to release those files at the end of this show.
Breaking news: Connor McGahee will be on the TV call tonight with Altitude.
I don't say
anything. Moser, just admit it now.
It's not that we're bad people, but if we were recorded saying the things that we would
We'd be
say,
fired.
we'd be fired.
I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
I mean, it's okay to admit that.
I'm not saying you're a bad person or you're taking shots at people in particular. It's just that we have foul mouths.
No, Moser, I'm in the same boat as you, man. Especially if somebody put a microphone in my car when I'm trying to drive up I-25 and it's bumper-to-bumper traffic and somebody cuts me off, like the things I say I'd never be able to work again in this country. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person. The things you say during commercial breaks, I'm just saying.
Okay, so having said all that, you give this guy some slack, or is it just we don't like him?
Who? The guy who threatened to ruin the other guy's life? What are you talking
Hurley.
about?
Hurley. Do you cut him some slack or not?
No, I think he
I
should be
don't-
in prison. To be
Yeah,
honest with you.
I don't want to because I don't like him. I think he's entitled, and I think he's
Okay,
he's
if
way
he were
over the
some
top.
other coach, if he were not Hurley and he didn't have that history, would you give him some slack?
Name the coach.
I don't know. Name any coach. Nico Medved. If he came off the court after the CSU game and said, "Hey, good luck, guys. We just got screwed."
That guy's just airing out his frustration.
Okay, see? See?
No,
See what I'm talking about?
I'm kidding. Here's the difference, Vic. Nico Medved, when he got to his press conference, didn't say that.
I get it.
He said, I give credit to the kid for making a shot. They didn't call it travel. It doesn't matter. That's how you should handle these things.
I just think we crossed the line in our business from beacon of the people, sort of we report the news, we investigate, to tattletalers. I
agree with you. I think that stuff's gross.
And there's a lot of tattletaling that goes on in this business that, frankly, I personally didn't get in the business for that. If it doesn't hurt anyone, if it doesn't affect anyone, what are we doing?
Well, we can jump back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
Please refrain from discussing or engaging in any sort of inter-office or or finger or sting or or even though so many people in this office are begging for it. And if anybody does anything with my sister Lindsay, I'll take off my pants, I'll shave, And it's personally.
Let's get this.
What?
What
is that, like the ultimate HR situation?
That's what I got of Moser during the last
Oh,
break.
yeah,
okay,
of course.
yeah.
Yes.
He does often talk about his sister.
Hey, I got a question. So, the latest mock that I've seen from Mike Tannenbaum has this as the first 3 picks. Cam Ward is going 1 to Tennessee. Travis Hunter is going 2 to the Cleveland Browns. Shedeur Sanders is going 3 to the New York Giants.
That seems to be the 1 and the 3 seem to be the most solidified. I saw a recent mock draft where it had Travis Hunter going 7 to the Jaguars.
So, having the second and third best players as picked in the draft, if this were to happen, from the same school is really impressive. Now, I went down the list at number 20, where the Broncos are. They have the Broncos taking Omarion Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina, which I would love. I would love that. But I got a question in reading all this, because I saw an article the other day when Cam Ward had his pro day. And he went to the Tennessee Titans scouts. And hang on, let me find the exact line here. I'm solidifying it, talking about solidifying himself as the number 1 overall pick. And I've always wondered this. And this might be better for Shedeur if he is not considered the best quarterback on the board, which I think is obviously arguable. I would have no problem if somebody said he's better than Cam Ward. I think I would have him better than Cam Ward.
Although I like Cam Ward an awful lot. Always have.
Here's the thing, though. In some of these, Cam Ward is always in like the top 3. Now, I've seen some mocks in which Shedeur's been fluctuating anywhere from like 3 all the way to like the teens or 20s. If I'm Shedeur, I don't think I would hate the drop. I really don't. Like, I think about it this way. If I'm Cam Ward, why would I want to solidify myself to go to Tennessee as opposed to a better team?
I totally agree. A lot of this is ego, right?
Yeah.
A lot of this is ego. The higher you're drafted, my ego feels good. But at the end of the day, like, I'll give you an example. The greatest example, the Baltimore Ravens drafted whom at the end of the first round? Lamar Jackson, who fell down the board. In fact, I'm sitting there, I'll never forget it. I'm at the Bronco headquarters saying, go get Lamar Jackson. They had just signed Case Keenum. I understand. Go get him. That dude fell down the board. He fell to a good team.
Like, if Shedeur drops, the only bad thing from that, because Shedeur doesn't need money. Money isn't a factor on a rookie contract. That doesn't matter to him. The only thing that would impact him negatively is the cameras that would be on him for a couple hours as he waits to get picked. That's it.
Nobody wants
It's the
to
only
be Aaron
problem.
Rodgers at draft day.
Exactly.
The two biggest drops that I've seen were the cameras in their face the entire time of the drop. One is Aaron Rodgers, the other is Warren Sapp.
Don't forget Brady Quinn.
Brady Quinn was
on
bad.
Brady Quinn too.
Brady Quinn was bad.
Okay, those 3 guys. And I'm sure it's incredibly painful, right?
Where you're just sweat. You see him sweating. They're like,
Yeah.
oh. And again, you're right, Vic. It's all just ego and embarrassment, which
100%.
sucks. I mean, it's not fun.
But that's what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, the money is negligible because you're going to make it up if you're that good anyway. You're going to make it up at some point. And if you're going to a team that's going to give you a better chance to succeed early, you win. It's a win-win.
If I gave Shedeur the option and I said, you can be taken number 1 by the Titans and call yourself the number 1 overall pick in the draft and try and be the face of a franchise to turn that place around. Or I can have you wait 20 more picks and be taken at 21 by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why would you not choose being 21st overall to go to that situation with now DK Metcalf and George Pickens? Who wouldn't want that?
He's not
to
gonna,
an organization
go
that
far.
wins.
There's no way he goes that far.
I'm just saying, for argument's sake, why wouldn't you take that over being number 1 outside of ego?
They're all asked that question. Ashton Genty was asked the question, would you like to play for the Broncos? His immediate response was, well, I'm not going to be around for 20. But if so be it, great. But I'm not going to be around for 20.
Yeah.
But if you asked him it this way, would you rather play for the Broncos if it meant you dropped 10 spots in the draft?
I mean, I would. Now, running back's a little bit different, but I'm still like, I would rather go to the better situation that allows. Here's the translation I would make, especially if you're worried about money. Because look, being the number 1 overall pick and the number 21 overall pick is a big difference in cash.
Sure.
You know what also is a big difference in cash? A second contract. If you go to a good organization as a quarterback and they feel the need to give you a second contract, you're going to make $300 million.
And we have so many stories of Hall of Famers dropping for no apparent reason. Dan Marino, if you go back and watch one of the best 30 for 30s ever made.
Really good.
What was the name of that 30 for 30?
From Marino to Elway.
Yeah.
Is that what it was called?
I think it's called that. But watching Marvin Demoff describe how everything's going down, because at the time, I'm just a kid, right? Vic, you're just a kid. You don't.
Marvin Demoff is the former agent of both Elway and Marino, correct?
Yeah. And to watch him it's fascinating. Have you seen it?
A long time ago, yeah.
Go back and watch it again because, again, we lived it, but we were young, we were kids. So you don't really know what you don't know. But I remember it. But then to go back and when he goes through the timeline, Vic, of the phone calls,
outstanding.
Talk to so and so.
He kept all the notes.
Yeah, he kept all the
notes. It's an outstanding.
It's meticulous and it's really, really cool, man.
Hey, Brett, quick trivia question, and this could impact your career here. Who among our people is related to Marvin Demoff?
I would assume Kevin.
In what way? If you don't answer correctly, you're done here.
He's son?
All right, good job. You keep
I had a little Jack Plummer moment that was creeping up in my head. Didn't want to be too crazy about
Vic,
it.
To listen to the former GMs talk about it, to listen to everybody discuss it was really a cool thing. So
I'm telling you, it's outstanding because you get inside the minds. And the reason why it's a great documentary is because it was a precursor, that draft, to when the draft got really out of hand and crazy. Yeah. That was still back in the day where everything was done on pencil and paper.
Right.
It wasn't the draft you see today that's a made-for-TV event.
And you hear Pete Rozelle announce Ken O'Brien's name from UC Davis, and the Jets fans are like, ah! They're going crazy. It was really awesome. But I guess my question is, if you were Shedeur, would you want to play for the New York Giants? Number one, they stink. Number two, you're going to have...
I don't know, but...
And I guess he doesn't mind the cameras and the microphones because he's always been a part of that.
The Giants have been a good organization. They've just been bad the last few years. I think the track record would count more than just the last couple awful ones that they've had. Now, going to the point we're talking about, though, Texture makes a great one. Could you imagine if Brock Purdy had gone to the Browns or some organization like that, as opposed to the Niners? If he doesn't go to San Francisco, Brock Purdy's a quarterback you've never heard of. He is Brandon Allen. He is Brett Rippon. He's one of those guys, right? Brock Purdy's not on the cusp of making $270 million in a contract if he's not taken by the Niners. Imagine that. Brock Purdy on the Browns. Do you think you've ever heard of Brock Purdy?
Probably not, no. Not unless he really is. See, here's the thing, though. You don't think he's the real deal, so you think he would have flamed out someplace else. What if he is the real deal and he elevates the Cleveland Browns?
But it allowed him to mature earlier, being on a better team. He may not have gotten that period of maturity when you're playing for a crap team. All those quarterbacks that Cleveland cycled through, all those years. I'll give you a case in point. Matt Darnold situation. Or Matt Darnold.
Sam Darnold?
Sam Darnold situation. Why do I keep calling him Matt Darnold?
You called me Greg for the first 3 months I was here.
I did. Do you remember that?
Yeah, with 2 G's. Yep. Yeah, 2 G's. Not just Greg, but Greg with 2 G's.
You could just make a 1-to-1, Vic. Baker Mayfield.
Yes. Yeah. That's a great
Baker
point.
was in Cleveland.
Yeah, when you live in that misery, your true talents are never exposed. Why did I call you Greg? There was a reason for that. And I legit thought your name was Greg for a long time.
You said it on the air.
Yeah.
I don't know why you did. No, I don't know why.
You could pass for a Greg, though.
You do.
You
pass for
really,
Greg
you
with
could,
2 G's.
You could totally pass for a
100%.
Greg. Yep.
If there's anybody among us that could pass as a Greg with 2 G's, you'd be that guy.
You'd be the guy. Yep.
I think our listeners agree. Listeners, take a look. One of us is named Greg with 2 G's.
Well, you
Who is
passed
it?
for a Leprechaun O'Reilly. How's that sound?
See, you don't have to be a jerk about it. I'm just stating a fact because it happened.
By the way, it's not necessarily pejorative. Agree with two G's. It's just
It feels that way.
It's just a fact.
It does feel that way.
Well, I mean, you can take it that way. I'm not sure that I mean, maybe I mean it that way a little bit.
By the
Maybe
way,
Vic means it that way a little bit, but it's the truth.
The insulting part is not necessarily Greg, is that you're throwing the 3 G's on there. That's the
Well,
problem.
2 G's at the end, 1 in the front. We don't count the 1 in the front. We just count the 2 at the end.
You talk about excessive.
That's
use of consonants.
That's crazy. What is with the 2 G's? Where does that come from?
Like the 1 G.
I mean, I guess I have 2 T's in my name.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, but the 2 T Brett is much better than the 1 T Brett, and I think that's
100%.
inarguable.
You're more conventional. If you go 1 T, you think you're.
But the 2 G Greg is way worse.
But the
than the
2
1
G
G
Greg is way worse. Yes,
it's like Moser with
weird.
it's like Mark with the C. He thinks he's really cool. Hey, check me out. Hey, everybody. Hey, look at this.
I don't know.
That's why he likes the French. It's a very French thing to do, is to throw a C at the end of your name.
I don't know why my parents named me that. I really have no idea.
Hey,
Do
watch
you know what?
this, everybody. We're gonna throw a C here just so everybody thinks he's cool.
Like if your full name was Marcus,
That'd be
and
one
you
thing,
went
yeah.
you went with a C, then it would make
It's
more
stupid.
sense.
I have a dumb name. Do you know what my mother wanted to name me?
Hang on. Let me
Greg
think
with
here.
2 G's.
No.
Hang on.
By the way, my mom's now dead. You can't say
Okay.
anything.
All right.
The late, great Moser's mom.
Yep.
Bernard.
Which would have been cool. I was praying
Bernard
for.
is, you know what?
Well,
There
when I
is
was in
a
the-
certain amount
when I
of-
was in the womb, I was praying for Giancarlo. I was praying for Giancarlo.
Yeah,
There is sophistication with Bernard. Ladies and gentlemen, Bernard Moser.
Bernie. She wanted to name me Kevin.
Oh.
You look like a Kevin. I actually get that.
Screw you.
No, you do look. What do you mean? Are you insulting Kevin Demoff, the head cheese
No.
of this company?
Are you insulting Kevin Shockey?
No, but what?
By the way, Kevin, if you're listening, had no idea you were a nepo baby. How's that?
Take that L on the way out.
Hey, by the way, no, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it that way. I'm saying you're just saying that you're trying to say it in retaliation for your
You
defensive
look like a
mechanism.
Kevin.
I know what name you wanted. I know. You wanted Brawny.
Yeah.
That would have been good too. I could have done a lot with that.
Yeah, you know what my dad's name for me originally was? LeBron James Jr. is what he was going to call. All right, back after this.
You know exactly what month this is, don't you? That means the madness of the deals and the sales at Silterhar Motors of Broomfield is going to blow you away. Right now, they've got amazing deals on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles right there on the lot. 5 brands, even more than that. So if you're looking for a new ride for the spring and the summer, you can feel that warmth in the air, can't you? Feels good. Maybe get a little new rig with a sunroof. Maybe the top comes off, something like that. Now's the time to get it. Shop online at sthmotors.com. We're going to clean them out. sthmotors.com. Then get to Silterhar Motors right there at Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield. Greg Larson and his crew are the best. They're going to take care of you. Trust me when I tell you. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Another keyword coming your way in 15 minutes.
Space, is that space trucking? What is that?
This is Highway Star
Yeah,
by
Highway
Deep
Star, that's what
Purple
it
on a
is.
Moser,
Yeah.
Lombardi, and Kane. All requests morning.
Hey, Vic, I've known you for almost 30 years. What's amazing to me, Brett, is now I've known you for over 6 years, which is bizarre to me because you were just a baby. No wife.
Beautiful baby girl.
No kid. Well, actually, you had a wife, but no kid.
Vic, stop cleaning your teeth into the microphone immediately. You got
Okay.
you got a real JJ Redick thing going on
swear
right
to
now.
God. And see, I feel like I learned
schematically.
Gross. I feel like I learned something about you guys every single day. I have a little test for you guys. I want to learn a little bit more about both of you, all right?
God.
And I think I know the way this is going to go as we roll on here. By the way, I'm going to talk some big-time Avs.
Cut
Detroit.
to the chase.
Stop it. I'm going to play something for you, and I want your initial visceral reaction. And by the way, I want to put it out there, too, on the text line. I want to learn about our listeners. 303-504-0925.
I'm feeling
Get
visceral right now.
To the point.
Nelly.
No, I've heard that sound in the last 2 breaks.
Nelly, turn it up, please, a little bit.
No.
What does this have to do with sports talk radio? What is this?
No, this is about us learning about each other.
I don't care to learn more
show.
about you.
Okay. Moj?
Here's the difference between you and me, Moj. You want to learn about me and my life and where I'm from, and you want to learn about Brett.
Nelly,
I don't care about your life.
Cut it off. Cut it.
I don't care what you do in your free time. I don't care about your hog. I don't care.
Well, you should care about it.
All right, here's the thing, Moj. I don't care about that sound. I don't care about it at all.
See, that
you
tells
know
me-
this about me by
that
now.
tells-
You
that
know
t-
this about
right,
Vic
that-
by now.
That tells me all I need to know about the both of you.
Here's what
because to me that sound is one of the best sounds in the history of mankind.
Well, I got a sound for you.
Here's what I've learned about you. I can't trust you to do this.
Thank you, Paul.
You are banned from bringing things up coming back from break ever again.
100%,
Well,
'cause
not
it
ever
takes
again.
us
I'm
off
going to
the
say
rails.
you're banned for 48 hours because I gave you 2 opportunities today. You played the sounds of a car, and the second one you said, I had a dream that Aaron Rodgers signed with the Steelers, and that was the end of that conversation.
Moser, listen, I love you like a brother, and you know how much I care for you. But in all honesty, I don't care one iota about your stupid motorcycle engine.
That was a 69 Dodge Charger.
Yep.
That was not a
Makes
motorcycle.
no
I don't know
difference
what
to
the
me.
hell. It's all the same to me. I don't care.
That was a cold start. It's called cold start.
Nobody, as little care as I have, I can't even put into a thimble. In fact, that car could be stolen as we speak. I would not care.
The text line agrees with me. That's
Someone
any
please steal his
consolation.
car.
I don't have that car, but I wish I did have that car. I can't afford that car.
I also like Moser.
It's not even your car?
No, it's not my car.
No,
It's
What are we doing?
It's an internet car.
The account he sent it from is classic cars _
Oh,
cold
hold on a second.
starting.
Now my mind is blown.
Classic cars cold starting. There's an account just for
You
that.
mean to tell me you just played the start of an engine on a car that's not even yours? For what?
To learn more about you. And by the way, both of you came through with flying colors on what I already thought. You both suck.
Hey, I got something for you that is sports and show related. You guys see Miko take a puck off the face last night?
I sure did.
Nelly, I sent you a photo. Pull this up on the video behind us for those watching on Twitch and YouTube and Altitude Television. Because you want to talk about a shiner. It looks like the puck got lodged inside his cheek.
Dude, that looked bad.
Yeah. Like planted inside of his face. But I'll bring this up, and once the video comes up, we can take a look. To say this. Netchis, in the way he fits with this team, and the way that a lot of these guys picked up at the deadline, we're going to get some audio from Brock Nelson, who was on with, was it PhD yesterday, Nelly? We'll get some audio from Brock Nelson in a second. Yeah, go ahead and give us a zoom on that, Nelly, because that thing, it looks as if the puck is inside of his face.
This is one of those shots where you wonder why these guys even play this sport.
Yeah. So, I mean, look at here.
Not here. Not here.
Here.
Not there.
It looks
here.
like it's inside of his mouth. He looks like a chipmunk. But yeah, that hurts.
Oh,
but
my God, dude. Imagine what that's going to look like today.
I know. I say this to say the further that we get away from it, I didn't want to react too early, but I think I'm in a place where I can say this with some confidence and some gusto. I love Mikko. I like this version of the Avs better. I do.
They're more powerful.
I think that
they're deeper.
Necas in his ability, because Moj, tell me if I'm off on this. Mikko was elite level one-timer, park at the dot and finish. He was a finisher.
He could stick handle, though. I mean, he could do a lot of things.
Brett.
But Necas does what the elite players on this team do, and McKinnon and McCarr and a lot of other people. Val, he can weave between traffic. He can skate like. It just feels like it's a better fit for how this team is made up.
He can be a puck lugger. Who the guy who was the puck lugger up the ice on this team was Nathan McKinnon, right? I mean, that guy will carry it end to end. McCarr will do it too, but it's not his job. He's going to send it ahead.
Yeah.
But it just can do the same kind of thing. He can carry it from end to end, and his skating is superb. Now, does he have the same kind of finish as this guy with the fat face? No.
No.
He doesn't have the same. He doesn't have the same finish, but you know what? He does other things as well, and he makes them dynamic. Really does.
You know, the difference is this. It's pretty simple. As much as I really, really respected and admired and loved Mikko, we loved Yelling Moose, we loved all of it. It's not a 1.5 line team anymore. They're deeper.
Yeah.
They've got lines.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So
Some people call him the Moose.
The depth of this team is what makes it a more powerful team. The depth. They've got it now. They didn't have it a month and a half ago. Not like they do now.
Well, their ability just to, it felt before that they were toying around with some different line combinations and pairings just because they had to find something that worked. And now they're doing it, I think, to see how deep this team can actually go if they have to. It's not like we are getting nothing. We need to throw this guy on the top line just to see if he brings another. We know this works. What else can work?
Fellas? Did you see the video? And I want to give proper credit to whoever released it. It was on Twitter yesterday. The video of Gabriel Landeskog scoring that goal and fist pumping like Tiger Woods.
Mm-hmm.
I'm moved.
Wait, you're moved or it moved?
Both.
So what I'm seeing is Jesse Montano has a video of him skating around. I'll say this. Much like the Necas thing, I was trying to give this time. Gabe's playing.
He's going.
He's playing.
Going. It's all adding up. He's going. They're not going to say anything. They don't want to blow this up. They don't want to do anything to harm the advancement he's made, the improvement he's made. But I would not doubt it one bit if he's ready for game 1 of the playoffs. And if it works, it works. If he goes, he goes. If he doesn't, he can say he put everything he had into it.
We're going to talk to the coach tomorrow. I don't know why you're leaning away from the microphone and acting like we're saying something crazy.
I don't understand the response and the.
I've had
weird, man.
But I've had this feeling. I've had this feeling now ever since this docuseries came out. And I said, if you guys remember, I had a conspiracy antenna that went up, and I'm like, why is all this media happening for Gabe now? And people said, well, he's promoting the show. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's it, though. I don't think that he does this pass for somebody who's been as private as he's been for 3 straight years to all of a sudden do a media onslaught. Feels really weird without something else coming.
Moj, why are you acting so jerky?
Because I don't want to talk about it until I see it.
We just saw it. I just saw video.
You didn't see crap. You don't even know what you saw. You saw a guy who scored a goal in practice yesterday and fist bumped, and he skated around. That's great.
He's skating fast.
Yeah, go. Okay, listen. Well, hold on a second. There's practice fast and there's game fast, okay? I'm not downplaying it because he looks better than I've seen him at any point in the last 3 years.
That's all I'm saying.
And that might even be game 6 against the friggin' Lightning, okay?
Okay,
but
he looks fast.
Okay. What I'm saying is that when I saw the interview with Kiefer in the docuseries, what did I say? What was my reaction? I've only said it 100 times in the show. I was hopeful.
It meant so little. Hopeful. I don't remember.
All right.
Hopeful. Yes.
I was hopeful. I'm still very, very hopeful.
Well, then why are you poo-pooing?
Time out. Number one, I don't want to jinx anything, okay? That's me.
Oh, don't be a witchcraft guy.
Number two, he's got to get faster, in my opinion. Also, number three, he's got to take hits. Now, maybe in practice when we don't see it, he's got one of the coaches, somebody's cross-checking him in the corner, that kind of thing.
Is this about taking hits, though? Like, I would feel like this is not about he gets hit and things get dislodged now. It's whether he can skate on it or not.
Well, I mean, again, you're ramping up. You're getting that knee as physically fit as possible. Mm-hmm. The muscles tight. Everything good and strong as it can possibly be to withstand going to the front of the net and having 6'7" Logan Stanley lean on you like he's draped all over your back like a cape, right? Having guys go into the corner with you and blow you up. Hey, by the way, you're at top speed. You get your legs tangled up. You go flying into the end boards, right? You get back up and oh, God, that hurt like hell. You make your way back out of the zone. You make a chance. I mean, these kind of things have to happen. That's real hockey. That's pro hockey, right? It's collisions when you don't expect it. It's being wrenched on all shift long, and this guy is giving you the business right in your numbers all shift long. And you're leaning on that leg, and you're relying on that leg. I mean, all these things have to happen.
Well, that didn't happen in the video that was released yesterday. We saw him score a goal.
Okay, I'm incredibly hopeful, but this is just another step, Vic. And I don't want anything. I don't want any setbacks. I want any this, that. Mm-hmm. I'm knocking on my wood, boys. You guys are going to force me to knock on my wood all day.
But I don't.
Well, don't make any proclamations then. Just say, you know what? It looks awesome. I'm excited. Hopeful.
The only proclamation I have is that if it's not now, it's going to be hard to see next season. And so
I couldn't agree more. If not now, then when, right?
Yes.
And if this doesn't work, then that's it. And I'm hoping that it works because you want the player. You want everything about the player. You want the player. You also want the guy. You want the leader. You want it all.
Again, let my conspiracy antenna go up again from the stuff that we have seen from Gabe, whether it's the docuseries, whether it's the interview with Kiefer, whether it's the Spit and Chicklets podcast, whether it's whatever. Not a single time has he sounded hesitant at all.
No, he sounds
not
very positive.
a single time. Every time he's asked about it, he goes, what was the last clip that really went viral where he said, these people count me out thinking I'm retiring. They might have to rethink that.
Yeah.
Like, he's not saying this stuff unless he has a clear, near future plan in front of him.
He did a world tour. He went on Spit and Chicklets podcast. The world tour is there for a reason. He is going to give it a go, whether you think it's your cautiousness is infuriating to me because he's telling you what he's going to do.
I think he would love to give it a go. I would love to have him give it a go. He's got to build up to the go, bro. He's not there yet.
You're being the protective mother. Let the kid out of the nest.
I agree with Vic. It's here. Right. It's time.
Okay. Nobody cares about. I get it.
Part of me thinks the only reason he's not active right now is because they just can't salary cap wise.
Oh, I don't think he's ready to play hockey today. No, not a chance.
Well, that too. Yeah, but I mean, why would they interrupt? They're not going to do anything until the playoffs, dude. It's just not going to happen.
Well, hang on a second. This is the problem I have, though. The Avs right now are 71 games in. They have 11 games left. What is that? 3 weeks left in the season?
About that.
Well, God, he's not ready now. In 3.5 weeks, he will be. What are we talking about here?
I want to see him get hit.
No, Moshe, hang on.
Well, Moshe, if you
hold on,
call him.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop for a second. What I just said was, I think part of the reason why he's not in the lineup right now and giving it a go is because they can't contractually, because they have the LTIR money and Correct. They can't do it. And you said, I don't think he's ready to go right now. Mm-hmm. What's the real difference between now and 21 days from now? What's the difference?
Moshe, could he skate with the Eagles in the game?
Don't hang on. Don't give me that face. I'm asking a legitimate question. You don't think he's ready now, but in less than a month he will be for an injury that's taken 3 years. That just sounds weird to me. That he's going to, like, he's at 70% now, but he'll be at 100 in 3 weeks makes no sense.
I don't know where he'll be in 3 weeks, Brett, which is why I'm hopeful but cautious.
But do you understand my question I'm
Okay.
asking you? When you say he's not ready now, and I go, if he's coming back for the playoffs, that's not 5 months away.
We were in Montreal. God, I forget who it was. And it's morning skate, and the Avs are working on the power play, and EJ is on the PK. And the puck goes into the corner, and I forget who it was, but he goes into the corner and he smokes this guy. Whoever it was, whether it was Drury, I forget. No, it wasn't Drury. I forget who it was. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But he went to the corner and laid a pretty good, not pro NHL game lick, but he laid a pretty good lick on the guy. I would love to see that, and then have Landy bounce out of the corner, make his way to the front of the net, get wrenched on, and then nice deflection for Italy. I'd love to see that.
All I'm saying is, if you're telling me he is not ready to go right now, then he is not going to be ready for the postseason.
That is completely untrue.
What changes? What changes, though, Moj?
Well, you start taking contact. You start taking contact.
Okay, let's continue a little bit of this on the other side, and we'll give another keyword out if you guys
want
want
contact?
tickets. You want tickets to the Nuggets and Bucks game tomorrow. 303-504-0925. Keep that number handy. Keyword coming your way next.
Don't.
Don't what?
Don't give me hope.
All right, keyword for the 8 o'clock hour. If you want tickets to the Nuggets and Bucks game with Giannis coming to town tomorrow, the keyword for this hour is Medved. Text Medved and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We are giving keywords on the 20s of every hour for our Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday. You can also go to nuggets.com/insider to sign up for that Nuggets Insider newsletter with playoff ticket presale access if you sign up for that. Now, we'll go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Moshe has brought in, I guess, reinforcements for him because we were ganging up on him.
I haven't talked to this guy at all about this. You guys completely ask the questions unabated. You guys go about your business. Hello, Riker. How are you?
Hi, Riker.
I'm good, bud. I'm coming in fresh here. Let's hit it. What do we got?
Okay.
Who are we fighting?
Riker, here's what's going on. I'm just trying to get Moser to answer a question, and he won't answer it, and it has to do with Gabe Landeskog. We saw the video. He's been skating, 4th practice in a row, all that different stuff. Me and Vic are under the impression that Gabe is coming back because of all the other circumstances surrounding that, along with these videos coming out. But here's my main question. I said to Moser that Gabe would probably be, in my mind, if not in the lineup, close to getting in the lineup at the end of the regular season, had it not been for LTIR
you said
cap
tonight.
purposes.
I said he can't. I said he would not play tonight. No.
And here's my reasoning. If he's not ready to go now, then why would he be ready in 3 weeks when the playoffs start? And Moj didn't answer the question, so I'll pose it to you.
I did answer the question, Rex. Go ahead.
Well, it's a pretty easy question, fellas. You need more than 4 practices.
Sure.
So even if that needs 100%, you need weeks and weeks of regular practice just to build up that cardio and get some physical play in practice. So in 3 weeks, could you be ready as opposed to today? Yeah, absolutely.
Hey Rex, you remember in Montreal a couple days ago we saw who did EJ go in the corner against on the PK in practice in the morning skate and smoke? Who was that? You remember?
Oh, yes. Who was that in the corner?
But it wasn't an NHL hit, but he went in there pretty good, right? I mean, he was practicing hard, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a good answer for you guys. Well, I had to come back from injury a few times in my career. Skating lines all day is one thing, and keeping up in practice is one thing. The hardest thing to get your true conditioning is when you start smashing guys. Mm-hmm. It's a whole nother level of physical endurance when you got to go in, you got to torque your core to push somebody off, grab the puck, hit somebody in the face, smash another guy. That'll be the last level for Gabe to hit before he's game ready.
So what are we arguing here? Why is this a debate? I mean, we're all in agreement that he's ratcheting up his on ice stuff to play. What's the problem here?
Yeah, sounds to me like Kaner's got a thorn in the saddle there, and he's just trying to start something that ain't there. Are you outside the bar, Kaner, right now, just looking for a fight? What's the deal?
No. I was trying to get Moser to answer my question. He wouldn't answer it. And then he brought in reinforcements.
Right. What I said is, look, I said, skating around and pumping your fist after you score a goal is awesome. I said, I am cautiously hopeful that this can happen. But again, I think we're all going to have to see more. The coaching staff, I think Gabe has to see more. I said, you don't have Logan Stanley at 6'7" draped all over you like a cape in front of the net trying to smash your face in, right? And you're really pushing on that leg as hard as you possibly can. You're not being upended and knocked into the corner, right? And you have to get up from that and whatever else. You don't have a guy cross-checking you in the numbers 17 times in a row, Adam Foote style. And you gotta really, really wrench on that right leg. Not that it won't handle it, not that he can't handle it, not that it's not coming, but that ain't right now.
Yeah, Moj, you said it perfectly. I think you answered the question. Kaner's just not listening clearly. Bottom line is, I think Gabe has talked about setbacks, right? He's openly talked about it over the last 2.5 years. So I believe if there's no setbacks from here to the start of the playoffs, he's going to play. That's what I believe.
Final question I have for you, Riker. Is it safe to assume then that Gabriel Landeskog is foaming at the bit to play?
Like, you caught me there, Vic. I was ready to answer the question. He's the definition of foaming at the bit. Isn't live television great, fellas?
That was so good because you guys just carried on that conversation like nothing happened. Moser quickly fixed it. You were like, yeah, okay, I was wrong. No problem. Let's go on.
The worst part, Vic, is I said it so confidently, like I knew. I'm an old school farmer. I'm a horse trader, like foaming at the bits. That's a thing. It's not.
You know what's crazy, Riker, is that me and Moser are both guilty of this. Vic will say something with confidence, and we just agree because he sounded confident when he said it. I'm surprised that Moser actually caught it.
He caught it, and then he described it eloquently as the play was in full process. That's the best part.
My favorite was when you said to Moser, I believe that's an old horse term.
Because I thought Mose had no idea what I was talking about. I didn't know he was leading in to making fun of me, so it's pretty good.
Riker, you're the best. Thanks for the time, buddy.
See you, bud.
Thanks, boys.
There you go. Mark Rycroft on the call with Moj.
That's very listen, it's just you guys made a proclamation. He's back. Well, yeah, but
calm down.
There's stuff. That's all. But aren't you excited about it though?
Yes.
What are the possibilities? And by the way, Dallas won last night. So they shut out Minnesota by a final score of 3-0.
Is that good? All right. Is that good or bad right now?
You could tell they were foaming at the bit.
Well,
you want to push Minnesota aside.
Yeah, but
at the same time, you don't want Dallas to gain points.
You want to catch Dallas. Well, okay. I guess the question is, do you fear having to start in Dallas?
Well, you got to come to terms with that.
I think you do, yeah. On the home ice this season, Dallas is 27-7-2. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
The Avs are 23-10-2.
You know what? I'm going full Matt Calvert on this. I fear no man or animal.
Okay.
When it comes to the Avs right now.
The Avs also have 20 wins.
I love this team.
The Avs also have 20 wins on the road, and Dallas does not. They've only got 18 this season.
It's funny you say that. I have the same feeling about the Nuggets, road versus home. Everybody's so concerned about it, and I'm looking at the Nuggets record, and I'm saying, fellas, their records are almost identical, home and road.
Right.
What does it matter?
Yeah, screw it. Let's go.
I want to get to the Nuggets in a second, but just while we're on the subject, Moj, the biggest thing that you have a concern about with the Avs heading into the postseason, the thing that could hold them back from the ultimate goal, the biggest deficiency is what?
It's a great. I don't
like. They're pretty clean.
Right now. They're playing pretty clean. I guess I'd look for no lulls, just foot on the gas at all times. And when the playoffs roll around, there should be absolutely zero issue with going foot on the gas 24/7. It's do or die. It's either you either become a hockey immortal or you're just an also-ran, right? Now that's what it is, because once you get on the cup, that's hockey immortality.
Can I ask you guys a question? Somebody on Twitch said Val. Is that even in your mind?
Not in my mind at all.
Me neither.
Not even in the slightest.
Wasn't in my mind until you brought it up, to be honest with you. You just put it in my mind.
Well, a texter brought it up. I just wonder how many people have that. Like, I don't have...
Oh, I'm sure the residual fright is probably there for a lot of people, and maybe even for some teammates. I don't know, but I personally don't have that.
I don't. Here's why I don't, and maybe this is silly. He's throwing his entire career away if it happens again. He's never playing again.
Exactly.
And I think that's a pretty stiff penalty that's going to keep you in line.
This would be strike 3. You're out.
Yeah.
Give us your punch out.
Really strike 4.
Do you want home plate umpire or base umpire?
Well, this would be you're done with the game.
You can't throw it up in the air.
Oh, I throw it up.
You can't do it.
Got to throw it up.
But you know what? They're just very, very. They're good all over the place. They're good up the middle. They're good in the back end. I guess injury. I think everybody probably worries about that. You want a healthy Josh Manson for the postseason. Sammy
Every
G's,
team's got that concern.
Yes, they do.
That's a universal.
Yes, they do.
Concern.
Dallas. All this talk about Miro Hayes going to be back in for the first round. I've talked to people, and the coach said, "Well, he might not be available. He's going to be there." So they're number one on the back end. Tyler Seguin, what's his return time frame? I don't know, but I like their chances against anybody, Brett.
Just a couple minutes left, Moj. Let me give you a moment. Your boys, the Sac State Hornets, got their stingers up by hiring Mike Bibby as the brand new head coach of the basketball
you want him on
team.
the show? I'm friends with Mike Bibby. You want him on the show?
Sure.
In honor of your school?
Absolutely.
All right.
I still can't get over every picture I see of Mike Bibby, and he looks like a bodybuilder. It still weirds me out.
Well, because when he played, he was such a skinny guy.
Well, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Now he's like a big old stud.
You ever seen like the opposite? People you went to high school with, I mean, the big joke is like, oh, man, did you see this person gained a whole bunch of weight? They don't even look recognizable. How many times has it happened the opposite way? Super skinny kid in high school is now jacked. You're like, wait, what happened?
He put on an inordinate amount of muscle. That's not natural.
No.
That's wild.
That ain't protein shakes and just going to the gym a lot.
That looks fake. That looks AI generated, does it not?
Yeah.
There's no way that's real.
It's also like everything is perfectly in its place. Well manicured.
Can somebody AI generate Moser with that body, please?
Oh yeah, do it. Moj, you strive to have a body like that? You want a Mike Bibby body?
Moj, do you know what you would have to do with your life to turn into that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, there's still time. I'm not that old. Still time.
I know. But if you want that right there, like, what would motivate you to be that? There's no motivation.
Be a lot of Rocky Mountains Men Clinic sort of. You pump me up with these things.
It's chicken and cottage cheese only and vegetables.
No, it's not.
That's it. No beer.
That is not just
no
that.
beer.
That's just not diet, bro.
That's not just diet.
You got to get in that gym and go to work. You got to clock in.
Let me be very clear.
That's a bowl of sparkling water to the face every morning.
That's rubbing the banana peel on there. That's got to get to at least 10,000, bro. Like, that's all of it.
Moj, we'll get you there, buddy.
You want to do some push-ups with me?
What? Not right now. I hurt my...
He's got a back problem. No.
I spent...
This is true.
Vic, honestly, I spent 4.5 hours working in the yard yesterday. Just cleaning up. As much as I could clean up, I just cleaned. I have 9 bags full of stuff. Just clean. But it's a lot of picking up, a lot of raking, a lot of this.
Today.
And so my lower back is like, I'm like one of my hammies is bad. I'm like, just opening the door. Yeah.
Do you know what Mike Bibby's body has never felt? Pain after cleaning up his yard.
Exactly.
Never.
You know what?
I'm not even. I would feel pain, Moj. This isn't a shot at you. Yeah. It's just that doesn't get hurt cleaning up the yard.
So Moser's version of what Bibby did to his body. Moser's like, I did something to my body too. A little cluff of hair right in his dimple of his chin. Mm-hmm. That's his version of that.
Right up in there.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's going to be a good coach or not, but you know what? It's a jolt for the program.
Yeah, it is.
By fighting Horneye needs something.
Horneye?
What's the plural of hornets?
That is the plural.
Horneye.
The plural is hornets.
Well, there's a hornet.
There's
a hornet. There's hornets.
That is the plural.
And multiple Horneye.
No. The singular is hornet. The plural is hornets.
All right, let's say it wasn't hornets. You had a hornet and you have Horneye.
I don't think there's a necessity for that. I think it's good as is.
Fighting Horneye.
I think Horneye is what we're getting looking at Mike Bibby all jacked over here.
Yeah, I know. You better turn the channel here.
All right. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Now, when we come back, the Nuggets lose last night, but it was a more palatable loss. We'll get to it next.
Guys, let's get serious for a second. If you're suffering with any form of erectile dysfunction and you're tired of the frustration and the embarrassment that ED causes, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. It's 2025. Resolve your ED issues now and change your life for the better. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatment success rates well over 90%, and it's going to work for you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has also served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. It's only $99, includes the medical consult with a free PSA and PSA and T test, consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, and if medically advised there in the office, right there at test dose. If it doesn't work, then your appointment is absolutely free. But guess what? It's going to work for you. They've got an expert staff. You could be back to being you right now. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Get that intimacy back. Do something. Fix yourself. Don't wait. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You're over halfway home in the fourth quarter. Peyton Watson has it at the point. He goes to the left hand. Throws it off over to Jordan. Back behind him, over to Murray in a 3. Big basket there by Jamal Murray. That makes it a 2-possession game. Now you need stops.
Nuggets lose to the Bulls last night. Now, there's a difference to me. I've been very upset with some Nuggets losses as of late. I did not feel that way yesterday nor this morning because I felt like there was a ton of effort given. There's a lot of diving for loose balls. There was guys getting on the ground. I think that Jamal Murray played maybe his highest effort game of the season last night. He laid it all on the line. It just wasn't enough. And sometimes when you're out 2 starters, that's going to happen. That's what last night felt like. It was not some circumstance of, hey, you just didn't give the proper defensive energy. I think it was just a mixture of not very good in transition, and Chicago's a good transition team, but it was just a night that you're out 2 starters and you're going to lose some of them. That's how
I'm
it
not
felt.
upset, man. I'm not. I mean, I'm annoyed a little bit because you had a chance to win the game, couldn't finish. If you make shots, you win. But I'm not upset about the effort, and I think it's a scheduled loss. Again, you're coming off a roadie. You're in Houston. Chicago's in Denver waiting for you to arrive. You play your 4th game in 6 nights, 3 and 4 nights. It's a tough deal, man. I mean, to win that game would have been a bonus. That's the same Chicago team that's now won 8 of their last 10. That's the same Chicago team that put 146 on the Lakers fully staffed. That's the same Chicago team, Kobe White as the Eastern Conference Player of the Week, averaging 30 a game. That's a pretty good team right now.
Lots of hair on that team.
Between
Giddey and White, there's just hair flowing all over the place. Vic, maybe I have too much trust for the Denver Nuggets because I do trust this team still. All I need to see coming down the stretch here with their full complement of guys, and I hope that we see that sometime, but all I really need to see is a couple of games. Let's say this, Vic, look at me. Back-to-back games where they put it all together, they play good D, there aren't any blow-bys, they're picking guys up at the perimeter so they can't run downhill to the bucket.
Yeah.
It just see back-to-back games where they just get it. Everybody gets it, and they look like themselves, and then I'm like, okay, let's go to the postseason. I mean,
I how many games?
I have that kind of trust in this team. But again, this whole yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, that's what's getting me. All I need to see is a small sample size to tell me that the Denver Nuggets get it, they understand it, now it's time to go to work, I'll be fine.
Can I give you one reason to be hopeful? One reason. It's this. Do you know how many games the Nuggets starters have played together this year?
It's not many.
The starters, the 5.
20?
I think it's 23. All right, the season is about to end, and we've seen a very small sample size of the full unit.
Now, that sample size is like a 500 record, right?
Yes, but it's off and on play. You know, there's been no opportunity for a 3-week period of the same unit out there to get rhythm, to get it going. We haven't seen that. Nowhere close to what we've seen in years past where they've had time to find that rhythm. There is no rhythm. Every time you gain somebody gets hurt inside of the lineup and you have to start anew. So what I want to see down the stretch, here's what I want to see. You sit Nikola Jokic as long as you have to. Again, I don't care how much he has to sit. I don't care. What I do care about is maybe with a week to play, you get everybody back. Mm-hmm. You give them some rhythm. Mm-hmm. You give them a chance to find that chemistry before the playoffs, and let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I agree with that.
That's what changed with the Avs, right? Like, yes, they made a whole bunch of moves at the deadline, but Moser, they got healthy. They weren't healthy all year.
No, they weren't.
And they finally got healthy, and the team looked different, and then they added to it.
And I want to see more consistency out of this club. Talking about the Avalanche down the stretch as well. But I think they've earned a little bit more than the Nuggets have, right? Because now you're seeing them put it together. They're, 10-1-1 in their last 12 games? I mean, imagine that, though, being 12-1-1, you still can't catch that second-place team. That's a bummer.
Well, here's Jamal in the postgame, by the way.
Let me set this up.
Go ahead.
Because this caught my attention last night. A lot's been made about the Nuggets' lack of defense. Clearly, it's been a problem. But Jamal said something last night that I think hits home. They're aware. Trust me, they're not dumb to it. They know what their deficiencies are. But the way Jamal pinpointed that deficiency last night was, it was perfect. Here's what he thinks about his defense and why they've been attacked by different teams in different places.
I just want to play into some good habits. We're, like I said, we're getting beat by teams that are good at something, and we're not taking that away. And like we do sometimes, yeah. But I just think if we're gonna play a team, most likely 7 times, over and over, like the habits the not the I don't want to say effort because we're playing hard, but like just like the mindfulness of like what the other opposing team is trying to do, and they're getting everybody. I'm not talking about, but I'm talking me included. Like I can't just let Giddey just come down and I'm not in stance and he's just running full speed expecting that he's just gonna swing it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like little things like that. Just kind of they're too comfortable. You know, we don't pick the ball up full court like how they pick me up full court. You know, just like little stuff like that. Like that makes a difference in the game.
I'm so glad that Jamal was aware of that because what he's telling you, here's what he's saying. Coaches are giving us the game plan and we're not abiding by it.
Yeah.
That's what he's telling you. The coaches before the game last night, Jamal basically echoed what Michael Malone said 2 hours before tip-off. Michael Malone goes to the press conference, says, hey, this is a team that will run in transition. That'll be the key tonight. We have to get back in transition. What was the weak point of that game last night?
Transition.
Where did the Nuggets get beat?
Transition.
What did Jamal Murray just say they got beat?
Transition.
So they're told that, they understand that, and they don't execute that. So to me, it's a communication issue or a motivation issue. I don't know what it is, but everybody who says, well, I mean, the coach has got to coach. They're being coached that, dudes.
Mm-hmm.
They're being coached it. They're not doing it.
There was a play late in the game in that fourth quarter where a couple of guys, I'm trying to remember who it was, Vic. But here come the Bulls running. But the Nuggets get back. They have two guys actually really at the top of the key. But there was a confusion on who was to go. And then all of a sudden, Giddey's right by for the layup. And I'm like, golly. I mean, they got back. It wasn't like they were lollygagging up the floor. It's just that there was a miscommunication once they got there.
I get it. But
that's a mental thing. That's a mental fourth quarter, you're tired type of thing.
So Jamal says, we're not taking away what opposing teams do best. So well put. So what do the Chicago Bulls do best? They got a pair of guards out there who will just hunt and peck and wait to get by you, then rotate the ball or score, right? That's what they do. Giddey goes 100 miles an hour at you. Kobe White does the same, okay? How do you take that away? Well, you can't wait for them to get to you. If you're guarding Kobe White or Josh Giddey, all right, you're out there guarding them, and they're coming at you 100 miles an hour. The worst thing you can do is wait for them in the lane. You've lost already.
Yeah.
They're gonna get by you. You got to go meet them. You got to go out to them and force them a certain direction.
Not to mention, Scotty mentioned this on the broadcast last night, and it's weird to say this out loud, but I think it's true. He goes, the Bulls are better without Levine. Do you know what that's done to Kobe White ever since that trade? How much it's freed him up? You know what he's averaging in the last month?
30.
30 points a game.
You know why they're better? You know why they're better? And you could see this on a lot of teams. Because they don't give the ball to a guy who just holds it and dribbles it.
Yeah.
They're moving the ball, and they're acting quickly. The one thing that impressed me about the Bulls last night is that it's not like one-on-one ball is – that's not all one-on-one. They get it out of their hands after they make their move.
Yep.
What does Giddey sound like?
Like an Australian? Because he's Australian.
The hair and the thing. For both Giddey and White.
Good day. Good day, mate.
No, I don't like that. When I watch him,
mid-range shot, yeah.
No. When I watch him drive to the bucket with the hair, and he's got the top part. So here's what he's got because he has to.
If you foul somebody's hair, is that a foul?
It shouldn't be.
If you took a swipe at Kobe White as he's going up and missed like his head, but you swipe down at his hair.
Well, what he does, he's different. Kobe has the band, okay, on his head. What this Giddey guy does is he uses the pomade to slick it back to just behind his, like right at his ear or just behind his ear, and then the rest is dry. Right? You see what I'm talking about? He slicks this part back so it won't unravel, and the rest is dry. See, I don't like that.
Quickly, best hair in Denver over the last couple of years is who?
Oh, boy. Riker?
Denver Sports?
Yeah, Denver Sports.
Riker's mullet?
You could say Chuck. Chuck Nasty, I think, has got to be up there.
No.
Chuck Nasty's hair gets confused with his beard.
I have the
one
answer.
thing.
I have the answer.
Okay, what is it?
Lawless Abubakar. Lawless Abubakar, his like straight up hair.
Yeah.
When he was throwing in a header off a corner kick, it's sick.
Some might vote for Bednar.
He has pretty good legs, Coach. Yeah, he really does.
The problem is Abubakar plays for Dallas now.
Yeah. Hey, but last thing. How much more hair could Kobe White and Josh Giddey get? Like how How much could they get and still be able to play the game?
Oh, man, I saw the lettuce.
How much, Vic? How much could they get and still be able to play?
Look at my boy right here.
Yeah.
Look at Lawless.
It's
That is
awesome.
beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
How do you do a header? Like
With your forehead?
with your forehead, not
yeah, but like
you're
you
not
want
on
to
the.
use the back of your head.
Yeah, what if he whipped it? Just whipped his hair around and hit it. Let's get to keys to the game for tonight.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Avs and those dreaded Red Wings tonight, 7 o'clock at Ball Arena. You can hear it right here,
Weird.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Moj.
Really weird game last night in Utah. The Red Wings got the win by a final score of 5-1. They only had 14 shots on goal in that game, and they got the win. Really bizarre to me. Anyway, the point is they played last night. I think Mrazek got injured last night. I don't know who's going to be between the pipes here this evening, but if you want some numbers, here they are. In the last 13 meetings, the Avs are 12-0-1 and have won the last 7 at Ball Arena between these two teams. The only time the Wings won was back here, 2016, at Coors Field. That was the last win in Denver for the Detroit Red Wings, believe it or not. Avs power play, they've got a power play goal in each of the last 4 games. Keep that going, you'll win this game. Come on out in the first 10, 15 minutes. In fact, you win the first period tonight. Win that first period. Smother them. Attack them. You will win the hockey game.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Got one more keyword coming your way in 20 minutes. Stick around. Got another keyword we'll give away in about 20 minutes. Your last chance today for our Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday.
I got
on
something.
a Rowdy Radio. Go ahead.
College sports has become transactional. The emotion, the tradition, the pomp, the circumstances, all that. It's all transactional now. And I'll give you a case in point. The guy who made the game winner for Maryland, Derek Queen, on that, well, would-be travel, whatever you want to call it. After the game, he was asked what his head coach, Kevin Willard, means to him. Every player's asked this, it seems. And his response, quote, this is what he said. First, he did pay us all the money, so we've got to listen to him.
So obviously a joke.
He was joking. But inside that joke is the truth.
Sure.
It's become a transactional sport. Players are going places for the money. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm not bemoaning the fact that these kids are making money. That's not what I'm bemoaning. But there's a certain part of the sport that's gone, and you'll never get it back. It's gone.
Okay, can I ask a question? Because whenever the conversation came up a decade ago, and I lived in a college sports market. They enjoyed professional sports, but that was their jam, was college. I was always told, and I disagreed, that college sports is better to a lot of people out there because it was more pure, I guess you could say. They aren't doing it for the money. They're doing it for the school. They're doing it, right? It's
well,
the
a lot
team
of people
thing.
Faked
it's the,
it. They
yeah,
faked it.
Right. And I always thought that's, first of all, it's not totally true. There's a lot of people that are getting paid and a lot of guys that are out for themselves. Like it's the same across the board. But do you feel like this has tainted that at all? I don't see this as far as that aspect, much different. Do I think that somebody's going out there thinking of their NIL money when they're playing in March Madness? And like, no, I don't think so. I think it's generally the same. It's just a much different over the board sort of way to view college sports.
I 100% disagree with you. You don't think there's a player that plays for a smaller school
What'd
that
you
makes
say?
a big
What'd you say? Go back to that. Nelly was saying something to me.
I disagree with you because I think in a big stage like the tournament, a player from a smaller school who has a big game or makes a big impression, you don't think that player is saying to himself, I just cashed in?
I mean, maybe. I don't think they're thinking about that in the middle of the game.
It's a process.
I don't know, man. Before the game,
if
you go on, you say, you know what? I go on. If I'm at Bryant or whatever, and I go on out and I ball, you're going to get the eyeballs of other schools. There's no doubt about it. Get a little bucks coming your way, and you go there.
Okay, the coaches are just as guilty. It's not just the players. How many coaches took other jobs during the damn tournament?
Let me. How about
Will
this?
Wade?
Yeah.
Nico Medved?
Yes.
I mean, coaches are they're coming and going
That's
during
not different.
the tournament.
That's not different, though. That's always been that way. That's always been like that for coaches. Now, how about this? Let me frame it in another way. I think it's less about the money and more about the free transfer. I think that has very much changed sports differently than the NIL stuff has. The free transfer that you get makes way more of a difference than money. If there was still a rule that they had to sit out a year,
You're right.
This would not exist in the way that it does.
You're 100% right because it may eliminate that, I'm going to go get it right now. Well, do you really? Because you're not going to be able to play for a year.
So, for example, if somebody for, just throw out a small name school, for Moorhead, or who was it that won? McNeese in the first round. If they had a star that played so well in this tournament that he was definitely going to get interest from bigger schools, Power 5 schools, SEC-type schools, okay? Just for example. But the rule was, hey, we want you to transfer here, but you can't play next year. I don't think that he moves. I don't think it's in his best interest. I really don't. But because you get the free transfer, that changed everything. That's the one that's made the biggest difference. Now, you throw the ability of the free transfer, and not only can you come and play next year, I'll also give you a boatload of money. Like, that just put fuel on the fire. But, I don't know. It's interesting because I saw this back and forth on Twitter yesterday about what they like better, whether it's the NBA or college basketball. And it was essentially, from what I could gather, an argument between, do you like the higher end skill because the NBA is that, no question? Or do you like the idea of what college basketball represents, which is guys playing for their schools and purity of the game and stuff like that? That seemed to be the difference.
Well, if you're a CSU fan this morning, whatever you do, you can't blame your school. What happened in 24 hours was painful. You lose a game at the buzzer, and then you lose your head coach. And you can't blame your school for any of that. I mean, your school, man, they came to play.
They didn't do anything. Nobody did. Listen, in this whole thing, nobody did anything wrong.
And the school paid the head coach, Nico Medved. You know he was the second highest paid coach in the Mountain West Conference?
Yeah, what was it, 175?
Second highest paid. He made $1.7 million, second only to San Diego State's Brian Dutcher. So you're paying your coaches, man. You're paying them. You're just losing them to bigger budgets. And I wonder where CSU goes from here. Ali Farouk Manesh, the assistant coach who authored that wonderful shot in the tournament, he is a candidate to take over the job. We'll see where they go, but it's a good job, man. That's a plum job up there. We've seen time and time again, coaches move on to other things, but CSU's job is a good one.
It really is a comfortable job, if I can say it that way. It's a place where your expectations don't need to be sky high. You know, we brought up the example of Tim Miles the other day when this news was first announced. Think about what happened with Miles. He coaches here, has success, goes to Nebraska. I think he was there for 5 years. And now where is he again? Another school just like CSU, right? Another sort of mid-major, lower-end school. Not that CSU is a mid-major, I understand. But just a lower-end school that expectations aren't as high, probably a little bit more job security there. You can get away with achieving less for longer, I suppose is the way I'd put it. But with him, it was such a unique thing with Medved, right? Because it's not just I get a better job for more money. I get to go home.
Dude, he was the student manager at Minnesota. Think about that. He was the student manager. Now he's running the whole program.
Probably missed an elevated court.
Huh?
Said he probably missed the elevated court, is what he said. Which I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's what was going down.
Prove it.
First, he did pay us the money. And then
Listen,
we got to listen to him.
Vic, I get what you're getting at.
Funny.
I don't
but
disagree.
Doesn't it sound so? It just slaps you in the face with reality.
This
is what it is.
It does because, again, you look at, you realize in the Sweet 16, there are only 4 conferences left. 4.
That is different.
Not only that, it's the best 4 college basketball conferences. That shows you that the talent is, again, consolidated to the big schools with the big money, those blue, quote, blue-bloodish type of programs, right?
Yeah.
And there you go. I mean, there's no outliers that have gotten to the Sweet 16 the last 2 years. It's been condensed. You got 4 conferences left amongst the final 16 teams.
He did pay us the money.
What it does when you hear someone like Derek Queen say that, it sort of eliminates the romance of college sports of what used to be. Kids saying, "Hey, I want to go to Maryland because I want to follow in the footsteps of
Joe Smith,
Len Bias, Joe Smith, the greats that played there. I'm going there because the coach paid me the money."
So what you're saying is if NIL existed back in like the 70s, Larry Bird is not at Indiana State?
Probably not, to be honest. Probably
Larry Bird's
not.
playing for Duke.
He probably is.
Or Kansas.
By the way, before we totally turn the page on this, I don't know if you guys heard Sanford yesterday. He pulled a full Moj.
Uh-oh.
Mid-segment, checked the headphones down and walked out of the studio with like 8 minutes left.
Whoa.
Because they were talking about whether it was a travel or not from Derek Queen.
KJ, you got something to say back there?
Yeah, go ahead, KJ.
It's definitely not a travel. It's not a travel. That first step he takes is a gather step. 1, 2, that third step, if he's going up with the shot, it doesn't count as a travel. That's the new basketball rule.
No, that's the new NBA where they don't call travel. You know what they do in college basketball? They call the fouls that are occurred. How many steps did you just talk about? Say it again.
So it's a total of 4 steps.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's it. We're done. We're done here. A total of 4 steps. 4 steps? I grew up playing basketball. That's a travel. 4 freaking steps is a travel. How many are we allowed? 2. Freaking 2!
The more I watched the video, the more I was like, oh, yeah, that was part of the travel. I mean, the more I keep looking at it, but still. I maintain what I said yesterday.
It's not.
I don't want the game ending on a travel call.
Yeah, it's not going to be called. In fact, I gauged it. In the Nuggets locker room, I was asking players just on the side, what'd you think? And they all scoffed at the notion that would be called a travel.
Yeah.
Well,
of course, they're in the NBA. They're in the NBA,
yeah,
Vic.
but even most of them played college ball. Christian Brown, he played college ball. He said, "No, that's not true. No." And you know what? It's the same reaction I had. If you didn't see it live, like when you guys watched it live, did you have any sense that Eddie traveled?
No.
You did not, right?
I didn't pay attention to that.
You did not, right?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Because it looked like a normal move. So let's get over it.
It's
steps. Over.
Yeah, the old
What do you
voice
say?
crack.
4 steps. Freaking 2!
Wait, what was your big voice crack? What were you upset about? Your voice cracked like 3 times. Wait, was it something about Zach Wilson? Probably about
Yeah,
Zach
you were
Wilson.
talking about the last time. It's been a while since I think we had a 4,000-yard passer in Denver.
That's what it
and you
was.
wanted Zach Wilson to hook that pig all over the field.
Yeah. You get a nice little voice crack in here.
I
It's great.
I don't understand what's wrong with wanting to huck a pig over the field. I mean, Bo Nix, listen, if he does not get the 4,000 yards this coming season, then there's
He's the backup quarterback in Miami, so he's probably not.
No, I'm talking about Bo Nix.
Oh, Bo Nix, sorry.
Yeah, if Bo Nix does not get the 4,000 this year, then something's wrong. When was the last time we had somebody run here throw for 4,000 yards? Because somebody made the smart-ass comment, well, he only threw for 4,000 yards. And so then
what's wrong with that?
Jesus.
So then I came with when was the last time we had somebody here throw for 4,000 yards?
By the way,
Bo Nix, I'm going to predict it right now.
he had 37.75. He was pretty close.
Let me predict it. Hold on. Bo Nix will throw for over 4,000 yards next year.
No, he's not.
Yes, he will.
Enough. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Zach Wilson.
I thought so earlier too. No. Bo Nix will.
Yeah, Bo Nix.
This will be good.
Because I want to see a guy complete a pass that's not a dig route more than 20 yards down the field.
Okay. And we did as the year went on. We did. He's going to throw for 4,352 yards and 34 touches.
Well, you know what? Write it down. We got our first.
Write it down.
We
right
got
now,
our first
Nelly, write it down.
prediction for the 2025 NFL season.
4,352 yards and.
You said 34 touchdowns.
34. Well, that's probably a lot of yards.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Well, he had 37.75, and he had a miserable month to start his career,
Okay.
remember?
All right, 43. What did I say? 43.52?
Yep.
And 34 touches. Book it.
How many picks?
15.
How many rushing yards? 15 picks. Dude, that's a lot. I don't want him throwing 15 picks.
He's going to throw it all over the yard. How many picks? I'll say, yeah, I mean, well, no.
Oh, you can't change it now? You said 15.
No, he's going to cut
done.
down. No, he's going to cut down. I'll say 10. 10 picks.
Well, then he is going to be like
Pro Bowler. Yeah.
Pro Bowler
Yep.
that could possibly win the division. If
That's
he does
it,
that.
baby.
I'd love to see it. By the way, speaking of, I want to get to this because I heard a couple of guys talking about this on the Pro Football Focus podcast.
What's wrong with that?
About the Broncos and what they think of them next year. It's interesting. We'll get to it next. Tournament going to be back in a couple of days, but guess what? You don't have to wait another 2 days on the Circus Sportsbook. You can get on it right now, especially with the Avs in action tonight, 7 o'clock against those dreaded Red Wings. Minus 275 on the money line. You think they'll win by a couple of goals? Well, it's minus 115 for them to win by a goal and a half. Find that in all of the game props you can imagine on the Circus Sportsbook. The best odds in the game. I dare you. Go and compare them. You won't find anywhere better than the Circa Sportsbook. So download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. One final time, got a keyword for you if you want a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Bucks tomorrow. The final keyword of the show is good luck with this one. I'm not helping. Farokmanesh. Text Farokmanesh and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You Google it. You find out how to spell it. There's a lot of K's and H's in here. So figure it out.
Use it in a sentence, please.
It's pretty much.
With Niko Medved no longer the coach of CSU, they should promote Ali Farokmanesh.
It's
There's
pretty
one
much how you
sneaky
think it
letter
was
in there.
spelled.
No, there's one sneaky letter in there, Moj, that's going to fool people. But the good
there's one.
There's one.
Right, it's right in the middle.
But the good news is,
you're right.
if you nail the spelling of that, then you can go see
tomorrow. Yeah. By the way, the details are out on Nico Medved's contract with Minnesota, and people wonder, there's no question he was going to take the job for this reason alone. He was making 1.7 at CU or CSU. His annual salary starts at Minnesota, starts at $3 million a year.
Yeah, see, there you go.
I mean, come on.
Man.
I think somebody spelled pinochle on the text line.
I heard a lot of this yesterday. I think it was DMac who said this. And I want to ask you guys if you have the same
can
response.
You repeat that one more time? What's the contract?
$3 million a year. That's
Okay.
where it starts.
Okay.
With annual escalators of $100,000. It's a
Gotcha.
6-year deal. So after 6 years, it'll be $3.6 million.
Gotcha.
And I think I heard the PhD folks and DMac saying, well, if it's not that much more, why? Well, what's that much more in your eyes? What?
Yeah.
Like if someone said
it's double.
Well, forget double. Let's say it was only $500,000 more. $500,000 more. That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but 1.7 and 3 is not a little. It's $1.3 million more. That's how much more.
That's a lot of money.
And he's not. Look, if this is, how about this? This is all in context, okay? Moj, Joker's making 60. If he could make 61.3 elsewhere, does he stay in Denver for the?
Of course.
Yeah, I think he does. Okay, but 1.7 to 3 is a giant difference in the money. Giant.
It's a doubling of the salary.
Yeah.
All right. Brett, if I doubled your salary, but you're no longer on the air doing the show, you become the station engineer. And you may be a terrible engineer, but that's what you're going to be doing now.
I don't know. No is my answer to that. No.
I doubled your salary.
I'm not being an engineer.
I doubled it.
You want me to hang out with Jason all day? Please.
You're the guy at the zoo with the elephants.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now,
for double?
For double.
Well, let's make some
and
elephants.
You're not the guy who feeds. You're the guy who does the other thing.
Let's make some elephants. You know what? The world needs them.
I need another. By the way, I need another article about that. I need to find out more.
Yeah.
Have you ever altered your salary for preference?
Have I taken less money for a job? Is that what you're talking about?
I made the mistake once in my career, and I tell
yes.
people this. Yeah, so have I. I made the mistake once early in my career in Phoenix. I took a job that paid more, and it wasn't substantially more, just a little bit more. And I regretted that decision, and it was a dumb decision at the time. But, you're young, you're impressionable, you're thinking, oh, man, this could be a good – and it was a dumb move. But when you're that young, you just don't think about how much money that really is.
I think me going into this field proves I am willing to take less to be happier at my job. I could get a job that would make a lot more money.
You also have a sugar mama that pays for
help.
everything. I mean, come on.
I love my sugar mama. I do.
Listen, you would not be afforded to be in this business without your sugar mama.
Well, no, I could live a life. It's
But
not the
could
same
you
life
live the life
have.
you're living?
No, I couldn't live the life I have. No. Sugar mama's very important to me. That's why I'm always on my P's and Q's.
Well, hey, Sugar Mama, I got a text from our other station engineer, Cole Smith, and he said, that hurts. Brett could really liven it up over here on the engineering side.
Yeah,
Come on now.
Cole, you do a great job. I'll pass. Anyway, hey, just quickly here. I looked at this podcast. It's from Pro Football Focus, and they were talking about the Chiefs was the subject of it. And I was like, all right, let's see what's going on. They were talking about the Chiefs and who's their biggest threats. And so the classic names came out. Well, you got to watch out for Buffalo because Josh Allen, MVP, is still there. You got to watch out for Baltimore because Baltimore's got Lamar Jackson and a host of different options, including Derrick Henry. And one of the hosts goes like this. Yeah, I think you guys are looking way too far outside. He said their threat is the Broncos.
Really?
The Broncos aren't going anywhere.
I don't know that the Broncos are a threat yet. They're kind of a threat. I don't know threat.
Well, what do you consider a threat?
Well, okay.
I think the Broncos are.
Okay, can they win the division? That's the threat. Can they win the division?
And that's what he said. You face them twice a year. They're the direct threat to whether you're getting a home playoff game or not. Like, it's them and the Chargers.
I was just going to say, are you leaving the Chargers out of this? Well, I mean, what are you doing?
Think about the
Chargers also won 11 football games last year, Jack. I don't have to tell you that.
This was his perspective, though. And I do think
your Charger fixation is something that.
No, I'm saying you can't. Listen, if the
No,
Broncos,
he's right. Chargers are dangerous.
if the Broncos are an impediment, then the Los Angeles Chargers of Orange County should be the same kind of impediment.
The reasoning is this, and it depends on which side of the fence you kind of fall on when it comes to Bo Nix. Is this going to be sort of a reality check year that we got tape on you and we can kind of have you hit that second-year wall, much like what happened to C.J. Stroud last year? But they played in such a bad division, it didn't end up mattering. They still won. Or is he just going to take the next step forward? Is he a guy that, being an older, younger quarterback, if that makes sense, a more veteran type with all the starts he had under his belt in college, can he kind of sidestep that wall and just keep jumping through it? And his reasoning was he thinks that Bo Nix is going to take another step forward, that they're going to add to their offense like they did with Evan Ingram and probably another piece or two in the draft, that's all going to multiply. And if you believe this, because we've been fooled by this before, despite them making another AFC championship game, do you feel like the Chiefs are taking a step backwards? Now, we've played this game. Hey, no more Tyreek. That offense is going to change. Nope, they're fine. Well, their offense isn't very good this year. They have trouble scoring. Well, they have the best defense in the league. If you look what's happened with Kansas City, though, especially on offense, they've lost two major pieces to their offensive line. Major. They're still kind of hunting for a running back because they brought Kareem Hunt back as a safety valve.
They're one of their the prize rookie wideout. Didn't he just get in trouble?
Worthy got in trouble for a domestic violence thing. Rasheed Rice is, I think, still battling back from an injury. I'm just saying, I do think they're a threat to him. And they should, by the way,
okay.
They should be.
Okay.
They should be.
Let me recategorize it. Do I think the Broncos are an impediment and a threat? Yeah, I do. And I predict that Bo Nix is going to be a better quarterback in year 2 than he was in year 1. The progress that I saw from week 1 to the end of the season was fantastic. I'm also predicting that the Chargers aren't going anywhere. Justin Herbert threw for more yards. Would you agree that the Chargers' offense was toned down in terms of the passing game under Jim Harbaugh?
Sure, much more vanilla.
Okay. He threw for more yards than Bo Nix. He also threw 23 touches, not a lot.
He's also been in the league for like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, he also threw 3 picks all year long. 3 picks all year long, Justin Herbert. Yeah. That team, I don't think, is going anywhere, so they are also an impediment. If you're going to include the Broncos, which I would, I would also include the Los Angeles Chargers.
I agree with you.
That's all I'm saying. And I don't have a Chargers fixation. I just know what they're about, and I worry about them. And I think the big wild card is now, well, what the heck is Pete Carroll going to do reunited with Geno Smith? Now, I don't think they're going to be anybody's world beaters, but can they cause you problems? You're damn right they can.
If you had to put money down right now, and I know there's still, a lot of the offseason to go and still the draft, but just curious where you're at this moment. They can't finish the same. They either jump to 11 wins or they drop to 9. Which do you think is more likely right now for the Broncos?
11.
Moj?
Their defense is that good.
I agree with you. I think adding Hufanga and Greenlaw to that defense makes them even better.
If healthy.
And it's going to give the offense even more margin for error.
Yes.
I think while the Chiefs have come back to the pack a little bit, and it's funny to say that about a 15-2 team that went to the Super Bowl, for crying out loud.
AFC. No. Why am I blanking on this? Who the hell was just in the Super Bowl? Hang on.
The Eagles beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Thank you. Yes, the Super Bowl.
Don't you gaslight me.
I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
15-2 went to the Super Bowl, for crying out loud. Yeah. I think that, the Raiders are going to be better than 4-13 with Pete Carroll. That's my opinion. Now, are one of those losses, are one of those wins coming against you and giving you a loss? I don't know. You beat the Raiders twice. Chargers are going to be right in the mix. Now, I don't know. You're also going to be playing a more difficult schedule in 2025. So all that figures into when, Vic, you know this kind of thing. You always get the advanced release. When does the schedule come out?
That comes out sometime.
It's after the draft.
In May.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to have to stop with the toothpick. You're good. Brett, he's been doing that like the last week and a half.
What's going on here?
I don't know.
I have a question for Moser. Moser, I have a question for you.
Let me finish my thought. Brett,
please hurry up.
I would say right now it's probably, I want to say 11 wins, but I'm going to go 9. Go ahead.
Attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Can I give you one more? Are you going to change the subject?
Yeah, I am. Go ahead.
Okay, just one
Keep
last
going
thing.
on this
No,
boring subject.
not this. One last thing. Is it fair to argue, because we've had a couple here in town that we've said, hey, this might be the worst trade and blah, blah, blah. So the worst trades in NFL history is like Herschel Walker. Broncos fans will throw the Russell Wilson one in the mix. Browns fans are going to throw Deshaun Watson in there. And all those are viable, right? Could I argue that the Trey Lance trade in the draft, where the Niners moved up, and didn't they give up 3 firsts to move up to take Trey Lance?
Yeah.
He can't find a job right now.
Yeah.
That has to be in the conversation.
Yeah.
He didn't even play.
And the fact that I think it didn't hurt as much because they were in the heyday of their program and they were winning and they were powerful and this and that. But boy, one of the reasons why the Niners are in trouble right now, you can't swing and miss on stuff like that.
They traded 3 firsts for a player who didn't even play barely a snap for them and now can't find a job just like 4 years later. That's crazy. Crazy. Anyway, Vic, go ahead.
Not to change the subject, but I am. I just want to test Moser's intellect on sports, only because this is an area of expertise for him. Moser.
Says the guy that when I played him a cold start from a 69 Charger goes,
I don't even know
what is that?
I don't even know what a cold start is.
It means the car has been sitting overnight. It's the first start in the morning with a
please,
carburetor.
don't do that. Don't do that. We apologize for whatever happened.
I will give you, so that I can never throw this in your face again, I will give you the rights and the print to the greatest portrait ever drawn. I will give you the rights to this. This is yours. I will never use it again. I will never bring it out on the show again. You can trash it. You can burn it. You can stab it. You can do whatever you want to this. One of the greatest portraits ever painted by your dear wife, Bear. If you can answer the following question. Are
Take
you ready?
the toothpick out and speak.
If you could tell me who right now on the NASCAR Cup Series points leaders, who ranks 30th in NASCAR points right now, if you can identify that person in 5 seconds, you get the rights to that portrait.
God, I have absolutely no idea. Kevin Harvick.
The answer is Brad Keselowski.
Oh,
so
Brad
the portrait
Keselowski.
lives on.
I don't think, does Kevin Harvick even race anymore? I think he
don't
does.
see him on this thing.
Okay.
I'll give you some of the names, though. Number 1 is William Byron. Number 2 is Kyle Larson. Then you got your Alex Bowman, your Tyler Reddick, your Chris Bell. Chase Elliott, he's a name. Bubba Wallace, he's been around for like 50 years. Denny Hamlin's been around since the 60s. Look at some of these other names. Kyle Busch. Dude, Kyle Busch, I think, was racing in 82. Am I right here or what?
He's been around for a while. He's been around.
Ty Gibbs is 34. Is he the son of Joe Gibbs?
He's grandson.
Jimmy Johnson. Dude, that dude's been around.
Yeah, but he doesn't race anymore. I think he just raced in Daytona. That's it.
He's 36th. That's neat. This is a sports show, Brett. We talk all sports.
Couldn't care less.
What's happening here?
John Nemechek is currently 18th.
I don't know how we got here. I'm sorry, Brett. I don't know what happened.
You're the one who started up a Dodge and got all.
Nelly, do you still have the Dodge? Seriously.
I do, yeah.
Just one more time then. Well, maybe this will refresh your memory. Just
Okay, run that while I go through the rest of this list. Zane Smith is 25th.
Don't know who that is.
Are you familiar with Shane Van Gisbergen? 33rd.
Not a chance.
How about Cole Custer? That's a good NASCAR name.
Is that like the super great grandson of George Custer?
J.J. Yelly.
Now he's
40th.
been around. He's been around forever because he is he was an open wheel guy. He was an IndyCar guy.
Joey Logano's 11th. He's been around. Been around the block. John Nemechek.
Yeah, he is the son of Joe Nemechek, the nephew of the late John Nemechek. Yeah.
Ooh, a new one in the point standing. Daniel Suarez makes an impression.
Yeah, he's from Mexico.
Nelly, give me some music, please.
What kind of music, man?
Just hit me with some music.
That's
Here we
music
go.
to my ears right there.
No, not that music. I need a list music. Go ahead. Here we go. If Vic's gonna change the subject, then we're gonna go this. My top 5 songs with cars in them. Are you ready for this?
Oh yeah.
Top 5. Number 5.
Give it to me now. Give it to me.
Get out of my dreams. Get into my car.
Now, Billy Ocean?
Billy
Come
Ocean.
on, dude. Come on.
Number 4. Rollin' by Chameleonaire. They see me rolling.
That's pretty good.
They hating. Number 3. Mustang Sally.
Yeah.
Number 2. Fast Car. Tracy Chapman.
No.
And then number 1. Little Red Corvette by Prince.
That's pretty damn good.
There
All
we
right,
go.
I'm in.
There's
Good
the
job.
list. Yes. People saying what the hell is happening? I don't know. I'm unsure. I just wanted to get a list in now. So there you go. 303-504-0925 announce a winner of the pair of tickets to tomorrow night's game between the Bucks and the Nuggets next. Come on, this doesn't make you happy, Moshe?
Is that Billy Ocean?
Billy Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good pull by me.
It is a good pull. I mean, we did say that about 5 minutes ago, but yeah, good pull.
Good point.
Okay, so I disagreed with almost all of your list. I like Little Red Corvette. There's one song, though, that is the best. I think it's the best car song of all time, and I think you'd agree. It probably slipped your mind.
Lowrider? Oh, I forgot Lowrider. Lowrider is definitely on the
Lowrider's
list.
that's one of the best bass lines in music history. But how about Panama?
Panama's good.
What does this have to do with cars?
Reach down between my legs, ease the seat back.
It is true, though, Moshe. That's a cheat.
Hot shoe burning down the avenue. It's all about the car,
No,
man.
I was trying to find. No, it doesn't. The song isn't about the car. The car has to be somewhat involved in the title. Panama means nothing for cars. Like rolling, you're rolling in your car at least. Lowrider's a lowrider.
You're making up
Little
the
Red
rules as you go
Corvette is a
along.
car. No, it's got to have car in the title. Follow the rules. Anyway, Moj, Jacob McDonald has been called up from the Eagles. Why?
I think one of the defensemen is dealing with a little bang up on the back end. By the way, he's leading. I mean, Jacob McDonald has had a phenomenal year with the Colorado Eagles.
I've always liked Jacob McDonald.
So do I. I mean, if he plays, and I'm sure he's going to play, he's going to help this club. I mean, when you throw him into the lineup tonight, you're not like, oh, God, I'll watch you. He's going to be totally fine. He's a good player.
Again, that game is tonight at 7 o'clock as they take on the Wings, which I know we've talked about this before, but it's always funny. Like, when did this stop being a huge thing?
When they switched conferences?
But not immediately after that. Like, you still felt hatred for him. It was like, when did
they switched to the East years and years and years. And by the way, Detroit tried to get in the East for a long time. I mean, for a team to be in the Eastern time zone, but to be a Western Conference team was funky, right?
Weird. They belonged in the East, to be honest with you. It was weird that they were in the West.
But I do wish
Is Memphis East or Central time zone?
Memphis.
I think it's Central.
Is it Central?
Yeah.
Memphis, I do wish you were here for the heyday. You were just a little kid doing whatever it is you do, eating boogers or whatnot. But it was.
You'd have a bunch of those.
I'm sure you did.
Steady diet.
What do you think he was doing? What do you think he was doing the year that blood was shed?
Well, blood was shed on many different occasions, but
the first year blood was shed. When Claude Lemieux when he caused blood to shed.
That was in 1996 in the postseason.
What do you
Chris
think?
Draper.
What do you think Cowboy was doing here?
Let's see, that's 29 years ago. He was 6 years old. At what I said before.
Eating boogus.
Booger eating moron.
Well, I just want you to know.
Baby Jamal Kale's
Brett.
done that a couple times. I'm like, ew, what are you doing? Stop. Stop.
Brett, I don't mean to rub it in, and I'm not trying to show a form of ageism here. But what you missed because of your infancy stage, you missed
why didn't your parents get it on earlier?
Yeah, well, let me tell him what he missed.
Why is that?
He missed out on the single greatest rivalry, the most intense, drama-filled, hate-infested rivalry in the history of pro sports.
I'd agree with that. At least I watched was it 30 for 30 or E60 or whatever that thing was? Was it last year, 2 years ago with the Avs?
And maybe I'm being dramatic on the history of pro sports, but definitely Colorado sports.
Yeah. Yeah, I missed it.
I mean, in terms of hateful rivalries, I would say the top three in the history of Colorado sports: Detroit, Colorado hockey, Nebraska CU football, Broncos Raiders football. Hate-filled rivalries.
Yeah.
But this one was not just hate, it was pain. It was hate years later.
Listen, they had the alumni game in 2016 at Coors Field, which was 20 years removed from the original oomph, right? The original Lemieux against Draper, Lemieux's hit on Draper, which started the whole thing.
Well, what blew me away when I watched that documentary was how much hatred is still held by those guys.
Absolutely,
by those guys.
Absolutely, it is. Now they've come together. They've talked. I mean, Patrick Waugh, when he was head coach of the Avalanche, he sat down for an interview with Chris Osgood, believe it or not, who was doing Detroit games. And they sat down for an interview, and Claude Lemieux was sat down and talked to I think to Draper. I mean, they've had these things out in the open, but those guys, when they were playing that alumni game at Coors Field, there was angst and anger in it. There truly was. Brett, it was the greatest. And I'm not talking about just in hockey.
Yeah.
All of the sports world.
Yes.
ESPN was all over it night and day.
Hey, Nelly, you weren't around then, but I want you to pull up Chris Draper's face circa 1996. Pull it up. Show me Chris Draper's face, 1996.
It's Chris KRIS.
And this is what the rivalry was. This face.
And then, of course, once all the particulars start to retire, Brett, and move on to other things. Okay.
Here's Draper face, 1996. And there you go.
No, that's his face.
It's a swollen face.
It's a lot of face.
Pretty swollen.
It's a lot of face.
Yeah,
it's
pretty
a
swollen
lot
face.
of face.
That's an extra face on top of the face. That's two faces.
But the point is, Brett, is that it was awesome. I mean, it was a great thing to be a part of. It was really, really fun.
The winner of the pair of tickets to the Bucks game tomorrow is Janine Jackson. Congratulations, Janine.
Hey,
You
Janine.
and a friend get to go to the Nuggets and Bucks game tomorrow with Giannis coming to town. One other thing for you, the fact checker, by the way, if this interests you guys at all, today is kind of a dress rehearsal with opening day just a couple days away, a few days away from now. The Rockies lineup looks like this, and this could very well be your opening day lineup. Doyle, Tovar, McMahon, Chris Bryant, Tolia, Hunter Goodman at catcher, Nick Martini in left, Kyle Farmer at second.
I saw the look on your face when you said Martini. You're mad about that.
Tyler Freeman in right. So that could very well be your opening day lineup for the Rocks if that interests you as they play today at 11 o'clock against Minnesota.
We'll see. Including Connor, a couple people have said, hey, it was the Kozlov hit on foot when he put his face into the glass. But I'm not sure that it would have escalated as much as it did if Lemieux hadn't blown up Draper's face. I don't know that it would have gotten to the place where it was with Cicerelli saying, I can't believe I shook his friggin' hand, all this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then the Red Wings waited until they got back to the Joe the next year.
They showed patience.
They showed patience. They showed cowardice, man. They couldn't do it in our barn. They had to do it in their barn?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. By the way, one of the best Cars songs of all time. It's literally... The song's called Cars, Brett.
I like this one.
In Cars.
Yeah, I like it. Again, every Tuesday up until the end of the regular season, we'll be giving away keywords for Nuggets tickets as they make their playoff push because it is the Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesdays.
Oh, you told Shockey you hated alliteration, and he just wound you up.
And just as many as he could throw in there. And our winner was even a Janine Jackson.
Oh, that's alliteration all over. By the way, I almost missed when I was producing the Avs games, like 97. I almost missed McCarty and Lemieux, the rematch. I almost missed the start of that game, the highlight. I hit the record on the reel-to-reel, like right, 5 seconds before they dropped the puck. Maybe 10. It was close.
You produced the games?
Yeah. I did it Bert and Ole stuff 30 years ago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Did you say tonight? Like he said?
Tonight. No, I did. I couldn't.
Oh.
I couldn't.
Tonight.
Let's get a fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
In case you missed it, Mike Bibby has been hired to be the next head basketball coach of Sacramento State. Get your stingers up. And Moser asked a strange question to us earlier regarding that news.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's going to be a good coach or not, but you know what? It's a jolt for the program.
Yeah, it is.
My fighting Horneye needs something.
Horneye?
What's the plural of hornets?
That is the plural.
Horneye.
Hornets is already plural, Moj. You don't need to make it plural.
What's the plural of sandwiches?
Sandwich eye.
Ah, yes, of course.
What's the plural of octopus?
Octopi?
Octopuses.
No, it's octopi. Same thing.
I know it's octopi, but
same thing with cactus.
On.
It's cacti.
Octopuses.
It's not a word. Octopi.
I know it's octopi. I know that. While both octopuses and octopi are used, the more common and preferred plural in English is octopuses. I say octopi.
If I see multiple moose, I say meese. Can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcasts. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. I love you. Goodbye.
Nuggets fall to Chicago. Kobe White goes off for his second consecutive 35-plus point game. They fall to 45-28 on the year. They will take on Milwaukee coming up on Wednesday night as part of our Nuggets playoff push Ticket Tuesday. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to that one. But as we welcome you into the morning sprint, I'm not up in arms about that loss because it felt like it was heavily contested. I feel upset with myself that I'm not upset that contesting a game against a 32-win team, like, it should piss me off. But last night, guys were diving on the floor. The hustle play from Jamal Murray was wonderful.
So good, Raj.
And he drops 28.
We got to be so impressed with how our Nuggets are losing to teams with losing records now.
Hold on.
Because there are 5 stages of grief. And I heard this morning. I was driving. I'm like, oh, okay, we're here now. This is where we are. We find ourselves in the 5th stage of grief.
I'm upset with myself for feeling this way.
Acceptance. Yeah, it's okay. We don't have Nikola Jokic, but they played hard. I'm so proud of you guys. Man, I can't tell you how enthused I am by your effort. You guys are awesome. You guys get double orange slices after this game.
You see why I'm mad at myself?
Yeah, it's the 5 stages of grief, man. You know, I think for a while there was denial going on. A lot of anger.
Not for me.
Well,
I was on the ambivalence train real early.
Bargaining. Kind of like, well, Nikola Jokic isn't playing right now, so yeah. Or, it's just the regular season. This team's built for the postseason. Then there's depression. And then the acceptance piece is where we're at right now. Yeah, it's okay. Lost the Wizards. Got swept by the Wizards. Yeah, it's fine. It's no big deal.
Well, Vic got there yesterday when they were asking for keys to the game. I saw the tweet that came out from the station that finally Vic's on my side.
He's on Team Raj.
You go into every single game and you go, I have no idea what the hell's going to happen. And last night was the same thing. Like, I can't get upset about the effort. I thought they played hard. I was Mike Sanford levels of frustrated with Russell Westbrook and how he was just launching the basketball all over the place in terms of.
Have you ever just gone down the rabbit hole of looking up all-time leaders in turnovers in the history of basketball?
Didn't you and I do this? Isn't he like third all-time or something
he's
like
second.
that? All right, yeah.
Yeah, you knew he's first all-time? This guy's been playing basketball now, it feels like, for 47 straight years. And he's always available. Seems like healthy majority of the season. LeBron James.
Yeah, I mean,
but he's played so much longer than anybody else in the history of basketball.
It's like the Philadelphia Phillies were, I still think they're the losingest franchise in sports history. And they were the first team to lose like 10,000 games. I think they're at like 11,000 and counting. But they've been a team since 1887. So if you're around that long, you are going to own good and bad records. And LeBron's the same guy. But I was frustrated. I was frustrated with Westbrook. Michael Porter Jr. couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat from 3. He goes 1 of 10. And what killed you last night, and Coach did say it, like Malone said it in his post-game presser. And I can't say it better than him. So here's the coach.
We didn't lose tonight because our guys didn't play hard. You know what I mean? Like, I felt the Portland game was one of those games where, like, we didn't bring anywhere close to the effort that we need to. Tonight, it's I think tie game going into the fourth quarter. And, second half they shot 48 from the field. Obviously, you have to give a lot of credit to Kobe White. That kid's playing at a really high level and did so again tonight. Had 24 at the half, had 37 for the game. Josh Giddey, 26, 9, and 8. Those two players, obviously. And then I thought, Jalen Smith and Terry off the bench were really impactful. So, no, I don't look at this game without watching the film saying, man, we didn't play hard. I thought we competed, but we allowed the same thing to beat us over and over, which was transition.
They go 6 of 11 from 3 in the fourth. And after not scoring in the first 2 minutes of the quarter, Chicago, who is on like life support right now, right? They're in the play, and they're the 9 seed in the East, hoping to get above the line somehow.
How many games below 500 are they?
They've got to be 8,
9,
something like that before last night's game. I think they were 31 and 39 going into the game.
Why does it seem like there's just so many bad teams this year, record-wise? Is it just that there's like 4 teams that are eating up all the victories?
Yeah, and there's one team in the West and 2
Boston,
teams in the East. Cleveland,
and then and even the Bucks have a good record. Right?
Yeah, the fourth quarter was big. 6 of 11, 44% beyond the arc compared to Denver's 30% shooting from 3 last night. I mentioned MPJ goes 1 of 10 from 3.
He's going through it right now.
He's going through it.
It's part of his game, though. Part of his game is going to be as a perimeter shooter. You're going to be streaky.
You got to be hot at the right time.
You do. And you know what? If this means that you're cool right now and you get hot in 3.5 weeks, cool.
Right. What have we said for the past month on this show? Month and a half on this show is just because
that's
the Nuggets,
my bargaining stage of grief right
and
there.
That's all right.
I'm bargaining.
Just because the Nuggets are great on one day doesn't mean they're going to be great the next. Just because Michael Porter Jr. goes 1 of 10 from 3 on one night doesn't mean he's going to go 1 of 10 the next. Because you don't know. I don't know. Hell, Michael Malone doesn't know right now what version of the Nuggets he's going to get. And last night, right, without Nikola, without AG, is that a team that is right on par with the Bulls? Probably. Talk about bargaining. Probably. Without AG, without Nikola Jokic, you're a play-in team.
Gosh, did you see
and you got to be okay with it.
Did you see the rating on Michael Porter Jr. on this game?
I'm going to guess -18.
Minus 22.
That's
and the starters, every single starter.
That'll get you.
4 out of the 5 starters were either 0 or above the line.
Next question, man.
+2 for DeAndre Jordan, +1 for Jamal Murray, +2 for Christian Brown, and a paltry -22 for Michael Porter Jr. MPJ 1 for 10 for 3-pointer. But I do want to get into some positives. Peyton Watson, big positive. 24 points. The more impressive thing for him is
blocks.
That it's 4 block shots in a game. He's starting to get confident. Is that a good thing for the Nuggets in the postseason? You bet. He's finding his way offensively. DeAndre Jordan, 17 boards. Played tenacious basketball. Now, 10 points is not giving you a whole lot, from the inside the paint from a scoring production standpoint.
I think he gave you way more than you could have expected coming off of a 38-minute effort the night before. At 36 years old and for a guy who doesn't play basketball all that often. I didn't think there was any chance that you were going to see 30-plus minutes out of DeAndre Jordan yesterday. No shot. I thought it was going to be flipped. I thought DeAndre would give you 10 to 12 and Zeke would play 30. But as soon as Zeke goes into the game, you lost all semblance of defensive rebounding. DeAndre Jordan impacts the basketball game.
I'd love to hear from our listeners on where they're at with Russell Westbrook. Frustration level, belief level, 303-504-0925. Let us know where you're at with Russell Westbrook because he ended up as a -11, 5 turnovers. And with his second all-time turnover mark in his career, which he's played a long period of time, I get it. But he's also has an average of 3.9 turnovers per game in his career. He had 5 last night. I believe that the key for Russell Westbrook to be a positive contributor to this team is to be below the line of his average turnover per game, and that's 3.9. So if you're 3 or fewer, the Nuggets.
You're not going to give him 4?
I'm not giving him 4. Giving him 3.
Typically, we round up.
I want to round a big down because I don't like 4 turnovers. You know why I don't like 5 turnovers? In the case of Russell Westbrook, who played 26 minutes, where did Michael Malone point to the deficiency for the Nuggets in last night's game?
Points off turnovers and points off transition.
Transition basketball, transition defense. How do you get into transition if you're an offense? You force turnovers. Who's the guy that has been forcing turnovers at a high rate? Russell Westbrook. Let us know where you're at with Russell Westbrook and just the optics of watching him play basketball. There is so much good. There's so much tenacity. There's so much fire. He steps onto the court, and you know what you're going to get in terms of energy. That's a positive, man. I am an energy guy. I love positive energy. I love big energy. But I also think the Nuggets have a problem in transition defense, and right now, a culprit of that, a guilty party, if you will, is Russell Westbrook, who just consistently seems to have somewhere between 4 and 6 turnovers on a nightly basis.
You know where missing Nikola Jokic hurts the most? It's not him playing 36 minutes. It's not him being able to go off for a triple-double on a moment's notice. It's clutch time. I mentioned Chicago, right? No points in the first 2 minutes of that fourth quarter. As soon there was that wild play, I want to say it was like it had to be like the 9:30 mark, if I'm right, where there were 3 straight offensive rebounds for Chicago after they had bricked 2 or 3 straight shots. Denver doesn't find a way to get the defensive rebound. Chicago hits a 3. From that point on, a team that hadn't scored in the first 2 minutes of the fourth quarter goes on a 19-5 run in the next 4 minutes. 34 points in the closing 10 minutes of that basketball game. Every one of their fourth quarter points in the final 10 minutes. It killed me that when it came down to crunch time, you didn't have a guy who you could rely upon. That's where you miss Nikola Jokic the most. Yeah. When you start to tighten up, oh God, when you clench a little bit, he's the coolest cat on the floor. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, maybe Jamal looked like at the end of that game, Jamal looked tired. Jamal looked like he was, and credit Chicago, man, they were taking him up 3/4 of that court for the majority of the fourth quarter because you could see that you had to rely on Jamal Murray last night. And they were going to push him, press him, put length on him defensively. And if Jamal didn't have an open look, no one else was really going to be there for you. I guess you got the wing 3 from Peyton Watson that kept you in the game. But Chicago they were red hot from 3. And you miss Nicole when it comes down to the nitty gritty. That's where you need him. And that's why you can't rush him back.
The best closer in the game. Right? Mariano Rivera in his prime before he was in trouble with law or something. I think Mariano Rivera got in a little bit of...
When he was playing?
No, recently.
But that didn't affect what he was doing as he was the best closer in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Mariano, one of the most beloved first ballot Hall of Famers and a little bit of hot water.
Gus Johnson gets a ricochet on Monday. Mariano Rivera gets one a quarter after 10 on a Tuesday.
Who am I to judge?
Fox Sports.
Yeah, it was a bad one, actually. I just Googled it. 53 minutes ago. Former Yankees closer Mariano Rivera and wife Clara deny covering up child sex abuse scandal.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh!
So it's got some meat
Wait,
to it.
That's like today?
It's been kind of lingering over the last couple months, but there was an article that came out today about it. Not good.
Isn't he like the only unanimous Hall of Famer in the history of the game?
He was like beloved player. Awesome cut fastball. Yeah, not good. Anyway, Nikola Jokic.
Anyway, basketball.
He knows how to close out a basketball game.
Hell of a segue, coach.
And when you don't have him, you feel the void. You'll have him for the postseason. My stage of grief is that I'm accepting where we are at right now. And I'm bargaining that Nikola Jokic will be back and we will be fine. And the Nuggets will win a second Larry O'Brien trophy.
Whoa.
I think it's just all this grief. Because I think there's an inevitability that we all really know deep down that this thing's not going to end well. And so we're trying to talk ourselves into it. I am. But I don't think it's going to end well.
We saw Gabriel Landeskog back on the ice again for his 4th straight practice with the Avs. He looks good.
Dropping a Kirk Gibson fist pump.
He's feeling it. He's with the fellas. There's energy. Is he coming back? I already told you. I planted my flag. It's guaranteed. But people think for some reason he must get regular season games in with the Avs this year. I'll tell you whether or not that's actually possible, and if it's not, what the Avs can do in its stead. That on the other side. It's a Nugget Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday. You guys can secure your playoff ticket pre-sale access by signing up for Nuggets Insider newsletter. You visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. That's nuggets.com/insider. And the tickets that we're giving away today as part of the playoff push are for tomorrow against Giannis and the Bucks. Our first keyword today at 303-504-0925 is management.
As in
ball management.
As in load management. As in Nikola Jokic not playing for the Nuggets ahead of the postseason so he can be healthy and fresh.
He's actively injured. There's a difference between load management and being injured and not being able to play.
I advocate load management as it relates to Nikola Jokic. Any more 39-minute games for him in game number 73, not necessarily ideal for the postseason.
I advocate ball management when Russell Westbrook is on the court. Manage that ball.
Either way, the keyword is management, whether you like load or ball. Pause, and we continue.
There's a reason why I do the reads.
Whoa.
All of our keywords are open from 10:20 to 10:45 today, and then we'll give your next one out at 11:20. So make sure you guys, again, text the word management to 303-504-0925, and you could be walking away with tickets to go see the Nuggets take on the Bucks tomorrow. Coach, we saw Gabriel Landeskog talking about guys who are injured and possibly coming back and completely healthy for the playoffs. I don't know if complete health is on the table for Gabe. KJ was asking me before the show if he's at 70% right now.
Relative complete health.
What does it take to get him to 85%? What does it take him to get from 85 to 100? I don't know if 100 will ever be on the table again for Gabe Landeskog, certainly this year. And I don't know if you need him at 100 to get back. So I've had some questions come at me is like, what can the Avs do between now and April 19th when the playoffs begin? Because I heard Moser talking about it, that skating in practice is vastly different from skating in a game. The answer to that is, yeah, it is. You can't replicate the physicality, the intensity in a practice situation that you do, certainly in a regular season game, let alone a playoff game. I don't think there is a possibility that you can get him in a regular season game this year. You can move one contract to LTIR right now and not have it look fishy, and that's Josh Manson. So the reason why the Avs can't utilize like a daily cap hit to get Gabe back into the lineup is because they're actively using LTIR. So you have to utilize the entire cap hit as it pertains to the season. It gets a little, fishy in there, but to make it easy, you would have to move Josh Manson from active roster to LTIR and take all of that money off the books. So that opens up $4.5 million. You would still need to make up another like $1.3 million in long-term injured reserve to activate Gabe and get him into the active lineup. Now, the issue is right now, you don't really have another player that would qualify for that. And while we talk about circumnavigating the cap in the NHL, with Vegas and honestly with the Avs and with the Tampa Bay Lightning a few years ago with Nikita Kucherov, while it felt grimy, this would be a different level of grimy. Because if you put, let's say, like you can't put Miles Wood on there, he's not injured. You can't expect Sam Girard to miss 10 games with his current injury, so you can't put him on LTIR. You wouldn't really be able to make the money work. So I don't think he's playing regular season games, guys.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Are you good with that?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, just keep trending towards getting as healthy as possible. I listened to Riker this morning on the morning show, talk specifically about the next stage, the next step in the process of getting in the right physical conditioning. And that's dealing with the physical nature of the game itself. The banging, the having somebody on you physically while you're trying to navigate skating. And that's the next step for him. My question to you, I heard Riker talking about that. I don't know if I heard this particular answer, but my question to you is there the opportunity to do that without going down to the Eagles?
Not Not really. I mean, you can have small area games where you have guys initiating heavy contact, but just like Gabe, you don't want other guys to possibly get hurt. You can find a way to put some sort of physicality into your practice plan, and they will test that a little bit. There is an ability to go down to the Eagles. It has to be vetted by the commissioner in the league office. So guys on long-term injured reserve can play as many as 6 games or 14 total days down on a conditioning stint. Gabe would have to be okay with being sent down there. You could send him to the Eagles. However, you have to time it perfectly. Because if you do it right now, like the Eagles are on a homestand starting in like a few days. They have like a week-long homestand. But you would not have enough time to play those games and then come back and have the playoffs be starting right then. Because if you play those games and it gets back to the league office and the commissioner and they go, that guy can play hockey. He's ready. And you still have a game or two in the regular season, you, at that point, are not cap compliant. So you have to, if you're going to send him down to the Eagles for a conditioning stint on LTIR, it has to be timed perfectly. And do you want him to play 6 games with the Eagles? Probably not. You might want him to play 3, maybe, 2. Maybe. So there's a possibility that you can send him down. It just has to be timed perfectly. I don't know if it's on the table for it.
Be pretty fun though. Little road trip. We can go stop at Buc-ee's on our way down to or up to Loveland.
Imagine all those guys being able to play with him, like Oscar Olausen and Ivan and Fellhaber and William DeFore, who just came over from the Islanders, and Sean Behrens from DU. It'd be fun.
Trent Miner.
Thinking Trent Miner.
Be a big crowd there.
Oh, I'd sell it out.
Is it at the Blue Arena? Is that what it's called now? It's moved around a little bit. The Blue Arena.
It's not Budweiser anymore?
I think it's blue. Just blue.
What is blue? It's like Blue Chew?
It's a color.
The color blue is sponsoring where the Eagles play.
Blue Arena at the Ranch Events Complex, located in Loveland, Colorado, is a 6,800-seat multi-purpose venue. It's called the Blue Arena.
I need to know what blue is.
It was the Budweiser Arena a year ago, so it's not that anymore. That's blue. I drive by it a lot, so this is my neck of the woods.
Avs will take on Detroit this evening. Detroit got a 5-1 win in Utah last night.
They're playing the colored bird appendages tonight.
Huh?
That's Connor McGahee's
colored bird appendage. No, Connor likes Connor does work boot for them. Red Wing, like the Red Wing shoe. They'll do that. A colored bird appendage is okay. But yeah, they get a 5-1 win against Utah last night. They're on the outside looking in the Eastern Conference. This is it's a hungry hockey team. And I think this is the perfect thing for the Avalanche, to have to go up against teams that are desperate to win games. And McDavid and Draisaitl are not out for a long period of time. They're not coming back for a handful of games. And Nathan McKinnon, while he went off when Mikko Rantanen was originally traded away from the team, he's kind of cooled off as of late. Does that concern you at all?
It does, and at the same time, it doesn't fully. I think that this is a team right now that it's in a good space. It's in a good stride. It's not having to go full tilt boogie to win games to stay afloat, but it is winning games. And I think different players are finding their stride at different times, and it's all positive. And by the way, thank you to our Safeway Twitchers. Blue is in Blue Credit Union. It's a Wyoming-based credit union.
Wyoming
for the Blue Arena.
It doesn't. These
where
things
Gabe
don't make sense.
Landeskog is going
they don't
to
make
be,
sense.
Should be like brown, right? Wyoming's a very brown
It's a very
vibe.
Well, the reason why you say it is because of the Cowboys colors. Right?
Yeah, but also like, have you driven around in a good chunk of Wyoming? It's just a lot of brown.
There's a lot of green there. It depends what type of.
Well, I mean,
what time of year you're going out there.
Yeah, but you're even in like Laramie, Wyoming. Man, it's outside of the evergreen trees. It's so high altitude wise that things don't live. It's just brown. It's a lot of brown. A lot of
you sound like
tumbleweeds.
you're sounding like you're hating on Wyoming.
I love Wyoming.
It doesn't sound like you do.
I love brown. I'm a fan of brown. It's a great color. I like earth tones. You should come and check out the house decor. A lot of earth tones.
A lot of earthy,
very
millennial
earthy.
grays.
Yeah,
we're the same way. I got you. We're the same way.
Yep.
Gen Z and Gen Alpha are very mean about that millennial gray look.
Yeah, and
but it's clean.
Connor McGahee did choose to go with force of nature versus colored bird appendage.
I'll take it
for the game tonight.
I'll take it. It'll be a good hockey game, man. Detroit's this weird Jekyll and Hyde team where they're third in the NHL in power play. Like you put them on the power play, they score. They are dead last in PK. Their starting netminder, Peter Mrazek, who always finds a way, even though like Detroit hasn't won a game here. I heard Moser talking about this. Detroit hasn't won a game in Denver since the Stadium Series game in 2016.
Wow. How many games is that? You're guaranteed a cross.
I think they're like 12. I think the Avs are 12-0-1 or something like that in their last 13 against them. They can't find a way to win here. They can't find a way to win overall. But Mrazek always keeps them in a game. Mrazek took one shot yesterday, gets injured. Alex Lyon goes in, stops 16 of 17 shots against, gets the win. So you're either going to see Lyon on the second leg of a back-to-back in back-to-back games, or Cam Talbot's going to come in and play tonight for Detroit. It's an interesting matchup. Again, I don't think that Colorado is going to catch Dallas. Dallas won again last night. They shut out Minnesota. That's a team that's not giving up home ice advantage. 5-point deficit right now. Dallas has one game in hand. You only have 11 games remaining, right? Get ready for this. Like, that is your reality. You are going to Dallas round one of the playoffs. You're not going to make up 5 points in 11 games against that good of a hockey team.
But wouldn't you like to start where it ended last year? Wouldn't you like to start again in Dallas in the playoffs where it ended
I'm
last
cool with
year?
that. I don't care about putting the Avs on the road this year at all. They're kind of the same team at home as they are away this year. 23-10-2 at home, 20-15-1 away from Ball Arena. The home ice advantage doesn't matter all that much. You're going to have to go to Winnipeg in round two anyways. Like, you have to go there. So home ice advantage in round one, I would rather you do kind of what like Edmonton's doing right now. Edmonton is they're treating McDavid and Draisaitl with kid gloves, much like Michael Malone and the Nuggets are treating Nikola Jokic. They go, oh, we're good, we're fine.
Load management. Is that what you're referring to?
Yep.
So Michael Malone is managing the load of Nikola Jokic?
I am convinced that Nikola Jokic is way more injured than Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl are hurt.
Have you looked at the Eastern Conference wildcard
It's
picture?
insane.
Dude, they're essentially everybody's got a shot. At least up until you get to Buffalo and probably Philly.
Pittsburgh's probably the last team that you can say is still on life
Even
support.
then, I mean, there are ultimately, it looks like Ottawa is a shoo-in, right? 79 points.
Yeah.
But then between Montreal, who's got the second wildcard spot with 75 points, all the way down to Pittsburgh, there are a total of 7 teams.
It's chaos.
That are within 6 points with 12 to go. Roughly, right? It's about 12 to go?
Yeah, anywhere between 10 and 12.
10 and 12.
You want to play these teams. Like, again, for me, the results don't matter for the Avalanche. How you play
It's
matters.
the how. It's not the what.
And you are now
It's the
being
how.
forced to play against teams that are playing playoff hockey at the end of March. Results don't matter, but how you get there, as long as you're in these games and not taking your foot off the gas like you did against Montreal and learning that lesson, I'm all up for it. Von Miller sat down with Kay Adams. He had interesting things to say. Is he going to come back here? Or the Broncos going to find a way to bring Von Miller back? That on the other side.
We are right here in the heart of all the action of hockey, basketball, college hoops. And there's no better place to get an app to engage in a little bit of little bit of side coin than Circus Sports Colorado. From college hoops, hockey, NBA, everything in between, Circus Sports has you covered. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app. Go do it right now or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a 2K Tuesday, and up until the playoffs, 2K Tuesday means Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. You have 45 seconds to text the word management to 303-504-0925. That's management to 303-504-0925 to enter to win tickets to go see the Nuggets take on the Bucks. 30 seconds remain in the keyword management. We'll give out another one coming up at 11:20. Again, pair of tickets to see the Nuggets take on Giannis and the Bucks tomorrow night at Ball Arena at 7 p.m. Also, if you guys want to text in your 90s and 2000s song requests, KJ will have those going on all day long at 303-504-0925. Von Miller sat down with our friend Kay Adams.
Would you like to be a part of the actual Broncos?
I mean, you just had to see, you know. This
color has always looked good on you.
You know, I've always loved, you know, blue and orange. You just had to see. You know, it's a fun time right now for me and my career, and you know, you just had to wait and see. You know, take it one day at a time, and it's all fun, and you just wait and see.
What is fun about it? You like the?
I think the excitement of not knowing what's next has a sense of. It could also be scary too, but
I would think that fun would not be the word.
I'm not in my perception. I don't frame it like that. I've done everything I could possibly do, and whatever's next for me is what's next. And you know, it's fun. It's exciting. You know, you're looking at new teams and new quarterbacks. You can never replace a Josh Allen in the season that he had, but new quarterbacks, new environments, and just a new place to be is fun.
There's a term, Riz King, that goes around. You know, my 8 and 10-year-old son talk about Riz. I think Kay Adams, the Riz Queen, as it relates to interviewing. I mean, she just has a way of just getting.
She was gassing Vaughn up there, man.
She was
gassing Vaughn up.
I mean, this color just looks so good on you. It always looks so
good. We do like that color. This show loves that color. Blue and orange is this color's or this show's colorway.
No question. The Denver Broncos, the Boise State Broncos, the Syracuse Orange, no longer the Orange Men that I learned a couple days ago.
It's been that for years. My New York Mets, who are going to somehow shatter my heart this year.
Von Miller should be a Bronco in 2025.
He should be.
Period.
He doesn't have to be a Bronco now.
No, just 2025.
He doesn't have to be a Bronco during training camp.
Nope.
He doesn't have to be a Bronco in September. Do the Roger Clemens thing with him. When Clemens left the Yankees and he had all of those years where he'd come back with the Astros and just be like, I'm kind of bored on my farm. I'm a little overweight. My kid's a teenager now, and I believe, I'm almost positive his kid just made the Phillies opening day roster.
Did not know this.
And for years, he would just show up in the middle of July, like All-Star break, and go, I'll give you 12 starts, and maybe we'll make the playoffs, and I can be a good piece of your rotation. I think that would be the perfect way to bring Von Miller in. You bring him on a prorated contract, and all it is incentive-laden deals. You get X amount of sacks. We get past the wild card round, the divisional round, get into an AFC championship game, and you can make a couple of $1 million. And you don't have to go through the grind of training camp. You don't have to go through the grind and kind of, again, for Vaughn at this point, not for the Broncos, for Vaughn at this point, meaningless football games up until week 8, right? They matter for the Broncos. Like, you can't put the Broncos in the flip the switch category that we put the Golden State Warriors in, that the Kansas City Chiefs have been in for the past 3-4 years. But for Vaughn, none of that crap matters. Look at what he did with LA.
Yeah, Von Miller's he's gonna provide some team a boost at some point in the 2025 season. And why, if you're the Denver Broncos, would you allow it to be elsewhere? Why?
Because you know where he'd look great? He'd look great in Kansas City. He would look terrifying. You put him on the other side of Chris Jones for 7 or 8 games. I would hate that. I would hate it.
Which is everywhere. Wouldn't be great.
I think he'd be the perfect type of guy to help your edge rushers. And we've talked about Vaughn being that player to be the DeMarcus Ware. But I want him to be that guy for Bo Nix too, right? He talked about Josh Allen. He's been there. He's done that with guys like, obviously, Peyton Manning. But now he's been there with contemporaries of Bo Nix. He's learned from his time with Matt Stafford and with Allen up there in Buffalo. He can bring some sort of help to a guy like Bo Nix. I don't think it's just to help Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper.
Yeah, you look at the previous 5 seasons of Von Miller. He hasn't started a game since 2022, in which case he started 11 games. But he does have the ability to have impact. 2024, the regular season this year, 0 starts, a total of 13 solo tackles, but 6 of those solo tackles were sacks. That's all you need.
That's efficient.
That's all you need. Truly all you need. And then looking back to several years back where he did start 11 games, that was in 2022. 8 sacks. 2021, 5 sacks. Combined in 2021, he actually ended up having between 2 teams, he ended up at 9.5 sack season. If you get 6 to 9 sacks out of Von Miller and you sign him, say, October, maybe November, I'm all for it. If you sign him in training camp, I'm all for it too. Why would it be valuable to have Von Miller available in training camp for your team? He's the ultimate pass rushing mentor.
He is. Does he still do the pass rushing summit?
He's been doing it. He's been doing it.
They still do that thing?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, sure. I guess you could convince me that you need to have him here in training camp. But just Vaughn gets every single day that you're actually in pads hitting each other, he gets that off. Like, go play golf, go hang out, go.
He does it. He does it
range
UNLV.
Free with your chickens.
So it's 8 years in a row now. It's the 8th annual SAC Summit.
SAC Summit, that's what he calls it, not the pass rushing summit, the SAC Summit.
Yeah, in Las Vegas. It was started by Von Miller. It's been almost co-led now by Max Crosby and Von Miller together.
Hey, you just get a month-long SAC Summit just for the Broncos?
Fantastic.
Sign me up. Sign me up, man. I would love to see him there. I think it'd be perfect. The other news that I saw coming out of the league, particularly in Dallas, have you seen that Ashton Genty hasn't met with the Cowboys yet? And that's a team that is like supposedly heavily interested in that player. He's a kid from Texas.
Frisco
is a possibility to be on the board by the time pick number 12 rolls around.
They've got their bona fide pass rusher on the roster already. They've got their bona fide wide receiver 1 in CeeDee Lamb. They've got their franchise quarterback that's making crazy bread in Dak Prescott.
Do they still have Dalton Schultz as their tight end?
Yes, I believe.
Question marks?
He was there last year.
But they haven't had Genty in for a visit.
Would there be any reason that they're strategically not meeting with him?
It could be smokescreen, but like also look at the Ezekiel Elliott thing wasn't uber successful. It was successful for a couple of years, right? But that's the last time that they took a high running back.
Dalton Schultz is a Houston Texan now.
He's a Houston Texan.
But was a Cowboy. And it's Jake Ferguson is the...
Okay, all right. Like, he had 3 really good seasons. He had the 1,600-yard season as a rookie. He had the 1,400-yard third season in the league, and then followed up with 1,300 yards, and then kind of started to peter off after that. It was a successful first-round pick, but the second half of that player's career in Dallas, you ended up getting a shell of the running back you once had before. So it wasn't a bad draft pick. But after you draft that guy, you're kind of forced into, well, if he's really good, you want to extend him. You want to get him to a second contract. And I wonder if they're just gun shy right now about going, well, if we have the same thing as Zeke and he's super successful, we're going to sign him again. And God forbid we get this 800 yards, 600 yards, 200 yards out of Ezekiel Elliott, not even as a starter.
We all know that Jared Jones is more than capable of making really bad decisions. So we could
settle down just a little bit.
We could probably guess that Jera and the Cowboys are trying to not put out any smoke screens that, hey, we are taking him at 12, because there are some mocks that have him going in the top 6 or 7. So why even put it out there to those teams that are going to be picking before you that, hey, if he gets to 12, he's a Cowboy. That's one thought. But I would say Jared Jones they have to draft some offensive line. They need some offensive line help.
Not Another Bracket contest is underway. You guys can go check out the full standings right now at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Our grand prize winner this year, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner for 2 at the Denver Chop House, a big screen TV that we're going to buy for you, and a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. It's all thanks to Evan Williams Bourbon. From tip-off traditions to buzzer beater celebrations, adding this award-winning bourbon to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also to Brothers BBQ. Enjoy it during the games, or let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Our overall leader right now is Josh. He's got 83 points. He's got 5 teams: Maryland, BYU, Gonzaga, Michigan, and Arkansas, all still alive in the tournament. 191 entries have 5 teams still alive. And KJ leading all ASR staff right now with 67 points. Yeah. Andy Lindahl's in second place. I'm
Who's in third place?
No idea. I have no clue. Are you in third place?
No, I'm in fourth.
You're still alive. I think I'm
very much alive.
I know Kreckman's dead last with 9 points, but Kaner, Nelly, and Berto, they've got 21, 19, and 16 points. None of their teams are still alive.
Vic Lombardo.
Vic's in third?
Mm-hmm.
That shocks me.
Yeah,
I think I'm in,
especially for someone who could care less about college basketball.
I think I'm like third or fourth to last right now because I'm a mush. Just terrible. KJ, you're keeping us afloat, and I appreciate you. We're giving away more Nuggets tickets coming up in hour 2. Your next keyword comes up at 11:20. After the Nuggets fall to the Bulls last night, 129-119, they'll take on the Bucks tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. We're giving away tickets. Your next keyword coming up in just 18 minutes from right now. Avs are back home for a 4-game set. They'll host the Detroit Red Wings tonight, 6:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as they look to try and keep pace with Dallas, who has just decided not to lose a game ever again, apparently. Did you catch what Stephen A. Smith had to say about college basketball and the state of NIL and what it's done to the tournament?
I did not.
If this continues, it will be the death of college basketball. Because college basketball, listen to what I'm saying, Coach, this has no effect on the allure of college basketball during the season. But March Madness, the madness of March, owns sports for that 4 to 5 week period beginning somewhere in March through the early part of April. Owns sports. NFL season is done. The draft is approaching but hasn't arrived yet. The NBA playoffs are approaching but hasn't arrived yet. Baseball season is just getting underway. Other than opening day, you ain't really thinking about it. March Madness, the NCAA tournament is where it's at.
Is it the worst thing in the world that there are 4 conferences currently represented in the Sweet 16?
I feel like we're not getting in this NCAA tournament what has made this tournament so incredibly fun to watch, so enjoyable for the consumer. The upsets, the Cinderella story, the Florida Gulf Coast University stories, the Loyola.
Yeah.
Valpo from...
Who was the team that beat UConn? George Mason. George Mason. What a run.
Great coach, too.
Where did he end up going? I can see
Was
him.
it Miami?
I can see his face. That is correct.
Larinaga.
Larinaga. Look at you. On fire day.
Yeah. Got my sleep last night. Ate my Wheaties this morning.
4 conferences, right? ACC, Big 10, Big 12, SEC right now.
There it is.
Just the big boys.
And even the our local product, the CSU Rams, could have extended Nico Medved's stay in Fort Collins by 5 days.
Oh, he was going. So
it was already done.
We talked about the numbers yesterday. I don't think we talked about it on our show because they weren't publicly yet, but you told me that it was just north of 3. It starts at $3 million in year 1. It's a 6-year deal with a $100,000 escalator every year of the 6-year deal for Nico to leave CSU. And he was making 1.7 a year in the Mountain West. That's a pretty cushy job, man. Really cushy job. And you used to see, that was the attrition of March Madness, of these mid-majors, these Cinderella stories going on deep runs, right? We talk about Jim Larinaga at George Mason beating UConn, a team that should have run all the way through that tournament that year. They had like 4 first-round draft picks on that team. George Mason beats him, stuns him. He leaves, he goes to Miami. But he doesn't bring all of his players with him. That used to be the attrition. And now it's every player. Every one of these big-time schools, or not even the big-time schools, the middle-of-the-road teams in big-time conferences. Let's call it Louisville, right? Louisville's an 8 seed this year. They lose in the first round to Creighton. You think they've got more money than UC San Diego can throw at their starting point guard? You go, hey,
betcha.
come on here. So now you're losing head coaches and big-time players year in and year out.
I don't love what has happened to college basketball, probably even more so than the impact of NIL and the transfer portal on college football.
And I think there's a reason why. The reason why is because you love the upset. You love the Cinderella story in basketball. You don't love it in football. You know what you want in football? You want a good football game. And if you get the Cinderella story in a football game, the Cinderella story getting to the playoff, you're going to end up with a 55-point drubbing in round 1. So
really what I kind of watched this year with my Boise State Broncos against Penn State. And that's about as good of it and about as talented of a Boise State team as I've ever seen.
And what do we talk about for the first few games of the college football playoff? It was kind of boring football.
Wasn't great.
And that brings me to my question at the beginning of our hour here is it the worst thing in the world that the only 4 conferences remaining are the big boys, that you don't have Cinderellas, where Stephen A says it's going to be the death of college basketball? You know what's really fun? It's the best 4 days of the sports calendar is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, rounds 1 and rounds 2 of the NCAA tournament. And when you got those 13 seeds that went down, when you get the 15 seed that makes a crazy run to the Sweet 16, it's awesome, but it typically ends in disaster. More often than not, that 13 seed, that 14 that beat the 3 seed and then finds a way to beat the 2 seed in the next round, they get mollywopped in the Sweet 16.
You just said something. The best 4 days in the sports calendar on an annual basis is rounds 1 and rounds 2 of the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Was that even remotely true this season? Did you think it was that good?
It. I ended up enjoying the weekend more than I did Thursday, Friday, right? Because you and I talked about
Thursday, Friday used to be the best. It used to be so fun. That's where all the chaos happened.
And I'd like to say it's because I'm getting older that I'm missing that magic. But no, Thursday and Friday were a little bit boring. Saturday, Sunday, you got good games. And unfortunately, it came at the expense of CSU alums, right? Because you have this amazing shot. There's was it a travel? Was it not a travel? You lose the game. But it was better on the weekend. Again, but more often than not, when those Cinderella teams get through, they got hammered in rounds 3 and round 4. It ended up giving you terrible basketball. At least here, while it is a very chalky tournament, we're set up for an excellent second weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of this coming weekend, you should see awesome basketball games. You want buzzer beaters? You want overtime games? This is what we're set up for now. You don't have the Valpos. You don't have Robert Morris making a Sweet 16 run. You don't have McNeese going super deep or Troy finding a way to get to the Sweet 16. Yeah, that sucks. But I think I'd rather see Kentucky and Tennessee go at it in the Sweet 16 and play a game that is rock'em sock'em robots and come down to the wire this weekend than watch Tennessee have to take on Troy and beat them by 35. I really don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
Really good article here I'm reading right now about the bracket, and there's some historical things that happened this year after the first 2 rounds. But the top 4 seeds went a combined 16-0 for the 6th time ever. 2 number 12 seeds got through to the second round and 1 11 seed. That's it. Highest seed to reach the Sweet 16, number 10 Arkansas. An SEC team coached by John Calipari is your Cinderella story this year, Raj. That's your Cinderella story. Everyone else is 6 or higher, with all 4 number 1 seeds and 3 of the 4 2 seeds, not including St. John's.
And I guess I feel bad, right? Because my alma mater is blue blood adjacent, right? Syracuse basketball. I can probably say that. I won't put it at blue blood, but you're right there. So me saying this is good for basketball, I understand people rolling your eyes at a Syracuse guy. You should probably be rolling your eyes at me as a Boise State guy, because this kills Boise State. It doesn't kill teams from the ACC, the Big 12, the Big 10, the SEC.
Is the Big East now on the outs? A historically strong conference in basketball?
They were on the outs, and the only reason why the Big East wasn't on the outs for a long time is because of Danny Hurley and UConn.
Yeah.
Right? Like, name another Big East team. Creighton?
St. John's, right?
Oh, I'll give you St. John's. All right. But Rick Pitino had to come there to make
Isn't
them
that
relevant
wild?
again.
The Big East, I've heard for years, anybody, you went to college in
I
New
got
York.
1 year of the Big East
The
in
Big
college.
East tournament is
Unbelievable.
It's like the event for East Coast residents. They'll say, I'll take that any day of the week and twice on Sunday over the NCAA tournament.
It was one of the coolest things I've ever been to. I've been to a Final Four. I've been to a couple of regionals here in Denver. Nothing will compare to, and again, I was at the tail end of it. Like, I wasn't there when Big John Thompson was going at it and Pitino was at Providence, and I had the final.
God, what has
year.
happened at Georgetown?
Just falling off a cliff.
Jeez.
They tried the Ewing thing, and that fell
ugly.
flat on its face. It was the Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden was unlike anything I've ever seen.
And it's still at Madison Square Garden. It's still a big event, but the teams
It ain't
just
the
aren't
same.
relevant.
It ain't the same.
There was such a heyday of the Big East Conference before realignment and the ACC pilfering a lot of those teams. It was such a fun conference, even in football. There was a time period there when like Louisville was really good in football, and Bobby Petrino was the head coach there. Syracuse was really fun in football. Boston College and Matt Ryan. Back when Miami was in the Big East, like there was
Matt Ryan, Luke Kuechly.
There was a good run of the Big East, and it is just gonzo.
Well, because all of them left and went to the ACC.
Yep.
Football money came out, right?
And even now, it's like the ACC feel like they're all right on the fringe of being non-existent in football.
I mean, I want my school to get out of the ACC. I want them to run for the
Big
hills.
Ten.
Run for the hills.
You would want Syracuse to be in the Big Ten.
I'd go streaking down the street if that happened. I'd be ecstatic about that thing, man.
Yeah, and Syracuse would actually be a fairly good fit in the Big Ten. You think about it.
Rutgers is in there. Come on.
Well, even just academically, it's a good academic institution. You'd be somewhat of a peer of Northwestern, and your sports you're bringing in a really good power brand from a basketball perspective.
I meant to ask you yesterday because we went off on CSU losing Nico Medved to Minnesota and the allure of going from a small school to a big school. The allure mainly being money, access to players. You obviously having your personal experience at Minnesota would have been like, maybe don't go to that big school. Wait for another one to come calling. What about the opposite side of the coin? Talk to me about the allure of staying at a smaller program, right? Because CSU right now is it a slap in the face of that university to call them a basketball school?
Right. I mean, Nico Medved built them into a basketball school. And I do think that if John Weber, the athletic director at CSU, does the 100% right thing, it's Ali Farouknesh will be your next head basketball coach. And I think you'll continue to be a dominant basketball brand. In, what do they call it in basketball? It's not group of five. It's non-AQ or I don't know. I don't even know. The non-power conference schools.
Mid-major feels...
Mid-major. There you go. Mid-major.
It still feels like a punch at CSU. Maybe it's just because we're here in Colorado, but it feels like a punch at them.
But it's the reality.
Yep.
We just got done explaining who the four halves are in the NCAA tournament. And the Mountain West is several conferences removed from the halves.
You're right.
The Big East is a bigger conference right now than the Mountain West Conference by a long shot in basketball. Staying at CSU, if you're Nico Medved, or if you're any coach that's built a legacy, first off, you have to consider, is it a good place to live, and is it a place where you can have sustained success? And the answer to those, for me and Nico Medved, is yes and yes! Exclamation point. Fort Collins is one of the I think one of the coolest college towns in America.
That place is a blast.
One of the fastest growing communities, and as a result, it's become kind of a hot place to recruit to. I think that the support that you have at that place is real. I mean, go to either any of their facilities, and you can tell that CSU is invested and they have investors. Actually, it was funny. Right before the news came down about Nico Medved taking the Minnesota job, I just felt it. Like my sixth sense, my spidey sense as a coach is like, it's right on the it's going to happen here soon. I think it was Nico Medved's wife had tweeted something out about CSU. And I actually had responded. This has ended up being a mere hour before he was announced as the head coach at Minnesota. And I responded, don't chase the big brand. Stay in a great place where you will have a statue built outside of Moby for you. And that's what I think the experience is at a place like CSU for a Nico Medved. I just saw him put on the quarter zip, the Minnesota quarter zip, in the private jet on the way to Minneapolis. And I'm like, man, to me, that gold at University of Minnesota, it just feels like fool's gold because you're in the bottom third of that conference in terms of brand recognition. It's not a great brand, Raj. Hockey it is. It's a great brand in college hockey, but in football and basketball, is that a power brand in college sport?
No, it's an afterthought.
It is. facility-wise on a basketball side, it's not great. It's an old barn. It's had a really bad atmosphere for a while. I guess there's an opportunity there, but on the flip side, man, I just feel like that job is fool's gold.
And with opportunity for those big schools, right? For those bigger schools in big-time conferences comes you don't get the rope that you get at CSU, right? Like if you have 2 bad seasons at Minnesota, you're gone, right? They fire you, they deal with the severance, and they hire another guy. At Colorado State, if Nate Clifford goes to the NBA after transferring to you out of CU, and you struggle a little bit and you're a middle-of-the-road Mountain West team next year, and then you take a little bit bigger of a step the season after that, but you don't get to the tournament 2 years in a row, you know what you still have? Your job. That's the big thing with Nico taking this chance. Yeah, you're doubling your salary year over year, but there is a very good chance that if it doesn't go the way that you want it to, in 2 years, you're coming crawling right back to the mid-major conferences, brother.
Minnesota will give Nico time because this is the first hire that the University of Minnesota has made in the last several years that is widely applauded. I still think that he has an uphill battle because the Big Ten, there are a lot of haves. At University of Minnesota, you are a have-not.
The NFL notes are coming up on the other side. Is J.J. McCarthy disgruntled in Minnesota? He had something to say about what the coaching staff hasn't told him yet. That's coming up on the other side. Also, we're giving away Nuggets regular season tickets as part of our playoff push Ticket Tuesday. You guys can win tickets to go see the Nuggets take on the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow night. Our next keyword is coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL. Before we get to that, welcome back to the program, Coach. They put out food, and Big Back has to go out there and get some hot links.
This back is big, and it needs to be fed. So I went and got some meat sticks, some sausage from Brothers Barbecue.
Today is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. Secure your playoff ticket presale access by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. The tickets we're giving away today are for tomorrow night's game against Giannis and the Bucks. You had a chance to text in a keyword at 10:20. Here's your second keyword. The keyword is freak. FREAK. That's freak. To 303-504-0925. You have until 11:45 to text that keyword in and enter to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's game. We'll give away your winner at about 11:50 today.
Why freak, Raj?
Because Giannis is the Greek freak.
There we go.
And you're also a freak for hot links.
I am a freak for any type of glizzy. If I got the opportunity for glizzy to enter my being, I'm going to choose the glizzy. Always. And with that, KJ, go ahead and take over here.
Up in Adams earlier this week, J.J. McCarthy, the supposed starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings, has not officially been told that he is starting, quote. And I'm happy they didn't, because I try to earn it every single day, and I never want that to be given to me. It's such a privilege and opportunity to give me that chance, and I'm just going to make the most of every single day. And, quote, what do you guys make of the Vikings playing the little game of making J.J. McCarthy earn the job?
I would be so pissed off if I was J.J. McCarthy right now, not because I haven't been given the job, but because of why I haven't been given the job. Stop talking to Aaron Rodgers. Just bring in some other guy, or if you want to draft another guy in the middle rounds and say, hey, it's a quarterback competition, be my guest. But the fact that you're flirting around with Aaron Rodgers, and that's the reason why J.J. McCarthy hasn't been given the job?
Yeah, it's dumb. It's stupid.
Stupid.
I think that a lot of it is manufactured by media outlets as opposed to what's actually happening inside the building. Kevin O'Connell, certified quarterback whisperer, I guarantee you has had real, tangible conversations with his quarterback of the future, J.J. McCarthy. And that's why it doesn't sound like J.J. McCarthy is disgruntled at all. Would you agree in that quote?
No, it doesn't.
Did you also see what Josh Allen was recently interviewed and asked about arm talent in the National Football League? He said that he thinks the only guy that's really in that same conversation of just crazy arm strength is J.J. McCarthy.
Really?
Josh Allen himself said it from the pro timing day that J.J. McCarthy had last year, put on an absolute clinic as it relates to arm strength. J.J. McCarthy's going to be the starting quarterback. There's no question about it.
I mean, he looked awesome in I was about to call it spring training. He looked awesome in training camp and preseason.
He sure did. He's going to be a really good player, man. And he's got so many of the intangibles. And the one thing I didn't really know, because they ran the ball so much at the University of Michigan when he was a quarterback, I really didn't know what his arm strength was.
I thought he was just dink and dunk.
It kind of felt like
the crossing route.
And then I saw him at the combine. I'm like, oh, wow, okay.
Well, look what Harbaugh turned Justin Herbert into. It wasn't the gunslinger that we've seen Justin Herbert be in the past.
You're right. Yeah, it's a bit of a handoff merchant and somebody who, play actions and taking advantage of what the defense gives you if they're trying to stop the run game. So yeah, I think that J.J. McCarthy is going to be a superstar, and this is going to be the next element of this 2024 quarterback draft class that's going to just burst onto the scene. It's going to be this year.
KJ, what's next?
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
Tim Hasselbeck of ESPN was asked this morning about Shedeur Sanders and who a potential comp might be for him. Here is Tim Hasselbeck kind of going through who he thinks may be the best comp to Shedeur Sanders.
Ooh.
He's saying like his comp is Kirk Cousins. Again, I'm not trying to and I hate to say this in some ways because I think people are going to read it the wrong way. Like I actually think the comp is Andy Dalton. Now Andy Dalton's another guy that's thrown over 250, touchdowns throughout his career. Andy Dalton stabilized things in Cincinnati. Andy Dalton took that organization to the playoffs 4 different times. And Mike said something I think is critical to kind of listen to. He's a good quarterback. I think that there's confidence that he will be a good quarterback. I actually think that he's very pro-ready with how he's been coached, with how smart he is, how he plays the position. And so I think that's just this tricky, area to be but we're picking at the top of the draft.
You what? I woke up this morning and I had zero idea that I would hear Shedeur Sanders with his watch up being comped to the Ginger, Andy Dalton, and or Mr. Coles himself, Kirk Cousins.
Kirk is known to wear a chain without a shirt on
Kirk
the team
Co-chains.
plane. He is known to wear a chain. You like that?
I don't see it. Here's why I don't see it. I don't see it. It has nothing to do with the cultural differences between Kirk Cousins and Andy Dalton with Shedeur Sanders. None of that. What's the one thing that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Shedeur Sanders can deliver in the moment? Game on the line. Big moments. Big games. Ball in his hands, he's going to win it. That doesn't sound anything like Hasselbeck was describing both Andy Dalton and Kirk Cousins as stabilizers. Stabilizers are just good placeholders, solid players.
Shedeur doesn't feel like a stabilizer.
He is not a stabilizer.
I think that's the reason why
he is either massive boom or potentially bust.
Yes. It's the reason why you see him going as high as 3 and as low as 28. That's the reason why. And that's what he was at Colorado. It was run around and throw up a Hail Mary that gets dropped by your quarter or your wide receiver, and then on 4th down, do it again and get your knee taken out at the same time.
I don't see I could see, God, I'm trying to think of who the comp would be. Is there a comp? I don't know.
I've heard people say Geno Smith.
Yeah. Beautiful thrower of the football. I don't know, man. I don't think, it's hard to say that Geno Smith was as accomplished as a college passer in pro-style concepts as Shedeur Sanders has been. And particularly with those, the biggest box that Shedeur Sanders has checked that I think a lot of college quarterbacks haven't necessarily checked is, can you deliver in 2-minute scenarios consistently and win games? And that's to me where Shedeur Sanders has such a leg up on every single quarterback in the last couple of years, probably not named Jaden Daniels.
KJ, keep it going.
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
Well, in case you missed it earlier, our old friend Von Miller is he's golfing, but he also spoke to Kate Adams, and let's just say he has reunion on his mind potentially.
Would you like to be a part of the actual Broncos?
I mean, you just had to see,
This color has always looked good on you.
I've always loved, blue and orange. You just had to see. It's a fun time right now for me and my career, and you just had to wait and see. Take it one day at a time, and it's all fun, and you just wait and see.
Von Miller, you're a Bronco. Just make it happen.
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
He'd be cheap. It would work. It would make sense for your young pass rushing core. It would also make sense for your young quarterback. It's the perfect full circle moment. You don't have to bring him in now. You don't have to bring him in even in training camp, although you and I talked about that earlier today, that it would be nice to have a Sack Summit Denver exclusive type of camp, but you don't need it. You could bring this guy in October, midway through November, and I'd be perfectly fine with it. Third down pass rushing merchant. Bring him home, man. Bring him home. You have the cap space. You're not going out and signing anyone else.
Do we know if Von Miller has made Denver his home base?
He has said that he'd be returning. I think he still has a house here, unless he sold it, because they were using Von's house for like reality TV. I think they did Married at First Sight there for a little bit. Yeah, it was weird.
Love is Blind Denver?
Something like that. I know
Live from Von Miller's crib?
Isn't Love is Blind Denver coming?
It's coming.
It's already been shot?
I think it's been shot. Has it been shot at Von Miller's house?
I don't think so. I think you have to have like a warehouse for those things.
Is there any chance we'll know anybody personally on
I
that
was
show?
upset that Josh Grismer wasn't put on it.
Yes.
He said he was dating someone at the time that they were shooting, and I was very upset with him.
Grizz is such a Love is Blind contestant.
He would be the perfect guy.
Oh, my gosh.
The perfect guy.
What if Dan Tanner was just low-key, just incognito?
They only put hot people on Love is Blind now.
Dan Tanner's smoking hot.
I love you, Dan.
That's a smoke show.
KJ, what's next?
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
He's stupid.
He's got to be so
How did we
pissed.
go from
He's going to be so pissed off.
Guys, how did we go from NFL notes to Love is Blind and Dan Tanner being smoking hot?
Because we have wives that watch trash TV.
Do I watch Love is Blind also? Yeah, I do.
Of course you do.
I just started this season, the Minneapolis season. Probably spurned on by my overall hatred for the state of Minnesota, the Golden Gophers. It's a good show, Raj. It's a good show.
All
you
right,
like it?
all right,
Do you like it? Be honest. You've told me off air that you like it. So don't try to be tough guy. I know it's Tuesday. It doesn't need to be tough guy Tuesday for Alex Ryan-Emmy on the air.
I have learned to enjoy it.
You love it, bro.
I used to hate it, and now I like it.
Come on, man. Easy on the easy guy.
KJ.
Miami quarterback Cam Ward believes he solidified himself as the top overall pick in next month's draft during his pro day on yesterday. Quote, I told them I'm solidifying it today. They finally got to see me throw in person. That should be all they need to see. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be happy with whatever team I go to. I'm just trying to play football. And quote, Adam Schefter also reported that Titans have officially put in for a private workout with Cam Ward. Coach, can you kind of, take a few seconds and kind of break down what's the difference between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and why is Cam kind of taking this little bit of a slight bump here recently?
I have no freaking clue. I think it's also a narrative that's being created by the national media. I don't know where this is all coming from. Personally, I believe that Cam Ward has a lot of physical attributes that are really positive. I think Shedeur Sanders does as well. Cam Ward maybe has displayed a little bit more discipline with regards to getting rid of the football and not taking sacks. But overall, pure thrower of the football, a guy that is proven to win football games when it comes down to the very end. I still believe that when it's all said and done, if and when Shedeur Sanders goes into a good, proper situation for him to thrive, he will be a better pro than Cam Ward. Period, point blank, end of story.
As one of these quarterbacks, would you rather go number one, or would you rather fall to, let's say, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, maybe the Colts, or sorry, maybe the Seahawks? Would you rather fall to like 14, 18, 21, 22 range, or would you rather go number one overall to Tennessee or number two to Cleveland?
Where did DK end up again?
DK is in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
So he's alongside George Pickens.
Yeah.
You got Mike Tomlin as your head coach. And TJ Watt is still a pass rushing son of a gun.
I'll tell you who would actually be a good fit culturally, stylistically as a player, as a guy that moves around and runs the rock and can throw the footballs. Cam Ward as a Pittsburgh Steeler would be a great fit. I actually think that Shedeur Sanders is a really good fit. I think the New York Giants is, as I start to watch how this thing's materializing with Jameis Winston being signed by the New York Giants, I actually believe that the Giants is a good fit for Shedeur Sanders. Tennessee Titans, it just feels a little bit, the Titans feel a little bit lost right now as a franchise. And I don't know that Brian Callahan truly is the future head coach. I don't know. Did you see the clip of Cam Ward getting dapped up after Pro Day yesterday with Tennessee Titans head coach Brian Callahan and offensive coordinator Nick Holtz? It was so awkward. Like, it was like they were trying to bro out with Cam Ward, and it was like they were suburban dads and trying to be like, "Hey, brother, how you doing? Good, man. Good to see you." Just doesn't seem like a fit, man. I don't know. And the Titans don't have a ton of, I don't know. They don't have a ton of firepower around the quarterback position. Might not have stability in the coaching situation. Cam Ward feels a little bit like a potential Hail Mary for Brian Callahan and the Tennessee Titans because he can move around and make plays with his legs. So if there are deficiencies around him, I don't see it being a good, it's not a fit long term.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store, locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You have 4 more minutes remaining on your keyword to enter to win Nuggets tickets to go see the Nuggets take on Giannis and the Bucks tomorrow night at 7. Your keyword to text into 303-504-0925 is freak. That's freak to 303-504-0925. It closes in 4 minutes. Get on it. We're giving away tickets on the other side. Wrapping up things here on a 2K Tuesday with the morning sprint. Alex Radnemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson bopping behind the glass today. PhD's coming up next from 12 to 3.
Coach, who's this?
Bone Thugs and Harmony, East
Yes,
1999,
sir.
baby. Cleveland represent. What's up?
I know this song because of a sketch that Key and Peele did once upon a time.
Oh, man, I love Bone Thugs, man. Growing up, still do. Every once in a while, I'll throw it on just to get a reaction out of my children. They're like, I kind of like it. It's kind of different sounding.
I appreciate that you force your children to listen to your music.
Oh, yeah. They get a lot of throwback stuff. But they also force me to listen to their stuff.
There needs to be some give and take.
And KJ, I must openly admit, over the weekend, I officially became a fan of Glorilla from Memphis.
Now you're speaking my language, Josh.
Memphis, Tennessee. I don't know if you know about Glorilla.
I don't. What's the music that your parents had that you hated that you learned to love later on in life?
God, my parents, I think, had really bad musical taste.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I got one. My dad was really into like 1970s and 80s. I would call it like nearly R&B, but it's not. So like Lionel Richie.
Okay.
Got into that. And gosh, there was one other. Ocean. Is it Billy Ocean?
Billy Ocean.
Yeah.
My dad still is to this day, a big Eagles guy.
Yeah.
Hated it when I was a kid.
Oh, Eagles are great.
On repeat now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just in my bones. So what you're doing right now with the kids, even though
Planting
they hate
seeds.
the music,
Planting seeds.
these things are going to sprout 30 years from right now. And when you're on a road trip with the grandkids, coach,
Oh, yeah.
because those are coming down the pike, not soon, but eventually.
Yeah, you better don't put that into existence. I have a 15-year-old daughter. So that hits a little too close to home if you know what I'm talking about.
Pump the brakes there.
You ever heard of a teen pregnancy? It's close.
Well,
like
listen.
in terms of years. I'm there.
Jesus.
You said it.
Just trying to say that when you get to look into the golden years of life, they're going to be playing your music.
Yeah, I'm not going to be grandfather for
82-year-old Mike Sanford driving down the Pacific Coast Highway, Bone Thugs.
That's right.
My guy.
I've been trying
84 years.
I've been trying to get everybody onto West Side Connection as well. It's another one from my childhood.
You know what I realized last night was when I'm looking at the Nuggets and the inconsistencies, not knowing what you're going to get night in and night out. And when I look at what the Avs are doing right now and they're making a push, and you ask a lot of people around the league, like Colorado is the team that you don't want to see because they feel deep. They fixed their holes. They're not as top heavy as they once were. Like I mentioned, Nathan McKinnon's kind of cooled off as of late, and the Avs have not. When Nathan McKinnon used to cool off, they used to crater. That was the reason why you lost to Seattle in round one, right? Not only was Val Nichushkin not playing, but no one else could score on your team other than Nate. So if Nate wasn't going off for 2, 3, 4 points in a night, you were going to lose the hockey game. That's not the case anymore. And the reason why that got there is because I think that the Avs had back-to-back years of failures. And it got shoved in their face. And the first year was, well, it feels like an anomaly. You're not always going to repeat. It's really difficult to repeat in today's day and age in a cap league. So I think that first year with Seattle, you went, it's okay. Let's run it back one more season. And then year two happened. You go 6 games with Dallas. Yes, Val again out of the lineup, but you didn't have the requisite depth to overcome something like that. They were forced this year to come to grips with their reality that we can no longer just rely upon, or actually never had the ability to rely just upon our top guys. I came to the realization last night that I think the Nuggets, as they seemingly have been for the last 5 years, are just 1 year behind the Avs. They were 1 year behind the Avs when they got to a championship level. And I think that they are 1 year behind the Avs in having to look at their realities in the face and go, we got to change something up here with the core.
Yep. Can you do it a year from now if you're the Nuggets, though? If you're going to stay on the Alex Radnemi schedule, that Avs are, say it's 1 o'clock p.m. for the Avs and it's noon for the Nuggets. Will the Nuggets be able to do that a year from now?
You'll have to do it in the offseason. And this is assuming the worst, that they don't go on a run in the postseason. And I'm not saying that can't happen, right? If the Nuggets get right, we talked about Michael Porter. If Michael Porter Jr. he's a roller coaster. If he's at the top of that roller coaster and shooting hot, and he's right for a long time, you can beat anyone. If Jamal Murray if Jamal looks like he does right now in the playoffs, and AG and Nikola are healthy, you can kind of beat anyone. It'll be tough to get through OKC, but you can beat anyone. Everything has to go right for them. So I'm not saying that it is impossible for them to win a championship this year. But if things continue the way that they have been for the majority of the regular season, and they get ousted in the second round, or they lose in the Western Conference Final, you're going to have to make a trade in the offseason.
When you were talking to start this segment about Nathan McKinnon being in a bit of a, like, we won't call it a slump,
He's
but
just
cooled down.
Cooled down.
It. You're talking overall point production, or are you talking goal scoring, or a little bit of both?
I just think overall point production. I don't think his impact on the game has changed all that much, but no points against Montreal. He's only scored 1 goal in his last 6 games. And I think dating back to 10 games from now, like if you remove the 5-point game against San Jose, he has 5 points in his last 8 hockey games.
Do you think that as a result of new pieces that have been coming into the Avs lineup and locker room, that that Nathan McKinnon has made the decision to take a bit of a back seat from a personal production standpoint and done what he typically does so well no matter what, and do more of the maestro type role, the facilitator, because you just said it, like he's still very productive on the ice with regards to the role he plays in finding overall production for the team.
Yeah, shot production. He's been fine. I'm not saying he's playing poorly.
Because
he hasn't been going nuclear.
Various line, like I know that his line is fairly set, and Natchez and him have been working well.
They changed that up,
Talk
man.
to me about it.
They moved Natchez to the second line more recently. They've kind of handcuffed Nathan McKinnon with Jonathan Drouin. So I think some of these changes have been affecting his point production, is that he doesn't really know who's on his wing right now, because the Avs are they're not looking to fix right now. Like the Nuggets are looking to fix. The Avs are refining.
Explain handcuffed to Jonathan Drouin. Handcuffed in a
great way.
Okay.
In a great way.
It doesn't always sound great.
The work is mysterious and important that the Avs are doing.
Yes. But handcuffs can be very bad in the back of a cop car.
It can be great in the bedroom sometimes.
It can be good in the domicile.
We don't kink shame here.
Yeah.
I guess that should do it for us today.
That's how it ends.
Yes!
Unless you want to tell us more about your kinks.
No, I'm not going to do that. For Coach and for KJ, I'm Raj. Congratulations to our Nuggets ticket winner, Jeremiah Tafoya. You're going to see the Nuggets take on the Bucks tomorrow. Can't wait for you guys to get inside the building. If you didn't win with us, you can win with PhD. They're coming up in 4 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you tomorrow at 10.
Michael Malone will join us in about 18 minutes or so. We have some mock drafts to get into, some trends going on with Shedeur, which are good, positive things, I think.
Oh, it's all going up now.
Yeah, which makes sense, of course. I told you I had a bad feeling about that one last night. It worked out more or less the way, I thought it was going to go. I thought that they were hanging in there for the most part. Thankfully for Jamal Murray, who has been playing fantastic of late. No beefs with Jamal. No beefs with Jamal afterwards. He was open and receptive and talkative and cool. And so Jamal Murray's turned some sort of corner here. Maybe you can explain it a little bit better. But there should be some concern about Michael Porter Jr. and I'm a big MPJ fan, but I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's something going on in his personal life. Athletically, he can't play defense. You tell me, man. I don't mean to start off on a negative, but it was weird. It's been weird.
Well, one, once you knew Joker wasn't going to play. We kind of knew that yesterday on the show. Yeah. And then Gordon wasn't going to play either. You're like, okay, how you going to do? And I said this in the broadcast, and I said this after talking to a number of people also, including coaches for the Chicago Bulls. They're better after making the Levine trade. You know, I don't know, maybe you've had on your team, sometimes there is addition by subtraction.
I heard you say that.
You know, just getting somebody out of that locker room sometimes frees everything up. What Kobe White's ended up doing since Levine's been gone has been unbelievable.
I can't believe. Well, maybe that's the difference because that Bulls team is dangerous.
They got a chance to make the playoffs.
They will probably squeak in at like the 9th seed in the play-in.
I think they're at 8 right now.
Good luck against them.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to play them.
I agree. I think they're better. So, yeah, you still don't want to lose to them. You still don't want to lose to them at home. And I don't think you lose to them if Gordon and or Joker play. But that's neither here nor there. I thought it was a fun game. I thought it was an entertaining game. I thought it was, if you just checked in as a fan, Channel 9, if you just like basketball, I think you watched a fun game.
Definitely agree. Until late in the fourth quarter.
And then they had that stretch. But it was if you go back, it was the same stretch in the second quarter when it went full second team. And let's be honest, part of your second team starting. But when it went full second team, and you took, how about this? You took DeAndre out.
He played over 30 minutes, right?
I think right at
here. He played
the whole game.
You're right.
It felt like
31 minutes. Yeah.
So, but it changed when he wasn't on the floor. All of a sudden, they started getting a couple offensive rebounds. One cost you a 3-pointer, and that's when they went on the 9-0 run to start the fourth quarter.
Well, dude, let me just play it out here. And I don't mean to make too much a plus-minus because it doesn't always tell the story. And usually plus-minus goes with how the game flows and you see guys in groups. But Michael Porter Jr. being minus 22 when Peyton was 0, DeAndre Jordan was plus 2, Jamal Murray was plus 1, and Christian Brown was plus 2, the rest of your starters. Now, I get it. The backups, minus 9 Zeke, minus 9 Vlaco, minus 11 Westbrook. How many turnovers do he have? 5? Too many. But minus 22 for MPJ? I mean, that is... Sometimes I do think plus minus tells a bit of a story.
I usually roll my eyes at it because, it is a team sport after all, but that is a large number. That is a very, very large number. You started out by saying no beef with what Jamal said after the game, and beef is definitely not the wrong word. I don't have any problem per se, but I will say it's a little bit bothersome. Like if you believe in affirmations, positive affirmations, and not like law of like manifestation, but just affirming in where you're at, right? Right now, you've got a serious trend going on, whether it's from the head coach, whether it's coming from players. You hear what Jamal said after the game, just about guys not following the game plan. There is a lot of airing out of the laundry, and I'm not sure that I love that. I'm not look, being honest is good. I like that, especially within close circles. But there's a lot of airing out of the dirty laundry right now that is almost affirming things in a negative manner that I don't think I love.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? And I'm torn with that because once you call it the dirty laundry, because I've never been a big proponent of doing that, and you know this. Yep. What goes in the locker room kind of stays in the locker room. Vegas stole that slogan and made millions from it, by the way. But I think it also maybe hits to a point where it's like, DMac said yesterday, you're so familiar with everybody knows each other. That maybe some of it is. Michael's got to play better. There's two instances late where he's running down. He's kind of just following his man. He's got his back to the play. Guy runs right down the middle, right behind him, beside him, catches it for a layup during that run. And that's awareness. That's, I always said when I coached, and I think most coaches feel this way, when you're playing defense, you play man-to-man defense. You got one man but 5 responsibilities. Good man defense didn't say, okay, I just got Tyler. And you've coached the little kids, right? The little kids basketball, and they get up in your face.
That's kind of how I felt CSU was playing with that last possession. I'm being serious. Like where was the help side? Where was the people there to help out?
5 responsibilities. Well, in that sense right there, that guy doesn't have time to pass it, so you just got to fly, and everybody's got to be there. But, and Michael's got to get that concept. He's got to get better with that concept, I feel, and understand that. And the whole team does too. Here's my positive, and I'm usually the negative Nelly when it comes out of losses. And I told you yesterday, I sat with a guy with ESPN for that Houston game. We had a lot of conversations. And Donovan said it last night in the pregame presser, talking about Kobe White not getting enough respect and enough people paying attention.
God,
he relates him to Murray. So Murray's the same thing. Look at the numbers Murray puts up year after year. No one ever talks about Jamal Murray. Said he's a great player, not a good player, great. Jamal Murray's a great player. He really is, and he's playing like it. When Joker's back, they are a threat because of those two guys right there. Now, can you mix in Gordon? Can you mix in somebody else? Christian Brown, I think, is taking another step as far as confidence. And let's be honest, if Peyton Watson could come in every night and play close to that,
24 points.
Yeah, and maybe not 24 points, but what do you have, 4 blocks? 5? I mean, some unbelievable block shots and hustle plays.
Peyton Watson had 4 blocks, 3 personal fouls, 24 points, incredibly efficient shooting, 2 of 4 from 3. Great game.
Great game.
And has been having more consistent games like that.
And he finally got that brace off his knee, and it feels to me there's more mobility with him on the defensive end.
Listen, I understand they gave up 129 points, so it doesn't look like it was some sort of incredible defensive effort. But I'll tell you this, man. Between Peyton Watson and Jamal Murray, the way they were getting after it, dude.
I'm okay with
on
that.
50-50 balls, and not even 50-50 balls, like maybe 70-30 balls that they would fight for and get. And wow. I mean, what more do you want, really, seriously, out of that? Again, though, there was a time period where it was just the NBA, baby, and we were just going to jack up threes. There was that moment in the fourth quarter where it was just bing, bong, bing, bong, bing. Like, who's going to keep making them? And nobody's out there defending the three.
And doesn't it feel, well, and go back and watch the film, there's always one guy who's that next rotation. It's different guys, but who's that guy not giving that extra effort to get over to the corner? Well, it's different on certain plays.
All right. Yeah. Well,
but
what can I tell you? And then you had Josh Giddey, who kind of did nothing, but then couldn't be stopped, and that's frustrating.
He just plays the rules.
Listen, man, it was tied at halftime. It was tied at the end of 3. You had a shot, and then listen, I'll go here.
You got it to 5 with 2 minutes, I think.
You got to. Michael Porter Jr.'s got to be more consistent and give you something better on defense. You got to be better without AG and Jokic in there. But I'll tell you this. Here's why I'm not bothered. 3 games, 4 nights, back to back. You're landing at 2:00 in the morning. What are you doing, NBA? I mean, dumb. And you know the Nuggets have like the weekend off coming up, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And guess what they come back to? A back-to-back. What are we doing here? Seriously, what is going on?
Doesn't make any sense.
It's ridiculous. And so I'm kind of quick to like write this one off. Like, yeah, we have AG and Nikola. We win that game. That is a good team, though, Chicago. I got to give them credit.
They're a fun team.
And I'm not trying to give the Nuggets necessarily a pass, but I realize here in the month of March, there are some games in March that are just dumb. Yeah. They're just dumb games and they don't mean anything. And I take last night as kind of a dumb game that really doesn't mean that much. However, have you noticed what's going on? Memphis has lost 3 in a row. Lakers have lost 3 in a row. The nightmare scenario is
catching up with everybody.
Minnesota, who's 1 game behind Golden State, somehow passes them, and they get the 6, and the Nuggets have the 3. And I know I'm not supposed to be afraid of. Maybe I'm a little afraid of Minnesota, I guess. I don't know. But I would rather play in the first round Golden State. The Lakers would be great. I'd love to play the Lakers. Lakers got waxed by 31 points
at home.
Are you kidding me? So I'm a little frustrated that MPJ, I don't know exactly what's going on there. Malone wasn't all that upset after the game. I don't know what's going on with Yoke. How much time does he need, Scott? What are we talking about here?
I have no idea. I'll be surprised if we don't see him tomorrow, but who knows?
Well, at this point, there's no rush. I'd say that. I mean, if you still need time, take it. It doesn't matter at this point. Just take it. Get healthy.
I know he's still wearing that elbow thing, so they're trying. I think they're treating multiple things at one time. I think they're treating the neck and shoulder, the elbow, and his ankle that he hurt in that Boston game and just played on it for the next 2 weeks. And I think right now probably the ankle thing is the biggest concern. But listen,
hey, whatever.
I still think he's getting. Hey, listen, got great treatment. He'll get back. He'll be. I feel better now than I did a week ago. And this is going through that ugly Portland effort because I saw effort in the last couple of games.
Yeah.
I saw what Jamal Murray needs to be for this team.
Yeah.
And now you couple that with Joker, I feel so much better. And if Aaron Gordon could get back and give you anything, and listen. Here's another thing you're upset with Porter in a sense. You're caught in a world when you just said it of the league playing jacking up 53s a game. Yeah. That's what the league is. 40 is almost like the new 40's the new 20.
39 from Chicago last night, 36 from the Nuggets.
40's the new 20. To be honest with you, you don't have a lot of great makers. Porter's your one great maker.
Yeah,
and he's got to be better than 1 of 10. Right?
Yeah.
He goes 4 of 10 last night, which is pretty good in what he can do. I think you probably win that game or got a great chance to win that game.
And he's more than capable of going 4 for 10.
Absolutely. And you got to hope that he gets back. And if he gets back to where he's doing that, then you're going to be fine. He does have to be better defensively. He's got to be more conscious on the floor where he's at all times.
All right. Well, we have Coach coming up next. And so usually he's on with us after a win. He didn't seem that upset yesterday. I don't know.
Well, but he said it. Listen, Coach Tyler tell you this. He's coaching now. And coaches say this, and you got to live by this if you're going to say it. Give me the effort and the hustle and the energy, and we'll accept the results. It's hard sometimes to accept the results, but you got to be honest. Dude, I mean, they did everything they could.
All right. Well, we'll talk to the coach coming up next. Also, it's our Nuggets playoff push Ticket Tuesday, so your keyword of the hour is next as well. Stick around. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. But hey, listen, I get it. Every case is different. Yours is different than the other guy. I just want to let you know that the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has been dealing with this issue in all sorts of different cases for years and years and years, serving tens of thousands of men, okay? So it's time to get things going in a positive direction and get intimacy and love and fun back into your life. With the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get that done for you. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and when the pills or herbals fail, they're there. Success rate's well over 90%. The initial visit's only $99. Not bad, right? It gets you a medical consult, T and PSA test, so you see where you're at. If advised, the test dose, and listen, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, it's free. It's going to work. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the next day. Call today at 720-440-7900 RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Coach Michael Malone of the Nuggets joins us next. It's a Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday. Secure playoff tickets pre-sale access by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. The keyword this hour, you got 25 minutes to enter as many times you want, is gladiator. Gladiator. So good luck on that. Speaking of going to battle, it's our guy, Coach Michael Malone. The Michael Malone Show is brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243. the Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. Coach, it's great to have you on. How are you today?
Doing okay.
Yeah.
Always a tough day after a loss at home, but it gives us a chance to get some rest after a tough schedule, 3 and 4 nights, and get ready for Milwaukee tomorrow night. So hopefully we can bounce back, and with 4 games remaining on this homestand, find a way to protect our home court.
How do you deal with things as a coach during more difficult times when the emotions can be a roller coaster, up and down? You were very clear about how you felt about things on Friday. You come out Sunday and you have a stellar performance. I thought the effort last night overall was pretty impressive. I think the NBA schedule, wore things down a little bit. But I'm curious, like, that process from going from some sort of low moment on Friday to, 72 hours later. What's the best way to approach things as you've experienced?
Well, what I've come to realize is that an NBA season is filled with many ups and downs, twists and turns. And as a head coach and as a leader of this team, you have to find a way to try to keep this group together and as even-keeled as possible. Not always easy because emotions are a big part of this game. And as you mentioned, after the game in Portland, I lit into our guys a little bit, and I felt that was needed. And then our guys responded in a big way, beating a team in Houston on the road that had won 9 games in a row. And to do it without Nikola Jokic, I think it was one of our better wins of the season. And then, we could use the schedule as definitely a reasonable excuse for last night. But the reality is we got beat by the Bulls. We got beat in transition all night long. It's one of the few times this year where we won the first quarter, didn't win the game. And it's one of the few times this year where we out-rebounded our opponent. We out-rebounded the Bulls by 9 last night. It's one of the few games where we out-rebounded our opponent and we didn't win the game. So I do feel we did play hard. We competed, and our guys put everything they had into that game. But what I really noticed was in that fourth quarter, for 3 quarters, offensively, we were humming. We had 95 points going into the fourth quarter. We were shooting over 52% from the field. And then in that fourth quarter, I thought our legs just completely gave out. We were unable to score, to make any shots. And obviously they ran from the first play of the game all the way through the last. And you have to give them credit.
Coach, you talked about that fast break thing, and I remember just, and I'm sure you've already watched the film, if not once, probably twice, but going back and doing it live, it would seem to me the biggest concerns last night in some of those transitions were communication and just awareness of where bodies were on the floor. Is that a fair assessment of that?
Yeah, and obviously, as you know, Scott, when you give up 31 transition points to a team that we knew was going to run, I mean, that's what they've done. They're one of the hottest teams in the league. The Bulls are 8-2 in their last 10, and they're beating some really good teams. And they're doing it by just running teams off the court, playing at a really high pace. And so we talked about that going in. And the thing that really is impressive when you watch the film, and then as I'm watching the film last night till 3 a.m, is that not only do we get beat in transition, but the number of times they beat us in transition after we scored. So a lot of times, like teams that you get a rebound, you get an outlet pass, you didn't have floor. We were scoring the basketball. We had 119 points. We had 34 assists. We did a lot of good. We had 58 in the paint. But they were getting the ball out of the net, inbounds, and up the floor in a hurry. And I think your point's really an important one. When Josh Giddey, when Kobe White, when their players were attacking in transition, they did not see enough bodies. So we always say that not only do we have to declare the ball and stop the ball, so let's say it's Christian Brown, I got ball, but he needs help behind that. And I felt their players just had too many driving lanes and were able to get into our gaps over and over and over again. And we did a poor job of loading and providing help to take away those early driving lanes. And obviously it was a critical part to us losing last night.
Coach, I know you love some good defense, and you just talked about a number of the reasons, but you're up till 3 o'clock in the morning watching the film. Do you see things that are easily fixable?
Well, I think communication is fixable. I think discipline is fixable. A lot of times when I watch the film, we're going to give up points off of how we guard. Every defense has their own philosophy. This is what we do, and then the offense has different counters to attack that. So we're going to give up points every single night. That's why there is a scoreboard in Ball Arena, because teams are going to score. But the ones that we have to, really, really reduce and try to eliminate are the ones that are a lack of discipline, a lack of communication. Those are the ones that get you beat. And, so, yes, do I think it's fixable? I think we've shown all year long when we want to play defense that we can be a team that can guard anybody. We've shown it in clutch situations. We've shown it against some of the best teams in the league. Our biggest problem all year long, obviously, has been a severe lack of consistency within that. And I'm not just talking about game to game, week to week. I'm talking about half to half and quarter to quarter within the same game. And having a high-powered offense, number 2, I believe, on the season in offensive rating, having the number 1 running team in the league, that is a blessing and a curse, because I think sometimes there is a belief within the group where we can just outscore teams. We can just outscore teams. We can get the ball to Nikola. Mm-hmm. We can play 2-man game with Jamal and Nikola. And that, as we all know, is a really slippery slope, scary proposition. And I'm a firm believer that even with that offense, come playoff time, if you don't play defense, none of that matters.
We've seen Peyton Watson really grow over the last couple of years, and I don't think you guys expect him to score 24 every single night, but I thought he looked more aggressive. He played more downhill, which I think is a key for young players. Even Christian started, he got those 2 turnovers early, but he got in the paint and wasn't even looking at the rim, but then he got more aggressive, started getting the free throw line, started finishing. But Peyton Watson, some of the things he does defensively and some of the shots he's able to block, I don't know if you get to watch it all the time, but I think it's just been amazing, some of the stuff he's been able to do defensively.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to point out that for a young player, who did not play his first year, played last year, did not get a lot of time in the playoffs, and obviously is a key player off the bench for us. We got the start last night with Aaron missing another game. Peyton's greatest challenge, like every other young player, is finding that consistency. And one of the best ways to find that consistency is to play hard every night. Because when you play hard, good things happen. And Peyton last night, he gets 24 points on a really efficient 8 of 12 from the field, 2 of 4 from the three-point line, and he got to the foul line, Scott, 8 times, which shows that he's playing with an aggressive attack mindset, which he should always do because of how athletic and explosive he is. And he had 4 blocks. And whether it's blocking a shot in the corner on a three-point shot or it's blocking a shot at the rim to protect the basket, his defensive versatility to guard a lot of different positions on the floor has been really impressive. And it's great to see him finding a rhythm and playing more and more consistent basketball because he's such an important piece for us.
Coach, felt like DeAndre Jordan went a while without playing a whole lot of basketball, and now he is. 31 minutes last night. He's been playing quite a bit. I'm curious what goes into when DeAndre gets a lot of playing time.
Well, yeah, throughout 82 games, we've had different rotations throughout the year. You go back to the beginning of the season, the first 10 games or so, we tried to play Dario Saric as our backup 5, and then we moved to DJ for a while, and then obviously Zeke Naji has been playing. It's a little bit different as of late, obviously, with Nikola Jokic missing all the games that he has missed. Mm-hmm. So now it's almost, censored by committee. And DJ in the Houston game was such an important factor in us getting that win, size, physicality, and most importantly, his rebounding. And then setting great screens on offense. Last night, once again, DeAndre Jordan gives you 10 points, 17 rebounds, and 7 assists. So when we're a team that's been struggling to rebound at a high level and you have a guy over there that's one of the best rebounders still in the game as a 17-year vet, we need to get him in there because we're just getting murdered on the glass, and DJ provides size, length, physicality. And when we do rebound, that allows us to get out and run, which is when we're at our best. So I can't give DJ enough credit for just being a leader, staying ready, and doing whatever is asked of him. And he's done that ever since he's gotten to Denver.
You know, it's interesting. We've heard different coaches want different things. We had an example of Sean Payton, who like ripped into Russell Wilson. Wilson didn't rip back, that sort of thing. We saw Sean Payton do the same with Bo Nix. Bo Nix responded in an angry way. You said you kind of ripped into the team after Friday. I'm curious what happens if the athletes come back at you. Like, and I don't know if that happens or not. I don't know if is like, hey, that is what I'm looking for a little bit. You know, you see that scene in like the movie Miracle, and I know it's a movie, but when you push the team to a certain degree, maybe you want a little pushback. Maybe you want a little emotion. I'm curious how you view that.
First off, you watch a lot of movies, I can tell. You always reference a lot of movies. That's pretty good. Listen, I think, you know, as a coach, as an effective coach, you cannot be afraid of confrontation.
Okay.
You cannot be afraid of the emotions of it. I welcome it. I want it. That's just kind of who I've been, who I am as a coach. I have to be true to who I am. And when I get on guys, I always try to make sure I'm not making a personal attack.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference. Yep. You know, between lighting into a team in terms of our collective effort, our collective physicality, our collective urgency was nowhere close to being where it needed to be against Portland. And I challenged guys. I said, if anybody in this room disagrees, please speak up. I am here for that. I welcome it. And players know. That's one thing, especially about a group like ours. We have a group, a lot of veterans, a lot of young players, a group that's won a lot of games these last 6-7 years, probably more than anybody else in the NBA, if not one, maybe two. So our guys understand what it takes to win at a high level, and they also know what it looks like when we don't play our best basketball. And if I'm not willing to go in there and call them out and to speak the truth, I think I lose any and all respect that I may have in that respective locker room. Because now if I come in there and say, hey, good job, guys, don't worry about it, let's go to Houston, I have failed my team. So my job is to be truthful and to challenge guys to say, hey, man, if you disagree with me, speak up, and we can talk about it. And having those conversations sometimes might be uncomfortable for some people, but I think they are so necessary if you as a team, a collective unit, are going to get to a deeper, more meaningful place. Because you just can't sugarcoat everything. That's just not possible, and it's not in my nature. And I think the guys that have been here understand that.
Hey, Coach, I'm going to lighten up, tell you a funny story that happened last night pregame with our good friend Wes Unseld Jr. is with the Bulls now with Coach Donovan. And so I'm talking to Wes, and I go, man, have you been in the gym? You know, anytime you say it to a guy, what do? You grab their arm, right? I'm saying, dude, you're starting to look like you're getting stacked a little bit. You've been in the gym. And he goes, nah. And so we keep talking. I said, man, you're in. He goes, nah, I'm just wearing smaller shirts now. He goes, like Dempsey.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So I figured, okay, well, I might have said like Dempsey, and he agreed with it. So how's that? There we go.
Yeah, I love. I miss Wes Unseld. I love him. I've known Billy Donovan for a long time. I have a lot of respect for Billy, for Wes, and obviously, Wes. Long before he was a coach of mine and my lead assistant, he was a friend, and he'll always be a friend of mine because he's just a wonderful person.
All right, I got something stupid. No, we're near the end of the interview, so I got something dumb. Yeah.
You mean you got
another something stupid? Yes, I'd throw it on there. All right, you said you were watching film till 3 a.m. I'm curious of the semantics of that. Like, are you required to talk to your wife when you go home, or like, do you slip off right away? Do you pretend to go to sleep and then just get up? Like, how do you sort of manage that?
So really easy. You would think. I guess the good thing is I've been married for I think 26 years now.
Yeah.
Happily married for around 15. I get home last night after a tough loss.
Yeah.
And you're looking for a little sympathy, a little love.
Yeah.
And I come home and I mean it is quiet. The lights are off.
Yeah.
and there's no one here to greet me. And I got the world's smallest violin in my hand right now. And so I just came into my office, and I just started doing my post-game report. Then I turned on the video, and she must have woken up a little while after that, and she was sound asleep, and she came down to check on me. So I gave her a little bit of grace on that. But, yeah, it's just, I can't just come home and go to sleep.
No.
I need to think about the game. I need to watch the game. I need to, put my edits together, the film that we watch as a staff, as a team.
Yeah.
And that way today I can start turning the page and getting ready for Milwaukee tomorrow night. But what you realize is that being a head coach in this business and the different emotions that come from a great win in Houston, a tough loss against Chicago, is that it can be a very lonely existence at times. And but it's okay because I'm the danger, so I'm ready for it.
Be the danger. I'm the danger.
I am the one who knocks. I am not in danger. I am the danger.
You know it, Coach. All right. Anything else? Were you saying goodbye?
That's good. That's good.
DMac, I'm just waiting for you to get a T-shirt made, man. That says "I am the danger."
We had Dan. Didn't we have a listener who actually made something up? We did have somebody. We'll forward it along to you.
No, we got to bring it to him for the press conference.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna, we'll give it to you.
Please do, man. Like I'm all for that, man. Let's get the word out.
All right.
I am not in danger. I am the danger. I am the one who knocks.
All right, Coach. We'll let you go on that one. See you later.
All right, guys. All the best, man.
All right.
See you, Coach. Thank you.
There he is. Oh, we found something he likes.
He does. Hey, he remembers that, though.
He does every time.
I am not in danger. I am the danger. I am the one who knocks.
The Michael Malone Show is brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243. The Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. We got to get a T-shirt made up now.
We had a listener text in saying that they were making us those T-shirts.
I just can't wait
you got
for
to
you.
make Coach Malone one, too.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you at the presser to just walk up there and give it to him right in front of everyone.
I will. I'll do it.
Scott can do it.
Yeah, Scott can do that.
I'll take it up to
I'm very, very quiet in the pressers with Coach Malone these days because we do this show.
Right.
So it feels like, but you were asking him kind of an interesting question last night. I didn't get into it because it's really X's and O's basketball. It's about, how are you supposed to teach defense when every shooter just jumps into you?
Which is the new staple of what everybody does.
Yeah.
That's all Giddey was doing. In fact, he got a couple fouls. Like he's falling over trying to run into people.
Well, it works, and he was 8 of 10 from the line, so it was working for him. All right, see, he wants to have some fun, Can't, 3 a.m. We all have this issue, by the way, coming home from games. Like, how do you handle it? Like, what do you do when you get home and it's, like, wicked late and, like, it's 3 a.m.
It's why they passed out Ambien like candy when I was playing.
Yeah. Well, I was fortunate. It's like my daughter was feeling a little under weather.
Anybody want to sleep tonight? Take a pill.
Yeah, I was lucky. So my daughter didn't feel well, so I was able to just kind of lay down and rub her back, and then next thing I know, I was like...
You were out?
I was asleep, yeah.
The place you don't want to end up is that fast food drive-thru. You don't want to end.
I've done that before.
You don't want to be there at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
with Coach Malone.
Like you don't be there at 10:30. P.m. Right?
You don't want to be there. Period. But if you got to be there, Michael Malone, 3 a.m.
Okay, get ready to turn
Matchbox 20. Yeah, here we go. It's PHC on 92.5. That's funny, man. Return of the Mac. That's my song.
Well, it was good music right here.
You like this? Yeah.
We're playing some good music.
Which one of us is the Mac?
Which one of us is the Mac?
Yeah.
I always get to be the Mac.
Oh, okay.
That's how I was born.
Nathan McKinnon is the greatest hockey player on earth.
Well, him too. Tonight, it's the Red Wings against the Avalanche. You can hear that right here on Altitude. See it on Altitude TV. Pre-game at 6:30, Berto, and then drop the puck at 7. We'll get back to some of the things Coach Malone had to say in just a little bit. That was good. That was, a lot of drama in pro sports, obviously. A lot of drama in sports, period.
I got to give him credit. I know he gets mad. He gets angry, and he voices his frustration. He can be scary after games, but he really does seem to have the ability to flush it. He's got the ability to process an NBA season, the ebbs and the flows of it, and not get hung up in it too long.
I think he's an old school coach that has a new school mentality, which is totally different than from when his dad coached or the guys that coached me. We're always hard. And I think I think he tried to touch on that easy blend. You got to be hard sometimes, but you also they got to know you love him. I had a coach that actually coached me growing up, was a GM in the NBA, ended up working at camp, was doing camps for coaches, modern coaches could go to, and basically, listen, you can be hard on your team only if they know that you love them and that you have their best interests at heart. If they don't think you're on their side, then it ain't going to work. And that's more of a modern, don't you think, Tyler, more of a modern day coach than the old school, the old,
It's the difference between, for me, Alex Gibbs versus Tom Cable.
Yes.
I played for both of them. And, Alex has died, so rest in peace. And I'm not taking any shots at him at all here.
And was a great O-line coach?
He was the OG, the Godfather, man. I mean, no shots at him whatsoever, but that was a tough son of a gun, right? And there wasn't a whole lot of love coming back. Tom Cable, tough son of a gun on game day that loved up the hell out of you, and you felt it and you knew it. And those are my favorite coaches. The one, not the ones that are all time one way, but the ones that know how to balance it.
I remember I was talking. I don't know, it was Stink or somebody was telling me about one of the back when they were winning the Super Bowls. Terrell Davis was winning MVPs and everything like that, and he's now in the Hall of Fame. And Alex is running the thing. Goes 3-0. Why aren't you hitting that hole? And he just starts crushing Terrell Davis in the meeting.
Yeah.
Who I think that game had 2 touchdowns and 165 yards rushing, but he missed one hole and just butchered the guy. So he wasn't afraid.
He threw a wad of chew in my face one time. That's a true story.
Dude, it's so funny
pulled
talking.
it right out of his lip, tossed it right in my face.
Talking to you.
Did he have a helmet on?
I did, yeah.
You and Nailin and Stink and the Alex Gibbs stories. But they always end the same. But we loved him, but I don't think you loved him all the time, but you ended up loving him, I suppose. But he wasn't the head coach.
No.
Right?
That's true.
I think there's a difference between the head guy and the assistants. And I think some assistants are probably your best friends, and some assistants probably are, maybe your worst enemies. And
you got to figure out how your coach was. And Shanahan was different because Shanahan could give you a look.
Oh, my God. I've told the story about the look before. I'll tell it again in a second.
If you get the look, you wouldn't have to really say anything. But, I got the look as an announcer. He goes, vanilla? And gave me the look. I about wet my pants walking on that airplane.
Brother, I give up a sack one time. We're playing the Giants. I'm out there in Washington, playing for Mike out there in Washington. And it was 3rd down. I give up a sack, drive ends, and I'm coming down to the sideline, and I can see him. He's walking from like the other 20 over towards me. I'm like, please don't be coming to me. Don't be coming to me. And I'm jogging off the sideline. It's getting clear that he's coming on an angle. I'm like, don't make eye contact. Don't look at him. It's the worst thing you can do. He gets up to me, chest to chest, and I'm ready to just get dog cussed. He just slowly looks up, stares into my soul, and walks away.
Oh.
That's the look.
I'm like, oh my God, Dad, I'm so sorry.
Soul
Please,
snatcher.
Please, I'm sorry I let you down. Oh no.
The game, it's so funny with the Nuggets and the Avs right now. They're kind of, it feels like doing different things, but they really are both in the same exact place. They're kind of both where they are in the conference the same way, the standings the same way. It's a little frustrating that there doesn't seem to be anything the Avalanche can really do to escape the inevitability of playing the Dallas Stars in the first round. Just where they are. You don't want to fall back and be in the wild card spot, but they got a few points there on Minnesota, and yet they're still game in hand. Dallas has on the Avs. I know you don't like that, but
It used to be 2.
Now it's 1. But they still have, Dallas has a lead there, and there's only so much. So you still have to win and compete, but you're really not going anywhere. And that must be kind of a bit of a frustrating thing, too. Jamal did say something last night. It was interesting. He pointed out, had they won the rest of their games, they would have secured second place in the Western Conference. And I hadn't really thought of it like that, but it's pretty clever on Jamal's part, unless the message was just being sent. Houston's their last game of the season. He is right. Had they gone undefeated the rest of the way, they would have had the second seed. Now, that seems a little preposterous because it seems like a lot of games. But you can tell what his mindset was going into it. Like, let's keep winning. Let's just win out, and we're good. I really like what I've seen and heard from Jamal, guys, in all honesty, recently. I think
he's in dog really mode
positive.
now. He's feeling it, and he's not afraid to be vocal now because he's in dog mode.
He's playing great, and he's saying the right things. I think he's exhibiting really good leadership. There's part of me that just wonders, once Jokic comes back, and it's been a stretch, and we'll see what happens. There's part of me that thinks the Nuggets are really going to click. Seriously. And let's not sleep on the week that you get off if you don't have to be in that play-in tournament.
Yeah,
you get a week off. It's fantastic. So I'm actually okay with the Nuggets right now. I think AG is going to be fine for the playoffs. Jokic, of course, is going to be fine for the playoffs. And Jamal, too. So I'm cautiously optimistic about what's going on there. I think with the Avalanche, I'm not sure what's going to happen because it seems like any team can win at any time. I think they should blow the doors off of the Red Wings. The Red Wings played last night in Utah.
Got a good win.
They won. But again, you're getting a team on a back-to-back that's traveling west. You should win and dominate that game. Red Wings are not a strong team. They're just kind of meh.
You know the last time the Red Wings beat the Avalanche in Denver?
I do not know.
Was the outdoor game at Coors Field.
Are you kidding
me?
me?
Yeah.
That is an
God,
awesome
what year
little.
was that?
That's an awesome little stat.
I stole that from Moser this morning.
That's a good one right there.
Yeah, right.
That was they only play once a year now, so you don't get that many opportunities. Are you serious on that one?
I'm quoting Mark Moser.
I remember I helped my older son on him.
They're like 16-1-0 or something like that in their last however many, but the last one they lost was at that outdoor game and
got my
but the alumni won.
Yeah, they got that. Got my older kid a couple tickets for that. Had a little bit of a hockey date on that one.
That was 2016.
Yeah, he was in high school. Yeah. God, they haven't won in Denver since 2016.
Yeah.
See, that's not a good stat to bring up, actually. Streaks are meant to be broken.
Yeah, that's breaking next year. No, not this year.
No, I get it, but I mean, what are you saying with that stat?
That the Avalanche going to win.
It's not a rivalry anymore, is it? What do you remember about the Red Wings, Tyler? Red Wings. You were old enough.
I remember all of it for sure.
Yeah.
Man, it's not a rivalry, but it feels different than why like Raiders and Broncos aren't a rivalry anymore. Like I know Detroit is not been Detroit, or at least they went way, way down. But Broncos and Raiders sucked for a long, long time. I feel like this one just hasn't been a rivalry because of time, not because of any other reason.
Yeah, we can get into it. Plus, some interesting news on Shadur Sanders coming up here in just a few minutes. PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys, gals. Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I got good news for you. Just commit to get your hair back by committing to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, and it's going to work. Simple as that. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. I know you might have already gone online. You tried the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. Well, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best of the best. And you'll be in a calm, clean environment where you're going to feel very relaxed. Guys, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. They give you a lifetime guarantee. That's a comforting feeling when you invest in yourself, knowing that a company believes in what they do so much, they guarantee it for life. So pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration today. It's 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
We'll have a new keyword coming up in 19 minutes for the Nuggets playoff push Tuesday ticket giveaway. Getting some Von Miller and some football stuff here in a second. Janelle Anderson reaches out on Twitter. Nuggets are like my menopause. This is from Janelle. 1 minute, you're hot as hell. Next, frozen. 1 minute, your favorite sweatshirt is comfy. Next, it makes your skin itch. Nuggets are like menopause.
Sounds about right.
Thank you, Janelle.
Yeah, that's
she would know. So we appreciate that.
Well, we're assuming she would know. I mean, taking her for a word.
I don't know if she's lying about her menopause. That's an awful thing to stretch the truth
You hear
about.
what the husband says about that.
Well, that's sweet that Mrs. Malone comes down and, honey, are you okay?
Yeah, right. At least got that right.
2:21 a.m.
Yeah, you all right?
Yeah.
I heard you up. Are you okay?
Little quick neck rub.
Oh, my wife is out like a light, man. I mean, it's like, getting home after 10:30 or so. Forget it. It's over. Just me and the cats late at night. Last night I found myself, it was funny. I found myself like standing there like, should I go to the living room and just chill out for a little bit because I wasn't really ready to go to sleep? Or do I just go upstairs? So I ended up standing in one spot for like 3 straight minutes, just like I'm stuck.
Debating?
Going, here to the comfy couch in the living room, or just should I really just go upstairs where I'm really not ready to go to sleep?
You're trying to stand and see how tired you really were.
That's right.
That was a fatigue stand.
Yeah, but the problem is if you go to the comfy couch, you might be out like a light right there or uncomfortable, and, really, you should go upstairs.
And you went upstairs?
Well, I went upstairs eventually. But
I don't know, couch sleep's some good sleep sometimes.
Well, I wouldn't know about that. Tell me about it.
Well, yeah.
It's good?
Yeah.
Solid. Von Miller. You want to get to Von?
I choose the couch now.
How's that going? Perfect?
Yeah.
By the way, can I say something? I don't know if you're trying, but those T-shirts are getting a little bit more schmeedy.
I told him that. I told him that a while.
Scott asked me if I'm buying smaller T-shirts. I said, no, same shirts.
So
just fill it out a little bit.
Okay.
Hey, listen.
I'm starting to notice.
He's feeling good about his workouts when he's putting bro pics on Instagram.
Yeah, I'm a gym bro now.
You're
gym bro.
You're starting.
Hey, I went a solid 9 years of staying true to my commitment. When I retired, I committed to not touching a squat rack ever again.
Yeah.
I don't need to bench. I don't need to do any of this nonsense ever again.
Yeah.
And I stayed true to that. But I've broken my sworn vow, and I'm back in the gym pretty hardcore.
All right.
Like 6 days a week.
Okay.
And it feels good. It does.
Well, you look good for sure.
Thank you.
I was. It's a little Chris Dempsey like. I'm not gonna lie, but that's a compliment.
Here's the good news. I haven't intentionally bought any T-shirts to show off the biceps or anything yet.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that day won't come, but these are just old shirts that I'm filling out a little bit better.
Is that a bruise on your arm right there?
I don't know.
On the inside, or is that the shadow? Oh, that's the shadow.
That's
Look
just,
how big
that's
and
just a
thick he
strong
is,
vein.
He's getting the vein popping. I know.
That's just a little vein poppage.
All right, Tyler.
Yeah.
All right. You got anything to brag about? You got any little
I got nothing to brag about other than just time to go to the gym.
You got a little I ain't bragging, I'm just describing moments in the gym?
No, not really. I mean, listen, it's still pretty humbling in the big picture.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are there just some ridiculous yoked up dudes just out there?
Yeah, you want to have some body dysmorphia. I mean, get into the gym.
Yeah.
Be proud of your gains and then look around.
Yeah.
You know, that'll give you a quick little complex right there.
Yeah, I don't go to those parts of the gym.
Like when I'm benching, I'm seeing solid growth, but when I look back on where I left from, it's still a very humbling feeling to see what I'm proud of today.
Dude, I told you after I quit playing, I was the same thing as you. I said, man, I ain't ever going to work out because for 20 years you work out because you have to. Right, you have to go to the gym.
It was literally your job.
Yeah, it was your job. And so for 4 years, I said no. And then finally, I don't know what it was. I said, I got to get back to the gym. So I had a buddy of mine who's a trainer, and he had this little private little area. So hey, come work out with me. It's okay. Doug Shea, if you're out there, he used to call him Mongo. He's big and thick, right? Big and thick, strong guy, all natural. Didn't believe in all that other stuff. He said, if you take all those over-the-counter medications and drinks and stuff, he said, you know what you get? Just expensive pee. That's all you're going to get. That was his philosophy. So I go and work out with him, and I'm like, I'm pushing it, but not heavy or anything, but heavy for me at the time. I wake up in the morning about 4 o'clock. I take a pee, and I'm like, oh, gosh, I'm like sore,
dude.
Go back to bed. I took some aspirin. I took to bed. Walked up. I couldn't bring the toothpaste or the toothbrush to my mouth. My triceps were so on fire.
Yeah.
I couldn't bend my arm this far to even brush my teeth.
Right.
I was almost ready to cry.
Oh, I know.
So I was
know.
4 years of not working out, and then you go, see, I'm with the trainer, and so you think now the male ego gets in. Oh no, I can do this. No problem. Come on, throw more on there. Oh,
dude. I went through those days. Fortunately, I'm past that, and now I don't get too overly sore. But the worst part is the peeing. I'm doing this pretty hardcore thing. I don't think I've actually talked about it on air, but I am doing a pretty hardcore thing right now.
The worst part is the peeing?
The peeing. Yes, I'm doing a hard 90, okay?
Yeah.
So for 90 days, you got to commit. The first 15 minutes of the day, you spend outside. So that's like to reset your sleep schedule. So just go out, drink your cup of coffee outside,
All right.
rain or shine. You got to be outside.
a perfect deck for that.
Right.
I do, yeah, actually.
So first 15 minutes, just get outside. It's going to reset your sleep schedule. It really does work. It's crazy. Okay. You got to get 2 workouts in per day. So one of them's like a strength one, and the other one has to be outside. Now, the one that's outside, that could just be a walk or it could be a hike, but it has to be 45 minutes.
Okay.
You got to drink a gallon of water a day.
Oh, okay.
Which I'm telling you, in the middle of the night, I legitimately pee 4 times in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And it's exhausting and it's annoying because you keep trying to wait it out. You're like, I can make it through the end of the night with that, right? And then you got to read at least 2 chapters a day. So yeah, so I'm on day, I think I'm on day 27 right now. A couple more days will be 1 month down.
Okay.
And you got to do this for 90 straight days.
Oh, what are you reading?
I'm reading a novel called the Beirut Protocol.
Nice.
Yeah.
Got to take care of things.
Yeah.
Just whatever's happening there in Beirut.
I knocked that out at bedtime, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good. You feeling good?
But that makes you sleep better, I think. If I read before I go to bed as opposed to your electronic devices, I sleep better.
No, I suck at sleep. Sleep has been my enemy. I was joking about them passing out Ambien like candy. I was on that for a long, long time. I've never slept better than I am right now.
Well, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I'll give you a choice: Shadur or Vaughn. What would you rather have here, Shadur or Vaughn?
For the Broncos?
No. Just in general. I got a couple topics here. Moving.
Vaughn's an interesting. Shadur, I think, is a long term.
All right, let me do Vaughn here real quick. He was on with Kay Adams. They got some sort of NFLPA. Sorry, I screwed that up. NFLPA golf tournament or something. So the foursome is Vaughn, Brandon McManus, Brett Rippon, and Cortland Sutton. And when I saw Sutton when he was out at the Nuggets game the other night, I was doing like a little interview. He was like, "Oh, what's that wireless thing you have?" I go, "Oh, it's this, that, the other thing." "Oh, I got one of those." I go, "Oh, why do you have it?" Golf. Like he's shooting content about him playing golf. So Sutton is like getting into it to the degree where he's filming himself, micing himself. He's doing something with golf.
Did you tell him you've got a nice platform if you want to?
I did not tell him anything about that. Yeah. No. But I'm sure whatever
that would help.
Whatever Cortland Sutton wants to do will dwarf whatever we're doing.
Put
one
it
way
on,
or the
put
other.
it on your...
No. But it was interesting to hear that he was that into it. Anyways, that's the foursome. So Vaughn was being interviewed by Kay Adams and had this to say as Kay is I really like Kay Adams as an interviewer. She has a way of like getting some fun information out of guys. And the most obvious thing is, will you come back to the Broncos? But here's how she gets to it.
It's great. I love the Denver Broncos, and it's just able to ride around and be back on the team again. It's a fun day.
Would you like to be a part of the actual Broncos?
I mean, you just had to see.
This color has always looked good on you.
I've always loved blue and orange. You just had to see. It's a fun time right now for me and my career, and you just had to wait and see. Take it one day at a time, and it's all fun, and you just wait and see.
What is fun about it? You like
I think the excitement of not knowing what's next has a sense of. It could also be scary too, but
I would think that fun would not be the word.
I'm not. In my perception, I don't frame it like that. I've done everything I could possibly do, and whatever's next for me is what's next. And it's fun. It's exciting. You're looking at new teams and new quarterbacks. You can never replace a Josh Allen in the season that he had. But new quarterbacks, new environments, and just a new place to be is fun.
Okay. Coach Sanford was all excited about Vaughn coming back to the Broncos. What do you think? I mean, I know you've said what you've said before, like, hey, I don't think so, or whatever. But when I was listening to Coach Sanford, too, I was like, okay, I mean, I understand the point of view of, hey.
Don't take any snaps from other people.
I get it. But, like, maybe it would be all right to have Vaughn come back here. I mean, is there a scenario where it would make sense to have Vaughn back here?
I don't think there's a real negative.
Right.
So, I mean, if you wanted to bring Vaughn back, cool, bring him back. I don't think that it's going to hurt your team by any means. And if anything, there's certainly a million ways that Vaughn can help you out. Vaughn's at an interesting spot. You know, God, what year is he in? 15? I don't know.
2010 was the draft, right?
Okay,
2011, 2010? 2010, right? Yeah, 2010.
Okay.
He was 2011? Oh, Tebow was 2010? Okay, 2011.
All right, you're 15, whatever, give or take. That's a lot of football, right? He's won 2 rings. He's made all the money in the world.
Yeah.
Usually at this point in time, you'd be like, well, a guy's going to go ring shopping. Like when I'm talking about Devontae Adams. Like Devontae was going to go ring shopping. He was never going to end up here in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Vaughn just wants to be happy.
Right.
You know?
He's beyond that.
He just wants to be happy. He wants to play ball.
He's got 2 rings.
He did the ring shopping. It worked out all right.
He's done the ring shopping. He's made all the money in the world.
Right.
He just wants to be happy. I know he would love to come back here. There's no real negative to it. The only negative to it is that you're set in that room. You don't need a vet. You don't need anybody to come in and take 15, 20 snaps a game.
Mm-hmm.
You've already got guys that are getting 15 to 20 snaps a game, and Jonah Ellis, who you would like to think this year that's just going to get ramped up. You bring in Vaughn, what does that do to disrupt the growth of a very young, very talented room? I don't think it disrupts it in terms of, like, it's certainly not a negative. It just takes away some reps, and I just don't know that it's a necessity for this football team.
I like it if you could figure a way to have him be the DeMarcus Ware of your pass rushing room,
Mm-hmm.
your DN outside linebacker room. Because I thought he changed the course of his career when DeMarcus came in here. I thought he just changed the career path, if you will, and maybe he can add that to it. They may not need that. I don't know. I also don't know, can Sean Payton, and I say this kindly with my best friend, his ego can handle another vet that basically been there, done it all. I mean, he's been there, done it all. So can the coaches, the younger coaches that are running that, handle that?
But if Sean would humble himself to have a conversation with Vaughn,
Mm-hmm.
just talk to him, right? You're going to realize real quickly Vaughn's past that point.
Yeah,
he's way past that point.
Right.
He's not a problem to anybody.
He's not Randy Gregory. That's not going to happen.
No, he just wants to play ball until the wheels fall off. And that's his goal. You know, he's going to keep playing ball until he's not allowed to play ball.
Who's that linebacker we got from the Chiefs who we got in here? He was just awful. Recently, relatively recently with Randy Gregory, inside linebacker.
No, he was a D lineman.
D lineman?
Yeah.
God dang it. Who was it?
Not Carter.
Gosh darn it.
He was a really good player for the Chiefs.
He was really good and just a disaster here, like chemistry-wise.
He was a D lineman.
Remember he wouldn't come out to practice and he was all upset about stuff and was, gosh darn it, what was his name?
Clark.
Frank Clark. Frank Clark was bad news. Vaughn would fit in. I think Vaughn would be great fit-wise. I don't know if it's too much of a luxury. It's probably not a super necessity for this team. But I think the romantic side of Broncos fans would imagine him doing a victory lap with the Broncos one more time.
I mean, it'd be pretty damn cool. Nobody could fight that.
No, people would love it.
Well, when they give him a better end, he wants to go in the front office somewhere sometime and give him an end now to get the ownership to know him a little bit.
Yeah.
Might give him a better end there. I think it'd be, and I'm with you, I think Sean needs to sit down with him. Maybe the Pinner Group even sit down with him and say, you know, what's the ultimate on this?
Fans would absolutely
He'd be
love
the
it.
DeAndre Jordan of the Broncos.
Yeah, the fans would love it.
We have a new keyword for our Nuggets playoff push keyword of the hour. We'll have that for you.
Crushed it.
Exactly. That's coming up next. This hour's Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday keyword to text us 303-504-0925 is Maximus. It's Maximus.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
There you go. Secure playoff ticket pre-sale access by signing up for Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. We had a great visit with Coach Malone. We'll revisit some of the things he had to say here in a little bit. We'll get to Shedeur Sanders and the comps really quick. But just a note on the Avalanche tonight as they face the Red Wings. Sam Girard is in. Eric Johnson has a lower body issue, tweaked something. So EJ, who's been playing pretty well, is out. Blackwood gets the start after a dicey third period, but they did get a shootout victory, which he declared himself lousy in shootouts, but they somehow was able to do that.
So did Druin, by the way.
Yeah, Druin tapped out of that. VC and Kelly are, they've been in and out of the lineup. So is Logan O'Connor, by the way, although he's back tonight. You know, the Avalanche overall are so healthy. They're having to make some interesting decisions. Like Mile Woods can get caught up in it a little bit. Logan O'Connor's been getting caught up in it a little bit. Like, it's interesting to have that kind of depth when you have guys who have been pretty regular. You know, we're moving guys in and guys out, and tonight ain't your night. So
be ready when your number's called.
Right.
And you can either do one thing, sit in the corner and pout and miss the train, or get on that train and ride wherever they seat you.
But when you think about all the man games that they've lost, it's pretty wild to think this is the kind of depth that the Avs are rolling with right now. So I expect them to beat the crap out of the Red Wings tonight, frankly. They're favored to win. The Red Wings played last night. I like the Avs big time in this game. I hated the Nuggets last night. Hated that game.
You can't be satisfied if you're the Avs and they haven't done this much. Come in their game, say, this is just going to be a walk in the park. And every team who does it, Nuggets, Avs, Broncos, whoever, when you take a team for granted and you're in a game in the third period that you don't need to be.
Yeah, well, happens. The seasons are just, whatever, man. Listen, I get it. Nobody's going to give up any money. I understand. We're not going to give away games here. Ain't happening. But these final 10 games of the season, boy, does it seem to drag on, man. Holy cow. It's like if you do climb a mountain.
Didn't Bednar say isn't it 10 games that he goes by for kind of like the calendar?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there you go. Last one.
But think about it. So
you got to be peaking.
If you climb a hill, right? Like there's kind of energy in climbing and summiting to a hill. You know what the worst part about climbing a mountain is? It's the
coming home.
It's the last 2 miles coming home. When it's nothing, when it's over, and you're just walking in the freaking woods. And it's just like, when will this thing end?
Right? Yeah.
And this is what this part of the season's like. And then when you get back to the car, you take all your shoes off and your gear off, you feel refreshed a little bit. I could keep going a little bit. But damn, that last stretch just sucks. There's nothing interesting about it. There's no scenery that's good. You ain't back there yet. You still got a little work to do. It just blows. There's nothing cool about the last 2 miles of some sort of hike. Nothing.
I went on the last big one I went on was 11 miles up and back.
11 miles in total?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I bet 9 and 10 sucked. Where was that, by the way?
Down in Grand Lake, and you hike up to the fire watch place.
All right.
So you go from wherever Grand Lake's at, 8,000 feet to right at 11.
It's a 3,000-mile elevation hike, man. That's some juice right there.
Yeah. So me and my one boy, who weren't hikers, bring a bottle of water.
Yeah, you probably drained it by the last 2 miles. Probably was nothing there.
Are you kidding me? It was drained by the time we got up top. Luckily, my one boy brought he'd brought 4 for himself or something like that.
Okay.
So he let us have one, on the way down. But I'm telling you, the last 2 miles, we had no water.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Summertime, it's August.
Yeah. I mean,
we're coming down.
You were about to drink out of the river or something?
And it's all downhill until you get to the lake, right?
Yeah.
And then you got about a 3/4 mile walk just along the flat lake. Dude, you want to talk about sore and hurting?
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Well, this is where we're at right now.
Yeah, that's where
in
the season is right now
for both teams.
Yeah,
we just gotta get to the car.
You know, I look at Oklahoma City. They're able to do this, and I'm not so sure that the Avs couldn't. Except they've got so many new players that you still are kind of in that let's keep this gel going together a little bit. But Oklahoma City's okay. You two sit this game. Okay, you two sit this game. Okay, you three sit this game.
Yeah. That ain't
and
the situation.
they're just rotating who they want to play and not play. The Avs probably ain't catching Dallas, and I'm not sure that anybody's going to catch behind them. It's 93-87 in points.
Did you see the shiner that Mikko Rantanen had on his face?
Was that a shiner or like
Did you see that?
a softball that got put on his face?
Dan, can you put that up on the screen? Dude, it was like a little scary on that.
That thing's like the size of a softball on his cheek.
Man, oh man.
You see what Carolina's done since they traded Mikko?
Won every game?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, Dallas is doing just fine, but man, Mikko's had a rough year. Maybe you should feel bad for Mikko. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, man, that's actually that doesn't look too bad. It's the same photo, but that one looks all right. But you can see where the puck just smashed him in the cheekbone.
Sure, he wasn't falling over a dog in the driveway.
Oh, there you go. There's
McDonald's
the
bag.
one. Yeah, there you go. That's Brandon Marshall. We know them all. All right, Shedeur Sanders. We got some comparables. All right, let's roll it, Dan. Who's this? Tim Hasselbeck? You friends with Tim? I know you know Matt, of course, but do you know Tim at all?
I've met Tim a couple times, but no, I wouldn't call him a friend.
Okay, but Matt was a buddy of yours.
Oh, Matt's a good
right?
buddy.
Yeah,
good buddy.
Well,
I knew the dad probably best of all.
Go Buffs.
Through Logan, yeah.
You know, Matt was born on campus at CU.
Really?
That's right.
That's a good little story. He was one of my heroes growing up as a tight end for the Patriots.
I don't know if you can picture those apartments that are right off the practice field. It was like the family housing.
Really?
That's where Matt was born.
Wow.
Here is Tim on the comparables of Shedeur.
I like Shedeur Sanders. I think he's going to be a good NFL quarterback. I comp him to Kirk Cousins. I think he has a really high floor. Maybe not the biggest ceiling in the world, but he's accurate. He led the nation in completion percentage, and he's extremely tough, Greeny. 94 sacks over the last 2 years. So I think he's a good player. I just don't see elite skills.
Like, I actually think the comp is Andy Dalton. Now, Andy Dalton's another guy that's thrown over 250, touchdowns throughout his career. Andy Dalton stabilized things in Cincinnati. Andy Dalton took that organization to the playoffs 4 different times. And Mike said something I think is critical to kind of listen to. He's a good quarterback. Like, I think that there's confidence that he will be a good quarterback. I actually think that he's very pro-ready with how he's been coached, with how smart he is, how he plays the position. And so I think that's just this like tricky, area to be like, but we're picking at the top of the draft.
Well, it's interesting to see the trends, man, because it feels like it was just 2 weeks ago that we're seeing these mock drafts without Shedeur going in the first round. Like wake up. No, we're drunk. Now common sense is taking over. And if you go to DMac's favorite website of all time, NFLmockdraftdatabase.com, you are not going to just scroll through the front page. Scroll through the first, I don't know how many mocks are on the front page, 10 or 15. You're not going to see one that doesn't have, maybe 2 or 3. You're not going to see one that doesn't have them going in the top 3 in the NFL draft this year. I mean, it's almost every mock has now got him either going 2 to Cleveland or 3 to the Giants.
I like what Coach Sanford said about him today, which I thought was right on. And listen, guys are living over in Bristol or near that area aren't staying up watching games. He said, here's what Shedeur has that I'm not sure any other quarterback has. He's proven in the last 2 minutes of a game he can go down and win you games.
Yeah.
And that's a skill that some coach or some quarterbacks coming out of the college don't have. He says Shedeur has that.
Could Andy Dalton win you games?
He did. He turned around, and that's what Hasselbeck say. I mean, he turned around Cincinnati.
Could Kirk Cousins win you games?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is Shedeur a running quarterback?
No.
Is he a pocket present tough guy?
Teddy Bridgewater, quite frankly, is another pretty good comp for him. Now, hopefully, he has a better career than Teddy, and Teddy had a good career. But
he's a pocket guy, though.
Yeah.
Teddy always was a pocket dude with a good arm, long career, good high school coach. I don't know, man. If that's what you're telling me, I'd be more than happy if I'm the Giants to take my shot if it's whatever you want to say.
So if you're asking me, would you be satisfied if you got a Kirk Cousins out of Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah.
You guys realize Kirk Cousins has made more money than any quarterback in NFL history.
Well, but here's the problem. But for all the draft beatnik dudes, whatever, they say, yeah, but Kirk was a 4th-round pick. It's different times. It's a whole different time. It's a whole different situation. You're not going to win this league. DMac's been touting this horn or tooting this horn forever. You're not going to win this league without a quarterback.
Mm-mm.
And you can win with a capable quarterback.
So, like, if you're the Giants, I mean, unless you get – I'm rolling my eyes. I guess you could still possibly get Aaron Rodgers. Although I have a hard time imagining a scenario where he's not on the Steelers. But, it ain't happened yet, so who knows. But if you're the Giants, seriously, and just for the sake of argument, Rodgers is on the Steelers. You're not taking Shedeur at 3? What?
Well, and I know I said this yesterday, but now that they brought in Jameis Winston out there in New York, I literally cannot envision a better backup quarterback for Shedeur Sanders.
There you go.
Because Shedeur's got so much moxie and so much character about him. You got to have one hell of a confident dude behind him if he's going to mentor him, right?
Yeah.
Because Shedeur's aura will just eat up the entire quarterback room unless you got a dude like Jameis Winston who is as confident in himself as you're ever going to get. He's a veteran. He's got a playing style that's similar to Shedeur Sanders. I mean, I think that would be an incredible fit in the quarterback room. Now, would that be as good of a fit schematically for him as the Las Vegas Raiders would be? I don't think so. I still think the Las Vegas Raiders would be by far the best schematic fit for him.
Let me give you a hot take. The showcase is coming up on April 4th up there at CU. Same day as opening day.
Tyler's going to be there. I'll be in San Francisco. You'll be downtown. This is going to be awesome.
I have no idea. Do you know what time?
12:30.
Oh, you know what time?
Yeah.
Really?
12:30.
Are you kidding me?
You got to see if you can broadcast up there.
I would love to.
There may have been some inquiries into that already, by the way.
And?
We're waiting to find out. But it's been asked. 12:30, huh? That'd be pretty good. You think that's the way it should be? You up there, me at opening day?
I'd love to be there.
Knock that out.
Me and Golden State.
I mean, listen.
You and Golden State, opening day with DMac.
This is going to be the biggest pro day in the history of the University of Colorado.
I know.
You got Shedeur Sanders, you got Travis Hunter, you got 4 wide receivers. There will be every single team
no doubt
in the league there.
You don't have to twist my arm. That's why we already, maybe you can. We've already.
Oh, I got no poll up there.
You don't have a little buff poll? You don't have a little.
I don't have a rap album.
Anyways, here's my little hot take. After that pro day, which is going to be watched by everybody. My hot take is that Shedeur will pass Cam Ward as the number 1 quarterback.
Ooh.
How about that for a little hot take?
I don't know. Cam Ward said he solidified it.
Yeah, Shedeur hasn't had his day yet.
He already announced it. He said, I solidified it with the Titans.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. That's my little hot take. That Shedeur, I think he's going to, it's a pro day. I get it. I think he's going to destroy it. I think it's going to be incredible. And that's the vibe. That people will look side by side to Cam and Shedeur, and Shedeur will show, there'll be some, watch, this is my prediction. There'll be some sort of report of massive improvement that Shedeur's gone through that has manifested itself, and bam, here you are.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I don't know if he jumps Cam because we know how the NFL works, and Cam does have particular traits that stand out, right? And you're talking about combine type of traits. You're talking about arm strength type of traits. Things that teams will overdraft for, things that even Tim Hasselbeck, well, he defended it a little bit, but other people will take shots at Shedeur about he's just an efficient quarterback. He's just a good, efficient quarterback. Doesn't really stand out in anything. Well, Cam does have some things that stand out, and that's why he's probably going to go ahead of Shedeur.
If you were the Titans, though, would you play a little possum and at least pretend that you have some interest in Shedeur making the Giants possibly go from 3 to 1? Give you a little value, and you're going to get your guy anyways at 3.
Don't you still?
How do you know they're going to take Shedeur? How do you know the Giants would take Shedeur? I mean, if you want Cam, how the hell do you know that you trade that spot away? And whether you play possum or not, it don't matter.
Well, if you pretended that you love Shedeur just to get the Giants' interest,
right? Who cares? They can play the game right back. We really want Cam Ward, so we're going to tell you that we want Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
We'll jump up to number 1, and we're going to take your guy.
Do you think there'll be
I think that'd be a crazy risk.
Do you think there'll be a trade to number 1, or do you think Tennessee will say, nah, forget it. We're here. We're
I think
good.
they'll stay.
Yeah, I agree.
Who do the Browns take then?
That one.
That's the wild card.
It is. It's a big, big wild card. I think there's legitimately 3 players in play right now.
3?
Yeah. Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, and Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
Some guy on ESPN just came in and said Abdul Carter is not a top 4 pick.
I have no idea what the Browns are going to do. I mean, I know what I would do. I would take the quarterback.
I would too. But that's how I always feel about everything. It's weird. It's up and down on the Browns. And now, have you noticed how the Titans, it's all about Cam Ward now, all of a sudden. Where it wasn't. Now it is. Wait till after. It's going to be really interesting after Shedeur's Pro Day there on April 4th. That's going to be a fun one. Fun one. And he's gonna catch fire. This is why that whole he's gonna drop down, that was always ridiculous. That was always stupid.
What he's gonna do is, if he has a great pro day, is we're gonna see who's willing to get in their pockets and try to move up to 2. Especially if Cleveland thinks, we're good. We'll take either a pass rusher or
New Orleans is at 9. Do you think they could move to 2?
Well, I would think the Raiders have a better chance than
the Raiders
New
are
Orleans.
at 6, but they invested in Geno.
If the Saints even tried to, the Giants will catch whiff, and they'd move up. I mean, let's say the Browns, that's legitimately for sale.
Mm-hmm.
If the Saints even sniff out that position, Giants will hear about it, and they'll just move.
Oh, and
because it's going to be far easier for them to move.
Who's it for?
Patriots.
They got a quarterback.
They got a quarterback.
So,
that's why Travis Hunter should be hoping Shedeur goes ahead of him. Because if Shedeur goes ahead of him, Travis Hunter gets to land with Drake May.
Well, could you not get, if you're 6, try to trade up to 4, and then eventually move 4 to 2? Would that be an easier move?
I mean, if you can do it, if you can swing it. I don't know if the Patriots are going to move out of that spot, though. They need a lot of work in Patriot land. They need the best of something at whatever position they want to go to. So I think I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if they moved there too. But hey, we're less than a month away, boys. Less than a month away.
So we're talking Travis Hunter could drop to 4.
Maybe, yeah. It's a possibility.
He should hope for that.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, what team above 4 would you rather play for if you're Travis Hunter? None of them.
Patriots would be fine. It's a good situation there with the Patriots. They'll build.
You got a great coach. You got a good QB.
Yep. I mean, where you want to be in Jacksonville? I know they're behind the Patriots. Giants, train wreck. Cleveland, please. No, I mean, going to the Patriots would be a good deal for him.
Yep.
Be a great deal for him. Would they let him play both ways, you think?
Mike Vrabel did it.
Right?
I mean, not like Travis Hunter, but
all he does is catch touchdown passes.
Now, you know how many touchdowns that guy has?
Isn't it 11 or 12?
I thought it was like 15. I don't know. I could be off on that.
Well,
but
it's
definitely double-digit touchdowns.
Wasn't it he caught every pass that was ever thrown to him, and everyone was a touchdown?
I think that's right.
It's like there's no drops in there.
Good percentage.
It's unbelievable. He's the greatest receiver of all time by percentage and production. No dumb questions. If you got one, reach out. 12 catches, 12 for 12, all touchdowns. Yeah, that's pretty good. No dumb questions comes up next. Well, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different, okay? But you have similarities, at least, to some of the folks that have been dealing with this over the years. Intimacy, that's a special moment, and you feel deeply connected. If you're not in that sort of space, who knows what's going on in your relationship? And remembering the first time you failed to perform, not a great memory. Let's get things together with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. Get the consult, the T and PSA test. If advised, the test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But it's going to work. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the next day. 5 locations to make it easy for you up and down I-25. Call 720-440-7900 RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
This really isn't a question, but it's a asking a question, but it's more of a statement. On Twitch, you know, Twitch with Safeway. We appreciate you, Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Safeway.com, Safeway app, Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Why am I not surprised that Scott doesn't know to carry enough water when hiking in Colorado?
No, we've all been there.
I guess that's
that was macho bravado, Scott, who didn't realize until we all of a sudden, my guy had his GPS saying things. He said, yeah, guys, we just did 11 miles. I guess one bottle of water probably isn't enough. The next time I did it, I had a Camelback on, so just
you had to.
I did learn my lesson. Yeah.
Yeah, you do got to wear a backpack when you go. When you go for one like that, you got to wear a backpack.
I was coming down Pikes Peak and ran out, and I still had quite a ways to go, and it was like, I know this sucks. It's dangerous, but I just put it into the ongoing river that was going down. I was like, maybe it's running fast enough. And like, I know, I get it. You got to think about like, how you want them squirts? How you thinking about things right now?
Did it? Nothing happened?
I was fine, but trust me, I was a little worried about it. I tried to get as much moving water as I could there on the stream, and it tasted good. But I know that's dangerous as hell.
Keep some iodine in your...
that would have been really smart. And my father-in-law, who's a great backpacker, he's got the whole like water filtration. We went to, we did that Durango Silverton thing and then hiked into the Chicago Basin. And we did not take any water with us because he had a filtration kit. We used it the entire 4 days that we were camping there. It was pretty cool. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Thank God for him. But I was like, oh, how much water? He goes, we don't need to take any water. We posted up next to a river. There were goats that like licked the salt out of your shirt if you left it out. I have a big hole in a shirt. Pretty cool with the mountain goats.
When I went to Iceland, they said that every river on the entire island you could drink straight out of.
That is awesome.
And we did it, and it was like the best tasting water ever because it was straight from the glaciers.
That is awesome.
Water boy, right?
A quality H2O.
There you go. All right, I got two actually.
Go for it.
You want a gross one, or do you want weird high schoolers?
Gross one.
All right. Well, this is like a serious question because like I'm about to be 40 years old. Okay, and I still haven't figured out the correct way to pee into a urinal. What is do you guys aim for the splash pad or do you aim for the backing?
Well,
no, that's a good question. I never thought of it.
After you unfold,
right?
I don't know. I don't ever really pay attention. I don't think.
Well,
I'm lucky if I even get it there.
Well, I just went and I'm I got a little splash on the legs from the splash pad. And I made an adjustment just aiming to the back, and there was no splash going on. My whole life I've been aiming at the splash pad, but I think that's actually a mistake. I think you need to just aim for the back of the urinal.
And take your chances?
Yeah, I think I do too.
Splash pad doesn't really work.
No. They used to have some of those urinals that had like a bullseye thing that you could aim and play with.
Yeah.
What's your other question?
All right, my other one. So I've become a gym bro, right? But so this started at the gym. I've been noticing this trend of high school boys. And then I'm at Chipotle today and I see the same thing going on. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Have you guys I don't know if you guys seen any high school boys out in the wild here of recent, but have you noticed all these high schoolers out in the wild, just out in the public, they've all got goggles hanging around their neck, not on their face. It's not like a swim thing, okay? They've got them at the gym. They've got them at Chipotle. They've got them wherever they go. They've got swim goggles hanging around their neck. Swim goggles. Yes. This is a new thing going on.
Is it a fashion statement?
So I put it on Twitter today.
Yeah.
Thinking like, oh, everybody's going to think I'm weird that I noticed this trend. Like Tyler's the weirdo here. Turns out there's a thing going on that I guess it's called Assassin that all the high school seniors play where they walk around with a squirt gun all year long.
Really?
And if you don't have your goggles, you get squirted and you're out. Last man standing wins.
Wow.
But everywhere these high schoolers go for the entire senior year, they've got goggles hanging around their neck.
All right. I had no idea. No clue.
Well, you're going to notice it now. Now you're going to see a high schooler out there with goggles on.
I don't think I've ever seen it yet. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Well, when I put it on Twitter, immediately, like tons of people are flooding in that this is the thing going on.
I mean, I avoid teenagers like the plague, though, in my life. I try not to see any teenagers, period.
Well, don't go to the gym at 3:30. Because at 3:30, that is high school bro time.
That's where it is.
And that's where 40-year-old Tyler's hanging out now.
That's right.
The bro.
Do you try to do you try to bro it up?
Yeah.
You try to bro it up with some of them?
Hey, how many reps? How many sets you got left?
All right,
Would that be hysterical if you became best friends with like a 16 and 17-year-old?
Oh,
just gym bro guys.
I've got one dude that we show up at the same time. We go to like the same locker area every single time.
You're just seeing him.
And oh yeah, we're buddies now. We're absolutely
How
buddies.
old is he?
He just graduated high school, actually. Yeah.
But he just graduated high school. What's he doing?
Yeah. Well, he was a former offensive tackle.
Okay. Oh.
He still wants to play. He's still training. Yeah.
You got a new best friend.
I don't know his name though, and I've met him like 12 times.
That's all right. You're Tyler Polumbus, Super Bowl champion. You can just ask his name again. Don't even worry about it. No.
But I feel you know what? You know what his name is? Hey, dog.
Yeah, that's right.
It's Hey, dog.
Yeah.
It's Hey, dog. Hey, you meet my family. Hey, dog. Meet my family.
Okay. So I haven't seen this, but multiple people tweeted about it, and now they're texting it in also.
I'm seeing it.
Apparently, they're wearing pool floaties all year round also.
I haven't seen
like
that.
on their arms.
That is some commitment to something really stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be. Hey, let me ask my no dumb question I asked you guys during the break.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cooper Flagg expect to be, if he comes out, the first pick in the draft. I'm hearing that Duke has offered him $11 million to stay in school as a sophomore.
Would you stay or would
you
you
stay
go?
in college for another year, making $11 million?
No.
Or do you?
No.
You had no
if you're a 15, the 15th overall.
Well, you ain't getting offered $11 million if you're 15.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's my point. I mean, as you said, how much he getting on that first deal? Number one.
If he's the number one pick next year, he'll probably make 12.6
for 6 years.
Well, it goes up. I mean, it goes up whatever the percentage.
Wait, when you say 12.6, do you mean 12 over 6?
12.6 million for 1 year.
All right, let me.
But how many years?
Probably 4 with an option.
Let me counter
so
that.
we're talking about over $50 million.
5 years. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
but
he's I'm not going back for 11.
Hold
I'm
on.
taking 50.
But he's going to get that money no matter when he comes out. Okay. Was college the most awesome time of your life?
It was better than yes, it was really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me too. Who wouldn't want another year of that? And
I
can
don't-
you
I don't
imagine
think-
if college was awesome for all of us, what must college be like for Cooper Flagg? Can you imagine what college is like for this
what
guy?
What just happened to Wemby? What just happened to Wemby?
Oh man, you're nervous, Nelly. You're on the paranoia train.
It's $50 million, guys. You don't risk that for anything.
Oh, I don't know, man.
There's nothing that you risk that
bringing
for.
the Wemby thing into the conversation adds validity.
I mean,
it adds validity because he
I
may
mean, we're
never
not
play
even
again.
talking. We're not even talking about an injury. We're not even talking about an ACL. We're just talking about life happens.
All right, how much
Crazy
money,
things happen.
How much did Cooper Flagg get this year?
I don't know.
Probably 7 or 6, 7, 8.
Just say 7. He's going to get 11. And plus, it's going to be more than that. You realize that because he's got endorsements that are going on, right? So 11 million is just his NIL. He would already have. He's doing a shoe thing with Jamal. Don't they have the same shoe thing or
Under Armour?
I think he's on some sort of shoe thing I've seen him on. So that 11 ain't going to be 11. That 11 is really going to be at least 15, 16, something more than that. He's going to have all that sort of going on. Put that on 7. You made 22 by the time you're 22. I mean, listen, I get it. There's more money to be made, perhaps, but you could have another year of the most awesome time of your life.
There's $60 million guaranteed or $20 million this year.
Well,
You
listen,
guys, you guys are insane. There is no conversation. There is no thing on planet Earth that you could risk $50 million for. I don't care how many girls there are. I don't care how fun school is.
But it's not like you wouldn't have enough money for the rest of your life. You would.
No, but you don't think about it like that. You don't think about it like 11's enough. You think about it like 50's right there.
I think back in college, and if I could just go back and do that, again, I think back in college, I'd have more fun.
See, I think what's going to be crazy, I don't think we're too far away from a number 15 getting offered, maybe not $11 million, but call it $8 million, right? I don't think we're too far away from that. Now, that's a really tough call. That's a decision that you might actually take because you're like, I can improve my stock. I can make more money than I probably would in year one anyways.
He's going to be a first pick in the draft, whether he comes out this year, next year, or the year after.
Right.
Yeah, God willing.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting.
I'd take that bet right now. He ain't going back to school.
I would lean towards you. The money is just overwhelming, and of course, you're number one. You know how you turn that down. But it's an interesting concept.
Plus, if Duke can go on and win it this year, what else you got?
You guys really didn't settle the urinal thing for me. I just need to know how to pee in the urinal.
Just be glad you can stand there and pee.
Big question of the day is coming up next. It's hard to take the loss to the Bulls all that serious. No AG, no Nicola. We did have Michael Malone on. You can go back and find that on a variety of formats, including the Altitude app, which we encourage you to do. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. We had heard that there were some interesting back and forth, and Michael Malone had called out the team to their face after the Friday Portland game, and they bounced back against Houston. We had a chance to ask Michael Malone about how you deal with confrontation and addressing players straight up. Here's what he had to say about a couple hours ago.
Hey, listen, I think, as a coach, as an effective coach, you cannot be afraid of confrontation.
Okay.
You cannot be afraid of the emotions of it. I welcome it. I want it. That's just kind of who I've been, who I am as a coach. I have to be true to who I am. And when I get on guys, I always try to make sure I'm not making a personal attack.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference.
Yep.
Between lighting into a team in terms of our collective effort, our collective physicality, our collective urgency was nowhere close to being where it needed to be against Portland. And I challenged guys. I said, if anybody in this room disagrees, please speak up. I am here for that. I welcome it. And players know. That's one thing, especially about a group like ours. We have a group, a lot of veterans, a lot of young players, a group that's won a lot of games these last 6-7 years, probably more than anybody else in the NBA, if not one, maybe two. So our guys understand what it takes to win at a high level, and they also know what it looks like when we don't play our best basketball.
You can go back and watch the entire thing immediately on YouTube, although we'll post it and have it for you later as well. What is Malone saying there that will most positively impact the team? What is he saying in terms of his style, what he hopes to get out of this team that obviously is going through right now, for the time being, a little bit of a rough patch?
Response. Response. I mean, that's what it all comes down to. That's what the challenge comes down to. That's what the meeting that Scott talked about the other day that Coach Malone just confirmed for us. That's what it all comes down to. Boys, here's what I'm seeing. Now talk to me, right? And I think he's looking for a verbal and, a nonverbal response from that, it looks like Jamal Murray has responded pretty well to.
He's been great. So has Peyton Watson.
Yeah. And so maybe there's encouraging things in there. But maybe there's not on other guys.
I think you want a response. I said this on the pregame show the other day. When things like this occur, there's really just two ways you go. You either take it to heart, man up, and let's go and come out and ball up a little bit. And I think the Nuggets have done that. Or you go, man, he ain't talking about me. That goes back to comment in Phoenix. Guys watching films on themselves, nobody going to watch that film on themselves. Was kind of critical on that. And if you take it to, he just doesn't know what he's talking about, he's an idiot, then the team goes sideways and you were pretenders anyway and you never were contenders. I think they're contenders. I do think that they've got some reshuffling of attitudes that they probably are trying to get done and get right during this stretch. You've realized how much Nicola means to you. Right? I think you're 3-6 this year when he's not played. So, get him healthy because his attitude is going to be right. He wants to play the right way.
How many games can he still take off and you're all right?
Does
he got to play Wednesday? Does he got to play Friday against Utah?
I think I'd like to see him play both Wednesday and Friday. Yeah.
Okay. So you have 3 days off after that before back-to-back.
Yeah, and then you go, Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday?
Tuesday, Wednesday.
I'd wait till Tuesday.
No,
Just give him that whole time.
Listen, Milwaukee lost a tough one last night to Phoenix, so I think you need to get a win, to be honest with you. I mean, the Lakers keep losing. Thank you for them. But, listen, I think Houston's still catchable. And
Houston's there. It's possible. But you got to start rolling here a little bit if you're going to do that. And don't forget, you've got Houston the last game of the season. The battle for number 2?
Yeah, it could be.
I mean, maybe. You're all tied up. Could come down to that. Yeah, you play Wednesday against Milwaukee. Utah is the worst team in the Western Conference by record, But we just saw what the worst team in the Eastern Conference did to the Nuggets at home. So you don't take anything for granted. But you got Minnesota on Tuesday. I'm just saying. I mean, come on, man. There's got to be a little something there about stepping up. I mean, I get it. It's all regular season and all right.
Tuesday's you got to perform mentally and physically like it's a playoff.
But they humiliated you last time. You can't go through that again. And then the next day you've got San Antonio, and they're just kind of, they ain't the same team. I'm not saying it's going to be an easy win, but you've been pretty good on back-to-backs. At Golden State, home against Indiana. By the way, weird end to the season. Home road, home road, home road. Seriously.
The dumb guy.
Dude, are you actually going to be on a plane 3 different times in 1 week?
Yeah, probably.
I'm just seeing that for the first time. April 2nd, well, first you got 3 out of 4 games. Home road, home road, home road. What? All right, that's stupid, dude.
Well, that's the guy in New York that's never been outside the 4 boroughs.
Stupid. And by the way, you've got, just one. You only have 1 more back-to-back. But you do have 3 games in 4 days. I don't know, man. This is a crazy schedule. What do you need to do here, Scott? What do you need the record to be here? And we're fine. Like, whatever. We'll be all right. Because Tyler may be right, man. Maybe you just take the next 2 games off for Jokic, seriously.
Well, and how much is it worth it fighting it out to get to what? What is it? What is worth to get to what? You know what I mean? I mean, you're here. It feels like
you got
to play some good basketball no matter what, like some really good basketball to significantly improve.
Here's what it is. If you get the 2 seed, you got home court for the first 2 rounds. That's what it is. That's what they had last year. How'd that turn out?
Yeah, so, I think your only goal, forget numbers and positioning and where you could be, what you could be. I think the only thing you're concerned about, are we playing the best we can possibly play at this time of year? And are we relatively healthy?
Well, and here's the hard part as a coach. You just can't stomach bad ball going into the playoffs. Can't stomach it, right? As much as you tell yourself we're okay, as much as you tell yourself, hey, the importance is getting Nikola healthy, you just can't stomach it. Because every coach in every sport, you want to peak at the end of the year. That's when you want to be playing your best ball. So I do, like as much as I say, it's easy for me to say wait till Tuesday. I get it.
All right.
I get why you want Jokic back.
Let me point out just a little bit of a quirk, though. I understand when you want to play your best ball, the whole thing. However, because of the way the NBA does their playoffs, as long as you're one of the top 6 teams, and that would be ridiculous for them to drop out of that. I don't see that happening. You get a week off. So whether you're playing great at the end of the season or lousy at the end of the season, either way, you're off for a week while some other teams battle it out. So how much does that even matter? I mean, the Nuggets didn't play great at the end of the season in their championship run, but you know what they did do? I'll never forget it. They had great practices. I'll never forget hearing how great their practices were after like 3 days off. They came back. Great Wednesday? They did have great Wednesdays. They did. That was correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
But that was the story about how competitive and into the practices they were and how awesome they were feeling. Because everybody was worried that they would be rusty. But that wasn't the case whatsoever. And it wasn't the case last year either.
Then you went 4-1, 4-2, 4-0, 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty awesome. And in your 4-2, you won by what, 40 in Game 6 in Phoenix?
50, wasn't it?
It was
some stupid number.
Something ridiculous. Yeah. Like it was barely even a game. And that was the series you lost 2 games.
Yeah, vacation time.
Which is remarkable to think, Suns and 4 guy, and that was the attitude. But whatever. It was something special. So, listen, if you want to bring Joker back tomorrow, okay. But seriously, I don't even care. It might be better if he really needs the time. There is no reason to push it. Unless you think these next 2 games are critical. Come on, man. Even if they lose to Milwaukee, you can't beat Utah with whoever on Friday? Come on.
Well, listen, I'm different, and I'll go old school. I want at least 50 wins. So you got to win 5 more on your schedule, however you break it out.
Okay. Well, you beat Utah because they suck. Maybe you lose. Okay, so what we need? 4 more wins there? Now we bring Yoke back. We got how many more games? How many games have they played here? 3. So you got 9 games left. You missed 2, 7, but you win one of them. You win like 4 more games out of 6? Sure. I don't know, bro. Who cares if you win 50 games? What difference does it make?
I don't know.
Who cares?
Because I was told from day one,
cares?
51 is the mark of a good team.
Okay. I don't think it really matters, but whatever.
I think that's something you think about at the beginning of the year.
Maybe.
Right now, does it matter?
Right now, it's being healthy, and that's been the biggest issue. Gordon last night missed his 31st game. I mean, think about that.
What exactly is going on with AG?
Well,
Is it all just the same thing?
Yeah.
So he played like 4 games in a row and he was just sore. That's it. Well, then I'm not worried about that then. You know why? Because he's going to be good to go in the playoffs. And I really don't give a crap how many more games he plays the rest of the year. You guys tell me what matters and what doesn't matter. Because right now it feels to me seeding is irrelevant. And I'm trying to figure out which of these games left in the regular season I actually care about and matter. Because I don't know. The answer might be none of them.
I'm a little bit curious as to why you say you're not worried about that. I mean, saying, I'm not worried about it. He's going to be good to go for the play. Why? Why is it?
AG?
Yeah. Why is it going to be any different when you get to the playoffs?
Because this is what these guys just suck it up and they play. They just suck it up and they play. There's no back-to-backs. There's no 3 out of 4 nights. There's more rest. He could have played last night if he really wanted to. It's probably smart on a back-to-back to just rest him. But you don't have any of that in the playoffs. And he's one of the tougher dudes. AG's a tough son of a gun. It must be killing him to not play what he's not playing. I bet Joker misses playing right now.
I guarantee he does.
I see his like body language on the bench.
Dude, I watched him out in the fourth quarter. Was going out on the floor talking to referees.
Don't you see he's got little ants in his pants right now?
Yeah, which I like.
Everybody portrays him as like not caring. That is bunk.
That's a lazy take.
That dude cares. He just doesn't show it the same way. Watch him on the bench. Watch how he reacts to what's going on. Tell me he doesn't miss being out there. I bet you anything he's missing being out there right now. So that game last night was stupid. It was a dumb game. Can't get upset about a dumb game, can you?
No, but you know what? It's going to be an interesting offseason because if the league continues to go where it's going with the 40 is the new 20, they're going to have to find shooting.
By the way, this must kill you when compared to football. Because football, there are no dumb games in football. Every game in football is life or death.
I have a hard time thinking that there's a such thing as a dumb game with 10 games. How many games we got?
9.
9 games left. Is there a dumb game left with 9 games left?
I don't think there's dumb games left.
I don't think there is.
I think all of them might be dumb the rest of the way. All of them. They're going to win some, by the way, too. Everybody who wants to jump off the Nuggets ship, watch the Houston game. I don't care how bad they look in one game. That means nothing towards the next game. This is this team, for what it's worth. Jared Bednar will be on with the boys tomorrow morning at 8:30, not 8 o'clock. A little of a schedule adjustment because you have to celebrate more when you beat the crap out of the Red Wings, which is destined to happen tonight. FYI on that. Dan Tanner, Let's Football Go, coming up next.
I am the one who knocks.
Here is the keyword for this hour. It's Maximus. Wait, no. That was last hour. No, it's Sparta. Sorry, I screwed it up. It's Sparta. Sparta is the keyword. 303-504-0925. Sparta. All right, there you go. Secure playoff ticket pre-sale access by signing up for Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. So your Nuggets playoff push, Ticket Tuesday giveaway, keyword of the hour, Sparta. You have until 2:45, and then we give away a pair of tickets, right, Dan? Is that the way it goes? Yeah, I think so. So best of luck on that. Okay, Dan, what do you got?
All right, ESPN's latest mock draft that they put out earlier this morning has the Broncos taking the North Carolina running back Omarion Hampton at number 20 overall, with Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, still on the board. So my question for you guys, if Omarion Hampton and Colston Loveland are both available when the Broncos make their pick at 20, who would you prefer they take? And do you think they need a tight end more for next year, a legitimate pass-catching threat, or a bell cow running back? Who would you take?
Well, your timing is amazing, as they were just going through this on ESPN right in front of us, and they were showing Omarion Hampton highlights. So I might have some recency bias right here. But I think there's other good tight ends. They got Evan Engram. Scott Tyler, I'd take Hampton.
Oh, man, I guess I could flip a coin on this one. I could come up with good arguments on both sides. Look, the only thing crazier than drafting a tight end in the first round, generally speaking, is drafting a running back in the first round. There's always unicorns. There's always exceptions to the rules. Ashton Genty is absolutely an exception to the rule. Is Omarion Hampton an exception to the rule? Well, he's a late riser. I don't know if he's a late riser, but he definitely has been a combine, like, hey, now we're going first round on this guy.
I like Hampton. I think you've already got a tight end that's going to be your starter. I think there's enough tight ends that you can probably reach and get one in the second round that's going to be an active guy.
I agree.
But I think Hampton read a great article on what Sean Payton likes out of his running back. And obviously, a lot of comparison to Kamara and all that stuff like that. He wants a guy that they can throw out the short passing to and make it an extension of the running game. And with Bo Nix, I think they like him being able to do that. So I would go Hampton.
So here's my only counter to it. And again, I could flip a coin. My counter to it would be, at the tight end position, my opinion, there's two difference makers, there's two playmakers, and then there's some quality tight ends. At the running back position, I think there's a boatload of day one starters, a boatload of them.
To me, this is a situation where I'm actually just going to trust the Broncos. Seriously. I mean, they're getting insight that we just don't know. They're on the interviews. They made the big decision last year with Bo, and it was the right decision. Yes, 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 and yes. So if they decide, hey, listen, there's a reason why we're taking this guy rather than that guy, I'm actually going to roll with them. I really wouldn't be upset about it one way or the other, which is a weird way to go into a draft, kind of being okay if your team goes in a multitude of directions. I really wouldn't be worked up one way or the other, because I know through rounds 2, 3, and 4, they're going to get a tight end, they're going to get a running back, and they're probably going to get another wide receiver. So it's on you, Broncos. I trust you at this point. So there you go. Next up, Dan. No.
All right. Puka Nacua, the wide receiver of the Los Angeles Rams, was on a podcast recently and talking about, he's 23 years old, and he was talking about how he already is planning out his retirement from the NFL.
I want to retire at the age of 30. I'm 23 right now. I'm going into year 3. I think of Aaron Donald like, man, like to go out at the top, I think it would be super cool, but then also be like, yo, like I want to have a big family, just like I want to have at least a starting 5. I'm like, I came from a big family.
Oh,
so
he
like,
said he want 5.
I need 5 boys. I need 5 boys for sure.
That's cool.
But also be like, man, I want to be able to like be a part of their lives and like be as active as I can with them. So I'm like, I don't want to be. The injuries are something that you can't control part of the game. So like, oh man, like you never know. Hopefully like the rest of your career go healthy, but like, man, you have shoulder surgery, you have knee surgery, you have ankle, and be like, yo, like by the time my kids could be 18, I'm like, I could be barely walking if I like if you play the game and like you sustain all the injuries and stuff like that. But I want to retire early.
Does that surprise you that Puka Nacua, 23 years old, is already planning out his retirement?
I don't know. No, not really, because at the beginning of your career, it feels like forever. And it feels like football is your life. And the rest of your life, like you can't imagine a life without football. So you get excited about that. I think the longer you get into your career, it depends on how your body feels, but you change your opinion on that.
It's pretty funny at age 23 what you think of people who are 30. And what 30 people probably think about 40, and we go on down the line, you're about to turn 40, right?
Yeah, a couple weeks.
Right? Like, who knew you'd see this day?
Dude, I'm getting calls about getting on Medicaid. You kidding me? Come talk to me, brothers.
So I'm rolling my eyes a little bit at Puka Nacua because it's, hey, listen, he's only 23. You don't know. He doesn't know.
Hey, you get at 28 and somebody offers you a 5-year deal at
right.
$75 million.
Of course. And by the way, what is there?
If Cooper Flagg's going, he's staying.
Yeah. Is there some sort of magic thing that happens at age 30 in one day that you get hurt that you don't get hurt at 29 or something? I mean, you're playing football, dude. Like, anything bad can happen at virtually any time. There's literally no guarantees.
I will say this, how it is a little forward thinking in the sense of this. And Tyler talks about it all the time. There's 100% guaranteed the injuries are involved. I mean, that's the NFL. We're seeing what Gabriel Landeskog is going through at 27 to 30, right? I mean, he's been going through some stuff. And the money that is being paid, if he can play 7 more years, what's he going to average? 20? Average? 24?
Shoot. Receivers, I mean, if he's at the elite level, it's 40.
Yeah, he's going to be way up there.
So he's going to play 7 more years and have, we'll be modest on that. He's going to
$200 million?
$120 to $200 million over the next 7 years.
I think Puka Nacua is probably a $24 to $27 million a year guy.
Right, so now he's that guy for 7 more years. And he's already said, listen, I want to be able to walk with my kids. I want to be able to play with them. I'm going to have, probably he's going to have $70 million in the bank.
He wants a starting 5 of just boys.
Yeah.
He might have to have 10 of them things.
He wants them to play basketball. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, it's cool to have an idea of what you want to do. I wish him the best. He seems like a great dude. He's an incredible football player, so I have no idea why he do whatever you want. If he's lucky enough to be able to play till 30, I think that's what it is. But hey, Tyler, if you're lucky enough to play the next day, you're lucky enough to play in the NFL.
Just listen to Kyle Shanahan. Who knows if you'll be alive tomorrow?
Right. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, let's hear from Cam Ward. He was interviewed on NFL Network after his pro day where he told the Titans they need to take him first overall.
There was a throw that you did on the roll, on the run, where you hit a dime, and it looked like you turned to the Titans brass, Chad Brinker and Mike Gorzanzi, and said something to him.
Yeah,
what did you say to him?
I said, I'm solidifying it today.
You solidified
what I
it today.
said.
Locking it up.
They heard you? They laughed
I made sure they heard me.
Now, there's reports coming out saying the Titans will continue to listen to offers for the number 1 overall pick, but their asking price has gone way up after seeing Cam Ward's strong pro day yesterday. The Titans also do plan to hold an additional private workout with Cam Ward. So what do you guys think the Titans should do? Take Cam Ward first overall, or let me ask it this way. What would be the price that would be worth the Titans giving up the number 1 overall pick?
I'm not even answering your question, but something just irritated me. And I don't know why it didn't hit me until just now. I am not knocking Cam Ward, okay? So let me be very, very clear here. I am not knocking Cam Ward and his confidence / borderline arrogance. I'm not doing it because I've defended Shedeur Sanders. But have you guys watched the Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders stuff? Have you guys seen these guys chatting back and forth? Do you really think for 1 second Cam Ward in his interviews comes across any differently than Shedeur Sanders comes across? And how come Shedeur Sanders is the only one that gets knocked for being brash, for being confident, for being cocky? Cam Ward won't shut up when these two get in the same area together. They're the same dude. And I'm not knocking Cam Ward. I'm not. But it does irritate me a little bit thinking back on that. And I don't know why it hasn't hit me until just now when I listened to him turn to the Giants say, I just solidified it, right? Like, hey, it's all over. You're drafting me, right? How come he doesn't get knocked for being arrogant?
I don't know. I don't, he's Titans. I don't know what you want to do. I'll tell you this, though. I don't get it with Cam Ward. Flat out. I think Shedur's just a better quarterback, period. I think he's going to be a better quarterback in the NFL. What would I do if I were the Titans? I would hope that everybody buys into this Cam Ward crap and trade back and take Shedeur Sanders and pick up a couple of extra first-round picks. I mean, if you can bamboozle everybody, I think Shedur's going to be a better quarterback than Cam Ward.
I think these two guys, the cool thing about it, and I don't know if people have seen the big picture, this is going to be, and I hope they both have great careers. Could this be another Brady Manning rivalry that every year the league is going to make sure these two teams play each other? These two guys are going to go after each other. I think they're boys, but you're right. They go after each other hard. You don't think the NFL would love that matchup once a year, every Sunday?
I think they would love it, but I don't know if it's going to have that same juice.
There's got to be championships and stuff around.
I'm telling you, man, I just don't really believe in Cam Ward. I am so influenced by what I saw last year and watching him against my Qs. And listen, man, I thought it was awesome the way Syracuse beat Miami. Miami had everything on the line in that game. Everything. And Cam Ward was slightly above mediocre in the most important game of the year for them. And Miami had just barely got by so many times last year, Tyler.
I mean,
they
were the heart attack kings, but I think a lot of that is a compliment to Cam Ward, not the other way around. Just like we're crediting Shedeur Sanders for winning close games at the end, I think Cam deserves that credit for the same exact reasons. He's calm, cool, and collected. I'm not down on Cam Ward, but I get you being high on Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, man, I am high on Shedeur, and that's my hot take. I said it earlier. I think he's going to light it up. And I see what you're talking about with the cockiness.
They're the same human being.
They're not that much different. I don't know where it's a negative or I don't think it's a negative for either guy, frankly.
I'm not saying anything other than why is Shedeur get knocked for it and not Cam?
I actually don't know. I think that's a good question. And I'm not sure why everybody is convinced that Cam Ward is a better quarterback than Shedeur. So who knows? It got me, but listen, they're both going high. What do I think Tennessee to do? That was the question. I think they should drop back and take Shedeur if they're lucky enough to do so. And if it doesn't work out, then I don't know, you take Cam Ward, and you're probably okay either way. If you're Tennessee, you're in the driver's seat to move back with the Giants. Let the Giants pick whoever they want, and you pile up a couple of first rounders. You roll some dice about the Browns. That is the dice you roll about the Browns.
Yep.
That will be fascinating.
The Browns are very confusing, and I have no clue what they're going to do. I don't. Adam Schefter feels like he's got a pretty good clue. He said it was just 2 or 3 weeks ago that Adam Schefter said the one thing he's more confident about than anything in the draft is that the Cleveland Browns are selecting a QB.
We'll see how it goes. Got a month to go. I really haven't dug into I don't understand, and maybe this is just my own lack of knowledge, where they are with Deshaun Watson. Like, what are they committed to? What
Didn't he just restructure his deal?
Well, I think they front loaded in a signing bonus what his entire salary was going to be to free up space. So they've got 1 year of commitment left to him because they just paid this year.
And he probably or might not even play this year, or at least first half.
Well, you certainly don't count on him. It's like a Gabriel Landeskog. If he comes back, but you don't bank on it.
Yeah, I don't see it, especially if they did that. They're signifying they're going to try to get out of it as soon as possible.
Yeah, so actually, that makes sense. So why wouldn't they take a quarterback?
Right. They've been quiet,
Well, that's what Adam Schefter says.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, that would be one bonehead move, though, if you're Tennessee. If you drop back for the Giants and you wanted a quarterback and the Browns, see, that's the risk.
I don't think Tennessee bumps back.
Yeah,
I mean, you of all people, take the guy.
No,
take the guy.
I got you.
You like Cam Ward? You like Shedeur Sanders? Take Shedeur at 1.
Yeah.
Don't risk it. Is it really worth an extra first-round pick to not get your guy?
Or if you're trying to get and you don't like either quarterback and you truly are trying to get your generational guy, and you see if 2 or 3 will sit there and pay you, as you said, give you a couple extra first rounds or whatever, and then you go 3 and you're happy with a guy that can play cornerback or receiver, or a guy that can play DN and rush, then do that.
The real power move, if you're Tennessee, I suppose, but that means the Browns would really prefer one guy or another is flip-flop picks with the Browns.
I don't know if you guys saw it a while ago. I saw it right up
go
there.
to 3?
No, go to 2.
Here's what
from 1 to
Tennessee
2.
said, and I want you guys that you guys are draft nicks. The report out of Tennessee was they're really sold on Cam Ward, but it's going to take a whole lot for them to move off of it. That's Tennessee saying that. Well, that means they're ready to move off of it, right? I mean, they're ready for somebody to give us a whole lot.
Maybe.
This is throwing stuff up in the wind and trying to get either Cleveland or New York Giants to bite.
Maybe.
And to give us something.
Yeah, that feels smart to me. Listen, you got to explore everything, and then, at the end of the day, you're in a great spot to just do whatever. And it was funny watching the Patriots and Raiders just bungle their way to wins at the end of the season. So they're not in this conversation, especially the Raiders. Because the idea that Shedeur drops to 6 at this point seems absolutely absurd. Rightfully so. So April 4th is going to be a big, interesting day. All right, we have rivalries. What do rivalries mean anymore? And what's the best one out there? Red Wings and the Avs. This is PhD on 92.5.
Hey, guys, you might have heard that the rates are rising on vehicles right now, and that's why you want to go shop with my friends over at Phil Long Ford, because they locked in over 1,000 vehicles before those rates got risen up on them. So that means that you get to take advantage of great deals right now. And with over 1,000 vehicles at Phil Long Ford, that means you're going to find the car that you want. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, they've got cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles over there at Phil Long Ford. You will find what you're looking for. We're talking about one-stop shopping. Don't have to drive all over the place. I've been a customer for life over at Phil Long Ford, bought my first car my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back because they always give me the great deal. They get me in, they get me out. They respect me. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the doors over at Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
go! Oh, yeah, baby! It's Juan Osgood. Juan gets in, holds on to Osgood. A left by Osgood. A right by Juan. He connects on another right. Another right by Juan. Another right by Juan. The sweater Osgood's coming off. Juan drives him back to midnight. A right by Juan. Connected. Another right by Juan. Another right. Uppercut by Juan. A right by Juan. A right by Juan. An uppercut. He's holding on. He's doing great against Osgood. It's center right. Yeah, you better believe it, baby. Patrick Juan Osgood at center. Osgood's coming back. Another right by Juan.
The great Mike Haynes. See, there was almost a goalie fight the other night. Swayman, I think, of the with the Bruins. Dan, help me out there, I think. Taking on
Kemper.
Darcy Kemper, yeah. Yeah, Darcy.
There was, I thought, a goalie fight.
Well, the referees.
They're trying to be
yeah,
one.
Yeah, they both, it takes a minute to just get all your crap off. And so they had uncrapped.
Why would the ref stop that?
I don't know,
I mean,
actually.
seriously.
I don't know.
I know the league has been trying to get away from fighting for a long time right now, but if there's one thing that the entire world's going to get behind, it's a goalie fight.
No, I don't know why they would stop it. Let it go. How much could goalies actually hurt each other anyways?
Especially Darcy Kemper.
Right.
Could they even throw a punch?
Barely. It's, that fight was great. Patrick seemed to get enough loose stuff to be able to throw punches, but Darcy Kemper, really? He's tall. It's like the nicest, sweetest dude you'd ever meet in your life. How tough is he going to be in a fight? I don't know about Swayman. Maybe he's a bad boy. Who knows? I'll tell you this. Our two goalies, Blackwood and Wedgwood, I like our chances.
Really?
Dude, these guys are big dudes. We got a couple of big dudes. Wedgwood Blackwood in the net tonight. EJ out. He's got an LBI. Sam Girard's back. VC and Kelly, I think they're in and out. Logan O'Connor's in. Tonight it's the Red Wings and the Avs. There is something memorable about last year's home Avs against the Red Wings game. Do you remember you should remember what it was? Do you remember?
No.
Really? You don't. It has to do with you.
Was he on the call?
No.
I didn't skate on the ice and fight a goaltender.
You were doubting Cale Makar.
Oh, that's when he got his hat trick.
Yeah. And he got a hat trick.
That's right. That's got his hat trick.
And
that was an epic day.
Remember that?
Scott was on one about Cale.
Yeah, I got him going.
Yep.
He was playing soft until then.
It was comical.
Got him going.
Just like Arturi's dad.
Hey,
comical.
How about all the times I was getting on Mikko? Huh? Am we arguing about that now?
Okay. Your timing couldn't have been more delicious.
Well, but he had 2 weeks, 10 days of really average hockey.
Okay. But your timing for vocal criticism could not have timed out better.
Oh, it's perfect.
As Cale Makar got a hat trick.
What did we just talk about with Malone? Sometimes a butt chewing motivates a guy to get going.
So you were doing a service.
Cale Makar's a good buddy.
He's a pal.
I'm glad he was listening.
I'm glad he's paying
listening
attention.
to the show. So you know what? Hastings right.
And there's a little bit of lore going in our office. There's a little bit of stories
we
with
have
things.
To get back out into the coffee cups. I noticed we're empty over here.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. We had a whole box somewhere.
The reason why we have a Red Wings hat hanging in the office.
Let's not talk about that hat.
Oh, yeah. That's got some bad memories, too.
Let's not talk about that hat.
Okay.
Had a nice thing going with that hat.
Somebody hit it and then
Mr.
somebody
Sensitive.
squealed. Was it Tanner that squealed?
It wasn't me. I hit it.
I know you hit it, but it was Tanner squealed on you, right?
Sensitive.
I'll never forgive him. Who ruins a practical joke?
Dan, you want to defend yourself here? Or?
Tyler's just sensitive.
Yeah.
I just know I can't trust you. I know you don't like fun. I know that you
Thanks a lot, DMac.
For all the times that Scott gives you crap about having that brown nose from DMac, just like he's got one from Kevin. I mean, if that wasn't all the evidence we needed that day of you telling DMac about that hat, that's all I needed.
The hat was a child's Red Wings hat. And I wanted to pick out a hat for Scott. But then the security people, because all the hats are gathered in the Zamboni there, and I went down, I took a couple of pictures because I thought, oh, this will be funny. I'll bring a hat back to Scott, like, here you go, Cale Makar. And seriously, I got the ugly, evil eyeball when I was looking at, there were like 300 hats. But listen, some of those hats on hat tricks, these are
brand new.
They're brand new. They're nice hats. And the security guy, gosh darn it, I'm forgetting his name. He's great guy. He's there every game where I see him. I'm sorry I'm forgetting his name. But he sees me and goes, DMac, there's one for you in the trash can.
Which makes it even better.
Oh, yeah. Because
that makes it better.
And the one hat from the hat trick
was a poor little kid's
Red Wings hat.
And you know what it was? It was probably, he was there in the game with his dad. He wants to be an Avs fan. His dad's forcing him to be a Red Wings fan, and that finally just said, you know what? Good, I can throw this away.
I bet it wasn't his dad that took it off his head.
No, as a kid. He threw it down.
Okay, that's a romantic way to think of it. Not the drunk Avs fan sitting behind the kid, annoyed by him, who just picked it up off his head and threw it onto the ice.
That right there defines us, too.
It sure
I'm thinking
does.
the kid finally says, you know what, Dad, I wanted to be an Avs fan, don't
Yeah.
Throws it out there.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, drunk Red Wings fan.
Drunk Avs fan.
Yeah, I'm mad.
Can you imagine all right, what scenario is more likely? The kid has a Hallmark revelation moment, or hammered Avs fan who's been staring at the little kid in the Reds wing hat, plucked it off his head and threw it on the ice?
I think the kid just wanted to throw a hat because it's fun to throw a hat.
So you're going on that.
Yeah.
You're going on that.
Yeah, and I'm going, he was tired of being a Red Wings fan.
Isn't that every kid's dream to throw the hat?
The kid doesn't know what's going. They don't know the tradition. And why would he throw away a Red Wings hat?
Look at him belittling the kids now.
They
They don't know about it.
Hey, I've got the back
kids.
of drunk Avs fans just being pissed off by looking at that for 2.5 hours.
Getting tired of it.
Oh, they did the right thing.
I got a no dumb question in the show.
All right.
Do we have to start liking the Timberwolves and Chris
another
Finch?
minute.
Do we have to start liking them? I hate the Timberwolves. I don't hate Chris
I thought
Finch.
they were dead to us.
Did you hear what? Well, no, Conley is. Did you hear what happened last night?
No, what?
So Joe Ingles has an 8-year-old autistic son.
Okay.
They got to come to the game. They got the whole family got to come to the game, sit in pretty good seats. Finch started Joe Ingles. First time he started since 22, and I think he's probably with
Joe
Utah
Ingles,
then.
for the record, if people don't know, looks like a plumber who plays in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's like
from Australia.
Okay.
Good guy. I talked to him last time they were in town.
I'm sure he's the greatest.
But start him so that his son could hear his dad's name. So we're kind of liking Chris Finch now?
Hey, Chris Finch is fine.
That's
I
cool.
hope the Timberwolves
is that
lose
not
every
cool?
game.
It is cool.
Yeah, Chris Finch is a good dude. Hopefully they lose every
I
game.
hope they lose the rest of the games.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be for a dad and the son's there and he never heard his dad's name announced on the thing?
I think that's a great moment.
I think that's pretty
Then
cool.
you look at Ingles and you just like, that guy's in the NBA.
That should give everybody hope.
It sure should.
There's dudes that are going down and playing pickup with Vic at the DAC that look like Joe Ingles.
Give me a more I mean, I get it. He's tall and big, but so what? Give me a more un-NBA looking guy than Ingles.
And he's got
Tell me who it is.
What, 11, 12 years in the league now?
I gotcha. It looks like it. Is there any more un-NBA looking guy than Ingles? Give me one.
No.
Thank God Facu Campazzo is not in the league anymore.
Luka?
They look like NBA guys. They're heading down the Ingles path, but they're not there.
Well, Joe's even going bald.
Dude, come on, man.
What a good guy, though. I did talk to him for quite a bit last time they were in town.
What does he do well that keeps him in the NBA?
Super smart player and can shoot the lights out.
Okay. It's magic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tall.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Tall and can shoot.
Tall and can shoot. Can't run.
Hey, welcome to the NBA, son.
Can't play
You're
D. Tall and can shoot. Yeah.
You're average on defense. Good passer. Smart player. Good lead.
Hey, let me ask you guys, because you both have coached little kids in basketball. Would it be smart if a parent just literally teaches a kid to shoot nowhere else but outside? Just take 3-pointers forever.
Seems like it.
I mean, if you were just starting new with a kid, would you just say, son, no need. We're just going to do everything out here and just learn like 1,000 different ways to shoot 3-pointers?
No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
You couldn't? What do you mean?
No. It would just drive me nuts.
If I was coaching a little kid's basketball team, I would just have all 5 of them lined up. Do they take threes in little kid basketball?
Not when I'm coaching.
No. No, but I mean, like, is there a 3-point line for little kids?
Yes.
Have you run into teams that all they do is huck up 3-pointers the entire game?
Not really, to be honest.
Nobody
can really shoot.
So the kids.
Then again, I'm coaching rec basketball in Parker.
Right.
I'm not coaching AAU here.
I just have him shoot 3-pointers the whole time. Just be like the NBA. Dude, in that game, wasn't there like a 4-minute stretch where it was just
three,
ping pong back and forth?
Yeah.
That's where it felt like the game got away from the Nuggets, frankly.
I would teach
they lost
young
the
kids
shootout.
ball handling and shooting, period.
All right.
You can dribble and shoot.
Well, the mentor to all young kids are coming up next. Let's go Avalanche. Get a nice win tonight. You can hear it here on Altitude. Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Here we go. Oh, yeah, baby. It's one. Osgood.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
A score here and it's over. Josh Giddey over to Vucevic. He's in the paint on DeAndre Jordan. Hook shot up and in, and that's the ball game. Denver's going to fall to 12-3 in the second game of back-to-backs. They're going to lose tonight to Chicago. They're down by 8 with 45 seconds to go. Ouch!
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Oh, we're here. It is Tuesday. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. I am Kreckman. He is Lindahl. We are with you until 6 p.m.
It's normal.
6 p.m.
Do we have any more? I think we're done. Well, yeah, the Nuggets don't go too far east anymore, right?
I don't know. If we get off early, though, it's going to upset our coworkers who can't handle the backbreaking labor.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Moser texted us.
Having to come all the way down here and, oh, my God, the heroes that they are that sit and talk into a microphone for 3 hours. I don't know physically how you get up to do it.
Well, I didn't know I was setting that up. Holy cow.
I don't know how essentially hosting a sports radio show, it's like working in a coal mine. Only the truest heroes are able to do it. Somehow we will persevere today, and we think we will be here for 3 hours. We have a lot to do on this radio show today.
Moj wanted to know if you had songs about cars this morning. So I sent him. I think I sent him. Jesus Built My Hot Rod was the one I could come up with for Ministry.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big deadbeat 1082 deal.
I want to say,
is there any NASCAR songs? There's not, right?
Jesus Built My Hot Rod. Was that song in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater?
It might have been.
I think it was.
I just know it was played literally a deadbeat every time I went.
Okay. Great song, by the way. Chicago's own Ministry. Speaking of Chicago's own, the Bulls come in last night and, Kobe White. That dude can play.
Getty, what's Getty's first name?
Lee.
Lee? Getty Lee?
No, Josh.
Bassist?
Josh Giddey is who you were thinking of.
Oh,
Josh Giddey.
Now, I wasn't giddy about him. I like Getty.
Josh Giddey's pretty good, too.
I saw too much of him.
Yeah. Josh Giddey had a game last night. Mm-hmm.
All right, how'd you feel about that game? All right, let's rate your mood. You're always on my mood. You can't tell me last night because again, when you find out Aaron Gordon's out, you're
right?
Like, all right, it is going to be what it's going to be, right?
You know what it is,
but then you played a good first half.
They did. They really the Nuggets played hard.
Yeah, this is not an effort.
There was not an effort issue last night.
That's not the problem.
You know what they did? And follow me on this for a second. So going into last night, and you heard it with Kaz in the open right there. They were 12-2 on the second night of back-to-backs. Last night they fell to 12-3 on the year and second nights of back-to-back. Okay? All right. Here's the truth.
Yeah.
Most NBA teams lose on the second nights of back-to-backs.
Right.
Almost all the time. That's why back-to-backs suck and everybody hates them so much. This Nuggets team, for whatever reason, was amazing at it. By the way, here's a take. I bet they won't be next year because they'll regress to the mean, but they've been amazing in those situations all year long. And so then they lose on the second night of a back-to-back, and they look like a team on the second night of a back-to-back, especially that fourth quarter last night. Everybody was on fumes, and you could see it. And that is what we saw last night was a Nuggets team that just, number one, they didn't have the horses without Joker and AG, and then number two, they ran out of gas. And the Bulls are a plucky little outfit with a very good coach that is trying to, get the crap together.
They're making a push for that play-in game. I think they're hanging out there.
That team's kind of fun to watch. Like, I'm watching them last night. I'm like, these guys are kind of good. They push tempo. They play hard. Kobe White is cool. Matas Bazelis is going to be a star. They've got a couple of good role players, and the Nuggets were dead. And Malone was sure to point out, by the way, not just back-to-back, third and four nights. So it was a wiped-out team last night.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And they've been using their bench, so it brings less energy guys to come in and try to play because the bench has been basically playing the starter minutes with all the guys that have been missing, so on and so forth. So I really tried for everybody's sake not to get too frustrated with stuff, but
yeah, Andy's got Andy though.
Yeah, well, but listen, Peyton Watson did a good thing. Of course,
he played great last
joined
night.
the chorus of, my greatest frustration is this, and I know he's probably taken it harder than anybody since Jamal decided to defend him at the table last night.
Porter.
But Porter has got to seize an opportunity to be the dude when they present themselves. And yet again, they needed a number 2 with Joker and AG out. Bro, that is your chance to just be the dude.
Instead, he shot wasn't. Like number 2.
Yeah.
1 of 10 from 3. I don't want to oversimplify things, but if he doesn't go 1 of 10 from 3, they probably win last night.
Yeah.
And that's unfair. Like, there were other things that happened in that game, but...
Well, I'll give you one.
1 of 10, man. 6 of 8 from 2 and 1 of 10 from 3.
The guy I am most torn over. The guy that I just love, but then I hate, is Russell Westbrook. Because there's so much about the scrappiness of his game that it warms my cold, dead heart.
Sure, he plays hard.
But my God, there's just the turnovers. You're chucking the ball God knows where.
So
all I'd like for a vet of that, will you please know where you're going with that thing?
The only person that I heard bring up this point, and it has turned out to be very correct, and I got to give credit where it's due, my dude Demps. Chris Dempsey was the one early in the season that said, you got to watch the minutes with him. He's old, okay? And right now, Westbrook, I'm not saying he's not playing hard. He doesn't still play at a high tempo. But, and you notice it as the game goes on, he starts to look old.
Well,
and I mean it in this way, like, again, not that he isn't playing hard, but he makes fatigued decisions. He takes bad shots early in shot clocks, I think simply because it's easier than running the set. I think that he makes mistakes that are fatigue mistakes because he's trying to go for the A+ pass when the B+ pass would be fine, but he's trying to make a play. And sometimes he does. He whips it down low to Porter last night who gets a dunk, like, great pass. Okay, Russ, you're an all-world playmaker. You're one of the greatest to ever do it. But then also you trade that for other mistakes that he's making right now. And right now, Russell Westbrook looks like a guy who has played big minutes all year long and is fading.
Your perfect example of what you're talking about, I thought, would be he had that one where they're going down floor, and he exploded to the hoop. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Late in the fourth quarter. And I mean, it's like he went into 5th gear while everybody was in 3rd. He got on E470 while they're driving on Sheridan, and then he just jumps up and throws it nowhere.
Yep.
Like he got in the air. See, that's what drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Scotty used to talk about it. A bunch of guys on this team used to do this all the time. But you can't get in the air and not know what you're doing with it. There's not enough time to then change your decision. You know what I mean? You're going to get a traveling.
Shout out Emmanuel Moutier, wherever you are today.
Dude, we could go through a litany of Nuggets that used to do that exact same thing. By the way, this is a top shelf text. 206, Chef's Kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how you feel about this. Russell Westbrook is the Jameis Winston of the NBA right now. I feel that in my soul. Because a lot of good happens, and then there's a lot of screaming about what are you doing?
Sure.
Those turnovers are like the interceptions. And what again, last night, there's just a couple. He had one near the bench, the Chicago bench, halfway between the table and the bench, where he just throws it God knows where. And he turns around, and there's not even like angst on his face. I'm just like, what? What led to that decision? What led to you just losing the ball? What led to you just throwing it? Are you not looking where you're throwing it? What is going on, dude?
You have no idea how amused I am right now. Just because 6 months ago I knew.
I know you warned me, Nate, but I was not ready for this level of it. Like, I was ready for the shooting. I'd watch the guy play.
Yeah.
Honestly, Nate, it's more the turnovers than the shooting. I saw enough of the inconsistent shooting. Now, the free throws have shocked me.
I'm not ready to kick the shooting out of bed either.
The free throws have shocked me. I'll give you that.
Last night, he was just leaving layups short.
Yeah.
And again, cool. I think that's
fatigue.
I think that's a fatigue thing that's happening with him right now. In a perfect world, and the Nuggets don't live in a perfect world because they bleeped around and they were 11-10 and they lost too many games early on in the season. But in a perfect world, the way that Jokic is getting his respite, the way that Aaron Gordon, they're finding spots for him to be able to take a rest. In a perfect world, you would find those games for Porter right now. You would find those games for Westbrook right now. They don't exist, all right? You got 9 games to go. You're not locked into your playoff spot. You got to get victories. I'm heavily assuming Jokic plays tomorrow night. I don't know about
wouldn't.
You don't make that assumption? Okay. I make that assumption.
I wouldn't right now.
Okay.
I hope you're right.
Yeah.
Now, again, one of the things why I hope you're right is he's up there getting in the the kid, he wants to be back playing.
Oh,
he
yeah.
was yelling at the refs in the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah.
He had enough.
Yeah.
He wants to go in there and do something about it, but again, I feel like they're dealing with a legit thing. Let me ask you this. Look, Jokic will come back, and I think eventually Jokic will be Jokic, right?
Sure.
How do we recover, how do we tow out of the lake the mental mindset of MPJ?
I don't think...
Because he is doing other things well, but the bottom line is they need his three-point shooting. They need it.
Yeah,
they don't have enough of it.
I don't think it's a mental thing, Andy. I don't. I think it's a physical thing. I don't think he's moving the way that he was. And what's wild about that is he's doing really good things inside the arc. He had a great block shot last night.
Yeah, he had a good he had a man's rebound.
Yeah.
Remember, he jumped up between like 3 people. They were all Bulls.
Yeah.
He ripped it down.
He
He
had a
didn't
few
let
of
anybody take it out of his hands like he sometimes does.
Yeah, he had some good moments in that game last night. It's the 1 of 10 from 3 thing. Since the All-Star break, 30%. His shooting splits post All-Star, last 18 games, 43, 30, 83. He's making his free throws, but 43 from the field, 30 from 3. That's killing you right now. And in March, he's down to 29%, and it comes back to, a guy that was a 50-40 guy all year long, 50 from the field, 40% from 3. If he's not making shots, then what's his value? What's his value to this team if he's not making shots? I don't think it's much.
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Yeah. Defensively, he just, we know what he is defensively because of physically what he is. As a rebounder, he plays hard. I take nothing away from Porter, and he feels this. Apparently, he was up taking shots last night after the game. He knows he's got to fix this. He's well aware of it. Again, he's another guy that I wish they could find time for right now. But he plays every single night, and I think he deserves credit for that. In fact, post All-Star, because I looked this up, his 18 games played is tied with Russ and Zeke for the best on the team. He's available, and he deserves a ton of credit for that, okay? If we want to complain about NBA players taking too many nights off or whatever it is, like MPJ goes out and he plays, and there's something to be said for that. But he's also not shooting well at all, and it's killing him.
Look, we got to give a keyword. I'm kind of happy about these.
We got a
keywords.
keyword.
We got nonsense for keywords today, and I love it.
We got good keywords.
Because that's what this show does.
That's right.
The Grab Ass Express is pulled into the station, and away we go.
Do you want to go see maybe Nikola Jokic and the rest of the Nuggets tomorrow night against the Milwaukee Bucks? Well, we would like to send you. We've got a keyword so you can be entered to win a pair of tickets for tomorrow night's game. We'll give you a keyword. You text it in. We'll do that coming up here on the other side. Plus, I got a question about Shedeur Sanders that I want to ask you when we return, as it relates to where is this guy going to turn into a high-level starting NFL quarterback? What is the team that can do that for him, with him? We'll do that all coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about low T. I'm sure something that you've heard about quite a lot, but it does cause a host of problems. This includes a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. Many men just attribute these symptoms to getting older and don't consider that there's a medical treatment. Don't do this. You may have low testosterone. Matter of fact, if you want to feel a little bit better, if you want to get the better sleep, again, go get tested for this. It is real easy to do. Matter of fact, if you'd like to learn more about it, you can go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic website. You can take a quiz there if you'd like to. Not seeing the same gains in the gym can be another big sign of this, but it's a 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, and it takes 2 minutes. You then can schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and then you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, discuss the results, and you can make the decision as to how you want to move forward. Cost of the appointment's $99. It includes the T and the PSA test plus the medical consult. But if you start on testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Higher energy level, better gains in the gym, better sleep, waking up feeling refreshed, and no brain fog. Is that what you want? Then it's time to head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There's no need to wait. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, up north in Fort Collins, down south in the Springs as well. 720-440-7900, the number, or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We are lighting them up. Up. It is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, and we have got a keyword for you to text in. The number is 303-504-0925. Andy, 303-504-0925. Deliberate, intentional. The word you want to text in right now to be entered to win a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets and the Bucks of Milwaukee tomorrow night. The word is Yanni.
Like the artist.
Yanni.
It is the artist.
As in Yanni Chrysomales. Otherwise known professionally as Yanni. Greek composer, keyboardist, pianist. Hit that T at the end. And music producer, Yanni. Yanni. Yes. Why'd you pick Yanni, Andy?
So I'm driving around this morning, and again, I told you that the morning guys, Brett and Moser and all them, are going back about car songs and this and that.
Oh, heroes for getting into work today.
So
how'd they do it? I don't know.
So, boy, you really are bitter. Yeah. Listen,
I don't
at
know.
some point, I don't
know how they did it.
Talked about trips to Italy in the football season, but whatever.
Wow.
Leave it alone. Now, listen, they were talking about this, and I thought artist. I don't know, Giannis. I don't know. Like, Brett did the read, and for some reason, my dumb brain, and it is a dumb brain, thought, let's mix some musical artists with this Milwaukee Bucks roster.
Yanni.
So then I went and looked at the roster. I was kind of hoping Chris Middleton was on there, but he isn't. He's helping Washington or wherever. Right, Washington. Didn't he get traded to Washington? He's somewhere. The Nuggets saw him
He
recently.
is a wizard, yes.
Yeah. He was helping out on that Saturday night where they didn't win the back-to-back after squeaking by the Lakers. So I went and I looked at a couple of guys. I almost gave another keyword out. Let's just say that guys had names. I had another guy where he'll be another artist similar to his name will be the keyword one of these hours, and you picked one as well. And then I sent him to Kevin, and Kevin actually did a GPT chat, and he figured out loosely how we came up with this idea.
Yanni, you ever get into Live at the Acropolis?
No.
No, it's his first live
I don't think I've
album.
ever heard Yanni. I've only heard of Yanni.
Yeah, Live at the Acropolis. I think it's his most well-known record.
I'm assuming that's Greek, right? The Acropolis house any of the Olympic Games.
It is, yes. The Herodotus Atticus Theater in Athens, Greece, a.k.a. the Acropolis. Spring, can I get any Yanni Live at the Acropolis?
Live at the Acropolis.
This is just one of his top songs.
This is okay.
This is called Nostalgia.
Oh, it's calming. Yeah, it's making me sad.
It is nice.
Yeah, it's calming, I guess.
I feel soothed.
Do you?
This is nice.
Think about that game last night. You still soothed?
More like Live at the Acropolis, am I right?
Now that I'll give you. Now that I like. Serbian guy, you stay out of this.
Thanks, Serbian guy.
You stay out of the Serbian guy.
Yanni's got a good look,
Does this
too.
get going, or is this all it is?
This is solid. Check out Yanni's look. He's got like he's got some Fabio hair with like a sick Selleck stash mixed in.
There you go. There you go. So Yanni is the keyword.
He looks like
Yanni.
if Paul Skeens grew long hair.
Yes.
That's Yanni's look.
Yes.
The word is Yanni.
This certainly is not arena rock. They're not pulling this out when the Nuggets have a big timeout to get the crowd cooking.
It's not a jock jam.
No.
Yanni Live at the Acropolis. The word is Yanni. Text it in to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win Nuggets tickets for tomorrow night. It's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, and we give out a keyword every hour. The more you listen, the better chance you have to win.
All right. I am curious. You go to a Yanni concert.
Yeah.
Like, I've got Metallica's live album. Can't say the full name on the air, but it's Binge and Purge.
Okay.
And they were in Mexico City.
Mm-hmm.
And this is decades ago. But, people are singing along.
Sure.
They're fired up.
Sure.
Matter of fact, it's one of those where you can be louder, I know it kind of thing. You're not getting that at a Yanni show, are you?
Do you remember?
You're not sing along with anything at Yanni, are you?
Do you remember the scene in Wayne's World 2 when Garth is he's at the Kenny G concert?
Loosely.
And it just it's like in his imagination, and everybody in the seats is just like really just engrossed in the soprano sax of Kenny G. And then there's Garth sitting there, and he's in the dentist chair, and he's getting his teeth drilled.
Well, hey, we had a fight at a Mariah Carey Christmas show. Anybody stirring it up at a Yanni concert?
I bet they do.
Yeah?
I bet it gets more heated than you realize.
There's no pit, though, right? We're not getting a circle pit for the Acropolis there. For what was that spring?
It could have been.
What was that? What was that little?
Well, that song was called Nostalgia.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah. I was nostalgic to a time when I wasn't listening to that music.
Yeah. That know what that
Yanni
reminds me of? The elevator.
So Shedeur Sanders, Andy.
Let's talk Shedeur.
Let's.
Was it a little aggressive for you?
It was good. That's he should have a podcast called Talking Shedeur.
Let's talk Shedeur.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Why don't you stop talking Shedeur? So Shedeur Sanders is headed for the NFL draft. I'm convinced at this point I'll be fully stunned if Cam Ward doesn't go number 1 overall to Tennessee. I think that's what we're going to end up seeing.
Feels
here.
like that's dialed in.
Yes, that's happening. Okay. All right. If you're Shedeur Sanders and you want to be drafted by a team that gives you the best opportunity at success, because and we talk about this all the time, environment and incubation are so critical to young quarterbacks. You want to land in a good place with a good coaching staff, vis-a-vis Bo Nix having the perfect landing spot here with the Broncos.
We're
right?
looking at what Bo Nix fit.
Yeah.
Is there for Shedeur?
Okay. The team with the 2nd overall pick is the Cleveland Browns.
No.
If the Browns played a game tomorrow, their quarterbacks, well, I think their starter would be Kenny Pickett.
Right.
And unless Deshaun Watson is ready to come back and play, which it doesn't feel like it.
No, ain't he out for the year?
Already? We're already.
Well, I remember he had that late setback in his recovery.
You're right.
That I thought the report was he's done for the year.
So then you got the Giants at number 3. Currently, as coached by Brian Daboll, with Joe Shane as the GM, and Daboll, I think, is regularly regarded as a good quarterback coach. Certainly did good things for our buddy Josh Allen back in the day.
Josh Allen?
But
Josh Allen? Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
He's going to make you pay for wanting it now. That was a symphony of them.
That was an entire Yanni's album
was
worth
Yanni at the Acropolis.
Of Josh Allen's right there. Nice job, Spring. So you got the Giants at number 3. They certainly need a quarterback. 4 and 5. Now you're set. Drake May and Trevor Lawrence between New England and Jacksonville. You're good to go. Raiders at 6.
Nope.
They got Geno. They're good to go.
Well, they've got Geno. That's what matters.
Jets at 7.
Nope. You want me to answer this?
They signed Justin Fields, and there's
to a 2-year significant dollar deal.
And there's reporting on this that a part of why Fields wanted to go there was because it was of the belief he would not be in a quarterback competition. Now, I'm sure that's good as the paper it was written on, but also it could be a possibility. Carolina at 8, we think that's Bryce Young's gig. New Orleans at 9, I think is something to keep an eye on right there. Chicago at 10, no, they used a high draft pick on a quarterback last year, so they're not going to be doing that. I don't think Shedeur Sanders is going outside the top 10, so I'm just looking at those teams right now. Of the teams that we named in there, Andy, that are what we would consider to be quarterback needy or quarterback thirsty or whatever you want to call it, is there one in particular in there where you say, okay, that's a good landing spot for Shedeur Sanders?
Okay, but I don't think it exists right there, to be fair.
Wow.
Because the Raiders, I feel like the Raiders are locked in on Ashton Genty. Now, I will say I think Chip Kelly with Shedeur could be intriguing.
Yeah.
Because I think he could put some. But listen, Shedeur does not need a college offense. I want to be clear about that. He's had 1 million coordinators. He's had Pat Shurmur coaching him up on the lingo of the NFL. The guy knows how to call a play.
Yeah.
And he knows what he's looking at. When you Mel Kiper went off about this a week ago. What he loves about Shedeur Sanders and why he is Mel Kiper's number one prospect over Cam Ward is his processing. He's got great processing. He knows what he's looking at. He can read a defense. He can adjust some things.
Mm-hmm.
It's the athleticism. There's some questions. Is there? He's got a little of the Bo Nix thing going on too. Is there enough arm strength there? Now, I guess I'll be the Bo Nix defender of this for Shedeur. I know there's enough because I've seen enough passes thrown into tight windows. I ain't worried about the guy's arm strength. Does he hold the ball too long? Yes, at times. How much of that, though, was born out of the fact that he knew that offensive line was going to hold up all the time for 12 to 15 plays all the way down the field?
He's not immobile, right? He's not a statue.
But he's not.
But he's going to be a pocket passer first in the NFL.
I don't even know if he runs as well as Bo Nix, to be honest with you.
I would absolutely agree with that.
I think he can elude pressure because I've seen it with my own eyes.
Sure.
But he is more, and I think this is something Tom Brady has talked to him about. He wants to elude the rusher and get his eyes back downfield. He wants to throw the ball.
Agreed.
So,
he's going to try and keep his eyes downfield. There's probably some Bryce Young in there. Ideally you'd like to be, Joe Burrow's the elite of the elite in terms of, a modern pocket passer. Kirk Cousins of a couple of years ago. Minnesota, even Washington, Kirk Cousins, pretty damn good pocket quarterback. And if that's, what a team was drafting and you built up good things around it, Shedeur Sanders could absolutely be a winning playoff caliber NFL quarterback. Again, it's going to come down to okay, number one is where is there a good opportunity for development? And number two, where are you not going to get this guy murdered to start his NFL career?
So I'm with you there real quickly on the point because you brought up a great comp there. The last guy we heard about having an exceptional processor was, in fact, Bryce Young.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've been told, and Leggy, I think, said it on our show last week, the league is going to be a little thrown off by Shedeur's height. Now, Shedeur and Cam are pretty much the same height, but Cam can run, okay? Bryce Young's 5'10", so Shedeur did measure in at 6'1". It was a solid 6'1".
Okay.
But there wasn't much over the 6'1" from what Leggy was telling me.
Okay.
And ideally, we have plenty of coaches, as you know, that would prefer you be over 6'2", closing in on 6'3".
Naturally, yes.
Again, it's kind of the small hands thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's bigger than Bryce Young, so that'll help him out. But I think some of the trepidation that we're hearing about amongst NFL teams is coming from the height. And again, he's not the athletic freak that some of these guys are starting to look for.
He's also a slimmer dude.
He is a slimmer dude, and if he's going to have to get rid of the football and not take the hits. I saw that guy drag himself back onto the field a number of times when I thought he was down for the count. So I know he's one tough son of a gun, but that isn't going to last very long in the NFL, where they're the toughest people we've ever watched. Even Cam Newton could not survive the beating he took in the NFL. So you mentioned the top 10, and I agree with you. He probably goes in the top 10. Here's the problem. I think he might end up at the Jets. I don't think that's a good spot for him, but that's where he could end up. Nobody seems to be quite sure what the Giants are doing. That's another possible landing spot, but they still in. There was an interesting conversation on Get Up today about the Giants still very much being in this Aaron Rodgers thing. That there are some that you're hearing that Aaron Rodgers isn't exactly enamored with Pittsburgh. It may just be his best option. And that's why he's holding everybody at bay as to what he's going to do. That he may still be talking to the Giants. If Rodgers were to go there, they'd be out. We'll see. The places where I'd like to see him fall, the places where all of a sudden I think you could get the proper coaching, the Saints could be interesting because
with Kellen
Moore, right? He's a bona fide offensive coordinator.
Yep.
He was a quarterback in college. A lot of us in these parts remember him from his Boise State days. I think he would probably relate to Shedeur well. The Niners, man, I believe in Kyle Shanahan, the quarterback coach. I really do. Now, I don't know what went wrong with Trey Lance. He missed something there, but everyone's gonna have a swing and a miss. But if he fell somehow to San Francisco, I do wonder how intrigued they'd be about using another high draft pick on him. But if he were to go there, with them seemingly being in a little bit of a reset, I think that would be a solid organization with a solid plan for him. I would say the Cowboys, but you got Dak Prescott. I don't know what they're doing with their coach.
They're done.
Let me ask you this: where are you at with the? Let's say he does do the true fall. He's the old green. Well, he won't be in the green room, but he'd be like that green room guy they keep checking in on. Where would you feel about the Colts? The Colts are in this weird deal. They got Anthony Richardson. Who did they sign? Did they get Daniel Jones? Didn't Jones go to the Colts instead of signing with the Vikings?
Yes.
So Daniel Jones is there. I mean, they probably would pass. Everybody seems to think the Colts are taking a tight end no matter what.
Yeah.
But I think Shedeur with the Colts could be pretty interesting. There's no chance with the Falcons. The Cardinals would be, I don't know.
No, they paid Kyler.
Right.
They're not drafting a quarterback.
Since he doesn't need
No.
one. What if he made it all the way to Seattle?
Just paid Sam Darnold?
Well, and they got a defensive-minded coach. Does that matter? I don't remember who the OC is there. But no, wait. Is it Kubiak? Didn't Kubiak go there? Clint Kubiak?
I believe so, yeah.
Then you got Tampa, the Broncos, the Steelers. See, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, the further down you go, it's...
They don't really need it, but they may take a swing. Is the value too good there?
Pittsburgh at 21?
Yeah, if he were to get there. Heck, if...
I could see the Steelers, by the way, taking a swing on Jackson Dart. I could see them drafting kind of a project
a lot
quarterback.
of people seem to think Jackson Dart will be the third guy picked in this round. I think it's interesting. Cincy, we don't often see interdivision trades. I wonder if Cincy would allow Pittsburgh to talk to them about their pick if Shedeur were to fall that far. I think it's too bad. That, well, look, Bo Nix worked out, so it's not too bad. For Shedeur's sake, it's too bad a Sean Payton type isn't looking for his guy this year. Because I do think Sean Payton would be good for Shedeur, but I will also admit I'm not sure Sean Payton would want Shedeur.
Full fall, Rams at 26.
Oh, yeah. What are they doing? Who did they sign? They got Stafford back.
Yeah, they do.
Their big signing was
but that's
the receiver.
Not a long-term proposition.
No, you've got Jimmy Garoppolo behind him. That's right, because Devontae Adams is back with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
Oh, what are they going to do if he has to go back in a game? Better not airmail him.
You talk, ideal landing spots. Sean McVay and the Rams would be chef's kiss perfect.
Would they trade up?
That'd be a Kansas City going to get Mahomes kind of move right there. Now, I don't know if Sean McVay would, be that enamored. Sean McVay typically, you think of his last two quarterbacks are Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford. Like, those are the couple of the most toolsy quarterbacks you're going to find. Big dudes, cannon arms, whereas Shedeur Sanders does not exactly fit that bill. That said, I don't want to just overly pigeonhole Sean McVay into saying, well, he wouldn't be able to win with that guy. I think Sean McVay is as good a coach as there is in the NFL.
See, I think let's just say Shedeur gets out of the top 10, and I don't think it's completely out of the question, but I highly doubt it. Again, I think the Jets pounce if he gets there.
Yeah.
But I think all of a sudden the Falcons, the Cardinals, the Bengals could all be open for business for their picks.
You have got a few minutes left to text in the keyword Yanni. The keyword is Yanni. 303-504-0925, as in the new age classical musician. I don't know how to describe the genre. Yanni. 303-504-0925.
Yanni Antetokounmpo.
This one's a little more hyped.
Now he's turned it up.
There we go.
Now he wants everybody out of their seat.
Now we're talking.
Are we all doing the...
Hey. Oh.
Yeah.
Hey.
You're not singing along to this.
303-504-0925. Text the keyword Yanni. You got a few minutes left to get in this hour on a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. If you listen all day, you get 3 chances to enter, 3 chances to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow night. We'll give you another keyword to win enter to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Bucks tomorrow night. We'll give that to you coming up at 4:20. We're closed up for this hour. So hopefully you got in. It's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avalanche in action this evening. They will take on the Red Wings of Detroit over there at Ball Arena. Andy, puck will drop at 7 o'clock. Connor McGahey will call the action here this evening. The Red Wings are not that good, and the Avalanche are really good, and they should probably just win this game tonight. That is my hockey analysis. How was that?
That was good.
Thank you.
Let's hope it happens.
Thank you.
Should happen.
I felt good about that.
But they always say that first game back home from a road trip's the toughest. So we'll see if that stupid thing shows its head.
The old watch out for that one. Do you want some sweet Washington Capitals news?
Yes. Yes, I do.
You sure do.
It's not that Ovechkin's has broken Gretzky's record yet. So
he's
what
approaching.
could it be?
He's approaching. So Jacob Chychrun is a defenseman for the Washington Capitals. Just got a big old new contract, and he's got a new lifestyle decision that he's gone for. Apparently, this guy, he's really into assorted diets and whatnot. He's always looking for an edge. Andy, that's what the great pro athletes do. They're always looking for an edge. Well, his buddy and teammate Dylan Strome went on a NHL unscripted podcast recently and shared an interesting new detail about his teammate Jacob Chychrun. This is what he's doing to try and get himself an edge. Here we go.
Touch a little bit on Jacob Chychrun. All of the things he does off ice. What is he on right now? Is he on the steak and beef tallow, or is he doing a kettlebell circuit, or is he doing cartwheels? What's he got going on?
Oh gosh, yeah, he's beef tallow is the one thing that gets brought up a lot. I honestly don't know. He's a new thing every day. I heard yesterday that he's no light bulbs. He's doing candle lit in his house now for something. Yeah, that's what his thing was yesterday. So he was on beeswax candles, is what I heard is great for you. So now we're all talking about beeswax candles.
No light bulbs in the rink.
Whatever it takes. Yeah, that's what I said to him. Like you can't have it one way but I don't know. That's topic for a different day. But like there's lights everywhere. I'm like, what are you talking about? No light bulbs.
So he's eschewed light bulbs in his home.
Yep.
He's only going with beeswax candles.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but I could if I had to try something extreme, I could try the no light bulb.
No light bulbs?
I could go candles.
There are, according to this piece from this Capitals blog, there are some studies, for instance, detailed by longtime health academic Ray Chipuziak, that say exposure to artificial light, especially at night, can disrupt circadian rhythms. The former pharmacist and health executive goes through several of the studies in his article titled Missing the Dark Health Effects of Light Pollution, located in the National Library of Medicine. However, there is no proof that artificial light is inherently bad for humans unless exposed at a very close range for a long time.
Yeah, again, I don't know about all that.
So if you stand and just stare at a lamp for like an
that'll
hour,
hurt the eyes.
You'll probably be in trouble.
Yeah, you get the light spots going.
So he's going with the beeswax candles. They're an eco-friendly light alternative. Beeswax, Andy, is a natural byproduct of honey production by bees.
Yeah, shout out to Bath and Body Works. I like their candles.
Okay. Do they have beeswax?
I think they've got a couple, but I'm not worried about the bee. I'm just saying. Of all the things we've heard, the ayahuasca retreats and I know tallow, the beef tallow is a big deal.
Ditching light bulbs is the one that could work for you.
I could do that. I live a little vampire-ish. I don't like a lot of lights on in any room we go to. I certainly hate overhead fluorescent lighting. I don't like that.
Is this light pollution? Is it affecting you?
No, I just don't mind. I don't mind a little dark vibe.
Do you find yourself missing the dark right now?
A little bit. If you were not here, I would turn off these overhead lights. I don't need them. I got enough light. That big screen behind you lights it. We got light coming in there.
Yeah,
I don't need lights on. Matter of fact, I don't know. We don't do a lot of lamps in the summer period. I've gone to darker lights and dimming them more, and you got all these light bulbs with apps. I try not to just go straight light.
You know, Andy, I really think hearing about all your light issues, really, it's none of my beeswax.
Nice. Hey, Serbian
Thank
guy.
you.
Where are
Thank
you
you.
at now? That was Serbian guy right there. How many lights you go in your house on you're watching TV? You lighten it up? You lighten up the house? You know you're supposed to use blue light if you're watching TV. It's supposed to help your eyes.
What about black light? What about Bong Rips, Pink Floyd, and black light? Can I do that?
Sure.
Whoa. There you go.
Are you going to go down to the planetarium? Do a little laser Floyd while you're at it?
Totally. Yeah, corner lamp. That's.
Do you like a well-lit room? How about this? At Christmas time, because my wife took a while to adjust to this. At Christmas time, I will sit with just the tree on. I don't need other lights in the house.
That's
the
nice.
Tree is there.
That is nice. Yeah, absolutely. Do you go multicolored or white lights on that?
Multicolored. I don't need a lamp. It's not a damn lamp. Multicolor, or what is it?
Andy, of
It's
what
a
I know
lamp.
of you, you're not doing a lot of reading anyway, so we're
No. I have books to audio work for you, huh?
But yeah, so
what, you're too afraid to expose your lamp habits? How many lamps in the house at one time?
I got
Three?
a lamp in the corner.
Are you a light every corner of the room guy?
Is this helping him as a hockey player? Because I thought the whole point.
It is until he trips over something.
I was going to say, isn't the entire point of that sport to light the lamp?
Yeah.
Again.
Boy, this thing.
Thank you.
See, Spring sent this over, but it feels like this story wanted to find you.
If he comes up with a good idea, what appears above his head? A beeswax candle? It's not the same, Andy. It's just not the same.
What else you got? You're looking at the list. Let's go.
I got no list.
You got a list?
This is all.
You're looking down at the notebook.
I got nothing but light bulbs going off over my head right now. Also, here's my other concern about being no light bulb guy. What if he forgets to put one of his beeswax candles out? It's not going to be good for you. You ever just fall asleep? It's dangerous. That's one of the risks of being candle
You
guy.
could feign concern. Read the next one.
I'm worried about it.
What else? Come on.
I'm worried about poor Chikrin over here. Does McKinnon do the no light bulb thing?
With chickpea pasta?
Yeah, right?
I don't know. First off, I've not heard of this.
I had not either. Yeah.
I told you, though, I can get on board.
Okay.
I can do bonfires outside, and I got a little solo stove I could light up here and there.
But no darkness retreats.
No
for
darkness.
You.
I can do the dark. I don't mind. Hey, man, come summertime,
wow.
Open up the house,
okay.
keep it all dark. I'm cool.
Okay.
Just the glow of the TV.
I'm learning things about you right now.
Do you use a lot? You don't need a lot of light in the summertime when the hours are long and you can caveman that sucker. Light of the moon. Kreckman.
Are you
light of the moon?
Are you checking the Farmer's Almanac to get your exact sunset time
this
every
is
single
why I'm
day?
worried about what the weather's doing. Can't go clean my yard, dude. We've had some bright full moons that you could do yard work to. Hey, you could do a little pond hockey to some of the bright full moons.
Who sees a full moon and is like, you know what I got to do right now? I got to go pull some weeds and trim some hedges.
Well, let me ask you this. What would get you more upset? The firing up of a good lawnmower at 9 o'clock at night or 8 a.m. on a Saturday? Huh?
I'm up by 8 a.m. on a Saturday anyway.
I don't need to hear your damn mower.
I don't have that choice. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Would you do this?
Do what?
Chickpea pasta, no light bulbs?
No. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We are with you today until 6. It's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. We've got another
Give me the
keyword for you. NPPPTTT.
Nipped.
Nippa.
It's a Nip Tuesday. I thought that was last Thursday.
No, it's today. Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. We'll give you another keyword coming up 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Turn your lights off. Get some beeswax candles. And come on back to the Kreckman and Lindahl show because Jamal Murray has been outstanding, including an A-plus appearance at the podium last night. He told us exactly what's wrong with this team. Let's hear from Jamal Murray next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Yes, go to roller.bid and check out all of the upcoming auctions, including a great one here in April. We're talking about the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction for the month of April. For over 20 years, Roller Auctions has been the place to find Colorado City County fleet vehicles and equipment. These are well-maintained. These are government vehicles. If you're looking for used vehicles and equipment, this is the public online auction for you. The auction typically includes, and we're pretty sure this is what you're going to be looking at, SUVs, sedans, pickup trucks, utility trucks, dump trucks, vans, police vehicles, trailers, various municipality equipment, and so much more. This auction coming up here in just a few weeks in April. Check it out right now, roller.bid. Roller Auction does a great job with this, and if you're looking for outstanding deals on well-maintained vehicles and equipment, well, then this is the auction for you. It is the April 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Mark your calendars now and bookmark roller.bid. All right, so Nuggets lose last night to Chicago. Kobe White goes off. Nuggets run out of gas in the fourth quarter. There was a lot of good in that game last night. Peyton Watson had a very good offensive game. DeAndre Jordan played really well. He had nothing in the fourth quarter, but nobody really did. And
he had that shot Scott made comment about. He had two just little bunny putbacks that he could not get up over the rim, and I'm like, those legs are gone.
Yeah, he was done for. But hey, man, 17 rebounds, 10 points,
he
7
did his
assists.
job.
Yep. He went out there and battled. You don't want to have to live in a world where you got to play DeAndre Jordan this many minutes, but it almost worked, and it would have helped an awful lot if Michael Porter, hit some threes. But Jamal Murray lost in all of this. And I don't want to say lost in all of this. I think anybody that watched the game saw it. Jamal Murray is playing A-plus level basketball right now. He was phenomenal again last night. And he goes for 28, 7, and 5. Hell, he even talked about it after the game. Like, they went box and won. Like, that's defense that teams put on, Steph Curry. And they're doing that to Jamal Murray last night. That's how much Chicago was keyed in on don't let this guy kill us. Again, he ran out of gas in the fourth. Everybody else did. But Jamal Murray, after the game, went to the podium and was asked about the importance of playoff seeding. As we sit here today, the Nuggets are the 3 seed. More on that in a moment. But Jamal Murray gave a very insightful answer as to what this team needs to get corrected somehow in the next 9 games.
I just want to play into some good habits. We're, like I said, we're getting beat by teams that are good at something, and we're not taking that away. And like we do sometimes, yeah. But I just think if we're gonna play a team, most likely 7 times, over and over, like the habits. I don't want to say effort because we're playing hard, but just like the mindfulness of what the other opposing team is trying to do, and they're getting everybody. I'm not talking about, I'm talking me included. Like, I can't just let Giddey just come down and I'm not in stance and he's just running full speed expecting that he's just gonna swing it. You know what I'm saying? There's just little things like that. Just kind of, they're too comfortable. We don't pick the ball up full court like how they pick me up full court. Just little stuff like that. That makes a difference in the game.
We're getting beat by teams that are good at something, and we're not taking that away.
Yeah, that's the key to defense, right?
Last night, Michael Malone talked about a pregame. He knows what Chicago is. They're the go-go Bulls. That's what that team is. And they want to push tempo all night long. And sure as bleep, Andy, when the game is over, you look up. Fast break points, 31-11 in favor of Chicago. They knew exactly what they had to do last night. And again, is some of it fatigue? Yes. But also, this is not a new problem. And Jamal is absolutely right about this. And what I worry about is the larger issue of, is it just that they're not taking anything away, or is it that they can't take anything away?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. That's what bothers me.
Yeah.
You tell me who's going to show up and be the KCP, the defensive stopper, the guy that shuts it. Man, and Bruce Brown would give you some of this too. They are missing KCP and Bruce Brown, the combo, so bad right now.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who you send in there. Christian Brown is good at defense. He really is. But you only got one of them.
And he's getting better, too.
He is. But you only got one of them. And again, there's going to be matchups, i.e. Luka Doncic, that are not going to be really his forte.
No.
And you don't have a lot of options. Tell me who off the bench. Russ, I guess, you could go to try to lock some folks down. And I give Russ a lot of credit. He gets feisty. He gets in there.
As a real perimeter defender? There's not one on this team.
Not ideal.
Yeah, there's not one on this team.
And they still have trouble. The other thing that I think is frustrating, you talk about what that team does well. Well, again, what did the Bulls do well? They didn't get in front of the guards, them going right to the rack. Matter of fact, they had the same problem against Portland when they made it clear that's what they were going to do all night. But they continue to not rotate well enough and leave open the damn corner 3. I've been complaining about the corner 3 for 2 weeks now.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Bulls, say this for Chicago. That is not the most talented team you're going to see. But Billy Donovan is as good as any basketball coach on the planet. And he, last night, he had the ball popping. He let his bigs know play inside out. He let his guards know, just get downhill and go to the bucket. And that's what Kobe White and Josh Giddey did the entire game. And exactly what Jamal is talking about right there of, I'm not in my set. And Josh Giddey has watched enough James Harden in his life to know, if you aren't defensively set, I'm just going to go into your shoulder, and you're either going to foul me or I'm going to go right through you and I'm going to score, or I'm going to get free throws, whatever it may be. And Giddey did it all night long.
Yeah.
And Kobe White did it all night long too.
Right. And my problem, like Hastings said it, and I know it's a little old school, but he even said, this is where I just put a shoulder in his chin and see how often he want to do it. Problem is, I don't even, who's that physical dude that does that? You don't even have the physical, like Jeff Green years ago, and I hate to keep going back to the championship roster, but these are all guys you haven't basically replaced.
Sure.
And I know Jeff Green didn't play a lot, but how many times did Jeff go in there and give a hard foul if he needed to? Or just try to go calm some things down, if you will, on the defensive end?
Giddey at his size, there's not a good matchup for him, again, in this backcourt.
Well, and let me tell you something else that I hate to point out all the things that are lacking, because I still believe that this team has shown us that they put it together. You know, when they put things together, they can still get things done.
Yeah.
But Hastings pointed this out last night. The Nuggets still lack a guy that can just go get his own shot. You've got Jamal, but you need a couple more options, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Hastings said at one point the Bulls feel like they got about 3 guys right now that can go get their own shot when they want to.
Yep.
And that was one of the reasons why I think you were actually, speaking of the Bulls, pushing for Zach LaVine to be one of the guys you think about trading for at the deadline.
I was not opposed to a Michael Porter for Zach LaVine trade. And for that very reason of who can you put on the floor that, number one, can be out there without Jokic and get his own look, and number two, can occasionally give Nikola Jokic a possession off and get your own bucket without having to heavily involve him in all of the screening action and everything else. Now, is Zach LaVine a perfect player? No. And I think that Denver recognized that, and that's why they didn't push for that trade. And I think also there are circles, powerful circles in that organization that have a lot of sway over Michael Porter and his presence in this organization. So I don't think that trade really had much of a shot, but also you do need that. And LaVine would have been a guy that would have been able to give that to you. And you're right, Bulls got a couple of those guys. The Nuggets have Jamal. And especially with – and AG can do it some of the time. He's not great, but he can do it some of the time, and you didn't have him last night either.
Does Strother coming back help any of this?
I hope. I hope.
Which side of it, though?
Offensively.
Right.
Yeah, defensively, you get worse with Strother.
See,
Offensively.
This is my main concern about the playoffs. Yes, deep down, I believe if the Nuggets get going like they did, they turned back the clock to 2 years ago, and the core four is really up and at it and going, and Christian Brown is giving us the best KCP impression. Matter of fact, at times he's been better than KCP this year.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets back to that. That's fine.
But it's a different better.
It is a different better. And my problem is playoffs of any sport are built on good defense at some point.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't think it's as necessary as it once was, but we all know the Nuggets played good defense on their championship run. The Nuggets found no way to play any defense against the Wolves last year, and that's how they gave up a 20-point lead in the second half.
So I just happened to take a look at this, and I saw some people talking about this a little bit on Twitter, and I was like, all right, this is worth a look. All right, I got the Basketball Reference playoff probabilities report in front of me. All right, this is, and again, they're just going off of predictive measures to try and figure out where a team is going to land in terms of their seeding in the West. The Denver Nuggets right now have a 48% chance to end up as the 3 seed.
Okay, hate it.
That's the highest probability for the Nuggets. Well, let me finish. Because who has the highest probability to finish as the 6th seed?
Minnesota.
The Minnesota Timberwolves at 28.5%. Now, Golden State at 23.4%. The Lakers at 19.3%. The Clippers at 14.6%. But the highest likelihood right now, according to Basketball Reference's model, and there's games to be played to be sure, but the highest probability is the Nuggets to be in a 3-6 first-round series with the Timberwolves.
That is the one team right now you want to avoid, right?
Yeah, it is.
I'm not even sure I'm as worried about Oklahoma City as I am about Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like it. You do not have enough bigs to compete with them.
Nope.
Unless Saric and DJ are going to come in with Jokic, we're going to see something we've never seen.
If Dario Saric plays at all in the playoffs, we got a problem.
They're 40 now.
Yeah.
Apparently. He didn't even get to make it through the time they had nobody.
Right.
He hadn't made an appearance the last 2 nights.
Nope.
What's going on with that at the end of the year? Was that a 1-year deal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We'll all part company.
Yeah. Nice knowing you.
Not going to say friends, but we'll part company.
Worth a shot, I suppose. Didn't exactly work out. So, yeah. Houston right now has an 81% probability to get the 2 seed. Nuggets still have a 10% chance to get to the 2 seed. So,
well, they're behind. I got the standings up. They're behind Houston by 2 games. They do face each other at the end of the year.
Got one more against those guys.
But, listen, if you're locked in at 3 and winner takes all in that game,
sit them.
Yeah. Are you really going to?
Well,
how hard do you go for the 2
If
seed?
it means avoiding Minnesota,
then yeah, you're
then
right.
you have to go. And I don't think Michael Malone would be ashamed to say it like, hey, I don't think he would say we're trying to avoid the Minnesota Timberwolves out loud, but I think he would say something along the lines of we want to get the best seed we possibly can.
Sure.
And we all know exactly what he's talking about. But whatever seeding shenanigans the Nuggets have to play, to your point, to avoid Minnesota, they should probably go ahead and do that. Also, Michael Porter Jr. needs to not shoot 1 of 10 from 3. That's high-level basketball discussion, I know. But I think if he shot better than 10% from 3, the team is going to be better off. Post-All-Star, his shooting splits, Andy, 43, 30, 83. 30% from 3 since the All-Star break.
Brutal.
Not good. Now, he's second on the team to Jokic in rebounding in that span. Playing hard every single night. He plays every single night, which I give Michael Porter a ton of credit for. But he was a 50% from the field, 40% from 3 guy all year long, and he has dipped so hard here of late, and it crushes this team when he doesn't make shots. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We have got another keyword for you to text in to 303-504-0925. When we come back, 303-504-0925, you text in the keyword, which we will give you when we return, and you will be entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Milwaukee Bucks on tomorrow. Too many Tuesdays in this whole thing. Anyway, today is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday for tickets on a Wednesday. I knew I'd land the plane eventually. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, and we have got another keyword for you to enter to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Bucks tomorrow night at Ball Arena. We have got 2 more keywords to go. I will give you the first of those 2 right now. 303-504-0925. That's where you text. 303-504-0925. Text in the keyword plus your first and last name, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Bucks tomorrow night. This is an Andy Lindahl special, going deep into
pulls.
that Milwaukee Bucks rotation on this one.
Yeah.
Your keyword is Resner. Resner. In honor of former Duke guard, former Blazer. Did he play for Toronto, too? Gary Trent Jr. Gary Trent Jr. Your keyword is Resner.
Or Trent Reznor.
Yes.
The member of 9 Inch Nails.
He really is the only guy.
He's the only guy.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing. He just hires studio musicians to go on tour.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There we
Interesting
go.
poll. Yeah, there's a lot of songs you could have chosen from.
Yes.
You know what's odd is that his big hit with the line about the animal.
What line is that, Andy? Can you say it?
Why can't I remember the name of the song? That was also another Deadbeat classic. I guess the 2 I picked happen to be songs from Deadbeat. I don't know why. But see, if you were to if you were to give me 9 Inch Nails, I'd say either Head Like a Hole or Ring Finger. 2 of the hits off the first album that I liked.
I believe Closer was what you were going for.
Closer. There we
Closer.
go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there you go. Resner is the keyword. Text
Trent
it in
Reznor.
to 303-504-0925 in honor of Gary Trent Jr.
And then you came up with the third.
I did, yes. So you'll get that coming up at 5:20.
But right now, Reznor.
Mine was a bit of a stretch, I'm going to admit.
So these have all been a stretch.
303.
But you know what?
504-0925. Text in Reznor, as in Trent Reznor, for a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday.
Here's what I'll tell you. We made you spell a bunch of hard Wisconsin words last week for these tickets. At least it's a little easier for this.
Secure playoff ticket presale access by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today.
Reznor.
Reznor.
And if you need to spell it, Trent Reznor.
Reznor.
Look it up. Google it. Who said Google it? Why is that going around?
Andy, it's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday.
Nipped.
But Tuesday also means we rank things on Tuesday, Spring.
You got the touch. You got the power.
Normally at this time, we'd give you our NFL power rankings, but there are no new NFL power rankings as of today. We're officially into draft season. We're inside a month to the NFL draft. However, people love it when you rank things. Therefore, we've sort of modified this into our terrible top fives, which we bring you on Tuesdays. We still do the power ranking imaging because it's just too good. Let's be honest.
Well, and I had to hear the He-Man yell out. I don't know why. It just
Yeah.
is back to after-school cartoons. I do have to ask you, though, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Are in the draft order the power rankings? Couldn't you look at it that way?
Yeah, kind of. Good point. Yeah, very good
Well,
point
in
right there.
reverse, though.
Yeah. In reverse.
The Titans are not number one in anything except draft order.
They're the number one at being terrible.
Yeah, they're the number one getting a pick.
That's why they get to have that number one pick. No, today, Andy, I got my terrible top five today, and I didn't mean for it to be something that was about terrible, but maybe that's just the way that I go on this sometimes. I was thinking about this last night watching the Nuggets play the Chicago Bulls. Okay?
Good.
As you know, Andy, I grew up a Bulls fan.
You did.
I really cared. I was very invested. In my mind, and maybe because I once did care, I was just like, is this the most irrelevant franchise in the NBA? And if so, where does it rank amongst irrelevant franchises? This team has not had a deep playoff run since Derrick Rose, pre-knee injury, his MVP year, when they went to the Eastern Conference Finals and got absolutely destroyed by a very motivated LeBron James and the Miami Heat. It's the last good Bulls season that I really recall. Now, you watch those guys last night, and you're like, hey, look at the Go-Go Bulls. They're kind of fun. Also, like, they're going to probably be a play-in team.
I think they're holding on to 10 pretty tight, aren't they?
Yeah, see, it's like you guys need a lottery pick. You need something. But best of luck to our buddy Arturas Karnisovas. And as I found out here, as I'll bring you today's terrible top 5, the Chicago Bulls are not the most irrelevant franchise in the NBA.
I was going to say, I can think of one more.
Yeah,
I'm curious who you came up
only
with.
just kind of feels like it. Therefore, and I'm using the big 4 sports. Sorry, soccer people. But I'm using the big 4 right here. So that's, the baseball, football, basketball, hockey.
You didn't include Panther City?
I did not.
The now defunct NLL team?
I did not include Panther City.
I'm very hurt.
Now defunct. Although I ran into that a bit with the hockey teams. Now defunct
Now
was a bit of an
defunct
issue
teams.
there.
Yeah.
But let's dive into it. Here we go. This is my top 5 most irrelevant franchises in professional sports right now. And stay to the end, folks. I think you'll be surprised. That's all I'll say. Because I'm sure a lot of people are like, I know what team's going to be on there.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Maybe you do, maybe you don't. At number 5, Andy, and also I want to add, I did a little bit of a scientific, I tried to use a bit of a factual
you got
basis.
some numbers.
I do. At number 5, only NBA team that I have on my list, and I know they're going to make the playoffs this year, but look back at the last decade. Fewest wins and 0 playoff wins in the last decade, the Detroit Pistons.
Really?
Yes. The Detroit Pistons.
Over Washington. Over the Bullets / Wizards.
Over Washington. In fact, here we go. Here's your, in terms of regular season wins in the last decade, here's your bottom 5. Minnesota, Charlotte, the Knicks, Orlando, and Detroit. By playoff wins, here's your bottom 5 from the last decade. The Pelicans, the Magic, the Hornets, the Sacramento Kings, and the Pistons, who are 0-8 in 2 trips to the playoffs in the last decade.
2 sweeps.
Yeah.
Wow.
No playoff wins and the fewest regular season wins of the last decade. Also, I should add, by a lot. Orlando, 313 wins over the last decade. Detroit, 287.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
The Pistons are the most irrelevant NBA franchise. Again, it sounds weird to say because Cade Cunningham is fun and they're 40-32 right now and they're going to make the playoffs. But if you're looking at the last decade, most irrelevant NBA team, the Pistons.
The math is the math.
Math is the math. At number 4, only baseball team that I have on the list. And it's not those guys. Nope. In the last decade, the Cincinnati Reds,
Again,
Andy,
you shock me,
the
sir.
Cincinnati Reds have the 4th fewest regular season wins, and they have no playoff wins to speak of. The Rockies won a wild card game.
What about the White Sox? I thought you were going to go White Sox. I opened up Twitter to see a big tweet that said White Sox eliminated from playoffs today because they're the team that it's getting joked about.
By regular season wins over the last decade, the Royals and Rockies are at 680, Cincinnati at 677, the White Sox at 666, Slayer, Detroit at 665, and the Miami Marlins at 660. By regular season wins, the Marlins are the worst. There are 3 franchises that have no playoff wins over the last decade. The Baltimore Orioles, who you can't put on this list because they're good now, the Cincinnati Reds, and the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the Pirates, in the very least, have Skeens. Now, I know the Reds have Ellie De La Cruz, and he kicks ass. And yeah, he's a fun bet right now and a futures bet for MVP. But over the last decade, 677 total wins and no playoff wins, the Cincinnati Reds. Number 3 is the most irrelevant franchises in sports of the last decade. And number 3, funny because I thought of the Bulls when I did this. The team that we will see tonight coming in to play your Colorado Avalanche, the Detroit Red Wings.
Oh, okay.
The
Wow.
Detroit
How about that?
Red Wings. 3rd fewest regular season wins over the last decade at 323 and only 4 wins in the postseason. I'm not saying series wins. I'm saying they've won 4 playoff games in the last decade. That is tied for the fewest on the list. Therefore, at number 3, most irrelevant franchises of the last decade, the Detroit Red Wings.
Shocking.
I know, it's crazy. Because it's funny, too. Like, you think of these teams, and it's like the Pistons, the bad boy era. The Reds, the big red machine, man. They were something special. Hey, Eric Davis and Chris Sabo won a World Series sweep in Oakland back in the day. And then the Red Wings, you think of them as like the powerhouse Detroit Red Wings. Not for the last 10 years. They've been crap.
They were the team that thrived post-lockout while the Avalanche struggled. That's what used to drive me nuts. I felt like the Avs lost all their guys after the lockout and the salary cap came in and all that. And somehow there they were with Datsuk and all those guys still competing. Think they won another cup or two. And now here they sit.
Now
we tell you I'm shedding a tear.
Now we get to the very top of the list. And I think there's debate over which one goes at number 1. And I'm interested to hear if you agree with what I came up with. At number 2. Most irrelevant franchises of the last decade. The New York Jets. New York Jets. Now, again, you'd think back, you'd sit back and you go, they had Aaron Rodgers.
No, that didn't go well.
No, it went terribly. Okay?
They were better with Boomer Esiason.
Ownership mess. You had Brick Johnson making decisions for his dad in the boardroom, but second fewest wins in the regular season over the last decade, the Jets. Second fewest, they had 56. The Jags at 55.
Ooh.
And not only do the Jets not have a playoff win in the last decade, they haven't been to the playoffs. Flat out, they haven't
longest drought
to the playoffs. We're talking 14 years with no playoffs for the New York Jets. So I've got the Jets at number 2. At number 1, the Buffalo Sabres. The Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah.
Second fewest regular season wins. And much like the Jets in the last decade, the Buffalo Sabres have not been to the playoffs. Oh, by the way, they're not going to the playoffs this year. Worst record in the Eastern Conference. The most irrelevant franchise in North American sports is the Buffalo Sabres.
I don't think I can argue that. Now,
it's
had
pretty
you
bad.
Talk about fall from grace, the Jets would move up to 1 for me because the Jets were, remember, Vinny Testaverde. And
yep.
They've had some fun players. They've had some fun times.
Okay, so here was
they were
my
competitive
reasoning.
with Mark Sanchez, if you can believe it.
Here's what tipped the scales for me for Buffalo at 1 over the Jets at 2. Was remember a couple of years ago when Garrett Wilson was the offensive rookie of the year and Sauce Gardner was the defensive rookie of the year in the same year? That's literally it. That's what tipped the scales for me. That was it. Buffalo has had I think Jack Eichel made an all-rookie team. That's the closest thing that Buffalo has had to anything resembling any sort of positive attention or anything like that. I say the Buffalo Sabres are the most irrelevant franchise in North American sports of the last decade. The Jets at 2, the Red Wings at 3, the Cincinnati Reds at 4, the Detroit Pistons at 5. Also, some of you are going to say, what about the Arizona Coyotes? Well, they don't exist anymore. They're the Utah Hockey Club, and they actually have a little bit of mojo because they're picking a name and all that stuff, and they're new and people are excited about them. Arizona actually did have the fewest regular season wins and tied with Detroit for the fewest playoff wins, but the Arizona Coyotes, they up and moved, and since they don't exist anymore, they don't get to be on the list. So there you go. There it is. The Rockies, and I know people are like, why aren't the Rockies on here? Again, the Rocks are tied with Kansas City for the 5th fewest wins, and the Rockies do have a playoff victory in a road wildcard game against the Cubs in the last decade.
Well, and that's what's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We just all have to remember that
could be worse.
It was 5 years ago. This team was actually fun. You had a couple of pitchers, 3 pitchers that you liked.
That was 7 years ago, Andy.
Yeah.
7 and 8 years ago.
When at 18?
Uh-huh. You know what year it is?
It's 24. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, they're getting there. They're pushing it.
They're on their way. They're on their way. If we tell you what, if we do this again in 3 years, if we're all still here, then maybe the Rockies are going to be up to number 1 on this list. But that's where we're at right now. Again, the Jets and the Sabres, to me, the easy ones because they literally have not been to the postseason.
Boy, if we did a list of the hardest fall from grace, a lot of those same teams would still be on there.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Like the Jets are a once proud franchise.
Yeah. The New York Sack Exchange. Again, they faced the Broncos in the AFC Championship in '99.
The Buffalo Sabres are not without their good eras in their history. The old Pat LaFontaine, Alexander Mogilny days. Hell, Dominic Hasek was winning hard trophies as a Buffalo Sabre, but it's been 14 years now, including this year. So it'll be their 14th straight year without the playoffs. Most irrelevant team. So, hey.
Could be worse.
Say something nice about the Rockies. They're not on the list. Could be worse.
No, you're right. What about the Mariners, too? Where are the Mariners checking on it? Because they don't suck. The Mariners are kind of, if we were to do a haul of just fine, wouldn't the Mariners be there?
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? They're a good team. Don't get me wrong. The Rockies fans would probably like to watch the Mariners play ball.
The Mariners won a wild card series a couple of years ago and then lost in the ALDS. Remember last year they were in it until like the very last week of the season.
And they fell off.
Yeah, But the Mariners are essentially the American League Rockies. So, yeah, they're not far off. Like, trust me, like the Pittsburgh Pirates would like a word. And would like to be in this conversation.
The Sox, man.
Sox. The Jacksonville Jaguars are certainly interested. However, Andy, in the last decade, the Jags are actually 3-2 in the playoffs.
Yeah, they've had some moments. Remember the one where Dow Michaels was completely disinterested in the comeback?
Yeah. So the Jags would certainly want a word here. The Charlotte Hornets, I think, would like to be a part of this conversation.
Yeah, I forget they exist.
You do. They're atrocious. They're not good. Yeah, there's the New Jersey Devils. I don't think are blowing anybody out of the water, but you got to be a special level of suck to make this top 5.
And that's why you did it.
That's it. That's right. So if you're going out to Ball Arena tonight to watch the Avalanche take on the Red Wings, just let everybody know. And there's always going to be a lot of Michiganders out there rooting on their Red Wings. Just let them know that their franchise is the 3rd most irrelevant in North American professional sports over the last decade. Let them all know that, and let them know if that this comes from no greater authority than the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Yeah.
So take that, Red Wings
Nate
fans.
made a list.
That's
pal.
right.
Resner. Get Resner in.
And text the word Resner to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. The word is Resner in honor of Gary Trent Jr. See what we did right there? Text it in to 303-504-0925, and you're entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. I can't read that line. Nipped. I'm getting nipped all over the place over here. We'll take a break. When we come back, NFL draft conversation, and we're going to go a little bleep, marry, kill with the 20th overall pick. You need to hear it. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. You watch on Twitch, you see the big logo behind the screen, on the screen behind Nate. They sponsor this show. Proud to have them along. If you need truck or 4x4 accessories, this is the spot. Got a bed cover there, step rails, floor mats, remote start kit, leveling kit, suspension, tires. Get it all at Colorado Off-Road. Maybe you're a big camper. I know camping season's showing up. We talked about it. Weather's getting warmer. Days are getting longer. If you're a hardcore person that's out there right now, they can get you set up right now. Maybe you got it coming down the line. Again, get ready for camping season over at Colorado Off-Road. They'll get you the trailer hitch, the tow hitch, the tie downs, the bed covers if you need it. As I've told you about, maybe you want a camper cover. You can do any of that stuff over at Colorado Off-Road. Go and see them today. Look, bottom line, great Colorado business. Great Colorado business. Been in business about 20 years. Jerry Jones owns it with his wife. They're going to point you in the right direction if you need suggestions. I love these guys, and I know they'll treat you the right way. Sent a lot of friends there that have been very happy with the experience. Colorado Off-Road, COOffroad.com. The number 303-761-1264. The showroom, 3 blocks south downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road.
acting business.
Blues in jail. I think his son is running the company. Doesn't seem like a total moron to me. You know what? I've had this thing as a triple cell, and I am upgrading it right here, right now. I think this thing could even go as high as a don't buy.
Don't buy. Huh? Mom, did you see that?
Don't buy Blues.
Oh, we've been upgraded to a don't buy. Here we go, Andy. Breaking news. Nikola Jokic ankle has been upgraded to doubtful for tomorrow against the Bucks.
So what do you think? What does that mean?
Upgraded to doubtful is just a funny sentence.
Upgraded to doubtful is a funny sentence.
Upgraded to don't buy.
He did work out pregame yesterday. So does that mean we're getting a Nikola sighting tomorrow? You think Big Honey's back in the fold? To go against Yanni?
It would make sense. I'm interested to see like what is the injury report going to say tomorrow? But as of today, upgraded to doubtful.
All right,
as opposed to out, which is what he has been.
Because I had asked you, all right, how many more games before you just shut him down the rest of the way? Nuggets are down 9 games after yesterday, correct?
Yeah.
So the rest of the way, obviously tomorrow you got the Bucks and Giannis, Jazz, T-Wolves, Spurs, Warriors, Pacers, Kings, Grizzlies, Rockets.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of weird home away. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Long homestand, and then you're kind of bouncing around to finish. Yeah.
So
they're only right now 3 games clear of Golden State at 6. As we sit here today, Nuggets at 45-28, Golden State at 41-30.
We don't need to break in with the breaking news, but it involves a friend of ours. Go check Schefter's Twitter. You can do it in the high five. Maybe lead the high five with that, because I want to get into this. This is Denver related. One of our old pals may have found a home.
All right.
Anyway,
Russ got a gig.
Yeah,
all
I
right.
think so. They're closing in, but again,
Closing
I want to keep. I'm a little surprised by the team, but we'll tell you top of the hour because whatever. It's Russ. He's out of our lives. So I want to keep going. How long before we do the shutdown? How many more wins before you say, Nikola, rest up, big fella? And look, I know he'll get a week off if they avoid the play-in. Is that really what it is? Just avoid the play-in and then just go ahead and tell Nikola, kick it up. Don't go on these trips maybe. Like, again, if you could win 5 in a row and there's no way you're going to fall into the play-in, do you leave Nikola home for that? It goes, because it starts, you play Wolves and Spurs back-to-back on the first and the second. Then it's on the road for the Warriors on the 4th, back home for the Pacers on the 6th, on the road for the Kings on the 9th, back home for the Grizzlies on the 11th, and you close out in Houston on the 13th. You just leave them home those last kind of back and forth games. You only play them at the home games. I mean, what do you do if you can secure we're not going to mess with playing in the whatever the play-in tournament?
It's a fun exercise, right? Because it's sticky. You want to beat the Warriors on Friday, April 4th. You want to beat the Rockets on Sunday, April 13th. You want to beat the Grizzlies.
What if the seeding's figured? Although it's
Friday,
highly
April 11th.
unlikely the seeding will be figured out. Everyone is so close.
Everyone's compacted. Yeah. I think what they're trying to do. This is my guess as to what they're trying to do. I think they're trying to get locked into a playoff spot that is not in the play-in tournament, and then again just get healthy. Everybody get healthy.
Yeah, maybe Jamal rests.
Yeah.
Maybe MPJ rest.
If you could find Porter some rest, Aaron
Gordon. You may have to rest Aaron Gordon, yeah.
If you could find rest in there somewhere for Russell Westbrook. Obviously, like, you can't sit all these guys on the same night. You'll have to stagger it out a little bit. But I think that's probably the play right there is.
You don't worry about top 4 just to try to get more home games.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure that's just it, though. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they want to make sure they get a top 4 seed to at least get themselves home court advantage in the opening round. Yeah, I'm sure they're worried about that too. It's just it's I haven't seen Nikola's MRI.
Right.
I don't know how injured he is. Is this something that is just like he's going to have to play through it? Because if it is, then
he will.
And he will. You're exactly right. Then let's just go. Then come back tomorrow and play the Bucks. Hey, you're doubtful. We're going to upgrade you to in there, pal. All right? Don't buy. That's what you're then looking at if it can't get any worse. Now, because I also think there is a huge benefit to the elbow, the back, the all the stuff that's bugging him right now, is that hopefully this gets better. Plus, he's been playing huge minutes of late. There's a rest value to all of this, absolutely. So get him as close to 100% as you can, but also you're going to have to start winning games. The Jamal thing, he looks great right now.
He does.
Yeah. I'm not that worried about him at the moment. I also think I think minutes are good for him at the moment.
Yeah, I don't.
He faded hard in the fourth quarter last night. Some conditioning there is not the worst thing in the world.
Well, but for the first time in a while too, he really had everything on his shoulders.
Yeah, he was marvelous last night. If you could find some rest for Porter and Westbrook in there, I think that would benefit this team. CB doesn't need rest. Peyton Watson doesn't need rest. These are good young guys. They can play through it all.
What are you doing, Strother? You need a couple more games. Make sure.
Yeah, he needs to come back.
You could get him 3 or 4. That would probably be pretty good.
What's his timeline right now?
Well, it was 3 to 4 weeks when it happened. We got to be coming up on week 3 here.
I think it would be approaching some semi soon. I certainly would think that would be approaching.
But if I could, I'd like him to play in the last 3 games or so as a young guy, get the feel back.
Yeah.
Confidence back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say take a run, get Joker back, play Jokic tomorrow night against Milwaukee if he's able. Upgraded to doubtful. Again, that's the news. Play him tomorrow night against the Bucks and take the hardest run that you possibly can to clinch a top 4 seed. 2 seed, going to be tough unless, the Rockets kind of falter here, but just win as many games as you possibly can. Also, I just feel like tomorrow night's it's a good test for this team, right?
Well, yeah, you want to. I do think you want to start playing better against the top of the league because you haven't. A lot of the hay that you've made, you've played well the back half of the season, but you've also made a lot of hay against bad teams.
Right.
And you've not been great against good teams. Now, I say that, and in the last 2 weeks, it's actually been the opposite, where you went and beat a Golden State as a playoff team. You beat Houston, you beat OKC, and yet you're losing to the Wizards, and you almost lost to a depleted Lakers team. You lost to Portland. You
beat a Phoenix team, which the Suns are actually kind of playing well right now.
Yeah, they're in the play-in spot. They're in 10 right now.
Yeah, they're kind of winning
tied
games
with the
again.
Mavericks, but
yeah, so that's sort of been the move right here. So naturally, it would stand then that over the next 4 games, the Nuggets will beat the Bucks and the Timberwolves and lose to the Jazz and the Spurs.
Probably go on to beat the Warriors, lose to the Pacers, beat the Kings, lose. Well, maybe they finished out with 3: Kings, Grizzlies, Rockets. Win all 3.
Hey. Win them all.
Why not?
Win all 9. That's what I say. Hey, the Not Another Bracket contest is underway and continuing and moving along. We got games again on Thursday. Full standings are up at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. The grand prize winner will get 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner for 2 at the Denver Chop House, a big screen television, and a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue, thanks to Evan Williams Bourbon. From tip-off traditions to buzzer-beater celebrations, adding this award-winning bourbon to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also, to Brothers Barbecue, enjoy during the games or let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. The Not Another Bracket contest, which Andy Lindahl is going to win, even though he's not eligible to get the prizes.
I lost a key contributor in CSU.
CSU. Mm-hmm. Still got Arkansas, though.
No, I do. But see, that's just the thing, is that in this bracket contest, as we've all learned the rules, and when we do it again next year, you'll be more ready to jump. You do have to have – you're hoping for a Cinderella champion, really. The minute Arkansas is knocked out, we're all playing with the same seed money, and then we'll see.
Yeah, you certainly and again, this was a tournament where there was no Cinderellas, where CSU was CSU and New Mexico really were the closest things to it. And I suppose McNeese, too, as, mid-major schools that were double-digit seeds. And McNeese is really the only one that sort of qualifies. And, of course, their coach had already taken the NC State job and was going to leave. It's nothing but power conferences the rest of the way. And, yeah, what world do we live in where a team with an SEC budget and John Calipari as their coach is your Cinderella?
So as good as we're going to get?
That's
seriously
the closest we get to it.
Days.
That's right. BYU, they're our guys.
Yeah.
We're rooting for the Cougs. Kevin Young, that's our friend. So we're rooting for those guys all day long. Russ has a team?
Russ has a team.
Yeah!
And you're not. I don't know why this team. I don't know why Russ wants them. I don't know why they want Russ.
I haven't looked at.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is.
Yep. You're not going to know.
And you know what?
You're going to wonder.
I'm not looking in the break.
Don't.
Okay, I'm not looking in the break. I'm going to find out in real time who Russell Wilson has or is closing in on signing with?
It looks like it's a done deal.
Okay.
Every insider, my watch is blown up of insider tweets about it.
All right, I'm not looking at anything. I will find out live next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Let's do it. We got football news. Russell Wilson has a team. Who is it? Who is the spicy team that he is signed with? Spring.
We got spicy news in the high five. Kicking off the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365.
Okay.
Adam Schefter tweeting out 15 minutes ago, the Giants.
Oh.
In fact, we had this note that this was a real possibility yesterday in the high five.
Yeah.
They are signing Russell Wilson to a one-year deal worth up to $21 million, $10.5 million guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't get this, though. I don't get it.
Yeah, but it's the team I would have guessed.
Yeah, but
I thought you were going to throw me a
signed
curveball.
Jameis. They just signed Jameis Winston. Why do you sign Jameis
Hold
Winston
on.
if you're going to add Russ?
Are they going to have a Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson, Shedeur Sanders quarterback room?
I hope not for Shedeur now. No, I hope not. And listen, here's why also this doesn't make sense to me despite all the stuff out there.
Yeah.
First off, it was literally just reported by ESPN this morning that Aaron Rodgers was not done with the Giants. He is now.
He is now, yeah.
Now, maybe we're going to get some news that Rodgers and the Steelers are finally getting together. But
yeah, Aaron's he's out of options.
Right. Well, yes.
He's got one choice.
Unless he can somehow voodoo magic Minnesota into signing. I'm telling you, I don't know why I wouldn't go talk to Kyle Shanahan in San Fran, but that's for another day. Seriously, Brian Daboll, because they were talking about who would be a good fit where. Daboll's a hothead, and that was the discussion on ESPN on Get Up this morning.
Yeah.
Daboll and Aaron Rodgers would probably not make for a good marriage because Daboll's going to yell at people. Who was the last coach that Russ had that was yelling at people? It was Sean Payton. Sean Payton couldn't take him. He lost his mind. And I don't think I feel like Daboll's in that Sean Payton kind of deal, don't you? I feel like they're both equally, they run hot.
Yes, but here's the counter to that. Situationally, Sean Payton didn't need it to work with Russ. He had a 5-year deal, and even though at the time we were sitting here going, you can't take on that dead money hit, Sean Payton's response was, watch me.
Oh, I can.
Brian Daboll, this is it for him. He has no future beyond. He has no future guaranteed beyond the season with the Giants. The owner already put out a statement when he brought back Shane and Daboll of just like, hey, I think they suck too, but I'm going to keep them around for another year, which is a wild thing to tell your fan base of just like, hey, they're on thin ice. That's insane, but he chose to tell everybody that. Daboll, you're right about temperament, but Daboll has to have this work. Sean apparently never had to have it work with Russell Wilson. I've got some really interesting stuff on that, by the way, that I want to hit coming up at 5:20, and it's sort of timely with this Russell Wilson news. But Russell Wilson is going to be a Giant. If you're a Giants fan, hell, if you're a New York football fan at all, New York, New Jersey, greater tri-state area football fan at all, how is it possible that the biggest media market in the country, number one, rules the roost? They have two teams. That are the worst teams in football.
Dude.
How?
What if, and here's another thing I think is crazy, because if you're the Giants, you're not taking Shedeur. And now maybe you are.
Maybe they are.
But that's a pretty good contract for Wilson.
I tell you what, if I was Daboll, I would want to take Shedeur because in the very least I could make the argument, well, marry me with a rookie quarterback and maybe that buys me another year with this job.
Maybe, but you've made some interesting signings with this thing. This sets up for Shedeur to make it to the Jets. Because, again, Ashton Genty to the Raiders is becoming the mock soup du jour.
I can't imagine they're taking a quarterback. I'd say, Jets or Saints are probably very realistic.
I'm just saying, though, if Shedeur goes to the
Unless
Jets,
Cleveland
let's say Aaron Glenn. Let's just say Aaron Glenn. And you're right. Maybe the Giants are doing this because they're getting no traction with either Cleveland or Tennessee to make sure they're in the top 2 picks to get a quarterback.
Wow.
But and all this because they won a game last year, right? Weren't the Giants, didn't they win their way out of the first pick?
Yes.
I don't care what you say. If you get to the point where the last game, you just need to lose, any responsible owner needs to make sure nobody with interest in winning the game goes anywhere near that stadium that day.
Can you imagine your team signs Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson in a 2-week period?
And you've got to tell everybody how great it is?
You have to pretend to be excited about being a fan of that team. Oof.
And you had Drew Lock last year. What is there just something about the Denver quarterbacks? You're like, man, they really did them wrong.
Oof.
Although Lock technically was a Seattle guy. But I'm just telling you, if Shedeur ends up with the Jets and Aaron Glenn decides to do right, just figures it out for him, and the Giants are going to have Russell Wilson, and that could be fun. That could be fun inner city battles.
Spring, do us a solid. Send a text over to the Avalanche. Book Ross Colton for the show. That's when we need Giants insider news. We talk to Ross Colton. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, let's hear from Von Miller. He's playing golf this week at the NFLPA Classic in Mexico. He was on the Up and Adams show. Kay's out there.
Of course.
A bunch of interviews. From
Is Sean Payton there?
Probably. Lurking in the weeds somewhere. Here's Von Miller talking about playing golf with some of his former Broncos teammates and his free agency.
I'm with Brandon McManus,
Okay.
Brett Rippon. And
He's like the star.
Yeah, and Cortland Sutton.
Okay.
So all former Bronco guys. We've all been on the golf course before together. And now we're here in Cancun, Maricopa, getting it done.
Broncos guys. How's that?
It's great. It's great. I love the Denver Broncos, and it's just able to ride around and be back on the team again. It's a fun day.
Would you like to be a part of the actual Broncos?
I mean, you just had to see.
This color has always looked good on you.
I've always loved blue and orange. You just had to see. It's a fun time right now for me and my career, and you just had to wait and see. Take it one day at a time, and it's all fun, and you just wait and see.
What is fun about it? You like the?
I think the excitement of not knowing what's next has a sense of. It could also be scary too, but
I would think that fun would not be the word.
I'm not in my perception. I don't frame it like that. I've done everything I could possibly do, and whatever's next for me is what's next. And it's fun. It's exciting. You're looking at new teams and new quarterbacks. You can never replace a Josh Allen in the season that he had. But new quarterbacks, new environments, and just a new place to be is fun.
Josh Allen.
Yeah, I think Vaughn would like to come back here. You and I talked in break. I don't know. I don't think the Broncos are motivated.
36 years of age. And he's, you know what he is? He's old regime.
He is.
Yes. He's that. There's a new ownership group. There's a new coach here. You don't need to go barking up that tree once again. I don't need Von Miller back on this team. He's an all-time franchise legend. We don't need to revisit this entire thing, number one. Number two, and let me say for a moment, okay, I appreciate Kay Adams in that interview right there because Von Miller suffers from a horrific case of positive toxicity. And she was like, why is that good?
Yeah. She's a good interviewer.
You're not on a team?
Yep.
Why would you say that's good?
Why is that fun?
Kay Adams could have sat out there every time that Von Miller was going on and on and on about the greatness of Case Keenum and Joe Flacco and Drew Lock and been like, are you sure about that? I don't know if you actually believe that or not. So I appreciate Kay Adams for that right there. Von Miller, Brandon McManus, Brett Rippon, Cortland Sutton, your foursome right there, Andy. And apparently Brett Rippon is the star.
Really?
I didn't
Well,
know.
he's the backup guy with plenty of time to play golf.
That's what Kay
And
Adams
only
said.
one of them is still there.
That's
and
true.
if the contract doesn't get done, I wonder if one of them is, if all of them are ex-Broncos. I doubt it. I think Cortland stays, but yeah, I'm with you. Give me a young pass rusher.
Yeah.
Because either you're going to pay Nick Bonito, which I hope you do, or you need another plan there.
Yeah, I'm good on the Von Miller thing. It was great. We don't need to go back there. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, J.J. McCarthy is also playing in that golf tournament, and naturally, Kay Adams.
Who's not playing in this
interviewed-
golf tournament? Russell
It's a great
Wilson.
question because Brett Rippon's playing in
Exactly.
it. So, look, it feels like Aaron Rodgers wanted to be a Viking, but they said no to him.
Yeah. Very
because,
much so.
Because they want J.J. McCarthy to be their quarterback one, but they haven't relayed that information to JJ quite yet. Kay asked JJ if the Vikings have told him he's starting this season. Here's what JJ said.
They haven't told me, and I'm happy they didn't, because I try to earn it every single day, and I never want that to be given to me, and it's such a privilege and opportunity to give me that chance, and I'm just going to make the most of it every single day.
Yeah, but they've told you. They let Sam Darnold walk.
Yep.
They're not signing Aaron Rodgers. They've told you. They're not going to call you up and say, congratulations, you're the week 1 starter, but he's the week 1 starter.
Yeah, good for you, guy.
Yeah, and as Jeff Legwald pointed out yesterday on the show, this is a great situation for J.J. McCarthy. Excellent roster. He gets to step into a starting role. He comes from an NFL program, essentially at Michigan, with Jim Harbaugh as his coach. J.J. McCarthy's got it going on. He is, as far as rookie quarterback situations go, that's about as good as it gets. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, so we had in the high five yesterday that on Sunday the Titans took Cam Ward out to dinner. Then yesterday they were in attendance for his pro day in Miami. According to Adam Schefter, the Titans plan to hold an additional private workout and throwing session with Cam Ward, who the Titans have become increasingly impressed with. The Titans, according to Schefter, are still willing to listen to offers for the first pick, but it will now take an even stronger package for the Titans to move down.
I'm going to be stunned if he doesn't go to Tennessee. It feels like it's fait accompli by now.
Yeah, you're going to have to really – if you don't have a quarterback – now, again, he's just over 6'1", so maybe that's getting into Callahan's thinking.
Yeah.
Who's a West Coast offense guy, and I like him a little taller. But, yeah, you don't have a quarterback. The options are thin. I don't know what – you're not going back to Will Levis. They're drafting Ward.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The NFL's competition committee is likely to propose a change to the kickoff rules that would see touchbacks be spotted at the 35-yard line instead of the 30-yard line in hopes of getting more kicks into the landing zone and more kick returns.
Yeah, no, we talked about this. I feel like we were talking about this by like week 2 of last year. This change absolutely has to be made. It needs to be more punitive for teams to simply just boot it through the back of the end zone. If you want your new kickoff rule to work, you're going to have to make it a choice, essentially, for these teams. 35-yard line, that's much better.
Sure. I want the old kickoff back. Do whatever you want with this.
Well, you're not getting that. So as long as they're going to do it this way, this is absolutely what they have to do in order to be able to get some action in that play. And finally,
high five. So the TV deal to have the rights to air the NFL draft expires after this upcoming draft. Netflix is out. They don't want the rights to broadcast the draft, according to Front Office Sports. But Fox is in the hunt to steal it from ESPN, as is Google.
No, Google, please. Just give it to Fox. Let's call it good.
Wait, why can't it be on Google?
I don't need to Google where to find the NFL draft.
But what if you
put the damn thing on television and leave it alone?
What if you Google where is the NFL draft and Google just goes right here, dummy?
Allah! Yeah. No.
That feels convenient to me.
Yeah. No. I don't know. No, I'm good.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm good.
It's you know what I will do the day of the NFL draft? I'll just be like, oh crap, what channel's the NFL draft on? And then I'll find
then
it.
You'll Google it.
And then
and voila, they pull it up.
Voila. Exactly. Sean Payton never explicitly said that he hated Russell Wilson, except for those times when he did, not in front of a microphone. But he certainly showed that he didn't like Russ through his actions. Russell Wilson is now a Giant. Sean Payton has Bo Nix. Clear evidence of the way that he feels about the two quarterbacks that he has coached so far here in Denver. Our buddy Nick Kosminer gave this to me. I'm going to share it with you next.
A score here and it's over. Josh Giddey over to Vucevic. He's in the paint on DeAndre Jordan. Hook shot up and in, and that's the ball game. Denver's going to fall to 12-3 in the second game of back-to-backs. They're going to lose tonight to Chicago. They're down by 8 with 45 seconds to go. Ouch!
Yeah, Nuggets lose last night, 3rd and 4 games. They fall to the Bulls. Back at it tomorrow against Milwaukee. Nikola Jokic upgraded to doubtful. That's a real sentence. We have got another keyword for you to perhaps win a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets and the Bucks in person tomorrow night at Ball Arena as part of a Nuggets playoff push Ticket Tuesday. And the keyword that you must text in to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. The keyword is Allbarn. Allbarn, as in Britpop legend and Blur frontman Damon Albarn. Allbarn.
And the stretch is it's akin to Damian Lillard.
In honor of Damian Lillard,
we
I
go
went
with Damon Albarn.
Damon Albarn.
Good enough.
Yes, so we had Giannis, we went Yanni, we had Gary Trent Jr., we went Resner, which was actually the closest one.
Yes.
And then with Damian Lillard, I went with Damon Albarn of Blur.
Albarn.
Woohoo and all of that. Spring, can we get a little Blur here on this show? There we are.
Just drop an L out of Albarn.
Little song 2 for you right there. That's the keyword, Allbarn. 303-504-0925. Assorted 90s rockers, and I suppose Yanni. Although he was rocking in the 90s as well, just in a very different way. But text in Allbarn to 303-504-0925, plus your first and last name, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets and the Bucks tomorrow night. Damon Albarn, the lead singer of Blur. Yes, Allbarn. He didn't like those Oasis brothers. He was not a fan of those Gallaghers. Good stuff in there.
Who was?
Yeah.
The brothers don't like the brothers.
They didn't like each other.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Those Britpop guys, they all hated each other. It was pretty funny.
They were very angsty.
They were. They were all very drunk and mad at each other. So, yeah, Damon Albarn, 303-504-0925. So, Russell Wilson's a Giant. Congratulations, Russ. 1 year, $10.5 million deal. It's incentivized to go up more. Spoiler alert, it won't. So, great piece today by Nick Kosmider, who I'm sure we'll talk to later in the week in The Athletic. And a couple of years ago, Mike Sando, veteran NFL reporter, came up with this, and I love looking at this throughout the course of the season. Andy, he came up with a metric to determine what an offense's emphasis is, and it's called the Cook Index. The reason it's called the Cook Index is he literally came up with this in response to the Let Russ Cook movement in Seattle.
Okay.
So the Cook Index measures how frequently teams lean toward passing on early downs during the first 28 minutes of a game, which that's not arbitrary. That's the point of a game where the first 28 minutes, that's before time and score typically dictate what you have to be as an offense. The first 28 minutes is when your game plan is being put into practice, essentially. And the Cook Index measures just, again, how committed you are to the pass. Remember, let Russ cook? Russ wanted to chuck it around, and Pete Carroll was like, I really don't want you to. Well, when Russell Wilson was here, if you want to know what Sean Payton really thought of Russ, during the Cook portion of games, first 28 minutes, the Broncos only passed on early downs 48% of the time, according to True Media. Not only was it, according to Nick Kosmider, the 5th lowest rate in the NFL at that point in the season, it was also the 3rd lowest rate ever for a Sean Payton offense. The only 2 lower rates came in 2021 when Sean Payton didn't have Drew Brees anymore, and in 2020 when Drew Brees was hurt most of the year. So basically, if Sean Payton had Drew Brees, he was throwing often on early downs. When he got Russell Wilson, he stopped doing that. This past season with Bo Nix, The number went up considerably, Andy. In fact, it went all the way up to 57%.
Wow.
This past year with Bo Nix on the job, throwing on early downs in the first 28 minutes of the game at a 57% rate. That was the third highest in the NFL this year. On the Cook Index.
All right.
So again, do you want to know what Sean Payton really thought of Russ? The answer is not much.
Okay, but I like this. I'm glad you brought this out. Now let's apply this to what's coming up here in a month's time.
Yeah.
We all think that they should be locked in on a running back. I would like to see some better options on the running back. Do you think Sean Payton wants to dial those numbers down? Do you think he wants to dial back some of how often he lets Bo Nix throw on the early downs? I'm not sure he does. And so if he wants, because I don't think he was upset with his mix at all. And if that's the case, then picking a running back in the first round may not. I get they could have good hands, and Omari and Hampton's been coming up a lot, and I think that's a special player and all that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're going to throw that much on the early downs, in the Cook portion, as you said, a receiver or tight end might be better to think of than a running back in that scenario. Do you think Sean Payton wants to dial that number back at all?
So this is interesting. Kosmider went a little deeper. Roughly a quarter of those early down passes during Cook time, first 28 minutes, early down situations last season, 51 of 203 pass attempts targeted running backs.
Okay, so a quarter.
This was the Broncos last year. That was the highest in the NFL.
Interesting.
And he didn't really have a great receiving back last year. Javonte Williams wasn't terrible, but I wouldn't call him a great receiving
they
back.
They didn't draft him to catch out of the backfield.
Exactly, by any stretch. So, to your point, Andy, could that mean that the Broncos could go looking at a better pass-catching option? I think they will. I think wide receiver is very much in play at number 20. I think it's very much in play in the top 2 rounds of this draft. It could also suggest that Sean Payton is going to decide which of these backs is his favorite pass catcher and simply go there. Could also mean that as well, because he loves to throw to the backs.
Yeah, and Alvin Kamara proved that,
Yeah.
He used to have, I think he probably once upon a time had his perfect mix with Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara.
Probably.
He had a guy that was not afraid to run it between the tackles, get the tough yardage, but he still had his do-it-all back out of the backfield, the chess piece, the joker, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
He calls it the joker.
One other thing here, though, when it comes to the Broncos running back conversation, because so much of it gets into, and for good reason, Sean Payton has hinted at it over and over again about the importance of a back catching the ball in the passing game, but also, they sucked at running last year. Javonte Williams was, Kosmider's told us this before, leading rusher on the team, eight attempts per game, but that was the lowest of any team in the NFL for a leading rusher, and he averaged fewer than 4 yards per carry. They also have to get way better at, carrying the ball.
No, I agree.
Breaking tackles, making plays in the run game.
See, I think you said the 2 key things right there. Breaking tackles. I think they blocked for the run game just fine.
Yes.
Just nobody had any explosion.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys that did, they'd be good for a couple of, big runs a game, but for the most part,
Broncos 29th in the NFL last year in yards after contact.
Yeah, can't have that.
Yeah.
Can't have that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do believe they're better at run blocking than what they showed a year ago. So
yeah. So again, Sean wants to chuck it around the yard in early down situations. He wants to utilize the pass game. That's where his offense is at its very best. Obviously, he trusted Bo to be able to do that more than Russell Wilson. Anecdotally, everybody already knew that. There's numbers to be able to put to it, and it suggests that this team is probably going to be hot to trot for more pass-catching options, be it a receiver, be it a tight end, hell, be it a back here at the top of the draft.
All right, so we were going to do our little exercise of
I'm excited about
kiss, marry, what? Right?
Bleep, marry, kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah. We'll go kiss, marry, kill.
Ah. We're not.
We'll keep it high. Yeah.
We're not bleeping anybody?
Nah, well. Yeah. For our sake, no.
Okay. I don't know. Sean's a passionate fellow.
He is, yeah. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I'm going to stop right there.
Okay.
Knowing that stat right there,
Yeah.
does that change who you might want to marry at that 20th pick?
Yeah, so no, my Mary hasn't changed.
Okay.
No. It has not. I'm honestly wondering if we're going to have the same names in this. Okay, let's start with the smooch.
Okay.
Okay. Sexiest pick.
Sure.
I have a wide receiver's name written down right here.
All right, hit me.
Out of the University of Arizona, Teteroa McMillan.
All right, are you worried at all about... Look, Steve Smith is a lot of things, whatever, but he did talk about how the tape does show some laziness at times in a game. You worried about any of that? He's a freak.
I'm not terribly worried about somebody being a lazy receiver with Sean Payton out there. I think if Sean Payton has shown us anything, it is his ability to be able to maximize what he has in receiving talent. And the biggest piece of evidence that I have of that is both the career resurgence of Cortland Sutton and Marvin Mims turning into a legitimate NFL player. So I'm not that worried about it. I love that this guy is a physical freak. He is a big dude. He is a tough catch maker. I love the guy. I think he is good in traffic. That is, to me, that's the sexiest pick Denver could make because he, to me, is the closest thing to like potentially having Pro Bowl type of potential.
Okay.
So I've got McMillan out of Arizona as my smooch pick.
Who are you marrying? Who is the pick?
My married pick is Omarion Hampton.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, that to me is a good, safe choice for the Broncos. They need to upgrade it back. They want somebody that can catch the ball out of the backfield. I've got Omarion Hampton, and my kill,
which would be the person you don't want to hear about anymore.
And I feel bad saying this, but the guy's coming off of a pretty serious injury is Colston Loveland.
Okay.
The tight end out of Michigan. Yeah. And I know I got nothing but pass catchers essentially right there, but also that's the way that I think Denver is leaning there in the opening round. So that's my bleep, marry, kill is Teteroa McMillan, Omarion Hampton, Colston Loveland in that order.
Can I ask you a quick question you may not know the answer to? In spring, if you know, please educate me. I'm looking at a mock draft here. This one's from Bucky Brooks, and he gets a little wild. And by the way, I won't smooch or marry Travion Henderson, which could be a fun back, but that's who he's got the Broncos picking at 20 because he's got Omarion Hampton going to the Bears at 10.
Wow.
So what happened to the what happened to the receiver Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State? I don't even see him in the first round here. Did he have a terrible combine? Is everybody out on him all of a sudden?
I think he's still alive. Yeah.
I know, but I don't again, he was one of those hot names in the very early portions of all these mock drafts.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even see him in the first round now from Bucky. Was his combine that bad?
Don't know.
So, yeah, I don't know. Look, I'm with you. We're going to have the same kill, okay?
Okay.
The same kill that I want out of there is Colston Loveland. I think there's a ton of tight ends in this draft. The only guy that I would marry Ty Warren if he were to get there.
Sure.
Ty Warren is getting I don't even think Ty Warren is going to fall into a place where you can trade up to draft him.
I don't know if he's getting out of the top 10.
Right. Well, again, Bucky's latest mock draft, Bucky Brooks from NFL Network, he's got him going 7 to the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Genty to the Raiders is a big deal.
Yeah.
That's another guy I'd be in love with. Those guys are off the board for anybody wondering. All right. So this is very interesting. You know what I'm going to give the big smooch to? This is a name that I have not seen fall this far. Matter of fact, he might move up to Mary before this is all said and done. We're gonna workshop this all the way up to the draft, folks.
Okay.
At 17, Bucky Brooks has the Bengals taking Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher out of A&M. Have you seen the highlight tape on this kid?
Yeah.
Just see the combine?
Mm-hmm.
If Shamar Stewart finds his way near 20, I would even try to see if the Bengals want to. If he's at 17, because even whether you keep Nick Bonito or not, you can never have enough pass rushers. This kid is supposed to be special. I can't believe they've got him falling so far. So if Shamar Stewart were to make it that far, I'd give him a little smooch.
Do you know the weird thing about Shamar Stewart?
Give it to me.
You know how many sacks he had last year?
Don't.
1.5.
Well,
at A&M. He's the classic,
underachiever,
traits over production guy that you would be drafting, which by the way, also, there is no perfect science to taking anybody in the NFL draft, okay? If you would have looked at Josh Allen's numbers his last year at Wyoming, now his junior season was marvelous, or his sophomore season, his junior season, he was banged up and the team wasn't particularly good, and his numbers were kind of Well, it's Josh freaking Allen. You know, the guy rules. So with Shamar Stewart, you're right about that. Like, he is a absolute workout freak, and yet, like, his numbers kind of sucked.
Yeah, but I will tell you this, and that's why it's a smooch.
Yeah.
Because I've also not seen him get this close, frankly, to the Broncos pick. But I'll be honest with you, I hadn't really paid attention until I saw what a freak he was at the combine. But I do believe Vance Joseph and those. Look, when did Nick Bonito blossom? Under Vance Joseph. He's kind of just been a hit or miss guy until this point.
Yeah.
I think Vance Joseph can coach these pass rushers, okay? And so that's another reason why I do it. You know what would be my Mary guy right now, and this is going to shock you. And I'm going to say this because I like Neal, the Kansas running back. I like the partner at Ohio State. Who's our guy that Jeff Legwald pointed out?
Quinshawn Judkins.
What? Jugs?
Whoa. It's not Al Bundy's favorite magazine. It's Quinshawn Judkins. Judkins.
Got it. That's key. Be fun if it was the other way.
Judkins.
There are a lot of running backs that I think you can get. There are a lot of tight ends that I think you can get. I am enamored right now with Nick Amanwari, South Carolina safety. Look, I know that you just signed Hufanga, and I think if he stays healthy, that is a home run of a player.
Yeah.
Now, he is a lot like Amanwari, but I think you need – look, this kid, you could probably have those two on the field together with how many times people want to try to get you in the nickel and go with the run game and whatnot. And Brandon Jones, as good as he was a year ago, wasn't that just like a 2-year deal, a 3-year deal? You need to have guys in the pipeline ready to play.
Sure.
Now,
I'm not opposed to it.
This could change with some of the receivers that maybe would be available there, but some of my favorite offensive players are starting to go earlier and earlier every mock draft I open up. So to me, this is still a team that I think some defense up the middle wouldn't be bad, especially if you don't get another Ryan. They don't have a line. Well, I shouldn't say that. They went and got our guy from the Niners, Dre Greenlaw. But I still think some of these safeties, I think Hufanga and Emanwara could go up and be your nickel-type linebacker in these cases.
So, smooch, marry, kill. Andy's going Shamar Stewart, the pass rusher out of A&M, Nick Amanwari, the safety from South Carolina?
Yes.
And Colston Loveland out of Michigan at tight end as your kill pick. I've got Loveland on there as well. To your point, there's good tight end depth, and I'm just nervous about taking an injured dude. My smooch guy is Tedero McMillan, the receiver out of Arizona, and my Mary is Omari and Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina. Interesting. I got real offensive. You got real defensive.
Well, we got to mix it up, too.
That's right.
I mean, I don't hate the receiver. The problem is the tight ends, and I want to remind everybody what Jeff Legwald told us yesterday. He believes that the Broncos are going to be searching for more the block first, catch second guy, which is not Colston Loveland.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Bleep, marry, kill on the NFL draft at number 20. Fun stuff right there. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, let's dive back into some Nugget stuff. Milwaukee coming up tomorrow. And is Michael Malone feeling any better after what he saw last night in a loss against Chicago? We'll talk about that before we get out of here on a Tuesday afternoon. You still got a few minutes to get in on the keyword. It is Allbarn, as in Blur frontman Damon Albarn, kind of like Damian Lillard, though not even that close. 303-504-0925. Text in Allbarn, like the last name of the lead singer of Blur, to 303-504-0925, plus your first and last name, and that can be your final entry for today into our Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday. We are going to announce our winner of the Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday coming up here in just a moment on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But first up, it's our final segment. It's time for some good times. If you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, we'll stop at a Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's light and flaky. It's a whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. Programming note. Tomorrow, Jared Bednar will join Moser, Lombardi, and Kane at 8:30 a.m., 30 minutes later than the usual 8 a.m. appearance. So 8:30 a.m., he'll join the guys who really are just heroes for coming in at 7 a.m. and being able to make it all the way until 8:30 without talking to Jared Bednar. So, again, thank you for your service, Mark Moser, Vic Lombardi, and Brett Kane. Tomorrow at 8:30, 30 minutes later than the usual time for Bedsy tomorrow. Hopefully he'll be in a good mood after the Avalanche take care of the very irrelevant Detroit Red Wings tonight.
Is Bedsy going to be on a half hour later because he plans on giving an ode to Scotty Bowman and chasing down people in the parking lot like happened that one time? Remember he was all angry and big mad? I think he went after Claude Lemieux in the parking lot or whatever one time. Dude, the stories from that rivalry when it was cooking, that thing was – I don't know that Denver – has ever been in the middle of a rivalry like that captured the nation's attention. And of all things, it was in hockey in a year that we just got the team here. It was insane.
The best rivalry in Denver sports history, and to me, it's not even close. And you can go on and on and on about Broncos and Raiders. Okay, these guys were trying to kill each other. And to Andy's point, it enraptured a country when the Avalanche and the Red Wings would get together for a game.
Out bloodlust nationally.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling, for folks that don't truly remember it, and I grew up here. I'd seen some crazy Bronco Raider stuff. Like I saw, late fights, and I remember Ralph Tam giving a cup check to a Raider running off the field, all hell breaking loose after he did it. He was a Bronco O-lineman. This was bloodlust from both sides.
Yep.
The game had to be on national TV every time. And it just got bigger and bigger as the hate grew and grew.
Yep.
And probably the peak of it was the Donnybrook inside Detroit a year later after the Draper hit.
But Gary Thorne and company.
Bill Clement.
It was national TV every single time out that they would get together. It's the best rivalry the town has ever seen. We don't need to do the bad rote sports radio. Is it still a rivalry? No, it isn't.
It isn't.
Okay? It's not a rivalry unless all those dudes are there and all their dudes are there. That's what made the rivalry. Now they're just two teams in different conferences that play twice a year, and the Red Wings are irrelevant.
I had a girl who we didn't date, but we played with the idea.
You dated one night?
And she was from Detroit. This is when I realized, wow, they're different in Detroit.
Yeah.
And I remember when the Avs knocked out, because we worked together at Bennigan's, I remember when the Avs knocked out the Red Wings that year in the playoffs. She was so mad, I don't think we talked for 2 weeks. Because I couldn't get it through my head how much she cared about that team. I kept running my mouth every time I saw her.
As you should.
So
that's a good rivalry. Screw you, Darren McCarty. That's what I think of you guys. Spring, do we got a ticket winner?
We do.
Okay, it is time for a drum roll, please. We have been giving out names of assorted musical artists whose names kind of sound like members of the Milwaukee Bucks. It's a Nuggets playoff push Ticket Tuesday. The winner of a pair of tickets to see a doubtful Nikola Jokic maybe play against Giannis and the Bucks is
Malee View.
The best view in town, a Malee View. Way to go, Malee. Is
that better than my grandma?
So like M. Lee? Yeah. Malee? Was there an apostrophe in there, Spring?
No apostrophe.
No? Okay.
M-A-L-E-E.
Malee. Melee.
There you go. Similar. Like an Avalanche Red Wings game. Malik. Way to go, Malik. You're going to the game with somebody else tomorrow night to see the Nuggets play the Milwaukee Bucks. Best of luck to the rest of you losers. Maybe you guys can win next week. So way to go, Malik.
Well, you're just endearing yourself to,
everybody.
every portion of the planet.
Everybody today.
Yeah.
Also, be sure to secure your playoff tickets pre-sale access by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. Yeah, no participation trophies here. You either get the tickets or you lost. Avs tonight, huge one. Andy, keep it rolling. Keep this thing going. Stay ahead of Minnesota. Stay clear. Keep yourself in a good spot. Get a victory tonight against Detroit. No sweat, right? Mackenzie Blackwood between the pipes this evening?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I do.
We're good. We're good to go here.
You know what?
Right?
The Avs have earned my I trust you. That doesn't mean they won't frustrate you a little bit, but they really got it going the last. I don't know. The Montreal game was weird, though. You know, like they were in total control of that thing. The next thing you know, they weren't.
Mm-hmm.
And DU went and pulled the same thing, except the Avs won and DU lost. Yeah, I trust these guys. I don't know. I have that odd trust with them. I like Blackwood. I liked how the team's coming together. Now, they're down some defensemen. I guess Jacob McDonald's not playing, which he was just called up today. No Malinsky. No,
Yeah.
Malinsky's in. Who is it? It's Girard's out. EJ's out.
Gerard's
right?
out. Sam Mayday Malinsky is in.
So who is playing instead of is because they still don't have.
No, Sam Girard will play.
Oh, he's
I thought he was out.
Okay,
Despite
that's
having
why.
been hurt of late, Girard is playing
So
tonight.
Girard's in. There you go. That's why McDonald got called up.
And
isn't
Malinsky's playing.
Correct.
Yes.
Eric Johnson out. He tweaked something.
The classic tweak. Okay.
Well, our man's been playing a lot of minutes. Again, I think he's kind of like DeAndre, where they like him.
Mhm.
Great presence in there. But I don't think they thought they'd be playing him as much because they didn't expect Josh Manson to get hurt, obviously.
Before we get out of here, Michael Malone talked about the effort level that was given last night against the Chicago Bulls. Let's try and read between the lines here as much as we possibly can. Is this a guy that's happy with his basketball team?
Yeah, no, I thought we didn't lose tonight because our guys didn't play hard. You know what I mean? Like, I felt the Portland game was one of those games where, like, we didn't bring anywhere close to the effort that we need to. Tonight, it's I think tie game going into the fourth quarter. And, second half they shot 48 from the field. Obviously, you have to give a lot of credit to Kobe White. That kid's playing at a really high level and did so